stuck with my crush. The story begins in the city, inside the room of Jung Minjun. In the morning, the computer is open, and Rage Z Zombie, the game, is on. As Jung Minjun sleeps, his phone's alarm rings, signaling that it is 7:05 on February 5th, Wednesday. Jung Minjun suddenly wakes up and says, "Oh, I fell asleep playing games again." He then sits up and takes his phone, saying, "Saying, I want to quit school." As he walks outside his room, on the fridge, he notices a message from his mom that says, "Hey, mom's off to work, so eat well and go to school." Jung Minjun stares at it for a moment before walking outside. He looks at the building ahead, the Palace 104, and thinks to himself, the kids who live over there probably can't even imagine a life like mine. He walks to school alone. A few moments later, at the school, Jung Minjun drops to the ground in pain and says, "Aha! Dang it! Arr!" Park Song-bin says, Sorry, Minjun. Are you okay? I was trying to go easy on." And his friend says, "Hey, if you'd fallen wrong just now, your head would have cracked open, man. But still, that last move from Minjun, freaking awesome." Park Seong-bin says, "But wait, what did you say? Dang it? Did I hear it wrong? This guy Minjun, haha." Park Song-bin, 18 years old, Songgun High School, second year, class 3, says, "It's it because I've been letting things slide lately? You're getting pretty darn bold, huh, you punk?" Hanyena says, "Ugh, so darn noisy in the hallway." As Park Song-bin stops, Hanyena says, "What are you, a toddler?" Park Song-bin, "I told you to stop bullying the losers." And dang it, Park Seong-bin says, "Then I wondered who it was, and it's Hanyena." Hanyena says, whether it's the losers or that jerk Park Song-bin bullying kids, "You're seriously disgusting, so stop stirring up trouble in front of me and don't ruin the school vibe." Park Song-bin grabs Jung Minjun and says, "Hey, dang it, bullying? What Minjun's our class mascot. Just playing with him, lol." Hanyena says, "If you want to play, don't mess around in the hallway. Go outside. Or something." Park Song-bin says, "And the one Minjun hates the most is you, Hanyena, lol." Jung Minjun adjusts his glasses and sweats. Hanyena says, "Shishay, hey, unlike you, I don't hit him, okay? I just ignore him completely." Park Song-bin says, "Team same difference, dang it, lol." Jung Minjun thinks to himself, Hanyena, just like Park Song-bin, she's a girl in our class I've known since middle school. Park Song-bin says, "Anyway, I'm meeting an older guy I know today to hang out. Wanna come too?" Hanyena says, "Are you nuts? After what happened last time I listened to you, I'm never going to anything you're at again." And of all places, it had to be Jung Minjun's basement. Creepy as heck. Jung Minjun thinks to himself, she lives in that fancy apartment complex I can see from my house. Her parents are a hospital director and a professional, rich as heck, total gold spoon. Active on social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, she's the ultimate social butterfly, the popular one among the popular. On top of that, she's also great at studying and ranks in the top tier academically. I heard she's preparing to study abroad in the United States next year. She seems like a perfect girl with nothing lacking at all, as Hanyena notices Jung Minjun looking at her while they enter the classroom. Jung Minjun thinks to himself, but if there's one flaw, it's that she looks down on poor people like me, and anyone considered a loser. Hanyena says, "Duh, what are you staring at?" Her friend says, "Puffed. LOL. Jung Minjun thinks to himself, when did it start, I wonder? It was back in 8th grade when we first ended up in the same class. I had worked up the courage to talk to her. Jung Minjun says, excuse me, are you going the same way home?" Hanyena looks back and says, "Hey, you smell, so could you stop following me? If you're going the same way, please just go separately, or take another route." Jung Minjun thinks to himself, that was when I realized for the first time. Hanyena says, "Also, I seriously don't even want to talk to someone like you." Jung Minjun thinks to himself that Hanyena despised me, and that I gave off a poor person's smell. Come to think of it, Hanyena always had a nice scent. Is that what rich people smell like? Normally, when someone really hates you, your feelings for them fade too. Hanyena says, "Ugh, this is so annoying. Even in high school, I have to sit next to you. Is there anyone who'll switch seats with me?" Jung Minjun thinks to himself, even though we kept ending up in the same school and the same class, and Hanyena always mocked and looked down on me. Strangely, even I couldn't clearly figure out how I felt about her. Do I really still like that girl? Is this the true feeling of a loser? developing feelings for someone who always mocks and looks down on me. It's really ironic, isn't it? But now, I'm crushed physically by Park Songbin and emotionally by Han Yena. Since then, until now, because of this same miserable situation every single day, I've come to feel ashamed of my life, humiliated. A few moments later, outside, Byung-jun says, Sunho, don't you know this quarter's anime lineup is insane? You probably know one of the originals too. Bae Sunho says, Nah, I'm not that into anime anymore this year. By the way, I think today's the Raid Z offline event. Byung-jun says, and if it weren't for school, I could have gone to the event. This morning, Bae Sunho says, but seriously, who holds a game offline event on a weekday morning? Byung-jun says, not interested in game events. I'd rather go to a Lumina concert. Bae Sunho says, Choto then, want to try getting tickets with me? I think there's a concert this month. And Bae Sunho, 18 years old, Songgun High School, 2nd year, Class 6, and Byung-jun, 18 years old, Songgun High School, 2nd year, Class 5. Jung Min-jun thinks to himself, Sunho and Byung-jun, who are in different classes from me. They're the only friends I have who are similar to me, but they just happen to land in good classes so no one bullies them. Byung-jun says, Min-jun wanna come with us too, to the Lumina concert. Jung Min-jun thinks to himself, they're seriously lucky guys, born with good luck. Byung-jun says, Jung Min-jun. Jung Min-jun thinks to himself, guess I'm the only one cursed with a miserable life. Bae Sunho says, hey, Min-jun. Jung Min-jun snaps back and says in shock, huh? Bae Sunho shows his phone and says, are you coming to the Lumina concert or not? We're going to try for tickets. I've got to go fangirl over Jian Nim. Jung Min-jun sweats and says, ha, no thanks. Jung Min-jun stands up and says, from now on, I don't give a darn about idols anymore. Byung-jun, shocked, says, what? No way. You dare to quit being a fan of Lumina Jian, one of the top 5 idol gods, Jang Kaseo Yujin? That's some next level crazy. Jung Min-jun says, anyway, I'm heading in first. Bae Sunho says, Tank, that guy was just fangirling over Lumina not long ago. He looks even more lifeless than usual today. Byung-jun says, why though? Bae Sunho says, isn't it because of that dating rumor a while ago? Byung-jun says, he's acting like the world ended just because of that? Do such loser freaks even exist? Bae Sunho says, and be the same if Jang Young got a dating scandal. Byung-jun says, but true that. As they look at Jung Min-jun walking away a few moments later at Class 2-3, Jung Min-jun sits silently and says to himself, I wish school would end already. Park Songbin says, a dang punk gave me the stink eye again earlier. Ha. His friend says, sa, Kang Hakcheol? And Park Songbin says, honestly, he's shorter than me. I bet I could kick his butt. His friend says, Songbin, since you go to an MMA gym, of course, he doesn't stand a chance. LOL, Park Songbin says, fine dang, that commie bastard who abandoned his parents in North Korea. No manners at all, seriously. But how did he even escape North Korea? His friend says, Tanai only heard he came here when he was 13. Nothing detailed, but I guess he dodged death and barely made it out, LOL. Their other friend says, hey, as he looks at the door, Kang Hachiol walks in and says, what did you just say? Kang Hachiol, 18 years old, Songgun High School, Year 2, Class 8. Park Songbin looks at him confused and says, what, you dang bastard? You got a problem? Kang Hachiol says, watch your mouth. As Park Songbin grabs his collar, Park Songbin says, son, you son of a biscuit. As he silently holds Kang Hachiol's collar, Kang Hachiol stares at him silently. Park Songbin's friend says, hey, let's stop this. His other friend says, Tongbin, you started this. Shouldn't you apologize to Hachiol? Park Songbin says, don't you came all the way to South Korea? If you don't want to die here, just go to school quietly. A few moments later, Park Songbin and his friends walk away. Jung Min-jun looks behind and sweats, and he says to himself, this crappy class in this crappy school. A few moments later, Jung Min-jun walks home and says to himself, yeah, starting tomorrow, I'm quitting this crappy school. That's the shortcut to happiness in my hellish life. Starting tomorrow, I'm never coming to school again. Suddenly, Park Songbin shouts, hey! Jung Min-jun is shocked and stops. He looks at Park Songbin and is confused. Park Songbin says, perfect timing, ha. I'm trying to get some cigarettes, can you help me out, LOL? I'll just go ask that grandma over there to buy them from the convenience store. Jung Minjun says to himself, a bastard like you. I'm gonna quit school anyway. I won't ever see you again. I should at least curse that bastard out once. But that's Minjun, who only imagines it and never acts. As Jung Minjun walks away, Park Songbin, confused, says, huh? Hey, Jung Minjun, aren't you coming here? You ignoring me? His friend says, damn, what the heck? Minjun's insane, lol. Now he's totally ignoring Seongbin? LMAO. His blind friend says, Prue, what the heck? Park Songbin, with his ego broken, says, tis bastard. A few moments later, at a construction site, Jung Minjun says in, pain, ga. Park Songbin says, this crazy mother. Why is he acting up so much today? This broke-ass trash bastard. Should we just kill him today? And you've gotten too comfortable since middle school, huh? You damn punk, his friend says. Chio, I swear I don't know, his other friend says. In Chai, he been trying to stop Seongbin, but I give up. Even if Minjun dies today. Jung Minjun says, kill me. And Park Songbin is shocked and confused. Jung Minjun says, just kill me already, please. Because I don't want to live anymore. Jung Minjun says, hey, now I kind of feel bad for you, Songbin. Haha. Well, Park Songbin gets angry and says, to freaking bastard, and he kicks Jung Minjun. Park Songbin says, hey, listen up. If you even think about writing my name in your suicide note and dying, you better be ready. Because after you die, I'll go find your mom, who'll be left alone, and kill her too. His friend says, whoa. Songbin, that was way too far just now. His other friend says, damn. Park Songbin says, shut the freak up, all of you. Let's go. As Jung Minjun lies on the ground, a few moments later, Jung Minjun walks alone, and he says to himself, I wish the world would just end tomorrow. As he silently walks home, he says to himself, well, wouldn't it be better to die? As he looks at the sky, he says to himself, if I fall from that high place, everything will be over. I don't need anything anymore. There's no reason for me to live this miserable life any longer. Suddenly, Hanyena says, hey! Jung Minjun looks behind, confused, looking at Hanyena. Hanyena says, what are you doing here? This isn't even your home, right? What are you doing at our apartment complex? Don't tell me. You snuck in here? As Jung Minjun freezes in shock, looking at Hanyena, Hanyena says, but it doesn't look like you came to deliver anything. Are you here to steal something or what? Whoa. Jung Minjun says to himself, yeah, you're right. I shouldn't be in a place where people like you live. I just came here to end everything. To die at your apartment. Hanyena, confused, says, but hey, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you? As Jung Minjun remains silent, Hanyena says, hey, seriously, you're so darn frustrating. If guys like Park Songbin bully you, then why don't you just fight back? After getting beaten once, shouldn't you at least try to stand up for yourself next time, even if you get hit again? Seeing someone like you just makes me feel so darn pathetic, seriously. You're not good at anything, so shouldn't you at least have the courage to fight back? Isn't your life just miserable if you live like that? Jung Minjun silently walks away. Hanyena says, what the? Are you leaving again? Still ignoring me till the end? Hey, what the heck? Are you crazy? When someone talks to you, ugh. But seriously, he is pretty darn pitiful. So weak and spineless. I'm definitely saying something to that bastard Park Seongbin tomorrow. As she watches Jung Minjun walk away, a few moments later, Jung Minjun walks into his room and says to himself, let's just play a game. And he opens his computer. Jung Minjun puts on his headphones and says to himself, but this is ridiculous. I gave up on dying just because of Hanyena? Well, what she said was right. Whatever. I've quit school now anyway. From now on, I probably won't have to see Park Seongbin or Hanyena again. But maybe starting tomorrow, I should help mom with some work. Oh Byungjun says, Jung Minjun, you're here? Bae Sunho says, hurry up and come in, we're waiting. Jung Minjun says, Chin, hold on, I just turned on the game. A few hours later, Jung Minjun still plays at night as people outside shout, Shokya, what the heck? Jung Minjun still plays with Oh Byungjun and Bae Sunho, while noise outside of people running and shouting. Jung Minjun still playing says, not there, over here, 3 zombies. Tanche all cleared. Bae Sunho says, hey, something came up, I think I have to head out real quick. Jung Minjun, confused, says, huh? All of a sudden? Hey, just finish this round before you go. We can wrap it up in 10 minutes. Oh, Byungjun says, Minjun, I think I have to go too. Jung Minjun, shocked and confused, says, what? Even Byungjun too? Jung Minjun looks at the clock and says, What time is it now? 10 o'clock? It's already that late? Oh Byung-jun says. What the heck? Did you see the news just now? It's total chaos. Jung Minjun says, huh? What news? Suddenly, Jung Minjun hears a loud noise. Jung Minjun, confused, takes off his headphones and says, what's going on? Jung Minjun walks out of his room and says to himself, what the? Jung Minjun says, who are you? As the doorknob moves, Jung Minjun says to himself, no way. Who is this person, seriously? So damn creepy. Jung Minjun peeks through the peephole. His neighbor says, help, me. Jung Minjun, confused, says, be my upstairs neighbor? The man creepily says, top open, the door. Jung Minjun says, huh? Ah, did the delivery get sent to the wrong floor again? As the man bumps his head on the door, Jung Minjun says to himself, this guy's drunk again. Huh? Jung Minjun grabs the doorknob and gently opens the door. He looks outside and is shocked and confused, saying, huh? As the man is injured and walks toward him, Jung Minjun is shocked after looking at the man's stomach. Jung Minjun sweats and says, Ajushi, are you okay? Should I call 119? The man suddenly groans and shouts, Ingwa. As he jumps at Jung Minjun in fear says, Kuk. The man shouts, Gwa! Jung Minjun screams like a little girl saying, ah! Jushi, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? Jushi, for freak's sake. As Jung Minjun kicks him away, the man is thrown out. Jung Minjun immediately closes the door. As the man outside groans, saying, Wah! Jung Minjun pants, saying, Puff, huff, 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 huff. Jung Minjun's knees tremble and he says, Well, what the hell was that? Jushi's face was completely. Jung Minjun takes his phone and says, police, I need to call the police. But there is no dial tone. Jung Minjun, confused, says, What? The phone's not working at all. Huh? As multiple messages appear on his screen, emergency alert at 9:10 a.m., a warning alert was issued for the Seoul area. Terror attacks are occurring in unspecified locations. Please prepare to evacuate and allow children and the elderly to evacuate first. Emergency alert at 9:35 a.m., an emergency shelter-in-place order was issued. If you see any attackers nearby, avoid going outside and stay indoors, waiting for rescue. Emergency alert, unknown attacks are occurring in Seoul and unspecified areas. If you see any attackers, stay indoors and await rescue. Numerous murders are being reported. Jung Minjun says, "Emergency alert." Jung Minjun hears noise outside. He opens his window. A lady says, "Kya." As Jung Minjun sees the chaos outside, a man is being eaten by zombies, saying, "Gah! Please help me." What? Jung Minjun says to himself, "What on earth is going on?" That Ajushi from the floor above. Jung Minjun closes his window and says to himself, my mom, is she okay?" As he dials her phone number, he says to himself, She usually comes home around this time, please." He is shocked and says to himself, "Even my mom's phone is completely out of reach." But a few moments later, Jung Minjun turns off his lights and hides under his blanket, facing the door, as he trembles in fear. Jung Minjun looks at his phone as he trembles. Jung Minjun says, "An internet and everything else has been out since earlier." As the site says cannot connect to the site, Jung Minjun opens his television and says to himself, I better keep the volume down in case it can be heard outside. The news says a series of brutal murders is being committed by a number of unidentified civilians across the country. The government is treating this as an act of indiscriminate terrorism and is currently investigating the cause and those responsible. However, no specific information has been released yet. Newsflash: breaking news, random killings reported in the metropolitan area. The news says, yes, I will repeat myself. The current situation is extremely serious. Jung Minjun says to himself, a terrorism. Something bad is happening. The news says, if possible, remain indoors, lock your windows and doors, and avoid contact with the outside world. Breaking update: there are now reports of killings occurring in Busan as well. As a man bites a boy. The reporter says, similar violent incidents are being reported not only in major cities like Seoul, Busan, and Incheon, but also in smaller towns. Police and military forces have been deployed, but the situation appears difficult to control. Jung Minjun says to himself, this is insane. This isn't just terrorism or causing fear en masse. Don't tell me it's what I think it is. Zombies. Could it be that? Am I dreaming? Could everything fall apart this fast? From Seoul to Busan in just a day. Just why? What's the cause?
I shouldn't be standing around like this.
Come to think of it, the guy upstairs went outside earlier. If there's no one in the building's stairwell, first I should shut the building's front door. As he looks through the peephole, he says, "No one's here." And he opens the door. He looks around and says to himself, "No way there's someone up the stairs, right?" And he opens the main door and walks outside, saying to himself, quietly. As he sees a zombie, he gets scared and goes back inside, closing the main door. He says, "Phew, now that I think about it, are the people upstairs okay? It's strangely quiet. I'll just stay inside and wait until morning. The police or someone will come to rescue us eventually." A few moments later, in his room, the news reporter says, "Yes, we will continue with the breaking news. Random killings reported in the metropolitan area. Currently, the situation." Suddenly, the television shuts down. Jung Minjun, shocked, says to himself, "Now even the broadcast is cut off." A few moments later, as zombies are heard outside, Jung Minjun tries to sleep, and he says to himself, "And I can't sleep. More importantly, it feels strange. Just yesterday, I wanted to end my own life because of how hellish my life was. I even thought it'd be better if the world just ended. And now, it really has. But here I am, desperately trying to survive. Maybe it's not that different from before. Whether then or now, it's still hell for me." The next day, as zombies walk the street, Jung Minjun opens the door gently and peeks outside. As he sees multiple zombies walking, Jung Minjun says to himself, "An air feels unfamiliar, a scent of blood. Just from the atmosphere, you can tell." Then he closes the door. He locks the door and says to himself, Going outside right now would be suicide." As he looks at the door of their apartment, a few moments later, Jung Minjun looks at his rations and says to himself, let's see. 4 packs of ramen, 6 cup noodles, including instant rice and uncooked rice. Enough for 2 weeks for one person. And a few side dishes. 3 bottles of bottled water. The tap still works, so I should collect as much as possible. Luckily, the gas still seems to be working too. Just judging by the emergency food supply, I think I can survive in the house for about a month. Someone's bound to come help within a month, right? Still, I really hope my mom is okay. I can't call 119 or contact anyone since the phone network is completely down. Now that I think of it, excluding the vacant units, there are 5 households in this building. The ajushi from upstairs turned into one of them, and on the floor above that, there's an elderly couple and an ajumma. I wonder if they're still there. The college guy in the rooftop room. Is he really still there? He usually brings his girlfriend over every Tuesday. Yesterday was Tuesday, so maybe he's still in the rooftop room. A few moments later, Jung Minjun walks to the rooftop. Jung Minjun says to himself, "Still no sign of anyone alive from the other floors. That means last hope. The rooftop guy. Please, tell me he didn't turn out like a jushi." As Jung Minjun sees the light, he says, "The rooftop door was open." As he silently walks to the rooftop, Jung Minjun says to himself, "Should I call out? No, better not, just in case. What is this? The inside door's open too." As he slowly enters the room, it's dark inside. Jung Minjun says to himself, "No one's here." Suddenly, he sees something and says, "Oh, ha." And he sees blood on the floor and says to himself, Day 2 of the disaster. That day became a major turning point in my life. Jung Minjun says to himself, "Blood, stains, and inside, I can feel a presence." As he trembles, he says to himself, "Freak me. Let's go out slowly." Suddenly, he hits the plant pot and it falls to the ground, shattering and making a loud noise. Jung Minjun says to himself, "Freak?" As he looks behind, the college student says, "Psyche kick." Jung Minjun runs out, saying, "Purr." As he trips on his own leg and drops to the floor, he says in pain, "Ah." Jung Minjun sweats and looks at the college student rushing toward him. As Jung Minjun stands up, he ducks, and the college student hits the end of the roof. Jung Minjun pushes him to the edge, and he falls from the rooftop. As Jung Minjun looks back, he freezes in shock. Jung Minjun drops to the ground and says in fear, He fell." Jung Minjun suddenly rushes inside and locks the door. He says in fear, "Ha, ha," and goes back to their apartment. Jung Minjun drops to the ground and pants, saying, "Ha, ha," as he trembles in fear. Jung Minjun says to himself, "Sint, the rooftop Hyung must be dead, right? Did I just kill someone? No, it's not my fault. That Hyung attacked me first." A few hours later at night, the sun starts to set outside. As Jung Minjun, still in shock, sits on the floor, Jung Minjun says to himself, "Sad day. I was tormented by guilt all day long. Did I really make the rooftop Hyung fall to his death?" Jung Minjun stands up. A few moments later, Jung Minjun goes outside and sees the college student, and he looks closely. Suddenly, the college student turns around. Jung Minjun suddenly froze in shock. He sweats in fear. He says to himself, "Tin, the rooftop Hyung is alive," as Hyung says, "Gur." Jung Minjun says to himself, "Sin, I realized. They're no longer human. I'm sorry, Hyung. But zombies," and he went back inside the building. As Hyung said, "Org," Jung Minjun says to himself, "Since that day, strangely enough, my fear of the infected began to fade away." The next day, day 3 since the apocalypse took place, Jung Minjun ate his meal. Jung Minjun says to himself, "Until the gas is cut off, I can eat this. I wonder when it will be cut off. Is it really right to just keep waiting in this basement until help arrives? After all, the food will run out. Since no one other than the rooftop Hyung has come out, it seems there are no more infected. Should I go back up? To request help, I'll need to light a fire on the roof." As he thinks silently, Jung Minjun looks at the window and says to himself, "I guess I'll have to go out tomorrow. Maybe it's because I already prepared to give up on life a few days ago, or it's because of what I experienced yesterday and the day before. I'm not sure, but those zombie-like people don't particularly scare me anymore." Suddenly, his phone rings. Jung Minjun says to himself, "Pa, Mom?" He answers the phone and says, "Hello? Mom." His mom says, "Minjun, where are you? Are you okay?" Jung Minjun says, "I'm hiding alone in our house right now. Where are you?" His mom says, "I'm at the military while evacuating the day before yesterday, and I am currently at the shelter in Songnam. Don't worry about me. If you're at home, don't go outside. I'll make sure to ask the rescue team to come to our house, right now in Seoul, towards our neighborhood." Suddenly, the line is cut, and Jung Minjun, confused and shocked, says, "Mom? Mom, freak, it's cut off again." Still, I'm glad to hear that Mom is safe. What the? I'm getting messages all of a sudden now. Sunho and Byung-jun. These guys are safe too. As he reads the messages, Byung-jun, freaking hell, check the news. It's a mess. Air raid alert. Air raid alert. All police forces were mobilized. Sunho, seriously, this crazy son of a bee. This isn't the time for jokes. We're off Gojo Satoru. Byung-jun, What meme is this? But is this really sending? It's a bit slow. Did my data get cut off? 1:18 a.m., 1:19 a.m., 1:20 a.m. Sunho and Tono, it seems to be working for me. Byung-jun, Jung Minjun, the only one not checking messages. Sunho, are you at home? Call me. Jung Minjun says, but seriously, to think he would be joking around at a time like this. Sunho and Byung-jun live super close, so they might be able to help each other. But only Mom, Sunho, and Byung-jun contacted me in this situation. Jung Minjun suddenly thinks and says to himself, Han Yena. Of all the people I know, she's the one living closest. Now that I think about it, she did come here last year. And he remembered that time. His friend said, "Oh, so I'm serious. Han Yena saw you on Instagram and asked me to introduce you. Ha ha ha." His other friend said, "Oh, do you really? She doesn't know I have a girlfriend, right?" A blind friend said, "Yeah, lol." His other friend said, "Hey, but do you think Han Yena would really come here? She's usually so uptight." "It's okay, haha. I just told her to come over without hesitation. Ha ha ha. She probably doesn't even know it's Jung Minjun's house." His malnourished friend said, she actually comes here. Does that mean Han Yena wants a boyfriend?" Their other friend said, "Ching Kisent, I'm looking forward to it. Ha 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 ha. Those Insta photos looked really nice. Ha ha ha." Park Song-bin said, "Ta Changmin, if she comes, I think it's a great opportunity. Up for it?" Changmin said, "Ha ha 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 ha, you demon. Are you selling her out despite going to the same middle school? Still, would Han Yena really come over?" Park Song-bin said, But if I get caught trying to flirt with her, I'm in real trouble." Changmin said, "Who cares?" Park Song-bin said, "Say hey, Yena just contacted me." Jung Minjun sweats and is shocked. A few moments later, Park Song-bin says, "Wait, hey, Han Yena really came? Ha ha ha." Changmin said, "Bono, really?" "Ha ha ha, is she really coming? Ha ha ha." She'll go outside and let her in, as Jung Minjun is shocked and says to himself, "Did she really come?" A few moments later, Han Yena arrived. As Jung Minjun stares at her, Park Song-bin says, "Come on in." Jung Minjun's house is effing nice, right? Ah ha ha. Park Songbin says, by the way, this is Changmin, whom I mentioned. Ha 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 ha. We know each other from Insta, right? Say hello. Ha ha ha. Jung Minjun says, hey, I'll just leave. Hanyina said, what? After coming all the way here, where are you going? Jung Minjun says to himself, and what made me feel miserable wasn't having Park Seong-bin and his crew invading my house. Hanyina said, and the smell of cigarettes is disgusting. The floor is sticky. The house is stuffy. And why didn't you mention that it's Jung Minjun's house? Ugh, so annoying. Jung Minjun says to himself, but Hanyina's reaction. A few moments later, in the bathroom, Jung Minjun took a dump and he said to himself, is she safe? If those symptoms are caused by a zombie virus, since my dad is the hospital director, he might know some solutions. But why am I worrying about her in this situation? She must have made it out fine since she lives well. Suddenly, Jung Minjun heard Hanyina outside saying, Jung Minjun. Jung Minjun was shocked and he looked at the door. Jung Minjun said to himself, Che, just now, I feel like someone called me from outside. Did I hear it wrong? Hanyina said, Che, Jung Minjun, are you there? If you are, open the door for me, quickly. Jung Minjun, still shocked, said, Hanyina? As he was still taking a dump. Hanyina said outside, Jung Minjun. The zombies near her said, Unga, ha. Hanyina said, it's really you inside, right? I thought I heard a voice just now. The zombies noticed her and said, Sucker! Suddenly, a zombie ran towards her and said, Gaigag. Hyung said, Sheg Gog, as his new friend also said, Iker, as they rushed towards Hanyina. Hanyina panicked and punched Jung Minjun's wall, saying, Che Jung Minjun, quick, open the door. Please, if you're there, respond. Jung Minjun got out of the door quickly after he took a large dump, and he shouted at Hanyina, saying, come in quickly. Hanyina ran inside as Jung Minjun locked the door. Hyung and his new friend said, as they walked towards the door. A few moments later, inside, Hanyina sweats as she pants, saying, ha ha ha, seductively. As Jung Minjun looks at her sitting on the floor, panting seductively, Jung Minjun looks at Hanyina's perfect feet and he says, hey, are you okay? Why are you here? And suddenly Hanyina grabs Jung Minjun's shirt and she pulled him down and cried close to him. Jung Minjun sweats as he says, what in the world happened? As they sat there for a moment, Jung Minjun says, are you okay? As Hanyina releases him from her grip and says, aw, thanks, Jung Minjun. Honestly, if it weren't for you, I might have died. Jung Minjun blushes while looking at her drenched in sweat. Jung Minjun looks away and says, oh, that's a relief. Anyway, you're safe now, so... Hanyina looks at the window. She stands up and says, is it just you here right now? Jung Minjun says, Ada, my mom went out for work 3 days ago and hasn't been back since. I got through to her by chance and she seems to be okay. She said she met up with a military unit and evacuated to a safe place. Hanyina says, Taisi, glad to hear. Jung Minjun says, Tanyina, what about your parents? Hanyina says, I did get to talk to my dad one last time, and he sounded like he was safe at his workplace. As for my mom, both my mom and dad are doing fine. Anyway, if you have any water, could I get some? I haven't had a sip in days. Jung Minjun says, Cha. Ooh. Hanyina says, and if there's still power, can I charge my phone too? A few minutes later, Hanyina drank 3 bottles of Jung Minjun's water and continues to drink, while Jung Minjun looks at her sexy legs and feet. Jung Minjun says to himself in shock, seriously, how much water is she drinking? We're supposed to be rationing it. If the water gets cut off completely, freak. Then again, she probably risked her life just to get here. As Hanyina finishes drinking the water, Jung Minjun says, did you come here from your home? But why did you come to my place? Hanyina says, Shide, I've been hiding outside this whole time. One Jung Minjun, shocked, says to himself, huh? Hanyina looks far and says, 3 days ago, the day I ran into you near the apartment. Something happened that day, so I went home to change and stepped out for a bit. Suddenly, a zombie said, yay. Hanyina says, then it all started happening out of nowhere. A man running said, wah, run. A lady running said, kya. Hanyina says, Timai just kept running without thinking, as she was exhausted and panting seductively, saying, ha, ha, ha. Hanyina says, Ina and it ended up hiding in the stairwell of a nearby shopping complex. I waited, thinking someone might come rescue me, but no one did. Jung Minjun says, "But then, don't tell me. You stayed there the whole time. Alone?" Hanyena says, "There was one unlocked door by the stairwell. It led to a small meeting room or something like that. The inner door into the building wouldn't open, so I had no choice but to hide in there. Luckily, there was a water jug inside. I survived off of that. But by the third day, I hit my limit from thirst and hunger. Since it was less than 1 kilometer to my house anyway, I decided to make a run for it, hoping I'd meet a cop or a rescue worker along the way. As she looks at the streets, she was shocked as she saw zombies. And she sweats and says to herself, why'd it have to be this road? Guess I'll have to go through this alley." As she tries to walk silently, Hanyena says, That's how I ended up sneaking my way to your villa neighborhood." A few moments later, she says to herself, "This area, it's Jung Minjun's neighborhood," and she saw zombies ahead and said to herself, "To get back to my apartment, I had to pass through that side of town. I didn't have a choice. I needed to take this route. Looks like I'm getting close to Jung Minjun's house. I've been there once before, so I think I remember roughly where it is. I'm pretty sure I go through that alley over there. That Jung Minjun guy. Pretty sure he went home 3 days ago. He's probably still there, right?" Hanyena continues to tell her story, saying, Should I call them infected? Anyway, I kept dodging those zombie-like people and circled around until I ended up near your place." Jung Minjun said, I'm so glad. "But you're amazing too, for having the courage to come outside." Hanyena shakes her head and said, It's honestly such a relief that you were home. Ha! My hair's all matted and I feel gross. I'm sweating like crazy too." As she stood up and fixed her hair, Hanyena asked, "Is the water still running here by any chance?" Jung Minjun stared at her sexy armpits and froze. He then said, "Yeah, your armpits are totally soaked. You must have been sweating buckets. Shouldn't you change clothes? Want to borrow something of mine?" Hanyena blushes and was shocked and confused. Hanyena kicks Jung Minjun with her sexy feet and said, "Are you seriously insane? Freaking hell, you're every bit the loser I thought you were. Hey, you freaking son of a bee idiot. No wonder you get hit. Ooh, why? Hanyena took off her jacket and said, I don't even have the energy to cuss you out. Anyway, if the bathroom water's running, can I take a shower?" Jung Minjun said, Gee, go ahead." Hanyena said, "Thanks. I mean, freak, what's with that out of nowhere?" As Hanyena took a shower, Jung Minjun waited for a while, and he said to himself, "And anyway, what do I do now?" Originally, before Hanyena showed up, I was planning to go outside. But now that she's here, it'd feel wrong to just leave her and go on my own. And even if we keep waiting here, I only had enough food for one person for a month. If we both stay and wait for rescue, we'll cut our survival time in half. This is so freaking hopeless. But that Hanyena is taking a shower at my house, that's just as unbelievable as the zombie outbreak. Jung Minjun thinks of their time at school. As he walks the halls and saw Hanyena, Jung Minjun said to himself, Back at school, she wouldn't even make eye contact with me. She treated me like I was some kind of bug." Suddenly, Hanyena opens the door. Jung Minjun was shocked. Hanyena said, "Tay, Jung Minjun, lend me some clothes. I've been wearing the same ones for days. I should at least wash them." Jung Minjun said, and he jumps to his things and said, "Oh, of course, Want a t-shirt and pajama pants? Or maybe shorts, long pants?" Hanyena said, "Whatever, just give me something. You're short, so I think they'll fit okay." Jung Minjun gave Hanyena his shirt and looks away, blushing. Hanyena smells his shirt and said, "Ugh, freak. It smells musty. Hey, don't you have anything else?" Jung Minjun said, "Oh, well, I do. But they're probably just as bad." Hanyena said, "Forget it, I'll just wear this." A few moments later, Hanyena wears it and smells it like crazy. And she said, This gross smell is so unbearable. I'll just deal with it until my clothes dry. At least spray some Febreze or something." Jung Minjun sweats and said, I did wash them recently." Hanyena said, "And is this just what happens when you live in a semi-basement? I'm super sensitive to smells, so try to understand." So gross. But whatever, can't be helped, haha. Jung Minjun said to himself, Is she like this because of her personality? Or is she just that thoughtless? Seriously, she's worried about gross smells right now. A few moments later, outside, the zombies talk to each other, saying, Gra, ga. as Hanyena hangs her clothes to dry and she ate some of Jung Minjun's food. Hanyena said, "Hey, Che Jung Minjun." Sen Jung Minjun said, "Huh." Hanyena said, "What do we do now? There's nothing to do but stay here and wait for rescue, right?" Jung Minjun said, Honestly, right before you came, I was thinking of moving to a different location tomorrow." Hanyena said, "What? Are you insane? We still have food in here, so why risk going out? I nearly died just getting here, you know? And now you're saying you're gonna go right back out? I refuse to go." Jung Minjun said, "Minus no. I'm not saying I'm going now. I meant I was thinking about it before you showed up. Anyway, now that you're here, I guess we'll have to stick it out and wait for rescue, right?" Hanyena said, "Tenets minus then. What if we run out of food? What do we do then?" Jung Minjun said, "The only way to last as long as possible is to break into the upstairs or other houses to look for more supplies. But honestly, besides the rooftop room, I can't be 100% sure there aren't infected in the other places. And lately the screams from other buildings have been getting less and less. If we run out of food completely, then I guess we'll have to go outside." Hanyena was shocked and she said, "Minus no way. Out, no I can't, not there." Jung Minjun said, "But you couldn't hold out there either, right? If we run out of food, we'll have to go out eventually." Hanyena said, Minus let's think about that when the time comes. And you haven't even been outside, have you? Just stepping out of this neighborhood will change your mind real fast. Those zombie-like people are seriously dangerous. They're terrifying. I almost died just getting here from 1 kilometer away." Jung Minjun said, 1 kilometer is pretty far though. That's impressive. And if you manage to get here safely, then maybe you could manage to avoid them while moving around too." Hanyena said, "What? Hey, aren't you scared of those monsters?" Jung Minjun said, "And know as well as I do. Those people, they're just like zombies. We still need to learn more about them, but from what I saw through the window, if you get attacked and bitten, you end up like them. So it's likely you turn because of infection, right? Honestly, I don't even care if I get infected. Doesn't matter at all. I've got nothing to lose anyway." As Hanyena was silent, she then said, "Nth minus that's your situation. I want to survive. I refuse to end up like them. I'm supposed to study abroad in the US next year." Jung Minjun said, "So the key is to just avoid contact with them, right? You made it all the way here too, didn't you? You even said you didn't get spotted until right before reaching my place. And name one thing about those infected. They don't all rush in like they're trying to kill you. Depending on where they're hurt, some just walk toward you, and some look like they're collapsed, like they're dead. Also, their running speed's actually slower than a normal person sprinting. That means you and I can totally avoid them." As Hanyena sat down and listened, Jung Minjun said, "Then you ever played tag as a kid, right?" Hanyena, confused, said, "Ton tag?" Jung Minjun said, "You just have to think of it like a game of tag. That way dodging them might even feel a little exciting." Hanyena, not impressed, said, "Crazy bastard, calling this tag? What a freaking joke. I'm seriously scared, okay?" Jung Minjun said, "Smina sorry." Hanyena shows off her sexy foot near Jung Minjun and said, "Anyway, I'm gonna sleep. Can you lay out some blankets?" And she lay down and said, "Saying I haven't had a proper night's sleep in days. I'm starting to feel really sleepy." Jung Minjun said, A few moments later, Jung Minjun fixed his futon and put 2 pillows next to each other. Hanyena suddenly said, Hey, are you crazy? You trying to sleep next to me?" Jung Minjun, confused, said, "Huh?" Hanyena pointed outside of Jung Minjun's room and said, "He said you sleep over there." Jung Minjun, confused, looked out, and he looked back at Hanyena and said, "Hey, come on. This is my house, you know? Sleeping in front of the bathroom door is a bit much." Hanyena said, "What? Ha, fine, I get it." And she walked outside of Jung Minjun's room and said, "I forgot I'm just an uninvited guest. Must have lost my mind for a sec. Fine then, I'll sleep over there. You take the comfy spot." "Happy now?" Jung Minjun said. "Who?" Hanyena said, Never mind. I'll just sleep out on the bloody stairwell instead, ha. Sleep tight." Jung Minjun said, Hey, what's your problem? Jamina's just sleep here comfortably." Hanyena said, "No, it's your house, so you should sleep comfortably, okay? Don't worry about a random intruder like me. But that doesn't even mean going outside. The stairwell's dangerous if the door's open. This loser is so freaking hilarious. Kekeke. Hey, I'm kidding, Keke. I'll just sleep in the kitchen." Jung Minjun said, "Oche minu si mean, then what does that make me?" "Fine, I'll sleep in the kitchen instead, huh?" "No, seriously, I'll sleep here. I was totally joking before. Minus but still. A few moments later, Jung Minjun at the kitchen looked at the ceiling, and he closed his eyes and said to himself, so this is how I end up losing anyway. I'll just sleep here alone. That's easier. Ha ha. Well, at least I am still inside the house, ha ha. Still, thanks to Hanyena, I'm not alone anymore. She does talk a lot, though. A few moments later, the zombies outside started to talk to each other, grunting and saying, grr, gra, gra, ra, guarg, ga. Hanyena, alone in the room, can't sleep, as she continues to hear the zombies outside. She then said, hey, Jung Minjun. Jung Minjun, confused, woke up, and he sits up. Hanyena said, just come in and sleep in the room. As Jung Minjun looks at the door, Hanyena said, it's scary being alone. A few moments later, Jung Minjun came inside his own room as he looks at Hanyena sleep. Hanyena said, this sound, I heard it countless times while hiding on the stairs, but it's still unfamiliar and terrifying. I miss Mom. As Jung Minjun listened silently, and the noises outside continued. A few hours later, the sun rose. As the zombies walked around, they groaned, saying, ugh, ugh, gurk. As Hanyena slept peacefully in Jung Minjun's futon, Jung Minjun stood up and said, how long is she going to sleep? She said she couldn't sleep because she was scared, yet she's really sleeping well. As he stared at Hanyena, a few hours later, Hanyena woke up and sat up, and she moaned seductively, saying, She looked at Jung Minjun and was confused. She then said, where are you going? Jung Minjun put on his jacket and said, I'm thinking of going back up to the rooftop. Hanyena said, and she stood up and said, hey, didn't you say you couldn't confirm if there were more infected up there? What if someone else is still there? Jung Minjun said, it'll be fine. If there is, I'll just avoid them. Do you want to come with me? Hanyena said. Are you crazy? Iminusi can't go? Jung Minjun said, then I'll go alone. You stay here. Hanyena said, A few moments later, Jung Minjun walked up the stairs. As Jung Minjun looked at the main door, he said to himself in shock, there's a crack in the glass. It won't last much longer. Well, even if it's covered with film, glass is still glass. As Jung Minjun walked forward, Hanyena said, and smells bad. Jung Minjun looked behind and was confused. Hanyena said, see, now I have a really bad feeling about this. Jung Minjun looked at her. A few moments later, at the rooftop, Jung Minjun looked at the bathroom of Hyung, and he sweated, saying to himself, it's the rooftop guy's girlfriend. She's not moving. Let's at least say a short prayer for her. A few moments later, Jung Minjun walked out of the room. Hanyena said, no one's inside? Jung Minjun said, well, there is. She's someone who already passed away. I think it's better not to go inside. Hanyena said, Jung Minjun sat down and said, if we want to ask for rescue, maybe we should light a fire here and create smoke or something. But we'd have to light it at the exact time a rescue helicopter passes by, Hanyena said. Then how about we prepare something to burn in advance, and as soon as we hear a helicopter, we light it up. Jung Minjun said, fire doesn't blaze up instantly, right? By the time it's ready, the helicopter might already be gone. Hanyena said, should we check nearby buildings to see if there are any other survivors? And she shouted, hello, is there anyone in the buildings nearby? Jung Minjun said, hey, what if the infected swarm here after hearing your voice? Hanyena said, they can't climb up here anyway, right? Jung Minjun said, won't you never know? The glass door at the building entrance was already cracked. Jung Minjun said to himself, and so, Hanyena and I had to continue surviving alone in this place. A few moments later, inside Jung Minjun's apartment, Hanyena said, hey Jung Minjun, what's your MBTI? Jung Minjun, confused, said, MBTI. I haven't done it. Hanyena said, what? You haven't done it yet? Wow, you're the first person I've ever met who hasn't done an MBTI test. Then you probably don't use Instagram either, huh? Totally seems like it, ha ha ha. Even if you do, I bet you don't even have 50 followers, ha ha. Then what the hell is your joy in life? You got no hobbies or? Jung Minjun said, aside from gaming. Hanyena said, on gaming, what kind of games do you play? Jung Minjun said, I play League of Legends and a few others. Lately, I've been playing this zombie game called Rage Z a lot. Hanyena said, so it's zombie game? LOL, that's insane, ha ha ha. I mean, now that the real world has become a zombie apocalypse, there's no need to play zombie games anymore. Ha ha ha, prift. Oh, but if you take the MBTI test, I bet 100% you'd be an NII. Introvert. Look at you. You're always playing games at home, eating alone. Even at school, you're always zoning out by yourself, haha. Someone like you could never be an NE. Extrovert kek. So are you a P or a JJ Jane? Do you like planning, or are you more spontaneous? Jung Minjin said, well, it's kind of hard to say. And he said to himself, wow, she talks so much. We could literally die tomorrow, yet here we are having this cute little convo. Han Yena said, Fate, hey, what do you think my MBTI is? Jung Minjin said, I'm not sure. I don't really know much about it. And he said to himself, she didn't even glance at me before the zombie outbreak. But I guess now I'm the only one she can talk to. Still, I ended up alone with the girl I used to have a crush on. Han Yena suddenly put her sexy foot at Jung Minjin's hands and said, hey, but like, why did you blah blah blah? Jung Minjin thought to himself, "'Tis this a good thing?" In the past, just the thought of chatting one-on-one with her like this, in the same place, even imagining it would have made me happy. Even though the world's gone to hell and we could die tomorrow, it wouldn't be surprising. Han Yena suddenly teased Jung Minjin while playing with Jung Minjin's chest with her sexy feet and said, Hey, Jung Minjin? Jung Minjin? Jung Minjin, still talking to himself, said, does any of this even mean anything anymore? Han Yena kicked Jung Minjin and said, Sir, are you ignoring me? Why aren't you answering? Jung Minjin snapped out of it and said, Huh? Sorry. I was just thinking about something else. Han Yena said, You're spacing out right in front of me? You crazy freaking loser. As the light outside shined through the window, Han Yena read the comic books of Jung Minjin. A few days later, Han Yena continued to read on the floor. Han Yena said, Jung Minjin, did you finish the laundry? Also, I'm hungry. As Jung Minjin did the laundry, he said to himself, Damn it. I swear I'm gonna leave her behind and escape on my own. What am I, Han Yena's slave? She should do her own damn laundry. As Jung Minjin, a classic MBTI type who absolutely never expresses his emotions outwardly, Jung Minjin said to himself, Now there's no electricity, so I have to wash clothes by hand. Thankfully, the tap still works, so there's enough water. But our emergency food supply is running dangerously low. A few moments later, Jung Minjin said to Han Yena, Hey, Han Yena, I'm heading out. Han Yena, confused, said, Huh? Don't be late today, okay? Be back within 30 minutes. If you make me wait again, you're dead meat. Seriously. Jung Minjin said, Oh, got it. And he said to himself, Damn it. As Jung Minjin opened the main door, he looked around and closed the main door, saying to himself, I patrol the neighborhood once a day. Of course, only through safe paths. After observing and studying the infected people over several days, I found that they behave very similarly to zombies. Like people with rabies, they attack living humans, but do not attack those who are dead or already infected. Possibly due to impaired vision, they don't notice you if you're more than 50 to 100 meters away. But this seems to vary from one infected to another. They are highly sensitive to sound, so it's crucial to stay quiet. Also during the day, the number of infected is about 2 to 3 times lower than at night. It seems like they move into shadows or corners during the day, and maybe they dislike sunlight. Because of that, you must never go outside at night. But these traits of the infected, the online game I used to play, maybe it's just my imagination, but aside from the setting, the behavior of the infected feels too similar to the ones in that game. Maybe it's because I was too immersed in that game until recently. It must just be a coincidence. There's no way, but if those infected are somehow related to that game, then this is only the beginning. And surely the end of the world will come. A few moments later, at Jung Minjin's building, Han Yena said, I've finished all the comic books. I'm bored out of my mind. And she looked at the clock. She said, that bastard Jung Minjin is late again. He's been listening to me less and less lately. I really need to train this guy better or something. And she looked at the window. She said to herself, the sound of a helicopter again today. But what's the use? As she remembered the other day. As a helicopter passed by, Han Yena shouted, Buenas someone, save me. Jung Minjin shouted, also saying, Over here. We're over here, Han Yena said to herself. Lighting a fire on the rooftop was pointless anyway. As the day passed, Han Yena looked at the clock, as she heard the sound of the clock ticking loudly from the silence. Han Yena sweated and frustrated said, That damn Jung Minjin, why isn't he coming back? As she bit her nails, she walked in circles and said, Minus, it's already been over an hour and a half since he left. Dominus, don't tell me something happened? Did he get attacked by the infected? Seriously. Just come back already. When he gets back, I swear I'll beat the crap out of him. Seriously, does this bastard only listen when he gets hit? Ugh. It's dangerous out there, so why does he keep going out? Starting tomorrow, if he tries to go out again, I'll break his legs if I have to. As the sun set outside, Hanyena sat down and worried. And she started to get frustrated and said, Jung Minjun, please, you're not dead, right? A few moments later, Hanyena looked at the candle and said, the sun's already set now. Didn't they say more infected come out after sunset? Don't tell me, he's not coming back anymore. Please come back soon. Please don't leave me alone. Suddenly, she heard the door open and immediately looked at the door. Jung Minjun came inside and said, Hey, Hanyena, look at this. Jung Minjun was shocked and confused as he looked at Hanyena, saying, Huh? Hanyena stood up silently while looking at Jung Minjun. Her eyes welling up with some tears, she said, Oh, you're 3 hours late, you crazy bastard. Do you really have a death wish? As Jung Minjun was shocked and confused, Hanyena suddenly raised her fist and was about to hit Jung Minjun, saying, Seriously, you need a beating to get your senses straight. Hanyena said, Wait a second. Look at this. And she took out a paper and said, Earlier, a helicopter dropped a ton of leaflets. I went all the way to where they landed to find them. That's why I'm late. Hanyena, confused, said, What? Leaflets? And she looked at the leaflets and was shocked and confused. She said, What is this? What the heck is this? Hanyena looked at the flyer and said, They are locking down Gangbuk? That is where we are right now. As it stated, the Gangbuk area is scheduled for lockdown. All survivors in Gangbuk must evacuate immediately by 6 o'clock in the evening on the 10th of the month. Evacuation locations, Gangnam, Gwacheon, Jibwa, Central Disaster and Safety Countermeasures Headquarters. Hanyena exclaimed, And it says tomorrow? No way. How can the whole city of Gangbuk just close like that? Jung Minjun replied, Look at the back. Safety status by Gangbuk area. Hanyena said, From back. Let me see. Qing'or neighborhood is Jeongbuk district. Jeongmundong is labeled caution. It looks like our neighborhood has a lower infection rate compared to others. Moreover, it states that Yeongshandong is safe. Jung Minjun added, What is important is that areas near us, like Dongdaemun, Yongsan, and soon, it might reach a more serious level here too. Hanyena stood shocked. Jung Minjun continued, Staying here waiting for rescue was the worst choice. Hanyena, sweating, said, So we need to escape from Gangbuk immediately? Is that even possible now? I heard. Uijeongbu is also dangerous. Where exactly do they plan to lock down? Since they say Gangbuk, does that mean they are closing all of Gangbuk based on the Han River? Jung Minjun thought to himself, So there are quite a few infected in our neighborhood, but the infection rate is relatively low? Then how dangerous is a very dangerous area? If not, then that information must be nonsense. But in this situation, we have no choice but to believe it, he said aloud. If places like Nawan and Uijeongbu in the north are all in serious condition, then it is impossible to escape north of Seoul Gangbuk. In the end, we have no choice but to cross the Han River. To cross the Han River, the fastest way is through Yongsan or Dongdaemun to Songdong. But since it states that Yongsan and Songdong are also very dangerous, I guess we have to go around to the eastern area. Anyway, time is of the essence. As he took off his bag, he set it down and opened it. Fortunately, it says that Yeongshandong, which is not too far from here, is at a safe level, so it might be better to head there, even if we have to take a little detour. There must be a reason why the infection rate is low. Perhaps the police or military have set up barricades for management or something of the sort. Hanyena, still surprised, said, Wow, I thought you were a clueless goober, but you are smarter than I expected? Jung Minjun replied, And anyway, we have to leave here immediately. Hanyena protested, Tajet, just a moment. You are not seriously thinking about leaving right now, are you? It is dinner time now, is it not? Jung Minjun answered, If we want to avoid the infected, we have to go out tomorrow morning. Hanyena hesitated. Is it really possible for us to escape Gangbuk? No, even just get to Yeongshandong? Can we hold out for just a few more days? Before that, surely someone will come to rescue us. Jung Minjun shouted, Hanyena, if you want to die miserably in this basement, just stay here. I will leave when the sun rises tomorrow. Hanyena froze in shock. She covered her beautiful face and muttered, Fluff. All right, I should pack my stuff and food first, right? Do you have another bag? Jung Minjun said, Son, I have a small carrier bag left, but it might just get in the way. But next day, The sun rises, hitting the windows opening. Jung Minjun said, "All right. Then shall we go?" Han Yena groaned. "Ugh, yeah." Jung Minjun stopped and looked back at her. "But are you really okay not going to your dad's hospital? Sorry for asking again. You said your dad works at the hospital, right? Shouldn't you check if he is still there, or where he is?" Han Yena paused, thinking silently, then forced a smile. "Ah, it is fine, haha. Let us just go quickly. In the last time I talked to my dad, he said he took my mom and escaped from Gangbuk to a shelter safely. Happy?" Jung Minjun, sweating and confused, replied, "Huh? Now let's go," she said firmly. Jung Minjun thought to himself, "What is this?" A few moments later, outside, Jung Minjun sneaks ahead. He sees a zombie nearby. He gives Han Yena a thumbs up, and she runs toward him. As the zombies wander the streets, one groans, "Ugh," another murmurs, "Ugh." Jung Minjun whispered, "This way," Han Yena replied, "Yeah." Ishike. A few moments later, the streets are empty. They see a bus with a poster saying "Happy Birthday to Lumina." Han Yena said, "On any rate, it's surprisingly easy to move out at this time, isn't it? I must have been too tense when I went to your house. I was really scared back then." Jung Minjun said, "And sure you've figured it out by now, but just be careful when going to dark, shady places. There usually are not many infected where sunlight shines brightly. That said, it does not mean the infected will not attack at all, so never let your guard down." Han Yena said, "Yeah, but is Yeongcheondong really this far? Is it not close by?" Jung Minjun replied, "Just hang in there a little longer." Han Yena sighed, "Ha, there's a bicycle at my house. I should have brought it, or riding an electric scooter would be so convenient." Jung Minjun said, "Well, like you said, riding a bicycle or an electric scooter would let us move 3 to 4 times faster. The problem is that communication is down, so we cannot use shared scooters. Still, why does it seem like all the bicycles are gone? I cannot see any around." Han Yena said, "Hey, but can we take a 5-minute break? We're walking so fast. My legs hurt." Jung Minjun looked at her silently and said, "Huh," then he kept walking. "Then how about we go to a cafe and have a cup of coffee?" "I'll go ahead," Han Yena shouted. "This brat. Now that we have left the house, you are starting to get on my nerves, you know? Seriously, when we arrive at the safe zone, I will not let you off." Jung Minjun replied, "Be quiet. The infected will hear us." And then a few moments later, Han Yena asked, "How much longer until we reach Yeongcheondong?" Jung Minjun said, "We still have a bit further to go." Han Yena, shocked and confused, said, "What? You said we were almost there." Jung Minjun replied, "Not yet. Just hold on a bit longer." Jung Minjun thought to himself, as I walked while listening to Han Yena's complaints, avoiding the infected. Han Yena said, I'm so thirsty. Can I have some water?" She was teary-eyed. Jung Minjun, sweating, said, "Water is precious. Drink it later." He thought to himself, I was becoming increasingly sensitive too. A few moments later, the road was blocked. Jung Minjun said, "They have set up a huge barricade, huh?" Han Yena said, "Whoa." Jung Minjun continued, "Anyway, from here on is Yeongcheondong, and if they have blocked off the neighborhood like that, it definitely looks safer than other places." Han Yena said, "Really? That's a relief. Could there be survivors? Let's check quickly." Jung Minjun said, "But if there's this level of barricade, shouldn't the survivors be guarding the area nearby?" Han Yena added, "See, and I have not seen any infected around here either. And there's less of that unique rotten smell too. Jung Minjun warned, "Just in case, do not let your guard down." Han Yena called out, Hey, Jung Minjun. Look over there. It looks like it would be perfect to hide inside. Should we rest there for a bit? I'm seriously tired from walking." Jung Minjun said, "There's no time for that. Stop exaggerating and come quickly." Han Yena shouted, "What? Exaggerating? That son of a biscuit." And a few moments later, Jung Minjun thought to himself, so, we came to the exact same situation as Chapter 0. Han Yena started to cry. Jung Minjun looked at her silently. She said, "Sorry." Jung Minjun, surprised, said, "Huh," Han Yena repeated. I said, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, zombies started running toward them. Jung Minjun shouted, "Shad behind!" Shh. Han Yena turned and saw them. A zombie shrieked, "Shar!" Han Yena screamed, "Ah!" Jung Minjun grabbed her delicate, soft wrist and pulled her as they ran. Han Yena shouted, "The heck! They said this neighborhood was safe." Jung Minjun yelled, "Just run away for now." Suddenly, they saw a man in the distance. Jung Minjun said, "Osa survivor?" The man called out, "Quickly, this way." Jung Minjun said, Thank you, the man added. I'll close it, so hurry inside. Jung Minjun said, no, I'll help. Han Yena looked back and shouted, Jung Minjun. Jung Minjun said, Shen Yena, you quickly hide. The man counted, all 1, 2, 3. The zombie roared, Psychar! It managed to grab the cabinet. The man yelled in panic, Heik, get away! Jung Minjun, sweating in shock, shouted, Mister! The zombie pushed the cabinet down and growled, Gra! The man suddenly ran, shouting, It's broken through! Run away! Han Yena screamed in fear, Hya! Jung Minjun yelled, But run to the back! As they ran, a white-collar zombie chased after them. Jung Minjun helped Han Yena climb the barricade. He said, We have to jump down. Han Yena, trembling, replied. Yeah, they jumped. Han Yena cried out in pain, Check ya! She looked at her ankle. Ah, my foot. It's sprained. Jung Minjun, confused, said, What? The zombies roared, Ah! 2 of them charged toward them. Jung Minjun's eyes widened. He remembered Han Yena's words before the outbreak, and seriously, you're so flipping frustrating too. If kids like Park Song-bin bully you, just fight back a little. If you have been hit like that, next time you will still get beat, but you should have the courage to stand up. Honestly, seeing a kid like you makes me feel so pathetic. You should at least have the courage to fight back, even if you are not good at anything. If you live like that, does life not feel miserable? Jung Minjun took out a knife from his jacket and thought to himself, Even if I die here. Han Yena was shocked and looked at him. Jung Minjun. He said to himself, Sai will not die just from running away miserably. As the zombies charged toward them, Jung Minjun stood his ground with the knife in hand. As the zombie was about to get near Jung Minjun and Han Yena, a motorcycle rushed toward them. Park Song-bin shouted, Get down! As Jung Minjun looked behind in shock, Park Song-bin hit the face of the zombie. His friend said, Nice shot. Park Song-bin's other friend on an electric scooter said, Hey, grab that rascal too. Park Song-bin shouted, Go down. Go down, you freaking son of a biscuit. His friend said, Hey, get the guy in the suit. Smash his skull in, fudge. Kikiki. Park Seong-bin said, Kia. That impact was insane, gosh darn it, Kikiki. I am telling you, riding a bike and swinging a bat is the peak of fun. Park Song-bin looked behind, confused, when he saw Han Yena and said, Huh? Yo, Han Yena, what are you doing here? Han Yena said, You. Park Song-bin replied, Eh? I wonder, who is this guy? Jung Minjun sweated in shock and said to himself, I am so done. Of all people. Park Song-bin said, Jung Minjun, you blockhead, why are you with Han Yena? Kekeke. Park Song-bin, 18 years old, Songgun High, 2nd year, Class 3. Jung Minjun said to himself, I just ran into someone I would rather avoid even more than the infected. As they silently looked at each other, Park Song-bin said, Oh? What is with the knife? Kekiki. Do not tell me you were planning to fight those things with that? Kekiki. I thought you were just a coward, but I guess I was wrong? Kekekekekeke. So you two just ran into each other? What a freaking random combo, Kekekeke. Han Yena said, Yeah, it kinda just happened. I honestly would have died if it were not for you guys. Gee, thanks. Park Song-bin said, Yo, Han Yena, Keke, I saved your life, Kek. Anyway, where were you heading, Yena? Come with us. We have got a hideout with like a dozen survivors. Han Yena said, Really? Is it safe? Park Song-bin said, Yeah, haha. There are adults there too, and it is locked down tight. Super safe. You do not need to worry. Han Yena said, But did you guys hear? They are shutting down Gang Book. Should we not get out of here now? Park Song-bin said, Hey, haha, too late for that already, Kekeke. Han Yena said, What is that supposed to mean? Park Song-bin said, It is a long story, so come to our hideout and we will explain. Can you ride on the back? Han Yena said, Thanks. Park Song-bin's friend said, Hey, if Han Yena is on the scooter, where am I riding? Park Song-bin said, You two can ride the kickboard together, Kiki. As Park Song-bin stared at Han Yena, he said, Kikiki. Hey, but seriously, is it okay to bring Han Yena with us, Kiki? His friend said, Gasp, Kekekeki, good point. Han Yena said, What do you mean? Park Song-bin said, Nothing, haha. Just get on, Kiki. Han Yena looked back at Jung Minjun and said, But what about Jung Minjun? He has got to come too. How are we bringing him? Park Song-bin said, That guy too? Park Song-bin's friend said, Yeah, what are we going to do about him? Just leave him? His other friend said, Will that guy not just slow us down? We have got to save food too, you know. Hey, Jung Minjun! Good luck surviving out here, Kiki. As Han silently sweated, Park Song-bin said, "No, let's take him too. Not like it hurts to have one more person." Jung Minjun said, "Forget it, I am not going." Park Song-bin said, "What?" Jung Minjun said, "I will handle things on my own. I have got somewhere I need to be." Han sweated and said to herself, "Jung Minjun." As Jung Minjun walked away, Park Song-bin said, "Hey, hold up, this person ignoring me again, huh? You remember last time, right? If you ignore me again, I will really mess you up. The country is already in chaos, so I can take you out now, no problem. Understand? Want me to smash your head in just like I did to those zombie creeps earlier?" As Jung Minjun looked back at him, Park Song-bin said, "I am telling you nicely, get over here, you freaking nobody." Han said, "Hey, Park Song-bin, are you out of your mind? What do you mean take him out? And you are the one who hit Minjun last time too, right?" Park Song-bin said, "Seriously, you have not changed a bit." Jung Minjun remembered what Park Song-bin had said before. "Yo, Changmin, if she comes with us, do you not think today is the perfect chance? Want to try something?" His friend said, "I saw her photos on social media. She looked crazy fine. Is she just as hot in person?" Park Song-bin smirked and said, "Yeah, total match, kek." His friend said, "Whoa, fudge. She is insanely hot then, kekekekeke." "But Park Song-bin, why are you even messing with her anyway?" Park Song-bin said, "Did not this guy already do something with her?" Kekeke. Poo ha 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 ha. As Jung Minjun silently listened in shock, in the present, he sweated while thinking about what they said before. Park Song-bin said to Han Yena, sorry, kek. I was acting a bit too wild in front of Yena kekeke." Han Yena said, "If you do that again." Park Song-bin said, "Well, stop nagging me already." Jung Minjun said, "All right. Sorry, Song-bin. I will come with you." Park Song-bin looked at him in shock and said, "That is more like it, Minjun. Walking out of this neighborhood right now is basically suicide, you know? Kek, let us go to the hideout first. Rest up and I will ride you to your destination on the bike tomorrow, Kek. Sound good?" A few moments later at the streets, Park Song-bin said, "All right, this way. You have been here before, right, Minjun?" Kekeke. Han Yena, confused, said, "Where even is this?" Jung Minjun said to himself in shock, "This is the way to that abandoned construction site where Park Song-bin always beat me up. They are using this as a hideout." A boy in a white shirt shouted, "Hey, blockhead, you left an opening over there." His friend responded, "Then go fix it yourself, blockhead." Jung Minjun whispered to Han Yena, "Han Yena." Han Yena looked at him, confused. Jung Minjun whispered, "Honestly, I do not think we should be going with these guys. We should take a chance and slip away." Han Yena, still confused, said, "What are you talking about?" Jung Minjun said, "I just get the feeling they are going to do something to us. Something about this does not feel right." Han Yena replied, "Hey, do not worry, kakaka. These guys are total pushovers, kakaka. And Park Song-bin has been my little lackey since elementary school. If he tries to hit you again, I will cover for you, okay? And anyway, there are other survivors and adults at the hideout, right?" Jung Minjun said, "And you are seriously believing that 100% like a fool? Han Yena, maybe they are just school friends to you. But I know what kind of guys they really are better than anyone. You still just see Park Song-bin as some classmate you grew up with?" Han Yena looked at Jung Minjun silently. Then she turned to Park Song-bin and said, "Park Song-bin." Park Song-bin looked back. Han Yena continued, "Look, we are just going to head back. I heard my parents are at the Seopyeong shelter, so I was planning to go there. And if we do not leave today, it will be too late." Park Song-bin said, "Huh, really? There is a shelter in Seopyeong? As far as I know, Seopyeong got completely wiped out. And why would you risk going off with that silly loser Jung Minjun, just the two of you? If you are going to go, just rest today and leave with us tomorrow, yeah?" Han Yena said, well, it is just kind of urgent. Anyway, we will get going now." As Han Yena looked back, she said, "Let's go." But the two friends of Park Song-bin stood behind them. A man in a blue sweatshirt blocked Han Yena's path with his bloody bat. Park Song-bin said, "Ha ha. Yena, I already told you, if you are going, go with us tomorrow. Or is there something going on between you and Jung Minjun? What the heck is going on with you two all of a sudden?" "Hey." Han Yena trembled and said, Park Song-bin." Then she gathered her courage and said, I am going. Are you seriously?" Jung Minjun said to himself, "Knew it. I figured this would happen." Then he said aloud, "All right, let's just go with them and talk it out. The sun is going to set soon anyway." Han Yena began to sweat even more. A few moments later, Park Song-bin continued walking ahead and arrived at the construction site. Jung Minjun said to himself, "This is definitely the place. They have built barricades on both sides to keep the infected out. Looks like they put in some effort. Still, it feels kind of slapped together. Jung Minjun looked at Han Yena, who was sweating. He gently tapped her stomach, and Han Yena looked at him, confused. Jung Minjun said, "Do not worry." He smiled at her and said to himself, "I will not leave your side." As Han Yena silently looked at Jung Minjun, suddenly, a zombie shouted, "Gah!" Han Yena was startled and said, "Kya!" "That scared me," the zombie groaned. "Gra! Ah!" One of the boys nearby shouted, "Wah!" Han Yena said, "What the heck? A, are you sure this place is safe? D, do something about it." Park Songbin said, "Ah man, you scare way too easily, ha ha ha. Just chill, there is no way they are breaking in, ha ha ha." Jung Minjun thought to himself, "What do you mean it will not break through? It looks like it could collapse any second. Now that I look closely, we are literally and completely surrounded by infected, aren't we?" The zombies outside shouted, "Grrr, rah, wah." Jung Minjun thought again, who builds a shelter in a place like this? Park Songbin said, "All right, come on, climb up here." Jung Minjun thought, so we are going up to the second floor using a ladder. I guess if they pull the ladder up, the infected cannot follow. As Jung Minjun climbed up the ladder, Park Songbin called out, "Brought them, elder brother." Jung Minjun froze in shock. Lee Bongyu said, "Hey, what is this?" "We have got new guests," Park Songbin said. "They are from our school, same class. You have heard of Han Yena, right?" Lee Bongyu said, "Ah, you are Han Yena? Nice to meet you. I am Bongyu Oppa." It was Lee Bongyu, 19 years old, runs several businesses. "I have been wanting to meet you, ha ha ha. And I followed you on social media. Why did you not accept my request?" Park Songbin said, "Remember I mentioned Bongyu Hyung before, right?" Han Yena said, pretty sure that is my first time hearing that." She thought to herself, "Wha? Who is this pig-face freak?" Lee Bongyu slowly stood up and said, "This place is totally safe, so just relax." Han Yena trembled and said, I heard they are shutting down Gangbuk soon, so staying here might be a bit." Lee Bongyu said, "Oh, that? Total nonsense, ha ha ha. I heard every road to Gangnam and across the Han River is already blocked off, ha ha ha. We are just going to have to tough it out here until rescue shows up, ha ha ha." Han Yena said, "Sorry." No way." Lee Bongyu said, "Honestly, even if no rescue comes, we are set up well enough to eat and sleep just fine here, ha ha ha. Pretty sweet, right? Ha 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 ha." Jung Minjun looked around. Camping gear was set up, fuel, wood, and logs for fire, and the stairs were blocked. He thought to himself, they seriously put all this together themselves? No way. Did they just break into someone else's shelter that was already here? Lee Bongyu said, "Did you find anything today?" Park Songbin replied, "I was going to check the store, but we ran into these guys on the way, so we did not make it." Lee Bongyu grinned and said, Yo, turned out great. We have already got more than enough food, but bringing a girl? That is a total score, ha ha ha. Pooh ha, ha ha ha." Han Yena sweated and thought to herself, Shoot. Jung Minjun was right. I totally got played by this sorry excuse for a person, Park Songbin. She tapped Park Songbin's back and said, "Hey, Park Songbin, can we talk for a second?" Park Songbin looked back and said, They walked to the back. Park Songbin asked, "What is it, Yena?" Han Yena said, "Seriously, knock it off already. Can you just let me go back? I honestly did not know it was going to be like this. You know I hate this kind of atmosphere, especially the people you hang out with. I am really sorry, but I do not think I can stay here. And honestly, I do not believe all that stuff about the Han River Bridge being shut down either. I think I just need to keep going where I was heading. I am going back." As she walked away, suddenly Park Songbin grabbed her delicate wrist. Han Yena called out, "Jung Minjun, let's go back." Park Seongbin said, "Hey." Han Yena, shocked, looked back. Park Seongbin said, "You lady dog, you think you can just leave? You still think the world works however you want it to, huh?" Han Yena trembled as she began to sweat. You. Suddenly, Jung Minjun grabbed Park Songbin's arm and said, let it go." Park Songbin was shocked. Ha! This clueless loser Jung Minjun has finally lost it, huh? He took off his smelly jacket. Park Songbin said to Han Yena, "You still think the world works however you want it to, huh?" Han Yena trembled in fear and said, You. Jung Minjun suddenly grabbed Park Songbin's wrist and said, Let it go," as he sweated. Park Songbin was confused and said, "Ha! This fool Jung Minjun. You have finally lost it, huh?" As the zombies downstairs walked around, Park Songbin said to Jung Minjun, "Hey, you clown. What if I do not want to stop? What are you going to do, huh? Are you going to stab me with that knife from earlier? Han Yena said, Park Songbin, that is enough. Park Songbin said, what? Now that it is happening, you cannot do it. Come on, stab me, you pathetic coward. Lee Bongyu said, hey, what is going on here? Park Songbin said, Hyung. Ha ha. Yena says it is kind of gross in here since it is not indoors like she expected. Hey. Lee Bongyu said, It is fine. You will be sleeping inside the tent anyway. Lee Bongyu added, also this silly guy Jung Minjun is carrying a kitchen knife. I told him to hand it over, but he will not give it up. Lee Bongyu continued, what? You four-eyed little rascal. You were carrying something that dangerous? Hand it over, clown, unless you want your face smashed in. Jung Minjun said to himself, I cannot let them take my only weapon, but there is no way I can take all 5 of them on my own with just this. He handed over the kitchen knife. The second in command said, hey, Four Eyes, listen up. Bongyu is the boss here, and I am his second in command. If we were the army, Park Songbin would be like what, a squad leader? Anyway, the point is, if you do not listen, you are doomed. This country is in a state of emergency. Without a proper chain of command, this place goes to chaos. Got that? 2 warnings and you are done for. Young Minjun said, yes. And he thought to himself, what a load of absolute nonsense. These jerks. Lee Bongyu suddenly put his arm around Han Yena and said, Yena, you must be tired from the trip, right? Go get some rest in the tent. Han Yena was startled and said, dang, that scared me. Lee Bongyu said, what was that? Did you just say dang? Han Yena said, no, I was just startled. I have kind of been in panic mode for the last few days. Lee Bongyu said, well, I guess that is fair with those zombie freaks out there. Anyway, my tent is a deluxe full-on camping tent, haha. The mat is super soft and cozy too, you know. Go on and get some rest. Han Yena said to herself, this guy is a complete psycho. I have got to think fast and buy some time. Han Yena said, sorry, but, Oppa, I am really hungry. Could I maybe eat something? Lee Bongyu said, you are hungry? Dang, Yena is hungry. Of course we have to eat. We scored a ton of pork belly from the butcher shop. As Jung Minjun sweated silently, Lee Bongyu said, should we have a pork belly party tonight? The others cheered. Whoa! Jung Minjun said to himself, this is the worst. This place has no police. It is basically a lawless zone with no safety at all. Han Yena said, crap. Hold on. As Lee Bongyu held Han Yena's delicate shoulder, Lee Bongyu said, sorry, haha. Dang, Yena, you are so unbelievably cute. Jung Minjun said to himself, especially for Han Yena. These thugs are just as dangerous as the infected. That fat pig is definitely not going to leave her alone. She could be in danger any minute. I have to think. I need to find a way to get her out of here, right now. Should I lure the infected here and throw these guys into a panic? No. But then what about the other survivors? And I cannot be sure those 3 older survivors are totally trustworthy either. Maybe tonight, when everyone's asleep, that's when we should escape. If those bastards do anything to Han Yena by force before I act, darn it. A few moments later, some pork is being cooked on a grill. Lee Bongyu said, I'm going to eat next to our cute little Yena. Han Yena said, Kaya! You smell like pig! Lee Bongyu, confused, said, what? Han Yena said, no. I meant the pork belly smells amazing. Wow, looks delicious too. Heh. Lee Bongyu said, yeah, it smells good enough to make you curse, Second in command said, that pork belly smell hits hard, A few moments later, second in command hands over the fatty parts of the pork to Jung Minjun. He said, hey, Four Eyes, take this meat to those older guys. Jung Minjun said, Jung Minjun sweats and thinks to himself, just a few pieces? That is too stingy. I should give them some of mine too. As he walked toward the old guys, Jung Minjun said, The old guys looked at Jung Minjun, confused. Jung Minjun said, it is not much, but please have this. An old guy sweated and said, thanks, kid. A few moments later at night, while some wood burns for heat and light, Jung Minjun and Han Yena sit together on the floor. Lee Bongyu suddenly called, Yena, why do you keep staying there? Come here and relax with us. Han Yena said, do not wanna. Lee Bongyu said, it is already bedtime. Han Yena sweated and said, I will just sleep out here by myself. She thought to herself, I will have to sneak out while they are all sleeping. Lee Bongyu stood up and said, ugh, freak, you have been acting cold this whole time, have you not? If you keep this up, what does that make me? Park Songbin stood up and said, hey, that is enough, Young. Lee Bong-yu was shocked and confused. He said, "What?" Park Song-bin said, "You did not hear me? I said back off, you silly coward." Lee Bong-yu said, "Park Song-bin, you son of a brat. Are you crazy? Did you get shot in the head or something, dumb freak?" Second in command said, "Hey, what the heck? Park Song-bin, what are you doing?" Park Song-bin said, freak. Ever since I ended up stuck here with you Bong-yu, I decided I would kill you first, haha. Forget the young crap, you piece of trash. I am the boss now, haha. Lee Bong-yu shouted, "You brat!" He tries to punch Park Song-bin but misses. Park Song-bin suddenly goes behind Lee Bong-yu and puts him in a chokehold. Lee Bong-yu groans in pain. Park Song-bin said, "Just die, you worthless pig." Second in command shouted, Park Song-bin, are you out of your mind, you mother freaker?" Yom-tong hits him with a golf club. Second in command cried out in pain, "Gook!" Park Song-bin said to his friends, "Kill him. Kill them both, those freaks." Lee Bong-yu groaned, "Gah! Gwah!" He struggles to breathe while second in command is beaten by the others. An old man said, What the heck is going on? Should someone stop them?" Jung Minjun and Han Yena watched from a distance. Jung Minjun said to himself, "This is it." He said to Han Yena, "Now is our chance." Park Song-bin heard him and was shocked as he saw Jung Minjun and Han Yena running away. He said to his friends, "Get those brats." One of them in a blue hoodie grabs Han Yena's jacket. Han Yena said, "Kya!" Jung Minjun looks back and says, Han Yena." Han Yena struggles and says, Let go of me." The one in the blue hoodie says, "Stay still if you do not want to die, you freak. I said do not move unless you want to get stabbed." Han Yena bites his arm. The guy in the blue hoodie screams like a child, you." Han Yena runs away. The guy shouts, "You silly brat." He tries to stab Han Yena from behind, but Jung Minjun suddenly grabs his arm. Han Yena looks back while Jung Minjun protects her and says, Jung Minjun?" The one in the hoodie sweats and says, This little mother freaker. Where does a loser freak like you think you get off?" He kicked Jung Minjun in the stomach. Jung Minjun shouted in pain, "Gah!" Their friend in a blue hoodie slashed Jung Minjun, dropping the knife as blood splattered on the ground. Han Yena, shocked, said, "Ju." She saw Jung Minjun wounded. Jung Minjun muttered in confusion, "Ah." Han Yena shouted, "Jung Minjun." Yom-tang kicked Jung Minjun and yelled, "You worthless punk! You want to go?" The friend in the blue hoodie shouted, "You jerk!" They all started beating Jung Minjun. Han Yena screamed like a terrified girl, "Kia!" Park Song-bin suddenly grabbed Han Yena's delicate wrist and said, Hey. "You know, Han Yena, I've been into you since middle school. Every other girl gave in so easily. Heh. But you were the only one who didn't, huh? What? You act all high and mighty because your family's rich or something?" Han Yena, terrified, whispered, Park Song-bin?" Park Song-bin sneered, "Playing Queen Bee in that stuck-up school district your Dr. Daddy forced you into. You had fun, didn't you? I'm doing just fine too, you know. I've got money, I eat well, I live well, better clothes, better body. I've got nothing to be ashamed of. So why the heck are you always acting so above me, huh? Let's see what our fancy little Yena tastes like." He smiled like a maniac. Han Yena screamed, "Kya!" An old man shouted, "Hey, kick it!" "No matter what's going on, you can't just..." Park Song-bin kicked the old man and cursed, "Get lost already." The old man groaned in pain, "Gah!" He collapsed, groaning, "Ugh." One of his friends cried out, Manager Kim, are you okay?" Park Song-bin shouted, "Hey, old man, I warned you last time. I told you, act like a bossy old goat again, and I'd take you out. That's warning number 2. Time for you to go." He suddenly grabbed Manager Kim and hurled him out. Manager Kim screamed in terror, Trey!" Han Yena stood frozen, sweating, watching in horror. Manager Kim fell to the first floor, groaning in agony. "Ah! Gah!" Zombies suddenly rushed at him, growling, "Gah!" Manager Kim cried out, "Please, help me." Han Yena screamed, "Ah!" One of Manager Kim's friends shouted, What the heck are you doing? You threw him down to the first floor." Another friend said, "Are you insane? You maniac?" Park Song-bin barked, "Hey, take care of the other geezers too." The friend in the blue hoodie stammered, What do you mean?" Park Song-bin screamed, "What else?" "Toss everyone except Han Yena down to the first floor." The old men screamed in pain, Please spare me." "Gah!" Han Yena rushed to Jung Minjun and cried, "Jung Minjun, are you okay?" She said in panic, "Hurry, run." Park Song-bin suddenly said, "Where do you think you're going, Yena? It's hell out there. You're staying here with me, got it?" Han Yena screamed, "Kya! Well, let me go." The friend in the blue hoodie approached Jung Minjin and said, "Whew, Jung Minjin, I guess it's your turn to die now, you pathetic little loser. I actually kind of felt bad for you. But hey, who asked you to act tough, huh? Yo, Yomtang, help me toss this guy too." He grabbed Jung Minjin. He grumbled, "Ugh, I thought this guy was a stick, but he's heavy as heck." Yomtang said, "All right, 1, 2. The friend in the hoodie said 3. Suddenly, Jung Minjin grabbed the hoodie and growled, "You're coming with me, you twisted jerk." The friend in the hoodie was shocked, huh? They both fell from the second floor. Jung Minjin shouted, "To hell." Hanyena screamed, "Ah!" as Park Songbin stood there, shocked and confused, looking at his friend. Yomtang shouted, "Songyeon!" Park Songbin asked Yomtang, What happened?" Yomtang replied, "Kim Songyeon fell to the first floor with Jung Minjin." Park Songbin exclaimed, "That dumb fool." Suddenly an old man shouted, "Ah, someone save me!" A zombie growled, "Her." The old man screamed in pain, "Ah!" Meanwhile, Jung Minjin and Kim Songyeon were lying motionless on the ground. Kim Songyeon groaned in pain, saying, "Gah, kya." He tried to move and cried out, "Gah, fudge." He looked around in confusion and muttered, "Huh." Upon seeing his foot twisted in another direction, he stammered, That, why is my leg like this?" Jung Minjin slowly stood up. Kim Songyeon gasped, "Jung Minjin." Suddenly, he grabbed Jung Minjin's leg and, sweating in pain, said, Jung Minjin, you fool. Where are you trying to go? Fudge. My leg seems to be broken because of you. Suddenly, the old man, now a zombie, lunged at Kim Songyeon as he uttered his final plea to Jung Minjin, "Please, help me, Minjin." Liquid splattered on the ground as Kim Songyeon screamed in agony, "Ah!" Yomtang was shocked and sweating as he said, "Oh, fudge. What should we do?" Park Songbin stammered, I do not know. Just leave that jerk." Hanyena stood frozen in shock, sweating. She suddenly spotted an opportunity and ran away. Park Songbin noticed and stared, shocked and confused. He immediately sprinted after her, shouting, "Fudge!" Hanyena jumped onto a scaffolding and then leapt to another platform. Park Songbin yelled, "Hanyena, are you not going to stop?" Hanyena looked back in shock at Park Songbin. In frustration, he muttered, "Urgh. How dare you try to run away, you witch?" Hanyena continued to move forward cautiously. Park Songbin shouted, "Hey, you crazy witch! There are zombies crawling around. Where are you trying to go?" Hanyena saw another platform ahead. Park Songbin shouted, "Just wait until I catch you." Hanyena silently sweated, then started running. She jumped onto a shipping container. Upon landing, she cried out, "Ah!" She turned to look back at Park Songbin. Park Songbin laughed and said, "Crazy witch. Shh, ha ha ha." As he moved forward, he leaped onto another platform and said, "You managed to escape, huh? If you get caught by me." Suddenly, the box beneath him shifted under his weight. He looked down at it in confusion and said, "Huh?" The box fell. He crashed to the ground and groaned in pain. "Cook!" Hanyena looked down in shock and muttered to herself, Now's my chance." She then shouted at the top of her lungs to attract the nearby zombies. "Oh, over here. This way, this way." The zombies turned toward her direction. One zombie growled in confusion, "Gah!" Hanyena kept yelling, "Everyone, come this way." Park Songbin stared up at her in shock. She continued shouting, There's a mean son of a gun here. Can someone please catch him? Ah!" Park Songbin started sweating in fear and muttered, "Hanyena, you!" He screamed in frustration, "You damned witch! I am definitely going to end you." His scream drew the attention of nearby zombies. One snarled, "Ka!" Park Songbin looked toward the sound in fear. Suddenly, the zombies sprinted toward him, growling, "Oh, Kubek!" Park Songbin immediately turned and ran, yelling, "Fudge!" A zombie screamed, "Queek!" Another growled, "Kiog!" Park Songbin shouted, "Arrgh! Gee! Get away from me, you jerks." Hanyena looked around and said to herself, "Where's Jung Minjin? Please, thump. He has to be safe." A zombie groaned. "Gah!" Park Songbin shouted, "Ah! Save me!" Hanyena saw Jung Minjin limping in the dark and said, "Jung Minjin, he's safe? What a relief. Here, over here." As Jung Minjin limped toward Hanyena's direction, he said in exhaustion, "Hoo, ha." Hanyena said, "See, can you come up?" Jung Minjin, weak and slow, held onto the container. He grunted in pain while climbing, saying, "Urgh." "Kyuk," Hanyena whispered. "Just a little more, please." She patiently waited for Jung Minjin to climb up the container. Then she grabbed his arm and pulled him up, saying, Jung Min-jun said in pain, "Cuk," as he tried to climb. Eventually, he managed to get up, breathing heavily. Ha ha. Han-yena said, Is your injury okay? Did you get bitten by the infected? Jung Min-jun said weakly, "Fortunately, I managed to avoid them, but I feel so dizzy." Yeomtang suddenly shouted at them, "Hey, you foolish jerks, where did Park Songbin go?" Jung Min-jun and Han-yena looked at Yeomtang. Yeomtang shouted, "Just wait right there, you fool." Jung Min-jun said, We have to hurry and escape." Han-yena said, "Ugh, yeah." As they turned away, Han-yena asked Jung Min-jun, "See, can you run?" Jung Min-jun replied, "Do not worry about me, just run well yourself." They jumped to the ground. Han-yena cried out in pain, "Ah!" Jung Min-jun said, in more pain, "Cuk." Han-yena stood up and asked Jung Min-jun, Are you okay?" Jung Min-jun, still in pain, said, Han-yena helped Jung Min-jun up and supported him as they walked, saying, "Just a little more." Park Songbin continued to shout, "Ah, save me, ka!" Jung Min-jun and Han-yena walked down a dark path. Park Songbin screamed like a little girl, "Ka!" A zombie groaned, "Gah!" Jung Min-jun and Han-yena continued to walk slowly. Han-yena said, There must be infected people nearby. As expected, it is too dangerous at night." Jung Min-jun, sweating in pain, said, "Han-yena, if we get spotted by the infected, no, even now, you should run away by yourself." Han-yena said in shock, What are you saying?" "I will find somewhere to hide somehow." She added, I will save you no matter what." A few moments later, Han-yena said, "This way does not seem to smell, so the infected might not be here." They walked into a quiet alley. Jung Min-jun, exhausted, said, Ha. Han-yena, sweating, said, Huh. She saw an open door. A few moments later, they entered. Han-yena looked around and whispered, "I do not feel any presence at all. Ah, there's no one, right?" She helped Jung Min-jun and said, "Let's take a short rest here." Jung Min-jun groaned in pain, Then he lay down on the ground. Han-yena called out, "Jung Min-jun." She looked at him and said, "Please, be safe." Jung Min-jun, in pain, said, Ha. As Han-yena watched Jung Min-jun, tears formed in her eyes. She whispered, "I was wrong. If it were not for me, you could have stayed at your house. Because of me, I attracted the infected and got you into danger. Because of me, you got dragged to a construction site and ended up like this. Because of me, you suffered at school." She grabbed onto Jung Min-jun's hoodie and continued, "Please." Suddenly, she heard footsteps and looked back in confusion and shock. As the footsteps grew louder, she saw a shadow coming near them. She said to herself, Who could it be?" Suddenly, a man with an axe was shocked and startled when he saw Han-yena. He began to sweat and said, What the? It's a person?" His friend said, "Gosh, you scared me." Then he noticed Han-yena and said in confusion, Aren't you the one from back then?" Han-yena, also confused, replied, As she remembered the man who helped them 2 days ago, she said to herself, "That's the guy who helped us back then." The man then said, "No way, you guys, you're alive." Han-yena replied, "You're safe too, sir." The man in the black jacket said, Is this boy hurt?" Han-yena said, He's bleeding." The man in the black jacket said, "Don't tell me he got bitten by the infected." Han-yena said, No, he wasn't bitten. He was stabbed with a knife. Please help. He's losing too much blood." The man in the green jacket, sweating, said, "Oh no. Do we still have the first aid kit?" The man in the black jacket said, "Yeah, it should be in the backpack." The man in the green jacket turned to Han-yena and asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." Thank you." As the man in the black jacket moved behind Han-yena, suddenly he grabbed her from behind. Han-yena struggled, trying to shout, "Oomph! Oomph!" The man in the black jacket laughed maniacally. "Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha! What a jackpot!" The man in the green jacket panicked. "What do we do now?" As another man walked in the shadows, the man in the black jacket said, "What do you mean, what? We drag her with us." Han-yena continued to struggle. The man in the black jacket growled, "Ugh, darn, but she is putting up quite a fight." The man in the green jacket said, "Then beat her until she passes out." A voice then interrupted, "Enough." The man in the green jacket, the man in the black jacket, and Han-yena turned in confusion to see Kang Hakcheol. Kang Hakcheol said coldly, "You've got until the count of 3 to back off." The man in the green jacket asked, "What should we do about that guy?" The man in the black jacket said, "Kill him." The man in the green jacket charged at Kang Hakcheol. Kang Hakcheol dropped his baseball bat named Luciel and drew a knife. As the man in the green jacket swung his pickaxe, Kang Hakcheol ducked and slashed the man's disfigured face. The man cried out in pain, "Gah! Chig-gah! Gah!" As he struggled to breathe. The man in the black jacket shouted, "We you jerk! D! Don't move! Oh, one wrong move, and I'll snap this girl's neck." Kang Hakcheol raised his knife and threw it like a professional assassin. The blade struck the man in the black jacket, ending his life. He muttered in pain, "Gah! Gah!" Hanyena gasped, You, Kang Hakcheol." It was Kang Hakcheol, 18 years old, Songun High, second year, class 3, a defector from North Korea. The hallway fell silent. A few moments later, Kang Hakcheol took out the medical kit and said, "Thankfully, the wound is not deep. He'll be fine." As young Minjun rested, Kang Hakcheol observed, "Looks more like he collapsed from being beaten or shocked rather than from blood loss. He will need at least a day of complete rest." Hanyena said, "Thank you, B. But you're really good at this kind of treatment. Where did you learn it?" Kang Hakcheol said, "Just sort of picked it up back in the day." Hanyena said, "B. But if you know how to do stitches like that, it is more than just basic knowledge, is it not?" Kang Hakcheol replied, "More importantly, this area is really dangerous. So what were you doing here?" Hanyena said, We saw a flyer drop by a helicopter. One of the safe zones listed was Yongchon neighborhood, so we came here. But we ended up getting caught by Park Songbin's group." Kang Hakcheol said, "Park Songbin? That abandoned construction site?" Hanyena said, "Huh, you know about it?" Kang Hakcheol said, "Yeah, roughly. So what about him now?" Hanyena said, "Last time I escaped from that place, everyone was getting bitten. It was total chaos. Park Songbin was also running from the infected, but I did not see what happened to him after that." Kang Hakcheol said, "So he might still be alive. About Yongchon neighborhood being a safe zone, it is nothing more than a rumor now." As he cleans his pocket knife, Kang Hakcheol continued, "Early on, after Seoul went to ruin, the people who stayed in this area tried all kinds of ways to keep the infection from spreading. Up until just a few days ago, infected were rare here, but the system was not well organized, and now it is collapsing. As of yesterday, the infected have started showing up rapidly again. And now, this place is crawling with people even crazier than the infected, especially someone like you, a young woman. People like you do not even show their faces outside anymore." Hanyena was shocked and confused as she sweated. Kang Hakcheol said, "If you are walking around unguarded and get kidnapped, there is no telling what could happen, so you have to be careful. It is not just the Yongchon neighborhood. Most of Gangbuk is practically a lawless zone now. Honestly, if things keep going this way, other areas, and even all of Seoul might end up like this." Hanyena said, "Nin, no way. But why are you here, Mr. Kang Hakcheol?" Kang Hakcheol said, "I have got my reasons. I was planning to cross into Gangnam at sunrise tomorrow." Hanyena said, "Huh? Really? Ah, right. Mr. Kang Hakcheol, you heard about it too, did you not? That Gangbuk is getting sealed off." "Ah, right. The flyer said the lockdown starts today." Kang Hakcheol said, "Yeah, but the situation has gotten even worse. Outside, the zombies made chaotic sounds, ga, wa, ra." Kang Hakcheol said, "I do not know if all of Gangbuk is locked down completely, but the bridges to Gangnam have been blocked since at least 2 days ago. And on top of that, there are so many infected near the bridges in Han River Park that it is basically impossible to even approach. The moment this all started, people panicked like it was a war and rushed south. Then the government suddenly sealed the bridges, and eventually everything went to chaos. That whole process caused a massive buildup of infected near the Han River." Hanyena said, "Hetch! How do you know all of that?" Kang Hakcheol said, "I heard it from survivors who went to check the bridges themselves. They even showed photo evidence, so it is solid." Hanyena said, "So, that was all true," Kang Hakcheol said. "But it is not like there is no way across. If we can get a duck boat or a small boat, we might be able to cross the river somehow. Of course, we would have to avoid all the infected out there." Hanyena said, "But, are we even sure Gangnam is actually safe? Last I heard, infected have been popping up not just in Seoul but all over the country." Kang Hakcheol said, "There is no guarantee that Gangnam is 100% safe. Still, my little sister was moved to a shelter in Gangnam, so I have to make it there no matter what." Hanyena said, "Your sister is at the Gangnam shelter? How did you end up separated?" Kang Hakcheol said, "The day after everything started, my sister, my uncle, and I fled to a nearby temporary shelter. Not long after, a military unit arrived. They said Gangbuk was too dangerous, and they would be moving some survivors elsewhere, but they were only taking the elderly and children first, so I had to stay behind. A soldier said, "We are moving the elderly and children first. Please wait here, we will come back soon." Kang Hakcheol's sister said, "Oh, Oppa!" Kang Hakcheol sweated and shouted, "Wait, please, what? Where are you taking my sister?" The soldier replied, "To the Gangnam shelter." Kang Hakcheol said in the present, "But the military never came back after that." Han Yena said, Then, what about your uncle?" As people screamed, "Kya! Ah! Run!" Kang Hakcheol continued, "Not long after that, an infected appeared inside the shelter, and everything turned into total chaos. My uncle and I tried to escape, but, in the end, my uncle, that is how it happened." Han Yena sweated and said, "Ah." Kang Hakcheol stood up and said, "Anyway, I am leaving at sunrise. If I delay even a single day, it will get a lot worse." Han Yena, shocked and confused, said, "What? You are leaving at sunrise?" Han Yena said, "Wait, can you take us with you too? We were planning to go to Gangnam as well." Kang Hakcheol said, "No can do. From my experience, moving with more than 3 people is too dangerous. The more people there are, the more unexpected problems will occur. At least one of us would probably end up dead. Besides, Jung Minjun needs at least 1 day of rest." Though calling it rest in this situation sounds ridiculous, Han Yena said, Please, I am begging you. I heard Minjun's mother is in Gangnam too. We have to get there somehow." Honestly, with just the 2 of us, we have no idea what we are doing. We have no clue how we are even supposed to escape from here. Please, I will even beg like this if I have to." As Kang Hakcheol looks at her silently while she begs and kneels, Kang Hakcheol said, "You have really changed a lot, Han Yena." Han Yena looked confused. Kang Hakcheol said, "While we were classmates, I honestly did not know much about you, but you seem really different from how you were at school." Kang Hakcheol walked away with his bag and said, "Anyway, let's talk again after sunrise, once Jung Minjun wakes up. Get some rest." Han Yena said, "Thank you." A few moments later, as the sun rises, Jung Minjun and Han Yena rest quietly. Kang Hakcheol said, "Han Yena." As Han Yena mumbled while waking up, she sat up and said in confusion, "Huh?" Kang Hakcheol said, "When you escaped from that construction site, you did not actually confirm what happened to Park Songbin, right?" Han Yena said, Yeah. "But why?" Kang Hakcheol said, "I am thinking of going back there for a bit." Han Yena said, "What?" Kang Hakcheol said, "And if their scooter or kickboard is still there, I might as well bring it back. Plus, there are a few things I need to check." Han Yena said, "Hey, can you just not go back there? The barricades must have collapsed and it is probably crawling with infected too. Most of the people who were there probably got infected already, and Park Songbin must have been attacked too. If something happens to you as well." As Kang Hakcheol smirked, he said, "The construction site is only about 300 meters from here. Want me to tell you something? You know how I escaped North Korea with my younger siblings when I was 12? 10,000 kilometers. Han Yena sweated in shock and confusion. Kang Hakcheol said, "A broker? That was a luxury we could not afford. We had only one uncle who had already defected to South Korea to rely on, and we crossed the Tumen River like surveillance-deep ghosts, avoiding patrols inside North Korea. Without any broker, hiding from police and checkpoints, we crossed China, passed through Laos, and made it to Thailand. It took 2 years to cross 10,000 kilometers and escape. Though I did lose one younger brother along the way. When Jung Minjun wakes up, just focus on taking care of him. I will be back." As Kang Hakcheol went outside, a few moments later, he quietly climbed the barrier. As he successfully climbed over the barrier, Kang Hakcheol said, "All right then, let us go see whether that rascal Park Songbin is dead or still alive." Back in the room, Jung Minjun remained asleep. Suddenly, he groaned and said, "Ugh." As Miss Han Yena patiently waited for Jung Minjun to wake up, she was shocked. Han Yena stood up and said, You're awake?" Jung Minjun sat up and said, Where are we?" Han Yena said with her mouth wide open, "Mr. Kang Hakcheol treated you." Jung Minjun, confused, looked at Han Yena, her mouth still wide open, and said, "Kang Hakcheol." "Kang Hakcheol from our class?" Han Yena said, "Yeah. I ran into him by chance after we escaped the construction site." Jung Minjun said, "But I'm sure at the site. After I fell from the 2nd floor with Kim Sung-yeon. I don't really remember. Maybe it's the concussion. I vaguely remember you helping me and us going somewhere." Han Yena grabbed Jung Minjun's hands and said, "Anyway, I'm so relieved." Jung Minjun, still confused, said, "Huh?" Han Yena said with teary eyes, Do you know how scared I was, thinking you might die? As she placed Jung Minjun's hands close to her soft, large chest, Jung Minjun blushed and said, "Ah." As they stared at each other for quite some time, Han Yena said in confusion, "Huh?" Suddenly, she came to her senses and pushed Jung Minjun's hands away. He winced in pain and said, "Ah." Han Yena said, I mean, who told you to get cut by a knife like that? I appreciate you helping me, but still, that was reckless. What was I supposed to do if you died? You scared the stuffing out of me. Seriously, you idiot." Jung Minjun said, sorry, as he scratched his head and started sweating. Han Yena said, "No. Why are you the one apologizing? Just thank you, okay? Do you even know how hard it was dragging you all the way here?" Jung Minjun said to himself, "What do you want me to say then?" Han Yena said, and Mr. Kang Hakshio said you need to rest for at least 1 day. So you should get some real rest today, and we'll see how you're doing by tomorrow morning." Jung Minjun said, really? But they say gangbuks going into lockdown? We don't really have time to waste. As he felt pain in his wound, he said, "Ugh." Han Yena said, "Are you okay, you idiot? Why are you trying to move already? Just lie still." Jung Minjun said, okay." A few moments later, Mr. Kang Hakchiol knocked on the door as Jung Minjun and Han Yena looked at it. Kang Hakchiol said, "It's me. I'm coming in." Han Yena said, Kang Hakchiol, huh?" Kang Hakchiol came inside and put down a bag. Jung Minjun said, "Oh." Kang Hakchiol said, "This is your bag, right? The one you always carried at school." Jung Minjun said, "Yeah, that's right. My bag." Kang Hakchiol said, "It was on the second floor of the construction site, so I brought it. You had clothes and personal stuff in there. Thought you might need them. Oh, and there was a decent stash of emergency food. I grabbed some of it." Jung Minjun, shocked, said to himself, "Mom bought me this bag. Kinda comforting to see it again." Kang Hakchiol said, "Oh, and one more thing. Your glasses were lying on the ground too." He handed over Jung Minjun's glasses. Jung Minjun, shocked, said, thanks." And he said to himself, "Thank goodness, my glasses." Jung Minjun said to Kang Hakchiol, Yena told me that you were the one who treated me." Kang Hakchiol asked, "How are you feeling?" Jung Minjun replied, "A little dizzy, but I'm all right." Han Yena said, Did you go check the construction site? What about Park Songbin?" Jung Minjun said, Just as I thought, Park Songbin wasn't there." As Lee Bongyu and his friends said, "Ga, gra." Kang Hakchiol said everyone else except him was infected, and the scooter was gone too, probably taken by him. The kickboard was wrecked. Han Yena, sweating, said, So there's still a chance we'll run into Park Songbin again?" Kang Hakchiol said, "Yeah, but don't worry too much. I might lose in a fight, but I always win at killing." Han Yena said, "Key crazy." Kang Hakchiol said, "Anyway, like I said yesterday, I'm planning to escape gangbuk. You guys, think you can keep up with me?" Han Yena and Jung Minjun were shocked. Jung Minjun said, "Oh, of course, we have to get out, even if it's right now." Han Yena said, "What? Hey, you're supposed to rest today." Kang Hakchiol said, "Yena's right. You can travel after you recover." Jung Minjun said, "No, seriously, I'm fine. Things could be worse by tomorrow." Mr. Kang Hakchiol replied, "But still, let's not rush it. Let's make a plan first. If we hurry, we might mess everything up." As he opened a marker, he wrote on the whiteboard and said, "I thought it over and there's a way to cross the Han River." Han Yena said, "Huh? How?" Kang Hakchiol replied, using line 5. He began drawing a map, showing a route from Gangbuk, passing through the Han River, into Songpa, and crossing into Gangnam. Jung Minjun said, The underground tunnel beneath the Han River?" Han Yena said, Would that be safe? There's a high chance of infected in densely populated areas like the subway." Kang Hakchiol said, "Line 5 has screen doors at every station. Once we break through those, it's unlikely there will be infected inside the tunnel itself. Of course, the real problem is getting inside the station and past the screen doors. And there are probably a ton of people who thought the same thing as us. The government might have even blocked off the Line 5 tunnel, but I think it's still worth checking out. So the closest Line 5 station from here is Jangan Station. As you guys know, it's a long walk. Especially the moment we leave this neighborhood and enter Jangan District, things are going to get way more dangerous." A few moments later in the afternoon, Kang Hakchiol wrote on the whiteboard, "Survival Rule 1. Do not rush." He said, "This is the first survival rule I came up with. Gangbuk is already locked down, so don't panic over time and don't rush into anything. If there's a safe place, settle there for a few days, recover your strength, and reassess. Never act out of desperation. Jung Min-jun and Han Yena sat on the couch, sweating as they listened. Kang Hak-cheol continued. Second rule. Unless you're moving to another location, if you're just going out near a temporary shelter, go in pairs or solo. Avoid going out as a group of 3 or more unless absolutely necessary. And lastly, if you're ever in a truly life-threatening situation, do not throw your life away trying to save someone else. Like, even if you could survive by running, don't risk yourself trying to save someone else. Just take care of your own life, even me. If it comes down to it, I'm going to survive in my own way. Never try to sacrifice yourself for someone else. Jung Min-jun sweated in silence. The next day, Kang Hak-cheol said, Jung Min-jun. Jung Min-jun looked confused. Kang Hak-cheol handed over Luciel and said, use this as a weapon. Kang Hak-cheol, sweating, looked at Luciel and said, You want me to use something this scary? Han Yena, also sweating, said, Ugh. Kang Hak-cheol said, it's not just for killing the infected. It's also good for threatening bad people. Just holding a weapon like that makes it harder for others to mess with you. And you know this already, but the infected will attack us like they're trying to kill us. When you fight back, stay focused and swing with everything you've got. You need to hit hard enough for that nail bat to pierce their heart or brain. Got it? Jung Min-jun said to himself. Crazy. Kang Hak-cheol said, all right then, let's head out. As they exited Taesong Labor Center a few moments later, outside Kang Hak-cheol, Han Yena, and Jung Min-jun walked the streets. Jung Min-jun said to himself, but is it really okay for me to kill the infected? They used to be normal people, someone else's family. They're coming at me to kill, but it's not like they're doing it by choice. If I kill them, doesn't that make me a murderer too? What if, by some chance, the country's legal system hasn't completely collapsed yet? As Jung Min-jun read the message on the wall saying, you may be charged with murder, he thought. Would what I'm doing be considered a crime later? Kang Hak-cheol said, hey, Jung Min-jun. As Jung Min-jun looked at Kang Hak-cheol, he continued, you're not wasting time on dumb thoughts or worries, right? Just forget stuff like that. This is a matter of life or death. If you want to live, you need to stay sharp. If you don't harden your heart, you're dead meat. Jung Min-jun said, okay. Han Yena stared at something in the distance and said, hey, wait. Kang Hak-cheol looked confused. Han Yena said, this road. Can we not go this way? Han Yena said, I've got a bad feeling. There's probably a bunch of infected that way. Kang Hak-cheol asked, how can you tell? Han Yena answered, I can sort of tell by the smell. That foul, distinct stench. When infected are nearby, you can smell it. And this way, it's especially bad. Kang Hak-cheol was shocked and said, can you sense where the infected are? Han Yena replied, sense? Not exactly. It's more like a feeling, an intuition, and it's not always infected. Sometimes it's just a dead body. Plus, if it's just 1 or 2 infected, I can't really tell unless they're really close. Jung Min-jun was shocked and thought to himself, come to think of it, she's always been unusually sensitive to smells. She reacted strongly to them several times before. Kang Hak-cheol said, I'll go check it out real quick. A few moments later, Kang Hak-cheol was shocked as he saw zombies scattered around, groaning, tra, gru, ar, jkak, gra. Kang Hak-cheol thought to himself, Han Yena, can she really sense the infected? Han Yena asked, there are? I was right, wasn't I? Kang Hak-cheol said, you were right. Going that way is too risky. Han Yena looked around and said, hey, take a look over there. Kang Hak-cheol looked up, confused. What are you looking at? Jung Min-jun said, I think there's a soldier on the rooftop of that building. He's probably infected, right? Kang Hak-cheol thought to himself, huh? He moved ahead and said, come with me for a second. Jung Min-jun replied, confused, huh? As they entered a building, Kang Hak-cheol looked out the window and said, it's fine. There aren't any infected up here. Come on. Han Yena panted, ha ha. Why did we come up here? Kang Hak-cheol used his binoculars. I spotted at least 3 infected soldiers, and yeah, they're all infected. But one of them is still carrying a rifle. Jung Min-jun said, hey, you're not seriously. Wait, are you thinking of taking that rifle? Maybe we should just forget it. Kang Hak-cheol responded, if there's more than 3 of them, getting close to the one with the rifle will be nearly impossible. And what if there's no ammo? We can't even tell if it's loaded, right? Even if we get the rifle, firing it will make a ton of noise and attract a swarm of infected. Jung Min-jun added, and we don't even know how to use. Kang Hak-cheol interrupted. No, I know how to use it. That weapon. We need it. We're taking it. A few moments later, Han Yena said to Kang Hak-cheol, hey, What the heck are you saying? Minjin literally just explained it. How are you going to deal with 3 infected at once in that cramped space? And that rifle. You said it's still strapped to the soldier's body, right? So the only way to take it is, we'd have to kill that infected soldier. There's no other way around it. Young Minjin thought to himself, but there's been something bugging me for a while. He remembered a time in his room, aiming at a zombie approaching him and firing a rifle at it. Young Minjin continued thinking, that lingering unease I haven't been able to shake. If that's the case, that weapon might be something we have to get sooner or later. Young Minjin said aloud, all right, let's take it. Han Yena, sweating, said, what? Hey, you guys are seriously insane, aren't you? Even getting up there looks tough as heck. And how do you even plan to fight those infected? Kang Hachiol replied, then we'll go on our own. You hide here. Han Yena said, fine, then I'll help too. What should I do? Kang Hachiol said, it looks really cramped up there, so if all 3 of us go, it might actually be more dangerous, so it's better if you stay hidden here. Can you hold on to our bags instead? Han Yena said, me? All alone? It's even scarier being alone though. A few moments later, at noon a zombie girl faced a camera and groaned, Gula. Kang Hachiol sneaked behind her. He said to Jung Minjin, let's grab this railing and climb up. You okay with that? Jung Minjin said, yeah. Kang Hachiol said, but Minjin, you do not seem that scared of the infected. You didn't even hesitate coming this far. Jung Minjin answered, I am nervous, but I think that's making me more focused. As they reached the rooftop, Kang Hachiol peeked past the barricade. The 3 soldiers groaned. Gra, gar. Kang Hachiol said, as expected, only 3 infected soldiers. But they're all huddled too close together, so sneaking up on them won't be easy. Jung Minjun said, right. I heard from Yena you're good at throwing knives, right? Are you thinking of using that? Kang Hachiol replied, just throwing a knife won't be enough to take them out instantly. We need to finish this in 10 seconds. Young Minjin, confused and sweating, said, 10 seconds? How are we supposed to take down 3 infected in just 10 seconds? Kang Hachiol said, obviously, I can't take on all 3 by myself. That's why I need your help. I'll rush in first and take down the closest one right away. That will draw the other 2 to me, right? Then you hit one of them with the nail bat. Jung Minjin, shocked, said, what if something goes wrong? Kang Hachiol said, no matter what happens, you only need to take down 1. Just don't freeze up. Can you do it? Jung Minjin said, yeah, I'll try. Kang Hachiol said, Jung Minjin, I get it. You're hanging in there, struggling, but right now survival comes first. We have to do whatever it takes to stay alive. Jung Minjin replied, yeah. He thought to himself, right. Ever since what happened with that guy in the rooftop room, I realized they're not human anymore. They stared at the zombie soldiers. Jung Minjin snuck along the side while Kang Hachiol stood atop the barricade. Then he jumped. The zombies suddenly screamed, Grah! They charged toward Kang Hachiol. He pulled out his pocket knife, thinking, I need to strike clean if I want to finish it in 1 hit. As a zombie soldier ran at him, Kang Hachiol focused. A kill shot. He struck the first zombie clean. Kang Hachiol's eyes widened in shock. Another zombie charged toward him. Crap, he thought. I have to take at least one of them out in 1 blow. He quickly slashed at its neck. It didn't go in deep enough. He realized. The soldier zombie still holding a rifle screamed, Rah! Ugh! Kang Hachiol grunted, then shouted, Jung Minjin! Jung Minjin raised Lucille and swung the bat as hard as he could from behind. The infected soldier held its head. Jung Minjin muttered, sweating in confusion. The zombie turned around and shrieked, Rah! Jung Minjin panicked. Oh, fudge! What the heck? Get away from me! Oh! Kang Hachiol watched the scene, gritting his teeth. That's not going to be enough. Suddenly, the other zombie rose and lunged at him. Grarg! Gah! Ka! He winced and thought, I need to take out the one with the rifle first. He pulled his knife back and stabbed it into the neck of the rifle-wielding zombie. They both collapsed. Kang Hachiol dropped his knife. Shoot! He muttered to himself. The remaining zombie soldier growled, Rah! One infected is on Jung Minjin. Another one's charging at me. Kang Hachiol thought, at this point, all I can do is pray. Please let there be at least 2 bullets left in this rifle. He cocked the rifle. Rar! The approaching zombie howled. Rah! The one grappling Jung Minjin bellowed. Jung Minjin groaned. Kuh! Where the heck is all this strength coming from? Bang! Kang Hachiol fired the rifle. Kang Hachiol! Jung Minjin shouted. The zombie by him stumbled. Koo! Ka! Roar! Kang Hakchiol smirked. Not bad for a rookie, Jung Minjin. Now the real fight begins. Bang! Another shot rang out. Han Yena, startled, jolted by the sound. That was 2 gunshots, was it not? She whispered. Shoot, that was loud, she muttered, pulling out her binoculars. Please, 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 please. She looked through them. They're safe, I think. Jung Minjin, catching his breath, said, Sorry, I don't think I was much help. Kang Hakchiol shook his head. No, you drew one of them away. That saved me, but later, we're going to need to practice swinging that bat properly. But seriously, that was impressive, Minjin muttered, firing in that position. Have you shot before? Kang Hakchiol said. Maybe 2 or 3 times when I was 12. Never with my left hand, though. I was just going off instinct. Lucky I didn't hit you. Huh, Jung Minjin responded, still in awe. Kang Hakchiol removed the magazine and thought, let's see how many bullets are left. 1, 2, 3. Huh, Minjin said, confused. Down on the street, the infected moaned and roared. Gra! Gra! Jung Minjin looked around nervously. Hey, I think I hear infected heading this way. Yeah, Kang Hakchiol nodded. That gunfire probably drew them in. We need to hurry. Can you check if there's any ammo over there? Yeah, Minjin said. Meanwhile, in the other building, Han Yena kept watch through her binoculars. Haven't seen Minjin or Hakchiol for a bit now, she mumbled. Did they already go down earlier? Is it okay to head down to the first floor and wait now? Suddenly, a zombie outside screamed, Rar! More infected roared, Rar! Groar! They all rushed toward the sound. Han Yena trembled. The infected are all gathering that way. She started sweating. There's no way I can get down there right now. Should I just stay up here and wait? No, more importantly, will they even be able to make it back safely? Suddenly, her eyes widened. Huh, she muttered. An old zombie stood outside, and it smiled at her. Her heart stopped. She immediately ducked down and whispered, trembling, Did it just look at me and smile? As Han Yena hides, sounds were heard downstairs, then it went silent. The old, dirty zombie said, Ga, gra, gra, ah, gra, gak. Han Yena said to herself, That's impossible. She sweated and continued telling herself, I'm sure we locked the first floor entrance on the way out, and we added the nearby stuff on top of it. The old dirty zombie said, Ra, ah, roar. Han Yena said to herself, But, don't tell me, they got inside? The zombie continued to say, Gra. Han Yena said to herself, How the heck are infected even capable of doing something like that? The old zombie said, Gra, ra, ra. Han Yena said, No, it's climbing up here. The old zombie walked up the stairs. Han Yena heard the footsteps. The old zombie said, Gra. The old zombie looked at the window. Han Yena covered her soft, delicate mouth. The old zombie stopped. He looked at Han Yena with an eerie smile. Then he walked toward her. Han Yena closed her eyes, then opened them gently. She saw the old, dirty zombie smiling at her, face to face. She was shocked and scared as she shouted, Kya! Ah! Suddenly, Kang Hakchiol stabbed the dirty old zombie in the neck. Blood splattered all over Han Yena's face. Kang Hakchiol said, Are you okay? A few moments later, Kang Hakchiol said, Did you say? The infected smiled at you. Han Yena said, Yeah, it felt like I was facing a person, not a monster. Like the time I ran into that creepy pervert guy. It gave me the same kind of shivers. Kang Hakchiol said, Judging by what we saw, he was definitely infected. And I did lock the main entrance and block it off with stuff I found nearby. While it wasn't the most secure barrier, like the one I left in the room, still, everything was knocked over. Even the door itself was broken when we got here. As Jung Minjin listened, he opened his bottle. Kang Hakchiol said, It's like someone who wasn't infected broke in on purpose. From what I know about infected behavior, they all instinct and aggression, so this shouldn't even be possible. Could it be that one infected still had emotions or habits left? Han Yena sweated and said, Ugh, that's impossible. Jung Minjin said, It's just a guess, but some infected might be, like you said, special types, or they could gradually be evolving. He refilled his bottle with water. As Kang Hakchiol looked at Jung Minjin, confused, Jung Minjin said, What if someday they start climbing ladders, jumping across rooftops, or even developing coordination, strategy, planning attacks on survivors? They might not just evolve mentally, but physically too. Almost in a state where they're brain dead, but with only their attack instincts intensified. Kang Hakchiol said, How do you even know that? Young Minjun said, just a hunch. I mean, I don't know for sure, and it might sound ridiculous, but the way the infected act feels a lot like something from a game I used to play. I was really into it recently, so maybe it's just messing with my head. Kang Hakchiol said, that's kind of a wild theory. Han Yena said, you mean we're inside a game now or something? Jung Minjun said, no, of course not. Just forget I said it. Kang Hakchiol said, anyway, what's real is that this is the worst outbreak in human history, and we have to survive it. Young Minjun said, oh, by the way, when infected blood splashed on you earlier, you're not infected, right? Kang Hakchiol said, I've had infected blood hit me several times now. Just making contact doesn't seem to infect you. So it seems like the only way to get infected is if you're bitten. A few moments later, Kang Hakchiol said, 1K2 rifle with 15 rounds, 2 military knives. I've still got my folding knife, so Minjun, you take one of the knives. Jung Minjun said, the other one. Kang Hakchiol said, Yena, you carry it. Han Yena, confused, said, huh? You want me to hold this? Kang Hakchiol said, you've got to protect yourself. If something like earlier happens again, are you going to keep relying on us every time? And you both should learn how to handle the rifle for me eventually. Han Yena and Jung Minjun looked confused and shocked. Kang Hakchiol said, if I die, Minjun, you might have to use this rifle, and Yena, you might end up needing it too. The room fell silent at the weight of his words. Han Yena said, hey, don't say nonsense like that, seriously. Jung Minjun added, you know the people who say that kind of stuff are always the first to die, right? That's like a total cliche in movies and dramas. You're literally following the script right now. Kang Hakchiol replied. What are you even talking about? I'm not dying. I'll do whatever it takes to survive. I'm just saying we need to be ready. If it ever comes to that. Jung Minjun sat down beside Han Yena and said, well, you're not wrong. But honestly, I've always kind of wanted to try shooting a real gun. We probably can't practice firing it for real though because of the noise. And we do not have much ammunition either. How about you, Yena? Don't you want to try shooting too? Han Yena looked away. Suddenly, she moved away from Jung Minjun. She said, who knows? I'm not sure. Jung Minjun looked confused. Han Yena continued, oh, and don't come near me. Still confused, Jung Minjun asked, what's wrong? Han Yena replied, I don't want to. Not right now. Be near you. Jung Minjun began to sweat and muttered to himself, what? Out of nowhere. Did I do something wrong? That's just how she always acted toward you at school, isn't it? Han Yena said to herself, ha, that freaking loner. He's got zero awareness. She sniffed at herself and kept thinking, I haven't even showered in days. It feels disgusting. Perhaps I smell bad or something. I know survival's the priority, but I'm getting caught up in this nonsense. I must be an idiot. Maybe in a more extreme situation, I will not even care anymore. She looked at Jung Minjun and thought, honestly, none of that matters. I just don't want to be near Jung Minjun right now. Since when did I start caring about that idiot? She looked down and muttered internally, so annoying, as her cheeks turned slightly red. And next day, on the streets, as they walked, Kang Hakchiol said, think this way's clear? Han Yena replied, yeah, but there might still be 2 or 3 inside. Can't say for sure about indoors. Jung Minjun added, still, thanks to Yena, this actually feels kind of manageable. At this rate, we might really be able to move around easily. Kang Hakchiol warned, don't let your guard down though. Stay sharp. Kang Hakchiol limped as he walked. Jung Minjun noticed and asked, but are you okay? You've been limping for a while now. Kang Hakchiol said, yeah. I think I twisted something when I fell with that infected soldier. I might have torn a ligament. Jung Minjun began to sweat and was shocked. What? Han Yena said, hey, shouldn't you be resting then? Jung Minjun added, you're the one who said not to push ourselves. Kang Hakchiol said, I thought I was okay earlier, but this isn't a big deal. Compared to when I defected from the north, this is nothing. We should probably start looking for a place to sleep soon. Han Yena looked toward a door and said, Kang Hakchiol asked, what's wrong? Han Yena replied, there's something. Suddenly, a zombie shouted from behind the door, gra. Han Yena jumped back in shock. Kya, that scared me. Jung Minjun said, what was that? Is there an infected inside? A voice shouted from above, hey, you're survivors, right? The 3 looked up, confused. An old man called down from a rooftop, I've been stuck on this rooftop for 2 days, but please help me. Kang Hakchiol asked, how did you end up stuck up there? The old man replied, I went out to grab some supplies. Then got chased up here by infected. Right now, there are infected inside the stairwell. I'm completely trapped. Kang Hakchiol asked, but who closed the shutter on the front door? The old man answered, I asked a passing survivor for help, but they said they were infected inside and just shut it and left me here. Kang Hakchiol said, Are there a lot of infected in the stairwell? The old man responded, I was being chased by maybe 6 or 7 of them. 6 or 7. Kang Hakchiol thought aloud, from the looks of it, there really are infected inside, so he's probably telling the truth. 6 or 7 though, even if he's right about the number. He turned to the old man and said, I'm sorry. That's too many for us to handle right now. We're not in a position to help anyone. Kang Hakchiol turned and began walking away. Let's go. Jung Minjun stared, confused. Huh? The old man shouted desperately. Wait! Please. I'm begging you. I haven't been home in 2 days. My family's waiting for me. My wife and son are alone, waiting at home. And I still haven't found my daughter. If I don't get back... Wah! Please, I'm begging you. Jung Minjun said, Sir! If you yell like that, you'll put all of us in danger. Please calm down. Han Yena said, is it really okay to just leave him? Kang Hakchiol said, We're not in a position to help anyone right now. We shouldn't take unnecessary risks. Let's move. Jung Minjun stood frozen, shocked. Then suddenly, he said, Hey, isn't there some kind of way? Kang Hakchiol stopped and sighed. Sigh. What kind of way? Jung Minjun said, Actually, I just thought of something good. I think I might be able to save him. The sky was clear. Jung Minjun, Han Yena, and Kang Hakchiol stood before a tunnel blocked by several cars. Kang Hakchiol glanced behind them and said, So basically, after opening the shutter, you will lure those 6 or 7 infected over here, back to the path we just came from. Then, once you lose them outside the tunnel, you will run back this way. And while you do that, Yena and I will push this white car to block off the tunnel entrance? Jung Minjun nodded. Yeah. He is not around anymore, but I used to help my dad push parked cars when they were in neutral, so I think we will be able to move this one too. Hakchiol, since your leg is messed up, I will lure the infected out of the tunnel, lose them, and then circle back. As soon as I get back, you and Yena push the car in place to block them out. As Han Yena wiped sweat from her brow, Kang Hakchiol listened carefully. He frowned and said, Unless you can really outrun them, this plan has a high chance of failing. Are you a decent runner? Jung Minjun hesitated. I mean, I am above average, so I should be fine. And honestly, I am not that scared of getting chased by the infected. Fair enough, Hakchiol muttered. This tunnel is just wide enough for one person to get through, so if we angle the car this way, it should completely block the path. They approached the van. The door's unlocked, Hakchiol said, testing the handle, and it looks like the parking brake is off too, but why are you going this far to save that guy? I told you before, do not sacrifice yourself for someone else. Even if we risk our lives to save him, what do we actually gain? Han Yena added, Yeah. When you say it like that, it does sound too risky. For all we know, he could be a good guy, or a bad one. Jung Minjun stayed silent. A memory flashed in his mind. The old men at the construction site. He had given one of them his own lunch plate. They were kind. They had died. Sweating, he finally said, I do not know. He does not seem like a bad person. He reminds me of those guys who died at the construction site, and, weirdly, he reminds me of my dad too. Kang Hakchiol was quiet, then finally said, Let's push the car forward a bit first, just enough so we can block off the gap easily. Okay, Minjun replied. A few moments later, Kang Hakchiol sat in the driver's seat. If we just turn the wheel a little, we should be able to position it right. Let's give it a gentle push. All right, 1, 2, Minjun counted. 3, he shouted. Han Yena grunted, approximately. Oh, it's moving, she said with a gasp. Kang Hakchiol carefully steered the van as it inched toward the gap. After adjusting it into place, he said, This should be good, right? Just in case, I will hide over there and get ready to shoot. Jung Minjun looked worried. But only use the gun if it is a last resort. Yeah, Hakchiol nodded. Han Yena, still anxious, said, But what if there is an infected right by the shutter on the first floor? Would it not just rush out the second it opens? And if they are scattered across the floors, that could be a problem too. Jung Minjun thought, then replied, If we ask the guy to make a loud noise near the rooftop exit, the infected will probably all head upstairs. Then I will open the shutter, make noise on the first floor, and lure them out all at once. Kang Hakchiol turned to Minjin. Jung Minjin. Yeah, Minjin said. You do realize how dangerous this plan is, right? He cocked the gun. If there really are special infected like you said, then anything could go wrong. Ah, true. But if there was a special infected in there, I doubt it would have just stayed trapped this whole time. It should be fine. I am not willing to risk my life for anyone except my little sister. Understand? This is the last time. After this, no more risky plans like this. Young Minjin nodded, sweat running down his neck. A few moments later, at the alley near the old man's building, Jung Minjin shouted, "Here, over here, get here, here." He ran down the stairs and burst out of the building. The infected roared in excitement, tumbling after him down the stairwell. Wah! Minjin screamed as he ran for his life. Roars and growls echoed as the infected gave chase. "Come, try and catch me," he shouted behind him. From around the corner, Kang Hakchiol watched the chase unfold. He turned to Han Yena. "All right, it's now." "Yeah," she said. They rushed to the tunnel and took their positions. Han Yena, sweating, whispered, "Jung Minjin, please." Kang Hakchiol stared intently down the tunnel. Snarling and growling from the infected echoed from within. Suddenly, Jung Minjin appeared, running full speed. "Now!" he shouted. "Push it!" As Han Yena and Kang Hakchiol pushed the van toward the opening, they managed to block the path. The zombies' roars continued. Jung Minjin, catching his breath, said, "Whew, it worked." Han Yena said, "Good job." The old man, his voice trembling, said, "Thank you." Jung Minjin was shocked and confused to hear this from the old man. The old man continued, "Really, thank you so much. You saved my life." Jung Minjin said, "Sir, we should not stay here. Let's get somewhere safe first." Kang Hakchiol watched them silently. A few moments later, Jung Minjin asked, "Wait, how many butane cans do you have?" The old man replied, "The electricity and water are still working at home. It is just the gas that is out." He went on, "Lucky for us, our house is near the restaurant district, so I have been able to find food easily. I was planning to find a portable induction cooker, but ended up getting a ton of butane instead." Jung Minjin asked, How do you still have power, though?" The old man said, "We have solar panels, so we can run small electronics." Kang Hakchiol looked at the coolers and said, "Then as long as you stock up on food, you are basically set to survive. And actually, there is more useful stuff here than I expected." The old man nodded and said, "Honestly, I have been coming out once a day to search nearby and look for my daughter. So how about you students? Where are you headed?" Young Minjin said, But you do not need to speak formally to us. We are way younger than you." The old man shook his head. "No, you saved my life." After approximately, Jung Minjin said, Just speak however you are comfortable then," he thought. To himself, he really does seem like a good guy. Han Yena said, You heard about the gangbuk lockdown, right? We are trying to escape before it happens." The old man said, That is going to be incredibly dangerous. Will you be okay?" Han Yena hesitated, then said, But earlier you mentioned you do not know where your daughter is." The old man sighed. Yes. Actually, the last I heard from her was the day this all started. She was on her way home. I left my wife and son at home and drove out to find her. My car got stranded, and I nearly died, but I somehow made it back. I should have evacuated my wife and son first, but the situation outside was so bad that I missed the chance. In the end, we decided to stay together as a family, just in case, however slim the chance, that my daughter comes home. Han Yena wiped sweat and said, I hope you really do find her." The old man changed the subject. By the way, where did you get that rifle?" Kang Hakchiol said, "I just found it on the street." The old man nodded slowly. Now that I think about it, the sun is going to set soon. Do you have a place to stay tonight?" Young Minjin said, "We were planning to find one now. Worst case, we would break into a nearby building and spend the night." The old man smiled. "Then how about staying at my house tonight? It is close by, and it is a detached home with plenty of space. Electricity, running water, and food, everything is there." Jung Minjin and Han Yena exchanged looks and said, Kang Hakchiol said, "Really? That would honestly be a huge help." Han Yena asked, Is this really okay?" The old man said, "Yeah, it is fine." Jung Minjin said, "If Hakchiol says it is fine, then I guess it is." Han Yena nodded nervously. Yeah." Young Minjin added, "If you have more stuff to carry, we can help you move it." The old man smiled gratefully. That would be great. Just do not overdo it." As the sun set, they arrived at the old man's place. He said, "Here it is." Young Minjun was shocked. Oh, it really is a detached house, with solar panels too, Kang Hakchiel muttered to himself. A brick wall, a steel gate, even barbed wire. And it has running water. It is a perfect safe house. Jung Minjun cocked the rifle again. The old man looked shocked and confused, and asked Kang Hakchiel, why are you loading your gun? Kang Hakchiel said, I have just seen too many crazy people out there. Please understand, we are walking into a stranger's place after all. But as you can see, my friends and I are not bandits or anything. The old man wiped sweat from his forehead and said, yeah. He then opened the door and shouted, Honey, I am home. They entered inside. In a different scene, at the clinic. The room was quiet. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Park Songbin stormed in and said, Hey, fudge. Thought I was going to die again today. Barely made it. He wiped Young Minjun's kitchen knife on his pants. Park Songbin continued, But seriously, why are there so many jerks worse than the infected in this neighborhood? I think I have killed more people than infected at this point. This flipping place ought to be nuked and wiped off the map. He sat down and muttered, It is kinda cozy here. Might as well take a break. He then noticed a whiteboard and frowned. What is this? He saw a drawing of a map and smirked. Keke, this little rascal. So this is where they have been hiding? They even ran into Kang Hakchiel? Jiangin Station, huh? So they are planning to cross the Han River using Line 5. As Jung Minjun, Han Yena, and Kang Hakchiel entered the home with Seo Jae-hoon, the professor shouted, Honey, son, Dad's home. Kang Hakchiel turned to Jung Minjun. Jung Minjun, wait. Jung Minjun looked confused. Huh? Yeah. Kang Hakchiel continued, I'll go in first. Inside the house, Seo Jae-hoon called out again. Honey, Kang Hakchiel muttered to himself, wary. What if this guy is just tricking us? Worst case, we take the house by force. Then came another shout. Uni! Kang Hakchiel froze in place, startled. From inside, a young voice called out, Dad! Seo Jae-hoon's wife ran out, eyes wide with emotion. What took you so long? I seriously thought you were dead. Their son burst into tears. Wah, Dad! Seo Jae-hoon knelt to embrace them both. I'm so sorry I was late. I'm really sorry. From the doorway, Jung Minjun silently observed the reunion and slowly lowered his guard. A few moments later, Seo Jae-hoon turned to his guests. Sorry I didn't introduce them earlier. These are the ones who saved my life, Jung Minjun and his friends. His wife bowed quickly. Thank you so much. Jung Minjun waved his hands nervously. Not at all. Haha. Moon Ji-yoon, 45 years old, housewife. She smiled warmly. I'll go make some food, so just relax and make yourselves at home. The water works, so feel free to wash up too. Han Yena, drenched in sweat, lit up. Really? We can actually take a shower? Moon Ji-yoon nodded. Of course. She took Han Yena's hand gently. Oh my, but how old are you, sweetie? You're so pretty. Why would someone this gorgeous be out in danger like that? Han Yena flushed. Sorry, Moon Ji-yoon grinned. You could totally be a celebrity. Wow, you're so stunning. Jung Minjun silently watched the exchange from behind. Han Yena blushed even harder. Thank you. You're really beautiful too, ma'am. Moon Ji-yoon fell silent for a moment, then quietly said, My daughter. She's about the same age as you. Han Yena's smile faded. Moon Ji-yoon continued, voice trembling slightly. She just started college this year, but she went missing a few days ago. Han Yena gently replied, Yeah, we heard about that. Your daughter, I'm sure she's still alive. Moon Ji-yoon smiled faintly. Thank you. Anyway, I shouldn't have brought that up. You all just rest. I'll handle the food. Han Yena stood up. We can help with that. Moon Ji-yoon waved her off. No can do. You saved my husband. And you look about the same size as my daughter. Let me know if you need clean clothes. Meanwhile, Jung Minjun glanced toward the stairs. He caught sight of Seo Jae-hoon's son staring nervously at him. The boy quickly ran back up. Jung Minjun thought to himself, that must be their son. Looks like he's in elementary school. Kang Hakchiel sank into the couch. Whew. Jung Minjun asked, how's your foot? Kang Hakchiel took off his sock. Jung Minjun gasped. Gasp, crazy. It's really swollen. Kang Hakchiel nodded grimly. Yeah, I think it'd be best to rest here a bit longer if we can. Still, just in case, we should check out the house, make sure everything's secure. Jung Minjun chuckled. Wow. You really don't let your guard down, Hakchiel? That survival mindset really hits different. A few moments later, in the shower, Han Yena stood under the hot, steamy water, sighing in pure relief. Kia, I can't believe I finally get to shower again. Ugh, I felt like I was gonna die from how gross I was. She grew silent. Her thoughts drifted back to earlier, Jung Minjin sprinting from a swarm of zombies. Why is he trying to act all cool now? It doesn't suit him. So annoying. She shook her head. Sigh. Jung Minjin. Seriously. I didn't think he had it in him, but he's got guts. If he tries pulling that crazy stunt again, I'm gonna stop him for real. A few hours later, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Dinner had been served. Moon Ji-yoon clapped her hands. All right, let's eat. Dig in, everyone. Jung Minjin's eyes widened. Wow. It's been so long since we had a proper meal. SCO Jae-hoon spoke up. Oh, right. I heard you're planning to escape to Gangnam. You do know all the bridges and roads to Gangnam are already shut down, right? How do you plan on crossing? Kang Hak-cheol answered, we were thinking about going through the Line 5 underground tunnel on the east side. If it hasn't been sealed off, we think we can make it. SCO Jae-hoon froze slightly. Line 5? If it's Line 5, then... Kang Hak-cheol tilted his head, confused. Seo Jae-hoon, 50 years old, university professor, said quietly, the last place we heard from my daughter was Gwangnaru Station on Line 5. Jung Minjin's eyes widened. Ah, really? Kang Hak-cheol murmured to himself. Gwangnaru Station? That's one of the last Line 5 stops near the Han River. It's about 6 or 7 stations away from here, starting at Jangan Station. Jangan Station to Gwangnaru. It's our final destination, the last stop before we cross the river. Kang Hak-cheol said, our plan was to cross the river through Jangan Station, then head toward Gwangnaru Station through the underground tunnel. If your daughter's still alive, she might be somewhere nearby. Seo Jae-hoon nodded, eyes heavy with memory. Ah, that's exactly what I was thinking too. I drove toward Gwangnaru Station to look for my daughter, but I got stranded. I had to ditch the car and walk all the way to Jangan Station, but Jangan Station had already been completely overrun by the infected, and walking all the way to Gwangnaru was just too far. I couldn't leave my family behind to go alone. That's why I've just been stuck here, unable to do anything. Kang Hak-cheol nodded slowly. Right. Gwangnaru is almost 10 kilometers away from here. Are the roads around here also too dangerous to drive on? SEO Jae-hoon replied, I can't say I've checked every road, but most of them are blocked by abandoned cars or debris, so it's really hard to get through. You can drive a bit, but if your car ends up stuck along the way, it could turn into a deadly situation. Kang Hak-cheol frowned to himself. So driving is basically a no-go, huh? Han Yena suddenly spoke up, changing the mood slightly. But I don't think we've properly introduced ourselves yet, haha. Seo Jae-hoon smiled, slightly embarrassed. Ah, right. Sorry, I should have done that sooner. I teach at a university. Han Yena's eyes widened. Whoa, you're a professor. Then we should all introduce ourselves, ha ha ha. And a few moments later, Moon Ji-yoon opened a bedroom door. This is my daughter's room. Would you three like to split up between this room and my son's room? He can sleep in our room with us. Jung Minjun quickly waved it off. Ah, no, it's fine. Hak-cheol and I will just crash in the living room, Moon Ji-yoon insisted. Then at least Yena should rest in here comfortably. You probably haven't had a proper night's sleep in days. Jung Minjun glanced at Han Yena. Ah, Han Yena met his eyes, then turned to Moon Ji-yoon. Ah, it's okay. I'll just sleep in the living room with my friends, haha. Jung Minjun looked puzzled. Huh? Hey, just take the bed and rest properly. You haven't slept comfortably in forever. Han Yena shrugged. Ah, it's fine, haha. Jung Minjun frowned. Why? Don't you sleep better alone? Earlier, you were all grossed out sitting next to me, and now suddenly you're all friendly. Han Yena suddenly punched him.
Ah, you're scared of sleeping alone, aren't you?
He teased. She continued to punch him. Ah, I said I'm fine, okay? Ha ha. Ack. Jung Minjun winced in pain. Han Yena walked out of the room, muttering, Ugh, Jung Minjun, you're seriously annoying. I swear, I want to beat the stuffing out of you, you idiot. Sigh. Jung Minjun groaned. I mean, what did I do? Kang Hak-cheol remained silent, watching everything. Later that night, Moon Ji-yoon said softly, Good night, everyone. Han Yena responded cheerfully, Yes, good night, sleep well. Jung Minjun leaned toward Kang Hak-cheol. Did you check the house? How is it? Kang Hak-cheol replied, Nothing seems out of place. I think we can rest easy. Jung Minjun gave him a look. Doesn't seem like you're resting easy when you're even sleeping with your gun strapped on. A few hours later, 10:30 p.m., the three of them lay in silence. Han Yena pretended to sleep. Then she quietly opened her eyes and whispered, Are you guys asleep? Jung Minjun responded, Looks like Hak-cheol's already out. I'm still awake. Han Yena sat up. Jung Minjun blinked at her confused. You must be tired. Why aren't you sleeping? She asked. Well then let's chat a bit, haha. What were you thinking about? Jung Minjun looked at her, glasses off. Just thinking about my mom. Wondering if she's okay. If nothing bad has happened to her, she's probably really worried about me right now. Being here around this family makes me think of her even more. Hanyena stayed quiet for a moment, then said softly, I'll help you find your mom, no matter what. Jung Minjun looked at her, then looked away. Thanks. He sat up slowly, hesitant. But this might sound like I'm prying, but I've just been curious. Your parents, we still don't know where they are. Are you really okay with that? They're your only parents after all. Hanyena looked down. Yeah, I guess I can tell you, Jung Minjun. He blinked, surprised. I haven't told this to anyone before, about my parents. Hanyena said, actually, my family is a blended family. We are a total wreck of a family. Jung Minjun began sweating and said, Hanyena continued, I do not know if you have heard, but my father was pretty famous. He even appeared on television sometimes. He is also a doctor at a large hospital. And my mother was a medical researcher. They divorced when I was young, and my mother moved to America. After that, I lived with my father and my stepmother, a few days earlier. Hanyena said to Jung Minjun, What? You are doing it again? Jung Minjun walked away. Hanyena called out, So you are just completely ignoring me now? Hey! Fudge, are you deaf? I am talking to you. But Jung Minjun kept walking. Hanyena sighed and muttered, Honestly though, he is kind of pathetic, weak and helpless. I am going to tell Park Songbin to mess him up tomorrow. She watched Jung Minjun silently as he walked away. A few moments later, Hanyena entered the building and said to herself, But if I think about it, I do not really have any right to pity Minjun. I really hate going home. If that crazy lady is there, I will just change quickly and leave. Later, at their apartment, she heard noises from her stepmother. Baby. Hanyena looked at the floor, noticing her stepmother's shoes and bag, and another pair of men's shoes beside them. The squeaking noises grew louder. Hanyena muttered, Fudge, what a crazy woman. She thought to herself, my stepmother openly cheated on my father because she had leverage over him. My father was always busy at the hospital, barely ever home. Hanyena entered her room and took off her school uniform. Suddenly, her stepmother barged in and shouted, Hey, why the heck are you home so early today? Hanyena replied, I am leaving right away anyway. You smell like booze. Disgusting. Her stepmother yelled, Did I not tell you to ring the bell before coming in? Hanyena said, Why would I ring the doorbell to enter my own house? Right. She glanced back with a mocking smile and said, Is it because you do not want me hearing you fooling around with some random guy in the bedroom? Hee. Her stepmother shouted in anger, You little brat. Going to meet another guy, huh? Crazy kid, look how short your ridiculous skirt is. Even though Hanyena was clearly wearing shorts underneath, she said, Like you can talk, You are the one cheating openly, At least I know how to have decent fun, unlike you. Her stepmother snapped, You want to fight? Suddenly a man walked in, buttoning his shirt and asked, Baby, who is that? Your daughter? Her stepmother replied coldly, She is not mine. She is my husband's child. Hanyena took out her phone and snapped photos of her stepmother and the man. She said, Should I send this to father? The man stammered in shock, sweating nervously. What? Hey, do not you dare. Her stepmother scoffed, lit up a cheap cigarette and said, Nah, forget it. Go ahead, send it. The woman's name was Choi Soo-jin, age 36, a former actress turned influencer. Hanyena's stepmother. Hanyena, confused, said, What? Choi Soo-jin grinned and said, Go ahead. Even if your father sees it, he will not dare say a word. He cannot escape me. I have got him cornered. You know it too, right? Want me to tell you some juicy secrets about your father that even you do not know? She blew smoke directly at Hanyena's face to overpower her. Choi Soo-jin continued, It is not like I have anything to lose anyway. So if I blow everything up, who do you think will lose the most? Your father? If he divorces me, he is finished, He would lose his wealth, ruin his hospital, and his reputation would be totally destroyed. That is why. Go ahead and tell him to divorce me. Hanyena remained silent. She then walked out of her room, bumping into Choi Soo-jin and muttered, Crazy woman. Choi Soo-jin shouted, What? Crazy woman? You must really want to fight. The man nervously said, Baby, you drank too much. Choi Soo-jin kept shouting, "Ha, seriously, hee. She is exactly like her trashy mother, hee. Even her nasty way of speaking is the same, hee. What is the use of being smart, hee, when your personality is absolute garbage? If you are going to leave, then get lost already, you ridiculous brat." Hanyena slammed the door shut. A few moments later, outside, Hanyena muttered to herself, "Fudge, this place is disgusting. From now on, I am never coming back to this hellhole. Never. I will never set foot here again. I would rather the world ended tomorrow." She went to a karaoke bar. A woman in the crowd sang loudly, even in darkness, "I will shine for yo, we are Lumina." Hanyena thought to herself, what is this news? Things got crazy suddenly. A woman beside her gasped, "Crazy. I have to go. My mother just had an accident. She is in critical condition." Her friend shouted, "Hey, then should you not hurry up and go?" Hanyena looked at them, confused. A few moments later, outside, as Hanyena walked, she muttered, "What? Why am I getting so many emergency alerts suddenly? Even my messages are blowing up." Suddenly, a man screamed, "Cow!" As Hanyena stood confused, a man came running toward her and shouted, "Wow, run!" A woman running behind also screamed, "Ka!" A few hours later, Hanyena arrived at the stairwell of a building. Exhausted from running, she panted, "Huff, huff, I barely escaped." She looked up at a room above. She entered and said to herself, "Even 119 emergency is not working. What the heck is going on? Let me try calling father." No answer. Even at a time like this, well, he never put me first anyway. "Mother, you are in America now, so you definitely cannot help. Who else can I call for help?" She paused, staring at her phone. Then she whispered to herself, "The one person I hate most." She dialed. The screen said, "Dialing. Stepmother woman." Choi Soo-jin answered and said, "What is it?" Hanyena, panicked, replied, "Yes, hello?" Choi Soo-jin snapped, "What do you want? I am busy right now." Hanyena stammered, I am trapped on the emergency stairs of a building near the main street. Help me. I tried calling emergency services, but nobody is picking up." Choi Soo-jin exclaimed, "Fudge, what the heck are you saying? Figure it out yourself." Hanyena, sweating in fear, mumbled, "What?" Choi Soo-jin shouted, "Our apartment is in chaos too. I am hanging up. I have got to save myself." Hanyena pleaded, Hey, wait, you have a car, right? It is near the FD building by Young Pilates. Please come pick me." She heard chaos on the other end of the line. Hanyena stood silently. Then she remembered a time with her mother. "Yena, open the door. Yena, let us talk just a moment." Hanyena had sat on the other side of the door and replied, "Just go away." She cried and whispered, "Mom, I miss you." Later, Hanyena continued speaking to Jung Minjun. "In the end, my stepmother abandoned me and ran. My father never even answered my calls. So, I do not care if I ever find either of them. I do not care what happened to them. I just miss my mom right now." Jung Minjun asked, "Then your mom is still in America?" Hanyena replied, "After she moved there, she tried reaching out a few times, but I never answered. I have never called her first either." Jung Minjun said to himself, "Now I understand. Is that why she kept saying she wanted to study abroad in America?" Hanyena continued, "When she left for America, I said something I should not have, something that really hurt her. Up until this whole disaster started, I hesitated to call. Even if I called now, she is in America and could not help anyway. So, there is nobody left around me now." Jung Minjun looked at her. He said, "Do not say that. You are not alone." As Hanyena listened, Jung Minjun continued, "You have got me." He paused, then added, "And Hakshil too." He looked at her with assurance. "So, let us survive this together. No matter what." Hanyena was shocked. She blushed slightly and softly replied, A few seconds later, Jung Minjun asked, "Should we get some sleep now?" Hanyena answered, Outside, a zombie grunted in agreement, Gar. A few hours later, the sun shone brightly. Hanyena slept peacefully, already on Jung Minjun's side of the futon. Meanwhile, Kang Hakcheol dreamed quietly. He remembered an old man shouting at him, "You little brat. Should I drag you off like your parents and put a bullet in your head too? What, choking up now? Blame your traitorous uncle who ran off to South Korea." "Ha ha ha." Kang Hakcheol pleaded, Please spare me." The old man shouted again, "You and your worthless siblings are destined to live in filth forever. That is your fate. Why, you are angry? Then come at me." Suddenly, Kang Hakcheol woke up. He heard the noise of an engine outside. He sat up immediately and thought, "A car engine. Seo Jae-hoon entered the living room and said, "Did you hear that? I think a car stopped outside." Kang Hak-cheol responded, "I will go check it out." As he heard the sound of car doors opening and closing, he muttered, "Car doors opening and closing? What is this? If the infected react to the sound of the engine, it could be dangerous. Who the heck brought a car here?" He looked around and spotted a ladder. He placed the ladder up to the roof. A few seconds later, Kang Hak-cheol climbed toward the rooftop. As he looked around, he was suddenly shocked and confused. As Kang Hak-cheol saw two men outside the gate, the college boy said, "How about checking here this time? I wonder if there is anyone here." The older brother said, "Considering there is barbed wire in place, there may be people. There might be infected around us, though." The college boy replied, "Ah, fudge. Then what are you doing? We had better hurry up before the infected discover us." Kang Hak-cheol said to himself, "A gun?" And he pointed his rifle at them and said, "Freeze! Drop your weapons and put your hands up." As the college boy and the older brother were shocked and confused, the college boy said, Whoa, that flipping scared me." Kang Hak-cheol shouted, "Drop your weapon, you sons of biscuits. If you do not drop it within 3 seconds, I will make holes in your skulls." The college boy placed his Desert Eagle on the ground, and Kang Hak-cheol said, "Both of you step back 3 meters. Then he thought to himself, "Hold on. Where did he get that gun from?" The college boy asked, Who are you?" Kang Hak-cheol replied, "That is my question. Are you looters?" The older brother said, "We are not strange people." Kang Hak-cheol said, "You even came with weapons. Who are you trying to lie to, you fudgeheads?" The older brother said, "We thought this was an empty house." Kang Hak-cheol asked, "Where did you get that gun?" The college boy answered, "We got it from a dead body. I do not think he was a soldier." Kang Hak-cheol replied, "Lie. A civilian possessed such a weapon? Is this America, silly head?" The college boy protested, I swear. Fudge, why does it matter where that weapon came from? You are the one armed with a rifle." Kang Hak-cheol said, "This rifle is a widely used gun in the military. That pistol, however, does not seem to be a military or police firearm, right?" The older brother said, We are really not bad people. I am just an ordinary office worker, and this guy is a college student who just got discharged from the reserve forces. We came here after patrolling and getting isolated at the Gunja station shelter." The college boy said, "That is enough, older brother. Let us just leave." And then he said to Kang Hak-cheol, "Please just let us go. We will take our weapons away." Kang Hak-cheol said, "Did you just say Gunja station?" "Line 5, Gunja station." Then he thought to himself, "It is 2 stations before Gwangnaru station." The older brother said, "Yes, there is a large shelter there." Kang Hak-cheol asked, "Do you have any proof that it is true?" The college boy responded, "Whether it is true or not, you should go see for yourself. Well, you might die on the way there, but even if you get there, it will be difficult to get in and out." Kang Hak-cheol said, "If so, everyone has probably thought about crossing the Han River via the Line 5 underground tunnel." The college boy replied, "We have tried several times, but it is quite difficult now. All stations around Gunja are occupied by the infected, and I cannot say more details." Kang Hak-cheol was silent for a moment and then said, "I want to hear more. If you have any helpful information, we are willing to listen. Have you seen or heard about a woman named Seo Hak-young, 20 years old?" The college boy repeated, "Seo Hak-young." The older brother added, "First of all, the surrounding infected might gather, so let us go inside and talk." Kang Hak-cheol said, "But weapons are not allowed inside." A few moments later, inside the house, Professor Seo Jae-hoon sweated and said, "Gunja station shelter?" The older brother said, "It is a fairly large shelter with about hundreds of survivors, and the entrance is thoroughly blocked. The organization is somewhat systematic." Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, "Hundreds of people?" The college boy explained, "We were patrolling around a 1 to 2 kilometer radius from Gunja station, but after being isolated and being chased by the infected, we ended up here. We got the vehicle midway between this neighborhood and Gunja station." Kang Hak-cheol interrupted, "That is not the point. Please talk about what we just discussed." The older brother said, You said that you lost contact around the time your daughter passed Gwangnaru Station while she was returning home on Line 5, right?" Professor Seo Jae-hoon replied, "Yes, that is right." The older brother continued, and the exact time when the call was cut off was 8:10 in the evening that day. Professor Seo Jae-hoon sweated and said, "Yes," as he remembered when he answered the phone and said, "Hello? What do you mean?" Seo Hak-young said, "People are attacking and causing chaos on the subway right now." Professor Seo Jae-hoon asked, Who are those people?" Seo Hakyung answered, I do not know. I am running to the next car with the others and blocking people from coming in. I am scared, Dad. Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, Where are you now? Seo Hakyung replied, I am almost at Gwangnaru Station. Ah, wait. Professor Seo Jae-hoon then heard chaos on the other end of the line. He said, After that, I do not know if she got off the subway when it stopped at Gwangnaru Station. Hyung said, I also boarded a subway heading from Gwangnaru toward Gunja Station that day. Professor Seo Jae-hoon asked, Really? Hyung replied. An infected person appeared in one of the cars inside the train. The subway passed through Gwangnaru Station and Akasan Station without stopping, like an express train, and then stopped at Gunja Station. The time was around 8:10 to 8:15 in the evening. It is very likely that we took the same train. Kang Hakcheol said, If what they said is true, there is a high possibility that your daughter is at Gunja Station. Professor Seo Jae-hoon, sweating, said, Then, have you seen my daughter? Her name is Seo Hakyung. Wait a moment, I will show you her picture. Hyung said, There are so many people at the shelter that we might not be able to recognize her. Professor Seo Jae-hoon handed over his phone. The college boy said, From the picture, it is a bit ambiguous. Hyung added, As expected, we cannot be sure. The train had over 200 survivors on board at that time. Many infected individuals emerged inside the train, so we cannot be certain if your daughter has already been infected or if she is among the survivors at the shelter. Then, are you going to come with us? What will you do? The college boy said, Entry is strictly blocked for outsiders, so they probably will not let you in easily. If you are going, it is better to go with us. Some guards are blocking the entrance with rifles, like this Mr. here, so you could get shot if you are careless. Kang Hakcheol said, Our numbers are large. It would be tough to move all together. Hyung said, Then let us set a rendezvous point halfway to Gunja Station. If you are moving by car, I can tell you the route for that. We will find a hiding spot around here and leave tomorrow, and I will give this to you. He handed over a radio. Kang Hakcheol said, A walkie-talkie? Hyung replied, It will be on standby within 500 meters to 1 kilometer, so talk to me. Use it while keeping your distance from our group until the rendezvous point. In return, please give us 2 days' worth of supplies. If we do this much, you will trust us, right? Kang Hakcheol remained silent and stared at him. A few moments later, inside the living room, Han Yena said, Gunja Station shelter? Kang Hakcheol answered, Yes, we agreed to meet at a midpoint and head to Gunja Station. They are hiding nearby and will leave tomorrow. Han Yena said, What if they are lying? Kang Hakcheol replied, They have no reason to lie. And although they have weapons, from how they act and speak, they do not seem like bad people. Then he looked at Professor Seo Jae-hoon and asked, What will you do, Professor? Tomorrow. We are thinking of leaving. If we move on foot, it is probably impossible for us to travel together with your family. But if we find a 6-seat vehicle, we might be able to move together to some extent. Professor Seo Jae-hoon began to sweat. Kang Hakcheol continued, Of course, only along the route they have told us about. But as you said, if the vehicle gets stranded, I will not be able to guarantee our safety either. I am making this clear. If a dangerous situation arises, I will only look after myself, and you will have to take care of your family on your own. Please think about it carefully. Professor Seo Jae-hoon looked down, still sweating. Moon Ji-yeon said softly, Honey. A few moments later, in the kitchen, Han Yena said to herself, If we are leaving tomorrow, we should prepare some supplies. If the professor's family is coming, we will need quite a bit. I should get a backpack that I can carry. But where did Jung Minjun go? She walked upstairs. Jung Minjun said, Hajun, you play so many games, yet you study well too? That is really impressive. Hajun replied, So if you do not play Roblox or Brawl Stars, what game do you play, Hyung? Jung Minjun said, I also play LANPub, but recently I have been playing a zombie game called Rage Z. Hajun said, Oh, me too. Actually, I am not supposed to play that because of the age restriction, but I play it secretly without my parents knowing. I dream of becoming a game developer, just like the creators of that game. Jung Minjun said, Oh, your dream is to become a game developer? You study well, so I think you can definitely do it. Han Yena walked into the room and said, Hey, when did you two get so close? Ha ha. Jung Minjun, confused, replied, Huh? Ah. We were just talking about some men stuff. Han Yena looked at the wall, confused. She then looked at the poster and said, Oh, are you a Lumina fan? The poster read, Lumina Girls. Hajun said, Yes, I like John Nuna. Han Yena said, So cute. Moon Ji-yoon called out, "Hajun, come down here for a moment. Let's talk for a bit." Hajun replied, "Okay." As Jung Min-jun stared at the poster, Han Yena silently observed him. He focused on one particular girl. Han Yena asked, "Hey, Jung Min-jun, laugh out loud. Why are you staring so intently? Is she your ideal type?" Jung Min-jun responded, "Ah, I knew her when I was little." "Yujan." Han Yena was shocked and confused. She then shouted, "Ha! That's a load of nonsense. You're saying you knew Lumina's Jian? Ha ha ha. Hey, pull out her contact info. Even as a joke, that's way too unrealistic. Ha ha ha. Poo ha ha." Jung Min-jun, sweating, said, "It's true, she's a year younger than me. But of course, I haven't contacted her. She moved away after entering middle school. When I heard she became an idol, I was still cheering for her from afar. Well, she's now in a completely different world than mine." Han Yena looked at him silently, unamused. Jung Min-jun added, "Fine. If you don't want to believe me, then don't. I told my friends about it too, and they made me sound like I was delusional." "Heh," Han Yena said, "Ha ha, I knew it. It's impossible that someone like you knew Lumina's Jian." Jung Min-jun walked out of the room and said, Yeah, just joking, just joking." Han Yena stood silently, then looked at the poster and muttered, "Still, there's no way. Ha! But she really is incredibly beautiful." A few moments later, in the living room, Professor Seo Jae-hoon said to Kang Hakcheol, "I have discussed it with my wife and son. Honestly, I do not think there is any hope if we stay here any longer. We will also head to Gunja Station Shelter together." Kang Hakcheol, shocked, said then, about the vehicle, Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, "I have a vehicle in mind. It is a sports utility vehicle, so it is perfect. But it is parked in a trapped area, so it is difficult to bring back. There is an ambulance about a kilometer away from here. It has an infected driver inside, but if we can handle it, it should start." Kang Hakcheol asked, "An ambulance?" Professor Seo replied, "Yes, the back has enough space for 6 people, so it should be perfect. But the problem is, when I last approached and checked the ambulance, there were 2 infected in the driver and passenger seats, and I could hear infection sounds from the back, so there are at least 3. Kang Hakcheol asked, "Did you check it yourself?" Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, "I saw 2 infected in the driver's seat with my own eyes. That was about 3 days ago, so they should still be there." Kang Hakcheol said, "Understood. If there are 3 inside, with your help, we can handle it. It will be too risky if there are more than that. Then let's finish all preparations and head there together tomorrow." Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, "Understood." When sent, a few hours later, Kang Hakcheol said, "Looks like all the luggage, including Yena's backpack, is packed. Anything else?" Jung Min-jun said, "Hey, Hakcheol, is there any chance? You know how to make Molotov cocktails. How about making a few?" Kang Hakcheol asked, "Molotovs?" Jung Min-jun said, "Yes. I thought we might need them later, so." Kang Hakcheol said, "Molotovs. Yes. Good idea." At night, in the living room, Kang Hakcheol stared silently at the ceiling. Young suddenly spoke on the radio. "Mr. Hakcheol, did you get a vehicle? Over." Kang Hakcheol picked up the radio and said, "There is an ambulance parked some distance from home, so I plan to check it out tomorrow morning. If everything is good, we will just head out with that ambulance. But there could be variables." "Over." Hyung replied, "We are waiting near a building at the nearby intersection. We will also head out tomorrow once you have everything in order. I hope there is no big problem." Outside, the fog covered the streets. Zombies lurked around the ambulance. Inside the ambulance, the infected groaned, "Creak, grr," Hyung said over the radio. Then, "I wish you all good luck." Over. At night, while Han Yena was sleeping, she moaned silently. She was in a dream where she was still at school and had fallen asleep at her table. Han Yena moaned again while sleeping, then sat up and said, What a horrible dream. Zombies, seriously." She looked around and said, "What the? Did everyone already go home?" She looked at the clock and said, "Wait, why didn't anyone wake me up?" It was already 5:30 p.m. Han Yena said, "What time is it? Crap, I'm going to be late for cram school." She then walked toward the door and bumped into Jung Min-jun saying, Fudge, what?" As she looked at Jung Min-jun, Han Yena said, Jung Min-jun?" Jung Min-jun stared at her silently. Han Yena said, What are you doing here? Why didn't you go home?" Still silent, Jung Min-jun stared. Han Yena said, Why are you staring at me like that? What's your problem? You couldn't even make eye contact before." Suddenly, Jung Min-jun held Han Yena's delicate wrist, and Han Yena shouted, "Kya!" Jung Minjun pushed her against the wall. Han Yena felt something nice while staring at Jung Minjun and said, Jung Minjun? What the heck? She sweated nervously and said, You wanna die? Let go of me. Jung Minjun whispered, Fudge, and said, Hey, you witch. Does it feel good ignoring me like that all the time? Han Yena was confused and shocked. Jung Minjun said, Last night, last week, and 2 weeks ago, you outright cursed at me, remember? You treat me like I'm dirt at school. So why are you suddenly talking to me now? Should I treat you just as roughly? Han Yena blushed and sweated as she said, What? Roughly? She looked away, enjoying it a little to herself, and said, You're just a loser. What's with some pathetic tone all of a sudden? Jung Minjun said, Shut up. Call me a loser one more time and I swear I'll poke you from behind. Han Yena said, Let me go. Why are you so strong? If you keep this up, I'm going to scream. Jung Minjun said, Scream all you want. It's just you and me here right now. You're talking big, but you're not resisting at all. KKK. Acting all tough on the outside, but you're kinda cute, eh? Han Yena said, Shut up. I don't even want to look at a penniless creep like you. If you keep mouthing off, it won't just be words next time. I might actually hit you. Han Yena said, What? Hit me? Ha, go ahead and try it. You weak little loser. Jung Minjun said, Want to test if I'm weak or not? I'm serious, I'll hit you. Back in reality, Han Yena whispered to herself while dreaming, This bastard Jung Minjun, if you keep doing this, She felt nice to herself and moaned. She was silent. She gently opened her eyes and said to herself, Was that a dream? What the heck kind of nightmare was that? She suddenly saw Jung Minjun close to her and said in confusion, She was hugging Jung Minjun close, making Jung Minjun her human warm pillow. She was shocked and confused. She then sweated and blushed, saying to herself, what the heck? Did I fall asleep hugging Jung Minjun? Did this bastard push me all the way over here? Is that why I had that kind of dream? Seriously, this perverted bastard. Is he pretending to be asleep and doing this on purpose? She removed her hand from Jung Minjun. Kang Hakchol snored silently on the couch. Han Yena was still close to Jung Minjun, pressing her huge soft chest against his arm, and said to herself, So annoying, Jung Minjun. She stared at him closely and said to herself, But something's seriously weird. Before I definitely thought that he smelled like a musty basement or something. That's why I didn't want to be anywhere near that stench. But now I don't smell anything like that. Jung Minjun peacefully slept while resting his arm against Han Yena's delicate, soft, huge chest. Han Yena smelled Jung Minjun close and said to herself, Did he shower or something? Now he actually smells kind of nice. But why? Why does he suddenly look kind of handsome? Am I still dreaming? Has the apocalypse messed up my brain or something? He definitely didn't look like this before. Is it just because he took off his glasses and has his eyes closed? Suddenly, Jung Minjun opened his eyes abruptly and saw Han Yena staring closely at him. Han Yena, confused, said, Huh? She panicked and shouted, Wah! Then punched the life out of Jung Minjun, yelling, Kya! You perverted jerk! Gak! Jung Minjun cried in pain. Kang Hakchol suddenly sat up and pointed his assault rifle at them. What? Freeze! Jung Minjun quickly said, No, it's nothing, Hakchol. Just go back to sleep. Han Yena, covering her body, shouted, You were staring at me right in front of my face. My heart almost dropped. Jung Minjun said, Awake? But weren't you already up when I opened my eyes? Han Yena snapped, No, I wasn't. When I opened my eyes, you were already up. Jung Minjun frowned. That's not right. Han Yena, irritated, said, This. Fudge. Jung Minjun remained confused. You yelled at me, and even hit me. She suddenly kicked Jung Minjun's face with her perfect foot. So annoying, seriously, ack. Jung Minjun groaned in pain. Han Yena hid under the blanket while Jung Minjun stared, confused and sweating. I cursed at Han Yena. Kang Hakchol said, Jung Minjun, did you actually yell at her? Jung Minjun replied, No, I didn't. Did I say something in my sleep? It was 2:15 a.m. A few moments later, outside, Kang Hakchol said, Anyway, listen up again. If the professor and I manage to secure the ambulance as planned, we'll drive it straight back here. Once we arrive, Yena and Minjun open the garage shutter so we can bring the car in, toss the supplies in the back, and head out right away. Got it? Kang Hakchol said, Minjun, go upstairs and keep a lookout. Make sure to stay alert and monitor the area until we return. Do not get distracted. Jung Minjun said, Okay. Kang Hakchol said. Then we're heading out. Han Yena said, be careful, Kang Hakchol. Moon Jiun added, take care, honey. Seo Jae-hoon said, don't worry. A few moments later, as water dripped into the basin, dark fog covered the streets. Jung Minjun used binoculars to scan the area. He waited patiently, staring into the distance. Han Yena asked, still no sign of them. Jung Minjun said, yeah, the fog is really thick today. Han Yena frowned. Don't tell me something happened. It's already been an hour. Jung Minjun explained. They said the vehicle was about 1 kilometer away, so walking while staying alert would easily take over 30 minutes just to get there. And there were infected inside the ambulance too, so taking care of them probably took more time. Suddenly, a noise echoed in the distance. Both of them were shocked. Was that a gunshot just now? Han Yena asked. Did Hakchol fire it? Jung Minjun said, no. It didn't sound like the rifle Hakchol's using. It sounded different. Han Yena said, what? Then whose gunshot was that? Maybe the people who came here yesterday. Minjun said. Han Yena began sweating nervously. She stood up, covered her tiny mouth and nose, and said, oomph. Jung Minjun asked, what's wrong? Han Yena replied, what is this smell? It's so foul I feel like throwing up. Something's approaching, huh? Jung Minjun muttered, confused. Suddenly someone shouted, open the door. Jung Minjun jumped up and looked ahead. He saw someone running toward them. Who? Hurry up and open the door, the man shouted. Minjun thought, that person from yesterday? Han Yena asked, who is it? Jung Minjun replied, it's that person who came yesterday morning. But where's the car they came in? And there was one more person. The man arrived at the gate and said, huff. He knocked on the gate with his gun. Open the door. Please let me in. Jung Minjun asked, yeah, you're the one from yesterday, right? Where's the other person? He got attacked and died. Hasn't Hakchol come back yet? Why the heck isn't he answering the radio? He whispered, a monster showed up. Then shouted, a monster showed up. Guns don't work on it. Jung Minjun looked ahead through the binoculars, sweating in disbelief, hesitating to open the gate. No way. In the distance, Lee Bongyu said, Han, Yena, where are you? Minjun remembered what Bongyu said the day before. Nice to meet you. I'm Bongyu Oppa. Now Bongyu walked slowly, muttering, my Instagram. Why won't you accept me? Jung Minjun, recalling his past while playing zombie games, said, Hey, there's a fat zombie at the ping location. Run. Jung Minjun thought to himself. That thought that kept lingering in my head. That anxiety. If there's even the slightest connection, then the world truly is heading toward apocalypse. As he remembered seeing a boomer in his game, and now looked at Lee Bongyu walking in the same eerie way, he continued to think. And now that fear became certainty. Lee Bongyu, groaning, said, wei, yena. And Jung Minjun whispered to himself, and finally I was sure. Outside, the sky was cloudy. The streets were gloomy. A few minutes earlier, a zombie inside the ambulance groaned, Gook, Grook. Kang Hakchol said, there are 2 in the front seats. If the vehicle starts, can we back out? Professor Seo Jae-hoon replied, yes, the road behind is clear, so we can definitely. But how should we handle this? Suddenly, Kang Hakchol was shocked and confused as he heard noises coming from the direction of Professor Seo Jae-hoon's home. Professor Seo Jae-hoon exclaimed, what is that sound? Kang Hakchol's radio suddenly crackled. Kang Hakchol, did you secure the vehicle? Quickly, come this way. There's a problem. Kang Hakchol, sweating, said, it's gunshots. From the people who came yesterday. Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, What on earth is happening? Kang Hakchol shouted, hurry, Professor. It would be better to handle this quickly with the rifle. If you open the driver's door, I'll shoot. After shooting the front seats, the infected will swarm immediately. So hurry with the back seats too. Professor Seo Jae-hoon responded, yes. At the home of Professor Seo Jae-hoon, Jung Minjun rushed down the stairs as he heard the older brother from yesterday shouting outside the door. Please open it. I'm going to die at this rate. Jung Minjun immediately opened the door. Quickly, come in, he said. The man replied, thank you, but his friend, already a zombie, leaped at him from behind. Jung Minjun was shocked as the friend tackled the man to the ground. The zombie shrieked, Gra! The man screamed in pain, Argh! Va! Help me! Please save me! Han Yena looked outside and was shocked. The zombie growled, Grook! Jung Minjun shouted, Mister! Han Yena cried out, infected are swarming, Jung Minjun! Quickly, come inside! She suddenly froze in shock as she looked ahead. Huh? She gasped as she saw Lee Bongyu running toward them. Lee Bongyu said, I found you. Hanyena dropped to the ground in shock as Jung Minjun immediately shut the gate. The man outside screamed, "Help me!" The zombies groaned, "Geek! Grah!" Jung Minjun gasped, "Huff!" Still in shock, Hanyena said, What is that thing?" Jung Minjun replied, "It's Lee Bong-gyu, the one we met at the construction site, the older brother who knew Park Sung-bin." Outside, Lee Bong-gyu growled, "Grew, Yina." Jung Minjun, sweating, said, We need to run." Then he shouted, "That thing can't be easily handled even with a rifle. Kang Hak-cheol needs to come help." Suddenly he heard the gates being pounded hard. He was shocked and looked at the gates. A huge bump bulged from the metal. Moon Ji-yoon came out of the house and asked, "What is going on out there?" Jung Minjun shouted, "Go inside, ma'am. Take Ha-jun and hide on the second floor." Jung Minjun said to himself, "Fire, right, Molotov cocktails." He looked at Hanyena and said, Hanyena, listen to me carefully. You absolutely have to help me." Still frozen in shock, Hanyena did not respond. Jung Minjun shouted, "Hanyena, get a grip and listen to me." Hanyena suddenly flinched. Jung Minjun grabbed her delicate shoulder and said, "That thing will definitely break through the gate and come in. It might even break down the front door to find you, so I'll throw Molotov cocktails at the gate to buy time with the flames. There's gasoline left from when we made Molotov cocktails yesterday, right? When that thing breaks through the gate and comes inside, you pour gasoline on it from above. Then I'll attack more with Molotov cocktails. More infected will gather around, so after you pour all the gasoline, you need to throw Molotov cocktails from above to attack too. Out of 8 Molotov cocktails, I get 4, you get 4. Can you do it?" Hanyena, still unmoving and sweating, hesitated. Jung Minjun shouted again, "Can you do it?" Hanyena responded, "Yeah." Jung Minjun came inside the house with Hanyena and said quickly, "Go up to the second floor." He took some soju bottles filled with gasoline. Jung Minjun came back out and said to himself, "Because of that sound, more infected will gather. The moment the door breaks, all the gathered infected will rush in at once. But if my guess is right, no matter how maximized their attack instincts are, infected are vulnerable to fire. Of course, they'll jump into the flames, but we can at least prevent the indiscriminate entry of infected." Jung Minjun threw a Molotov in front of the gate. Suddenly, with a heavy punch, Lee Bong-gyu broke the gate open. He groaned, grew. As he stepped inside, Jung Minjun said to himself, "Most importantly," Lee Bong-gyu called out, "Yina." As he slowly walked into the flames, Jung Minjun thought, "If we don't handle that scoundrel first, it's over." Hanyena shouted, "Did you find me, you perverted scoundrel?" She poured gasoline onto Lee Bong-gyu. Lee Bong-gyu groaned in pain. Jung Minjun threw another Molotov at him and yelled, "Go to the void, you flippin' monster!" Lee Bong-gyu exploded in a fireball. He howled in agony. "Keek!" Jung Minjun shouted to Hanyena and Moon Ji-yoon, "That's not nearly enough. Even though I blocked with flames, 1 or 2 still got through, so keep throwing and attacking." Hanyena responded, "Yeah." Suddenly, the zombie from earlier sprinted toward Jung Minjun and shrieked, "Grah! Arg!" Jung Minjun shouted, "One's coming in." He thought to himself, "We're running out of Molotov cocktails. It'll be dangerous if more swarm. If only we had Hak-cheol's rifle." Yina on the second floor seems to have used almost all of hers too. Lee Bong-gyu screamed in pain. "Grook!" Jung Minjun gritted his teeth and thought, "Darn, this is the last one." As another zombie rushed toward Jung Minjun, it shrieked, "Grua, arr!" The zombie tackled Jung Minjun to the ground. Hanyena broke into a sweat, shouting, "Jung Minjun!" Moon Ji-yoon cried out, "What should we do?" Hanyena said, "If I throw now, Min-jun will burn to death too. I'll quickly come down and help." She shouted, "Jung Min-jun, just hold on a little longer." Another zombie ran toward him, screaming, "Grah! Arr!" The zombie on top of Jung Minjun howled, "Grah! Grah!" Jung Minjun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't come down. Hide, Hanyena." He struggled to push the zombie off him. In his mind, he thought, if more infected get in, then this swarm, this is as far as we go. In the end, suddenly the zombie on top of him was shot in the head. Blood splattered across Jung Minjun's face as he closed his eyes. Darkness. He gently opened them again and saw the gloomy clouds above. Then he heard Kang Hak-cheol's voice, "Get up!" Kang Hak-cheol shouted again, "Get up before more come!" Jung Minjun, still stunned, muttered, "Kang Hak-cheol." Kang Hak-cheol helped him stand. Meanwhile, Lee Bong-gyu, still burning, screamed, "Keek!" Kang Hak-cheol shouted to the others, "Hurry up!" Outside, other zombies heard the noise and rushed toward the house, screaming, "Gra! Kia! Ag!" Kang Hak-cheol opened the back of the ambulance. A female zombie inside shrieked, "Keek!" He shot her down and said to himself, The last bullet. Moon Ji-yoon and the others climbed into the ambulance and shut the doors. Kang Ha-cheol got inside and said to Professor Seo Jae-hoon, "Let's go." Professor Seo Jae-hoon replied, "Yeah." As he started the engine, zombies ran toward the vehicle, screaming, "Gra-ar!" The ambulance sped forward. Professor Seo Jae-hoon, sweating, glanced at the side mirrors. His home was burning behind them as the zombies chased. Flames devoured the house slowly in the distance. He sweated more as he steered the vehicle into the chaotic streets. A few moments later, as the streets gradually darkened, they continued their journey. Inside the ambulance, Jung Min-jun quietly held the stab wound he had received at the construction site. He sweated. He remembered the old man from earlier shouting, "Please, open the door. We are going to die if you do not." He had opened the door and said, "Huff, hurry, come in." The man said, "Thank," before his zombie friend leapt on him. Jung Min-jun thought about it deeply. He whispered to himself, "Ugh, it hurts again." Han Yena, worried, asked, "Are you okay?" Jung Min-jun replied, "Yeah, my side's been hurting since earlier." Han Yena asked, "Did you get your stitches out yet?" "Have Ha-cheol take a look when we get a chance." Jung Min-jun said, "I'll wait until tomorrow to see." As they passed by several motels, Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, "I think we're almost at the meetup spot the guy mentioned. Of course, he probably will not show up." Kang Ha-cheol added, "He said to turn left at Insenghof and just keep going straight." Professor Seo Jae-hoon replied, "If we've come about 4 kilometers, we're probably halfway there. It's still too early for sundown, so how about heading straight for Gunja Station?" Kang Ha-cheol said, "It looks like it's about to rain, and the sky's pretty dark. Maybe it's safer to wait at the meetup point." Professor Seo Jae-hoon suddenly pointed and said, "Oh, I see it. The Sky Motel." He parked the ambulance in front of the Sky Motel. A few moments later, they entered the building. As they walked through the dim hallways, Han Yena said, "Whoa, this place is seriously creepy, isn't it? If anything jumps out at me, I might pee my pants." Jung Min-jun said, "Seriously, Yena, watch your mouth." Han Yena nervously asked, "Hey, are you sure we're going to be all right here?" Kang Ha-cheol reassured her, "Yeah. I checked the whole second floor really carefully. Rooms 202, 203, and 206 are all safe, so we can each rest in one of those rooms." Han Yena said, "Ha-cheol, you really aren't scared at all, are you?" Kang Ha-cheol replied, "Honestly, I'm more afraid of people than ghosts or infected." They stopped at room 209. There was a huge X mark on the door. Kang Ha-cheol said, "I heard we only need to watch out for rooms that are marked like this." Han Yena said, "Yikes." Kang Ha-cheol warned, "Oh, and there are infected on the 4th floor hallway, so don't even think about going up there." Han Yena asked nervously, They won't come down to the 2nd floor, right?" Kang Ha-cheol replied, "The stairwell's locked, and there's no way they're taking the elevator." Then he turned to Professor Seo Jae-hoon and asked, "So, there are 3 rooms. How should we divide them up?" Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, Han Yena cut in, "Ha-cheol, stop shining that light on the professor. It's creepy as heck." A few moments later, they arrived at room 203 and entered. Kang Ha-cheol asked, "Yena, are you sure you're okay sleeping alone?" Han Yena replied, Honestly, I'd rather sleep with you guys than be alone, ha ha ha." Kang Ha-cheol said, "Or maybe you and Mrs. Moon could share a room. Since there are 3 rooms, Min-jun and I could take one. The professor and Ha-jun can have another." As Jung Min-jun entered the bathroom, Han Yena said, "Eh? What do you mean? Let's just all stick together." She gave a nervous laugh. "Ha ha!" Jung Min-jun rested silently against the wall. He muttered to himself, "Ha! The pain's getting worse and worse." He lifted his shirt and slowly unwrapped the bandage to check his wound. His eyes widened in shock and confusion. What the heck is this?" "My wound. My wound. Why is it like this? This feels just like an infected wound." "Do not tell me. I got infected? When did it happen? Where? Was it when that infected grabbed me earlier?" No, there are not even any bite marks. I'm pretty sure I didn't get bitten. Did I get infected through the stab wound at the construction site?" He struggled to recall every moment, from being hit in the face, thrown off the building, and hitting the ground. "My memory's fuzzy after that fall, but if I had been infected back then, the incubation period shouldn't be this long. I would have turned into an infected already, unless it happened when I got attacked earlier." He remembered being pinned to the ground, trying to push the zombie off him, and Kang Ha-cheol rushing in to help. But my stomach wound was covered by my clothes, so it would have been hard for anything to get in. Maybe if some fluid got into my eyes or mouth. Then he remembered something Kang Hakchiol said days ago. By the way, Young Minjin had asked, earlier when the infected's blood splattered on you. You're not going to get infected, right? Kang Hakchiol had replied, I've already been splattered with infected blood multiple times, and it seems fine as long as it's just skin contact. As far as I know, the only way to get infected is by being bitten. Now, Young Minjin clenched his teeth and thought, maybe Hakchiol's theory was wrong, or maybe it's just an infection in my wound. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit him. He dropped to the floor and whispered, No, I can just feel it. I'm infected. A few moments later, a dim lamp lit the room. Hanyena sat on the bed, waiting. She glanced at the frosted glass door of the bathroom. He's been in there for over 30 minutes. What the heck is he doing in the bathroom? This is driving me nuts. She called out, Young Minjin, what are you doing in there? I'm in a hurry. If you don't come out soon, I'm coming in there myself. The bathroom door opened slowly. Young Minjin stepped out. Hanyena stood up. What have you been doing in there? And you didn't answer at all. Young Minjin, sweating, said, Cool. There's still an extra room, right? Sorry, but the water was running. I couldn't hear anything. Do you mind if I sleep alone tonight? Hanyena, confused, asked. Why? Young Minjin hesitated. I just want to be alone right now. Hanyena said, all of a sudden? At least give us a reason. I just don't feel good. Right now, I just want to be by myself. Hanyena glanced at Kang Hakchiol and muttered, She thought to herself, Then you want me and Hakchiol to share a room, just the two of us? Ugh, that's kinda awkward. Young Minjin grabbed his bag. Hey, Young Minjin, wait a second. You're uncomfortable because of me, are you? Haha. I guess it is weird to share a motel room when it's not even home. Young Minjin looked back at her, his tone deadly serious. Hanyena, I'm not joking around, please. Hanyena froze. She watched him walk away. Kang Hakchiol observed them silently, like watching a couple break apart. He said, I'll just stay with the professor and Ha Jun. It'll probably be less awkward if you and Mrs. Moon share a room. Hanyena replied, okay, all right. In room 202. Young Minjin closed the door behind him. Everyone probably thinks the same thing, that their life might play out like the main character of a movie or drama. That just like in a movie, they'll get a happy ending someday. That even if things are tough, it'll all work out in the end. He leaned against it, sliding down slowly. He sat gently on the floor, his back still against the door. Holding his side tightly, he muttered, But that's just not how it is. He looked at the scattered trash on the floor. My life is nothing like a main character's. In the end, I'm just going to get infected and disappear quietly. I was just another ordinary extra. What was I even hoping for? In this miserable life, he sobbed and sniffled quietly, curled up in the dim motel room. I guess this was always how it was going to end. Outside, the zombies groaned, roar, roar. The next day, Sky Motel Hanyena, wearing her nightclothes, knocked on the door of room 202. Young Minjin, are you awake? Young Minjin. Kang Hakchiol approached and said, I'll try to open the door. He grabbed the knob, tried it, then frowned. It's locked. He started to sweat. I hope I'm wrong, but, he whispered anxiously, Young Minjin, I think he's been infected. Hanyena's face suddenly froze in shock as she began to sweat. What? That is ridiculous. He said yesterday he was not bitten. Kang Hakchiol said, Did any of us actually check for ourselves? Hanyena replied, If he really is infected, if we start banging on the door, would he not be freaking out like the infected do? But it is quiet. Kang Hakchiol said, if he is okay, he would open the door. If he is not an infected, maybe he has already stopped breathing. Hanyena froze in place, her voice trembling in disbelief. Hey, Hakchiol, you psycho, do not even joke about stuff like that. She suddenly started banging on the door. Hey, Young Minjin, open up now, stop messing around. Ha, are you pranking me or something? Enough with the drama, just open up. This is not funny. She paused and spoke more softly. Young Minjin. She resumed pounding on the door. Darn it, are you not going to open up? Hurry, open the door. Bang. Open this right now. Open the door, you idiot. Bang. Open. Suddenly she heard the door unlock. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hey, are you Kang Hakchiol pointed his flashlight toward the doorway. Young Minjin stood weakly and said, Guys, something's wrong with my body. He was drenched in sweat, and the infection was visibly spreading all over him. 18 years ago in the United States, Elliot Jin shouted to Daniel Jin, we need to go now. Did you not hear what Auntie said? She told us not to get close to this house. There is some crazy guy living here, Daniel Jin said. I know. An apocalypse nutcase? People say a crazy guy lives here who believes the world is ending soon. I am just curious, about why he thinks that way. Elliot Jin replied, sweating. You are going to get shot for real if you keep it up. Daniel Jin calmly responded, I heard there has not been a shooting in this neighborhood for decades. He is probably not some lunatic who just shoots anyone. Elliot Jin said nervously, I do not know. It was 18 years ago. Pennsylvania, United States. A gate stood with a warning, do not enter. Elliot Jin walked away. I am going home first. If Auntie gets mad, do not blame me. Daniel Jin silently looked at the gate. Suddenly, a man shouted, Who is there? There will be zombies crawling all over the place soon, so why are you out there in danger? Daniel Jin, startled, said, Sorry. He looked confused. Zombies? What is that? The man asked. Were you just talking with that kid in some foreign language? Daniel Jin replied, Korean. The man said, Ah. Are you the son of the Asian couple who lives nearby? Daniel Jin answered, I am not their son. I just stay with my uncle's family. I have only been here for a year. The man asked, Where are your parents then? Daniel Jin paused. They passed away. Both my mom and dad in Korea, so my twin sibling and I were sent here. The man said, Ah, I see. Sorry to hear that. Anyway, it is dangerous out here. Get back inside. There will be zombies everywhere soon. Daniel Jin thought to himself, he really does sound crazy. The man continued, Are you looking for somewhere to hide? Daniel Jin asked, confused. Sorry, is this like some kind of role play? He thought. Daniel Jin said, I am being chased by those so-called zombies. I have been running away. The man exclaimed, Goodness! So the zombies are finally showing themselves in this world? You are not bitten anywhere, right? Daniel Jin replied, Yes. The man opened the shutters. Daniel Jin looked inside, sweating. The man shouted, Get inside, quick! Daniel Jin entered. The man closed the gate behind him. A few moments later, inside the house, in the living room, Daniel Jin asked, But you keep saying zombie over and over. What even is that? The man said, Ho, you really do not know anything, huh? When people sin and die, do you know where they go? Straight to hell. But if over thousands of years too many people sin and die, and hell runs out of room, what do you think happens? A writing on the wall read, The end is near. The man continued, God will bring judgment, a merciless, severe judgment. If hell becomes packed full of sinners, then the souls who cannot get in will wander the earth. Daniel Jin looked on in shock. The man shouted, Divine retribution is coming. The end is near. If you do not get ready like I did, there's no way you'll survive. Let me show you something incredible. The man pulled open a cabinet, revealing rows of supplies and weapons. Daniel Jin looked around in shock. Whoa. What the heck is that? The man said calmly. The end will come someday. It always does. He gestured toward a reinforced vehicle, a fully modified doomsday car. Back in the Sky Motel, room 202, 18 years later, Seoul, Korea. Han Yena said, Hey Kang Hak-cheol, you're really aiming that at him. Kang Hak-cheol replied, You never know. What if he suddenly snaps and attacks us? Han Yena turned to the older man. What do you think, Professor? Are you sure he's infected? Professor Seo Jae-hoon wiped sweat from his brow. Yes. This doesn't look like a normal reaction to a stab wound. A fever of 42 degrees. That's impossible. If only we had a specialist, we could be sure, Young Minjin said weakly. But I just can't figure out how. I got infected. I didn't get bitten earlier. And what doesn't make sense, the symptoms started right where I got cut by the knife. Han Yena said, if he was infected back at the construction site days ago, he would have turned by now. The incubation period isn't that long, is it? Professor Seo Jae-hoon said, I think it depends on where he's bitten. Sometimes it's just a few minutes, up to a few hours. I'm not sure, but I doubt it'd ever be more than a day. Kang Hak-cheol added, judging by Minjin's condition, I'd say he's definitely infected. The symptoms starting from the stab wound means maybe there was infected blood or fluid on the knife, or maybe the open wound got exposed somehow. If that's the case, then he was already infected before I treated him. As for why the symptoms are showing up now, I have no idea. Han Yena stared in shock, her mind racing. Then, are you saying Minjin's been infected for days? Kang Hak-cheol nodded slowly. Yeah. Professor Seo Jae-hoon stammered. So if... Kang Hak-cheol interrupted. If Minjin doesn't turn by tomorrow... He paused. Silence. Minjin. Maybe he's immune. Of course, I'm not exactly a medical expert, so I can't say for sure. Young Minjin's eyes widened. He's saying, I might be immune. A large bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. A few hours later, at night, outside the infected groaned, Rah! Grar. As the sun rose, light streamed through the window and landed on Jung Minjun's face. Hanyena had sat by his side all night. Jung Minjun slowly opened his eyes. Hanyena leaned forward. You're awake? Your fever's way down and your face looks a lot better. How are you feeling? Jung Minjun sat up slowly. Wait, how long did I sleep? Hanyena replied, since yesterday. It felt like you slept for dozens of hours. Jung Minjun blinked. Yena, what are you doing here? Hanyena said, huh? I'm checking on you, what else? Jung Minjun looked away. Aren't you scared, being next to me, when I might turn into an infected? Hanyena paused, then smirked. Hey, if a loser like you turned, you wouldn't be scary at all, okay? Haha. Plus, Hakshaw said you might be immune. Ha ha ha. She smiled awkwardly. Hanyena added, it's already been a long time. Jung Minjun stared at her, a bit awestruck. You've changed a lot, you know? I mean, you even looked after a loser like me. You looked pretty badass throwing Molotovs at the professor's house too. Hanyena's face turned red. What? Hey, do you think I'm some delicate flower or something? Even if you weren't there, I would have survived somehow. And about taking care of you, I just wanted to check on your... She stopped, noticing Jung Minjun smiling at her. Jung Minjun said, thanks, at least to me. You're like a totally different person compared to a few days ago. I never thought I'd end up relying on you. Anyway, thanks. Hanyena looked down and blushed as she said, I'm the one who should be thankful. I mean, we gotta do whatever it takes to survive. But are you sure you're okay? Jung Minjun said, yeah, way better than yesterday. Yesterday, I was honestly hovering between life and death, but a few hours later. Kang Hachial came inside and sat down, saying to Jung Minjun, so, you're saying that Lee Bongyu looked almost exactly like the zombies in that game you played? Jung Minjun said, yeah, I'm sure of it. This whole situation, it's gotta be connected to that game. Kang Hachial said, then, you're saying the game company created the virus and released it? Jung Minjun said, well, I have no idea about that. The developer is actually pretty famous, you know. What was his name again? Seo Hajun suddenly came inside the room and said, CEO of Red Mine Studios, Daniel Jin. As Jung Minjun looked at Seo Hajun, confused, Seo Hajun said, that guy. He's someone I really respect as a developer. Seo Hajun, 12 years old, 6th grader at Unsuk Elementary, sweats. Jung Minjun said, right. Hajun, you want to be a game developer, don't you? Kang Hakchil said, Daniel Jin? Yina, have you heard of him? Hanyena said, I think I've heard the name before. Seo Hajun said, he's a Korean-American genius developer. Back in high school, he made a huge hit indie game called Hollow Code in North America. He grew Red Mine Studios and released a bunch of other successful games. Especially 5 years ago, his game Rage Z became a mega hit and made him a ton of money. Red Mine Studios? Seo Hajun continued. After that, he started investing big in artificial intelligence, medical and biotech industries, even buying out related companies. In North America, he's basically become as big a deal in it as Elon Musk. But he's only recently gotten famous in Korea. Kang Hakchol said, medical, biotech, huh? Seo Hajun said, and I heard he has a twin brother, something Jin? He's supposed to be pretty famous too. You could probably find out if you looked it up online, but there's no internet right now. Kang Hachial thought and said, zombie business. Games, medical, it all matches up a little too perfectly. Hanyena said, if his company really is involved in all this, why, what's the point? Shio Hajun said, that, I honestly have no idea. Jung Minjun sweats. Then a different scene, in an interrogation room. A CIA agent said, Daniel Jin, 29 years old. Before moving to America, you were from a pretty well-off family in Korea, but together with your twin brother Elliot Jin, you testified to being bullied as a kid. Your mother was a famous actress in Korea until the late 2000s. She got caught up in a tax evasion scandal, and public backlash eventually forced her to retire from entertainment. After getting hit with massive penalties and damages, in the end, she could not take it and ended her own life. Later, it was revealed that it was all due to the tax accountant's intentional omissions and mistakes, and a mistake by the tax office. But around that time, your father lost everything too, after a string of real estate and construction scams, and the business failed. The family racked up billions in debt, and your father also took his own life. So together with your twin, you went to America to live with your uncle, your only remaining family. At 17, you made your first Big profits with a game you developed. But even the uncle and aunt you guys trusted ended up embezzling your money, betraying their only family left. After that, you started and built up Red Mind Studios, and started investing heavily in medical and biotech fields, becoming a major player in the future of medicine. Let's just get to the point. Daniel Jin said, "We don't have time to sit around like this. We need to go to Korea immediately." The agent said, "If you really suffered that much from your own countrymen, you probably would have wanted to kill them all. But still, did you really need to go this far? Daniel Jin, you're the one who spread the virus in Korea, right?" At the interrogation room, Daniel Jin said, "How many times do I have to tell you? It was not me. You should be suspicious of my brother instead." Daniel Jin, 29 years old, Red Mind Studios Chief Executive Officer. Aiden Brooks, 47 years old, Central Intelligence Agency Special Activities Center Operations Commander, former United States Marine Corps, Marine Special Operations Command, with over 20 years of special operations experience, said, "Elliot Jin went missing after entering Korea. Do you know why he went there?" Daniel Jin replied, "I have no idea. But if my brother and the core members of the research team all headed to Korea right before this whole thing started, is it not obvious?" Aiden Brooks said, "You were the one who acquired Elliot's research lab, right? Even if your brother really was the one who created the virus. Are you saying you did not know a thing about it? To me, that is even harder to believe." Right after the zombie outbreak in Korea, stocks for biotechnology vaccine companies skyrocketed, and your affiliate shares went up 500% in a month. Funny how perfect that timing is, do you not think? I am convinced you are the one who started all this. Daniel Jin said, "Forget it, seriously. He has always been like that. He always said Koreans deserve to go to the underworld." Aiden Brooks said, "Are you telling me Elliot Jin, who supposedly devoted his life to saving humanity, actually said things like that?" Daniel Jin replied, "So you are saying I told my brother to make a zombie virus and unleash it on Korea? You are saying I did something that insane just to turn a zombie game into reality? I have been growing my company for the future of humanity. While we are sitting here arguing, people back home are dying by the thousands. The Centers for Disease Control and every other research agency have completely failed to make a vaccine or get the situation under control. If the virus really did originate from our lab, then we are the only ones who might be able to stop it." Aiden Brooks said, "The vaccine will be developed in the United States under Central Intelligence Agency supervision." Daniel Jin asked, "Then, are you saying you are bringing an infected sample back to America?" Aiden Brooks replied, "It is already on its way." Daniel Jin said, "If the first infection happens here, you are going to regret it." Aiden Brooks responded, "Right now, it is not just Korea. It is spreading to China, Japan, and all of Southeast Asia. This virus is definitely going to hit America too. If I am going to clean up my brother's mess, I have to go to Korea myself." Aiden Brooks then said to Camila Rosa, "Still no word on Elliot Jin's whereabouts, right?" Camila Rosa replied, "Yes. No updates from our agents on the ground." Morris Blake, 36 years old, Central Intelligence Agency Special Activities Center Special Operations Group Tactical Officer, former Delta Force with extensive combat and black operations experience in the Middle East and Africa, said so far everything Daniel Jin has said checks out. There is no evidence to the contrary. Elliot Jin is still the prime suspect. Camila Rosa, 27 years old, Central Intelligence Agency Special Activities Center Special Operations Group, field operative, born in Puerto Rico, former Drug Enforcement Administration Foreign Deployed Advisory and Support, team member with extensive cartel operation experience in South America, said, "But until we confirm Elliot Jin's location, Daniel Jin cannot be released. We will handle securing Elliot Jin ourselves." Daniel Jin said, "All right, then let us do this. I will go to Korea with you. I will not act on my own. Watch me all you want. I will not leave Central Intelligence Agency custody. He is not going to avoid me. He will come to me, I guarantee it. Nobody knows my brother better than I do. I am the only one who can save humanity now." When 2 days ago, the day Kang Hakseol went out searching for an ambulance, Park Songbin quietly strolled the streets and muttered to himself, "Darn it, this fog is ridiculously thick. Only got 30% battery left. Need to find a place to charge soon. Almost at Jangan Station. Hope those scoundrels have not changed their destination. Even if they are not there, they will probably cross the river on Line 5 anyway. I will check Gunja Station, Akasan Station, and the whole route." A zombie appeared, growling, "Grrr." Park Songbin stopped. As the zombie came toward him, snarling, "Grah." Park Songbin pulled a knife from his bag, prepared to attack, and stabbed with all his strength. He continued stabbing the zombie and said, "Stabbing with a knife really does have a special feel. It is way more thrilling than punching." No wonder serial killers cannot stop. But these infected monsters cannot even beg for their lives, so it is starting to get boring. Suddenly he heard gunshots. Park Song-bin muttered, "What is that noise?" "Sounds like gunshots." "Do not tell me. Actual guns? In Korea?" "Well, I guess it could be the military. If someone has a gun, that would be one tremendous weapon. What are the soldiers even doing if they cannot keep the infected under control? Forget it. Anyway, let us go check it out." A few moments later, Park Song-bin continued to ride his scooter. "That is really close," he said to himself as the gunshots continued. "I mean, seriously. How many shots is that? Must be more than 10. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Hey, are you a survivor? You should not go that way. All the infected are swarming over there. I am badly hurt. Please help me." Park Song-bin was shocked, staring at the man. A few moments later, inside the house, Park Song-bin asked, "Is that true?" The boy said, "There are some survivors about 300 meters from here. We were supposed to meet at the Sky Motel in Unsak neighborhood, but then today, that monster suddenly showed up out of nowhere. It was a huge mess. I barely escaped with my life. My right leg is totally useless now, but at least I did not get bitten. My group probably thinks I am dead. They probably ran to the house where the other survivors are, asking for help. From the amount of gunfire, it sounds like they ran into some serious trouble over there too. I just hope they made it out in the ambulance safely." Park Seong-bin said, "At least you are alive. That is what matters. I will help however I can." "But are those survivors soldiers? I heard a ton of gunshots." The boy replied, "No, they are not soldiers. I heard one of them is a defector from North Korea. Looked like a high schooler to me." Park Song-bin's eyes widened. "Did you just say one of them was a North Korean defector? A high schooler?" "Yes," the boy said. "Then among the group you met," Park Song-bin asked, "was there a man with glasses and a tall girl with long hair, about 170 centimeters? The boy said, "I am not sure if there was a girl with them. There was a man in his 40s. But there was a guy with glasses. He looked like a high schooler too." "That North Korean defector," Park Song-bin said. "Was his name Kang Hak-cheol by any chance?" The boy replied, His name is... My colleague actually spoke to him over the radio. I think his name was Hak-cheol. I am not certain about his last name, but the name sounds right." "Hak-cheol," Park Song-bin muttered. Then he said with a sudden grin, "Kang Hak-cheol, Jung Min-jun, Han Yena." The boy looked puzzled. Park Song-bin smiled creepily. "Those are my friends. I have been searching everywhere for them." The boy, sweating and still confused, said, Really?" Park Song-bin asked eagerly. "Then are they in that house right now?" "Yes," the boy said. "But from all the gunfire earlier, I think something went wrong. I also thought I heard an engine, so maybe they got away in the ambulance. But I am not sure. I hope my colleagues survive too. With my leg like this, I cannot go far unless I have a vehicle. My old car was wrecked by that monster, so I need a new ride. Could you help me find a car or a scooter or something? Or at least if you meet those people, can you let them know I am alive?" Park Song-bin chuckled darkly. "The house, the ambulance, Sky Motel, hey, not bad. Did not expect this at all, but thanks to you, I just hit the jackpot." The boy frowned in confusion as Park Song-bin reached for his bag. "Let us see what you have got in your bag," Park Song-bin said. What? My bag?" the boy stammered. "Well, you are dead anyway, are you not?" Park Song-bin said coldly. "You will not mind if I take it, right?" Sweating, the boy asked, Wait, are you? You are so unbearably chatty," Park Song-bin sneered. "Why should I do a favor for a cripple like you? If you are hurt, just die already, you useless brat," boy shouted. "Hey, you son of a witch, you said you would help me. Help you?" Park Song-bin laughed. "Why would I help a worthless piece of trash like you? Heh, and how do I know you are not bitten or infected? Ha! Are you scared to die alone? Let me help you out then." The boy screamed. The house fell silent. A few moments later, outside, Park Song-bin took the electric scooter and muttered, "Of all times, my battery had to die now, darn it." And that was when I made my biggest mistake. What neighborhood was the Sky Motel in again? What was it called? 2 days later, at the Sky Motel, now. Jung Min-jun said, "But in the lore of that zombie game, there was no such thing as immunity, right? If Daniel Jin was really trying to make the game into reality, I am probably some kind of glitch in his design, am I not?" Han Yena replied, There is probably a team developing a vaccine somewhere. If someone immune shows up, it would really help with the vaccine research. Min-jun, you might just be humanity's last hope." Young Min-jun said, Still, I should make sure I really am immune first." If only we could find a doctor or a medical team to check. Kang Hakjeol said, honestly, all this about the zombie game feels like a wild theory. What really sticks in my mind is the weapons those people had last time. One of them looked like a desert eagle. That is not a gun you normally find in Korea. Jung Minjun said, maybe it came from a live shooting range? I think there is one in Myeongdong, Kang Hakjeol replied. That would be the most likely route. But how did it end up all the way here? In any case, something about it just feels off. Jung Minjun hesitated, sweating slightly. Kang Hakjeol said, anyway, the weather has cleared up and Minjun is looking better. Maybe it is time for us to move on, right? Seo Hajin said, I will go tell my parents to get ready. Kang Hakjeol said, before that, let me check the best route to Gunja Station. It is still about 5 or 6 kilometers, so we should map at least 1 or 2 kilometers of the car route. Jung Minjun asked, mind if I go too? Kang Hakjeol said, will you be okay? Han Yena, secretly concerned about Jung Minjun, immediately objected, what? You are not going anywhere, Minjun. Huh? Jung Minjun asked, confused. Acting almost like his girlfriend without realizing it, Han Yena said, where do you think you are going? What if you collapse again? Jung Minjun said, I am totally fine now. You see I am good, right? Are you seriously going to leave me here, you stubborn fool? Han Yena snapped. No, I mean, if you are going, I will just tag along too, she blurted out. Hey. Minjun blinked, still confused. Kang Hakjeol muttered, seriously. Han Yena really is stuck to Minjun like glue. Heh, what? Han Yena stammered, her face turning red. No, it is not like that. Minjun was practically just on death's door yesterday. I am just worried, okay? Hakjeol, are you not worried at all? What kind of friend are you? Kang Hakjeol said with a smirk. Aha, is that what this is approximately? Then why are you getting so mad? Flustered, Han Yena shoved Jung Minjun. I do not know, you pest. Go if you want. Blast it. Minjun winced in pain. Han Yena sat down, glaring at the wall. Gee, go ahead and collapse for all I care. See if I care if you drop dead. What the heck is going on? Minjun muttered before walking out. Let us go, Hakjeol. Okay, Kang Hakjeol replied. Han Yena turned back to look at them, both shocked and confused. With the sharp tone of an angry girlfriend and eyes that could kill, she muttered to herself, that jerk is actually leaving? And outside the Sky Motel, Park Song-bin walked slowly, then spotted the ambulance parked nearby. Ha, is this it? Searched every motel around here to finally find this place. Sky Motel, he said, grinning. As Park Song-bin stood in front of the Sky Motel, he creepily muttered, hey, I'm so excited at the thought of meeting my Yena. Suddenly he flinched. Wait a minute, that bastard Kang Hakjeol. He said he had a gun, didn't he? If that bastard is with him, I'll be at a disadvantage. Damn. Let's use my head a bit. Suddenly he heard a creaking noise. Park Song-bin hid as Kang Hakjeol said, Jung Minjun, do you want to take the rifle? Jung Minjun replied in confusion, huh? No, there's only one bullet left, Kang Hakjeol said. Still, I told you how to use it last time, so you should know. Jung Minjun said, more than that, I'm most curious about your story of defecting from North Korea. I haven't told you the full story yet, Kang Hakjeol replied. It would probably take days to tell you everything. I couldn't afford to use a broker back then. Jung Minjun said, isn't it nearly impossible to defect through China without a broker? Kang Hakjeol answered, I really did risk my life. Park Song-bin thought to himself, to think Kang Hakjeol and Jung Minjun are coming out now. It's a real gun. Are they coming out to scout the area? That means, inside that motel, Han Yena must be defenseless. Even if there's another guy with them, there's no way he's more dangerous than me, right? A few moments later, on the streets, zombies roamed and groaned. Kel, eek. Jung Minjun asked, so you already handled a gun when you were young? It was right before I escaped from North Korea, Kang Hakjeol said. That was the first time I killed someone with a gun. Really? Jung Minjun asked. Kang Hakjeol continued. In the past, my uncle had already defected and settled here. Using that as an excuse, my family was treated as traitors. My parents were dragged away somewhere, tormented, and then died. After that, there was a soldier who relentlessly tormented my younger siblings and me. One day, I was beaten to the brink of death by that soldier, and I thought I was really going to die. During a moment when that guy let his guard down, I snatched his gun and pulled the trigger. That very day, I took my siblings and left on a long journey. I was 12 back then. Jung Minjun, sweating, said, oh, amazing. Most students in our country live comfortably without worrying about survival. Are all North Koreans as good at survival as you? Huh? No, that's not the case, Kang Hakjeol replied. Not all North Koreans are strong survivors. They have less stamina, are thinner, and smaller than us. Truthfully, there's nothing special about me either. It's just, I have various experiences from the 2 years I spent on the brink of death while escaping. Ah, still, don't you want to go back to your hometown? Young Minjin asked. No, never, Kang Hachiol said. When at the Sky Motel, room 203, Han Yena silently thought to herself. Moon Jiyeon entered the room and asked, why are you suddenly so sulky? Ah, it's nothing. It's just my friends are annoying me. Especially Jong Minjun. He's a weak guy, but he keeps trying to go out and risk his life, Han Yena replied. Moon Jiyeon laughed, but he's doing it for us. Hachiol is with him, so don't worry too much. I'm not worried because Hachiol is there. I don't know either. He's just annoying. No, if he dies like that, what am I supposed to do? As Moon Jiyeon remained silent, admiring Han Yena's beauty, she said, Yena, you like that friend, don't you, huh? Han Yena's eyes became serious. No, I don't. Ho ho ho. Well, it can happen. If not, then forget I said anything, Moon Jiyeon replied. Han Yena was shocked and thought to herself, me? Like Jong Minjun? No way. Is it because I've been so obsessed with Jong Minjun lately? I wonder if it looked that way to a third party. No, this isn't a feeling of liking him. Right now, the person I have to rely on is only Jong Minjun. That's why it's like this. She remembered how Jong Minjun once smiled at her and said, Yena, you've changed a lot, nursing a loser bastard like me. Han Yena thought, right, I have changed, as the world ended, because everything has become equal. Before the zombie outbreak, except for my dysfunctional family, I had a life others would envy. I got everything I wanted, wore everything I wanted. When I dressed up and walked down the street, I'd get asked for my number 3 or 4 times a day. There wasn't a single guy who didn't fall for me, back in middle school, except for that one guy. Damn. Is that why? Because Jong Minjun doesn't show any signs of liking me. Most guys are head over heels for me, but that loser, he should be clinging to me and going crazy, but he shows no reaction. Someone like Jong Minjun isn't begging and pleading for me. That's why. Because that loser bastard is like a wooden doll showing no emotion, and I can't tell if he likes me or not. You bast. Suddenly he's so arrogant? As Moon Jiyeon looked at Han Yena in confusion, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Knock knock. Han Yena and Moon Jiyeon exchanged confused looks. The knocking continued. Moon Jiyeon stood up. Who is it? Honey? Hajun? The knocking stopped. Or did Hachiol and Minjun come back? She asked. Han Yena stood up. Just a moment. The knocking began again. Hey, answer me. Who is it? Han Yena demanded. As she looks through the peephole and glances around outside, there is no one there. Park Songbin smiles like a maniac and mutters to himself, wow, fuck. I'm even more excited than my first time in middle school. That was definitely Han Yena's voice just now. And there was another woman's voice too. Room 202. I'll keep this room in mind for now. There might be other guys with them, so I should check the other rooms. Holding a kitchen knife, he walks down the hall. A few moments later, he looks at room 207. Does the X mark mean I shouldn't go in? I have a feeling there are infected inside. Shocked, he glances toward room 206. Room 206. From inside, Seo Jaehoon's voice calls, Hajun, wait here for a moment. Dad, go to mom and... The door opens, and Seo Jaehoon freezes, shocked and confused as he sees Park Seongbin. You? Who are you? Seongbin smirks. Who else would I be? I'm the one who came looking for that bitch Han Yena. Who else is here besides you? Jaehoon stammers, What? No, who are you? Seongbin pulls out his kitchen knife. If you're not going to answer, then die, you bastard. A sharp slashing sound cuts the air. Ah. Seo Hajun sees his father being stabbed. Dad! Jaehoon groans in pain. Ka'ik! Hajun cries out, don't touch my dad! Seongbin kicks Hajun hard. What is this, you fucking brat? Kate! Hajun gasps in pain. Inside room 202, Han Yena hears the commotion outside. Ugh! Jaehoon groans. Moon Jiyeon cries out, Ho, honey, Hajun. Han Yena stops her. Ma'am, wait a minute, I'll go. She glances at her bag. Nah, the dagger Hachiol gave me. She finds the knife and immediately heads outside. Kang Hachiol shouts, Get inside, Han Yena. She freezes, confused, as she sees Jung Minjun and Hachiol rushing toward the commotion. Hachiol looks inside and sees Songbin on top of Jaehoon. Koeyik, Jaehoon groans. I asked who else is here. Answer me, you bitch, Songbin growls. Hachiol raises his rifle. Don't move, you son of a bitch. Songbin slowly stands. Dad. Hajun whimpers. Hachiol steadies his aim. The last remaining bullet. To think I'd use it on you, Park Songbin.
Farewell.
He pulls the trigger. Click.
What is this?
Fuck. To think it would malfunction at a time like this. Seongbin charges. Hakshiol drops the rifle and pulls a knife from his belt. Earlier that day as Jung Minjun and Kang Hakshiol walk outside the Sky Hotel, Hakshiol asks, "What's wrong, Minjun?" Minjun sweats. I think the symptoms are suddenly coming back. He shows his wound, where infection is spreading. Look at this. I feel dizzy, and I think I'm suddenly getting a fever. I was definitely fine, so why all of a sudden again? Let's go back, Minjun, Hakshiol says. Yeah. Minjun replies quietly, holding his wound and thinking, why all of a sudden? Is this happening? They hear a sudden scream. Huh? Hakshiol mutters. Uwak! Seo Jaehoon cries. When the present get inside, Hanyina, Hakshiol shouts. He slides into the room and aims his rifle at Seongbin. The last remaining bullet.
To think I'd use it on you, Park Songbin. Goodbye. Click.
What is this? Fuck. To think it would malfunction at a time like this. Seongbin lunges forward. Hakshiol drops the rifle, draws his knife, and grabs Seongbin's wrist to keep the kitchen knife away. His other hand moves to stab, but Seongbin blocks with his arm. Kelak! Seongbin yells in pain as the blade cuts him. Hakshiol pulls the knife free and thrusts again, hitting the same spot. Songbin kicks him away. Ak, you son of a bitch. Hakshiol stays alert, watching Songbin pant heavily. Is it because he did MMA? He's good at blocking, Hakshiol thinks. Seongbin huffs, his eyes locked on his opponent, and he said to himself, Kang Hakshiol, you fucking bastard. In an instant. Oh ho. How many times was I stabbed? As Park Songbin looks at Kang Hakshiol's knife, he thought, if I get hit in a vital spot, it's over for me. Even if I tackle him, if he stabs me in the back, it's hopeless, and there's that bastard Jung Minjun behind him. Kang Hakshiol asked, how many people have you killed with that knife? Park Songbin looked confused. Kang Hakshiol continued, seeing you come all this way with a kitchen knife, you must have killed a lot of survivors, not just the infected, right? To go this far against an innocent professor, you're clearly not sane. Me too. I get a thrill from stabbing someone with a knife, especially criminal bastards like you. Kang Hakshiol's face was void of emotion as he stared at Park Seongbin. Park Songbin, sweating, said, Kang Hakshiol, I don't think there's any reason for us to fight each other here. Make a deal with me. Kang Hakshiol listened. I only have business with Han Yena and Jung Minjun. You see? Because of that bitch and that bastard, my hideout was destroyed and all my friends died. If you hand over Jung Minjun and that bitch, I'll leave without killing anyone else. Fuck off, you piece of shit, Kang Hakshiol said. Then why did you try to kill the innocent professor? Park Songbin replied. Then let's stop this cowardly knife fight and fight man to man, barehanded. Throw away your weapon and let's fight with our fists, you bastard. Why, are you afraid of a barehanded fight? Don't back down like a coward. Kang Hakshiol suddenly lunged, slashing toward Park Songbin. Park Songbin raised his hands to protect his face, only for two of his fingers to fly off. Ack, my fingers, Park Songbin screamed in agony. I was talking, you son of a bitch. I said let's fight fairly with our fists, you fucking bastard. Sweating and teary-eyed, Park Songbin muttered, you shit. Please spare me just once. Jung Minjun looked on, sweating nervously. Park Songbin raised his hand in surrender. I'm sorry for attacking that old man. Shh, he's probably not dead yet, so I'll do whatever it takes to save him, please. Kang Hakshiol's eyes stayed cold. The price for your sins must be paid with death, Park Songbin. I'll end it now. Fuck, Park Songbin muttered, dropping his knife. Removing his bag, he said, all right, let's do this. Kang Hakshiol said in confusion. Placing the bag in front of his chest, Park Songbin growled, even if I lose an arm, I will definitely kill you. He charged forward. You bastard, Kang Hakshiol snarled. Park Songbin grabbed Kang Hakshiol's knife hand with his wounded arm and seized his wrist with the other. He stepped forward and slammed Kang Hakshiol to the ground. You bastard, Park Songbin roared. He grappled Kang Hakshiol, choking him. Keek, Kang Hakshiol gasped. As the grip tightened, he wheezed, Kyuyuk. Kang Hakshiol, you underestimated me, you bastard. Ha-ha, wah-ha-ha-ha. Park Songbin laughed wildly. Suddenly, his eyes darted to Jung Minjun, who was raising his spiked bat. Jung Minjun's face was pale, drenched in sweat. He staggered, groaning in pain. Keek! Park Songbin froze in confusion. Kang Hakshiol, Jung Minjun gasped. Kang Hakshiol collapsed, dropping his knife as he passed out. Park Songbin stood up, laughing madly. Poo-ha-ha-ha, wow, Jung Minjun, you bastard. This fucking loser bastard. Hey, were you trying to hit me with that? You dare try to hit me? He chuckled darkly. Jung Minjun thought to himself, of all times, why, at this timing? Park Songbin said, Kang Hakcheol is unconscious, and that old man is out of commission. Are the only men left now the kid and you? Shit. I just got my fingers cut off because of that bastard Kang Hakcheol, you know? I'll kill you bastards in a truly cruel and gruesome way. As the infection spread across Jung Minjun's body, he dropped the spiked bat. He screamed in agony. Park Songbin frowned. Huh? What the? Ack! Jung Minjun groaned in pain. What the fuck is wrong with this bastard? Park Songbin said. Is he infected or something? If he's infected, I have to kill him anyway. You fucker. Jung Minjun staggered away, ignoring him. Huh? Park Songbin muttered. Jung Minjun suddenly knocked on the door of room 205. He continued pounding loudly. Inside room 205, the zombies groaned. Kioweek, crack, what the? Aren't there zombie bastards in that room? Park Songbin said in disbelief. Jung Minjun pounded harder as the zombies screamed, ah, wah, crack, ack, what the? Jung Minjun, are you crazy? You'd rather be bitten by zombies than be killed by me? If you're going to die, die by my hand, you bastard. The door suddenly unlocked. Jung Minjun pushed it open. Silence fell as Park Songbin stared at the doorway. From inside, the zombies groaned, crack, kawa. A zombie stepped out, muttering, creak, keek. Then Jung Minjun emerged, flanked by the undead. Park Songbin, sweating in confusion, said, What the fuck? Kang Hakcheol stirred awake. Jung Minjun hid behind the zombies, his mind flashing back to countless humiliations at Park Songbin's hands. Memory. Hey, Jung Minjun, Park Songbin had said once, grinning. We should rehearse before Hanyena gets here, right? Take off your panties and jerk off, you bastard. Re-na-na-na-na. His other friend laughed. Shit, wouldn't Hanyena faint? Hee. Park Songbin continued. Your name is Minjun. I'm Park Songbin. Nice to meet you. Ah, it was a joke, you bastard. Why the long face? Hey, this bastard Jung Minjun got a boner. You fucking retarded loser. Another time, Park Songbin shoved him to the ground. You fucking useless bastard. Later, he smirked and said, I just don't like you. LOL. Your dad died, so why aren't you dead yet? A few days ago at the construction site, Park Songbin snarled, If you dare write my name in your suicide note and die, you'd better be prepared. He kicked Minjun to the ground. After you're dead, I'll find your mother, who's all alone, and kill her too. Present, Jung Minjun thought, the reason my life became like this is all because of Park Songbin. It's all because of you. He pointed straight at him. That bastard. Kill him, he roared. The zombies lunged at Park Songbin. Crack! Therefore, Jung Minjun thought, I will be the one to judge you. As the zombies charged at Park Songbin, he said in shock, What the fudge? Kang Hakcheol, sweating, looked at the incoming zombies. He suddenly ran toward the nearest room and said, I do not know what happened, but I need to hide in the room. He tried to open the door, then immediately closed it. Outside, Park Songbin stabbed an incoming zombie's face and shouted, Fudge! He slashed at another zombie's face. Suddenly, another zombie charged at him and shrieked, Keek! Park Songbin grunted, Quick! This! Fudging! He managed to stab the zombie in the ear. Exhausted, he panted, Hook! Huck! Jung Minjun, this rascal! He looked down the hall, shocked and confused as Jung Minjun had disappeared. Minjun, you son of a biscuit, where did you go? Suddenly, a zombie's voice echoed, Q-eok. Park Songbin began sweating in fear. He looked down the hall as a zombie stepped forward and groaned, Kellyo-ew, Kellyo, crack! Gritting his teeth, Park Songbin said, This, such a fudging. Inside the room, Kang Hakcheol muttered to himself, Big. What the heck happened? Jung Minjun. Seo Hajun called out, Dad. Kang Hakcheol suddenly remembered and began sweating. He looked back, Professor. He saw Seo Jae-hoon lying on the ground. Outside, the zombies charged at Park Songbin, screaming, Kia, ak, fudging. Park Songbin cursed as he looked at room 210. He opened the door and muttered, It is open. He immediately shut it. The zombies outside ran toward room 210, shrieking, Krak, keik! Park Songbin panted, Hook, heck! Suddenly, a zombie inside room 210 growled, Kuroro. Park Songbin looked back just as a zombie charged at him, screaming, Krak approximately, Uwa, fudge! Outside room 210, zombies rampaged, roaring, Kuok, krok, krak, ki-eek, crack. Meanwhile, Jung Minjun silently walked down the hallway as the zombies continued, keek, crack, Inside the room, Kang Hakcheol called out, Professor, are you okay? Seo Jae-hoon said weakly. Mr. Hakcheol, I am done for. What are you talking about? With a wound of this severity, he can definitely be saved. The ambulance medical unit has enough equipment, so... Seo Jae-hoon interrupted. The wound is not the problem. That knife. Kang Hakcheol froze in shocked realization, then looked at the wound. Seo Ha-jun said, Dad. Kang Hakcheol replied, we do not know if he will get infected yet, so I will go to the ambulance and get some equipment. If you just stop the bleeding well and treat the wound, he will be fine. Ha-jun, you help with stopping the bleeding. He glanced outside and saw Jung Min-jun closing room 210. He ran toward him. Jung Min-jun, what the heck happened? I have herded all the infected into this room, Jung Min-jun explained. The zombies inside room 210 screeched, Bag crack, Kelluk. But the problem is, Park Song-bin, that rascal, managed to escape out of that room's window, avoiding the infected. But I saw you earlier. The infected did not attack you, though. I do not know for sure, Jung Min-jun admitted. But I just feel it instinctively. When the symptoms appear, it seems the infected do not attack me. I still do not know when or why the symptoms appear, but Jung Min-jun suddenly realized that Seo Jae-hoon was wounded in the other room and said, the professor. Kang Ha-cheol looked down and said, that is, the wound is not serious, but Moon Ji-yoon ran towards them and said, Honey, Han-yena said, Professor, are you okay? She glanced at Jung Min-jun, noticing his sweat. Kang Ha-cheol said, Yena, stop the professor's bleeding and lay him on the bed. I will go to the ambulance and get some equipment. He picked up the rifle. Han-yena said, Jung Min-jun asked, the last bullet, can it really be fired? Kang Ha-cheol was shocked, staring at Jung Min-jun. Kang Ha-cheol took the rifle, firmly inserted the magazine, and cocked the last bullet. He handed the gun over and said, now it will definitely fire. Do you remember the gun usage instructions I told you before? Park Song-bin, that rascal. He must not have gone far due to excessive bleeding. First, treat the professor, then with me. Jung Min-jun said, no, I have to end him with my own hands. Professor, I am taking good care of him. Jung Min-jun fell silent. A few moments later, outside the Sky Motel, Park Song-bin's blood trailed along the ground. The zombies outside moaned, "Yoo-yoo-ee-yoo." Jung Min-jun followed the blood tracks and said, Park Song-bin's blood and traces. He looked at his arm and muttered to himself, the symptoms are subsiding. If I do not hurry, I might be attacked by the infected. A female zombie groaned, "Elio-eo." A few moments later, Park Song-bin's blood trails spread across the streets. Zombies chased after the scent and growled, crack! Kiwi-ika. Park Song-bin, exhausted and sweating, panted, heck, I have to live. The zombies kept chasing him, shrieking, crack. Hiding, Park Song-bin muttered to himself, I will survive somehow. Fudging. I need something to treat it. I should have at least ransacked the ambulance on the first floor and escaped, stupidly. A few moments later, Park Song-bin climbed in through an open window. Inside the apartment, he scavenged for items and muttered, fudge, is there no first aid kit or something? I have bled too much. Because of that rascal Kang Hakcheol. What kind of hardship is this? Fudge. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. Park Song-bin turned around, shocked and confused, as he saw Jung Min-jun pointing the rifle at him. Park Song-bin stood up and asked, here. How did you get all the way here? Jung Min-jun replied, well, somehow your blood smell permeated the air. Park Song-bin said, Jung Min-jun, I do not know what kind of trick you used. The infected did not attack you, did they? And someone like you knows how to use that gun? I saw earlier that it did not even fire. It is not broken, is it? Jung Min-jun did not flinch. Park Song-bin asked, Jung Min-jun, have you ever ended anyone's life? Jung Min-jun said, I have not ended anyone's life yet, even an infected person, while surviving until now. I have never killed anyone, not even once. My first kill in my life will be today. Park Song-bin smirked through his sweat and said, fudge. It is the first time in my life I have laughed so hollowly. Jung Min-jun, you cannot end me, because you are a good person. You are not a rascal like me. Jung Min-jun aimed at Park Song-bin's head. Park Song-bin said, the world is ruined, so you are just going to go wild now, is that it? Honestly, what do you think will happen if you, Jung Min-jun, end me? You know that killing is the most serious crime, do you not? Even if you do not get punished, will your own heart truly be at peace after committing it? Is it because I have been giving you a hard time since a long time ago? Hey, Fudge, haha, you just have to apologize. I am sorry. I was just thinking of you as my friend, you fudge. I am truly disappointed. Jung Minjun said, even if the world is destroyed, a thug like you has no right to live. Park Songbin's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, Jung Minjun pulled the trigger. For a brief moment, Park Songbin saw his life flash before his eyes as the muzzle flash lit up the room. The bullet struck him. Liquid splattered onto the ceiling. Trash fell along with some used tissues. Jung Minjun stood silently, dropping the rifle. His heartbeat pounded loudly in the quiet room. He looked at Park Songbin, now sleeping forever, his eyes still open. Jung Minjun remained still, silently staring at Park Songbin. At the Sky Motel, Jung Minjun walked silently. Suddenly he was shocked and said, "Ah." He saw Han Yana waiting for him outside. She immediately hugged Jung Minjun with her entire body, pressing against him, and started to cry. Sob, sniff, the professor. They stood on the quiet street, no zombies in sight. Han Yana still clinging to him, savoring the moment. Meanwhile, inside room 206, silence lingered. A few moments later, Seo Hajun, standing next to Seo Jaehoon, cried out, "Wah!" Moon Ji-yoon said softly, "Honey." Seo Hajun, crying, sobbed, "Nk." Seo Jaehoon smiled faintly and said, "I told you I am fine, Hajun." As Seo Hajun continued crying, Seo Jaehoon added, "I told you, did I not? I am sorry I could not tell you in advance, but I was diagnosed with cancer a few months ago. I would not have lived long anyway, so it is okay. Do not be too sad. You have to find your sister, right? Everyone. When the time comes, we all die. It is only a matter of whether it comes sooner or later. My friend passed away from illness less than a year after his child was born. And there are so many people who face death even earlier than that, you know? Hajun, you must find your sister, right? Just seeing how much you have grown. I think I have lived a truly happy life, so do not be too sad. That is just how life is." Jung Minjun listened silently to Seo Jaehoon. A few moments later, still in room 206, Seo Jaehoon whispered, "What I told Hajun was a lie." Kang Hokcheol, confused, said, "Pardon? Then that means—" Kang Hokcheol began. Seo Jaehoon nodded. "Yes, the cancer diagnosis was not true. I only said that so the child would be a little less sad." As the virus began to spread through his body, Seo Jaehoon continued, "If he realizes I am leaving like this so suddenly, it will be even harder for Hajun to bear. So please keep it a secret." From Hajun, "This is about all I can do as a father, to the very end. Still, I lived fairly long. It was a good life. Kang Hokcheol, my daughter, I really wanted to see her. Please help my family reunite with my daughter Hokcheol and Honey." He held Moon Ji-yoon's hands tightly. "Please take care of Kang Hokcheol and Hajun." Han Yana burst into tears as the room fell silent. Kang Hokcheol remembered Seo Jaehoon's words, "If I turn into an infected, do not go out of your way to kill me. Just leave me in this room. Once I am infected, I am no longer human. If I stay locked here, I might starve to death eventually. But if I remain alive as an infected, and if the chaos in the world settles down, and a cure is developed, or a treatment that can make us fully recover is found, if by any chance that happens." Suddenly, Seo Jaehoon sat up from the bed, growling, "Grr." Kang Hokcheol remembered his last words, "Come back for me." "Then, I will be waiting." Kang Hokcheol stepped out of the room, glancing back one last time. A few moments later, on the rooftop of the Sky Motel, Han Yana asked, "Will there ever be a cure that can bring the infected back to themselves?" Kang Hokcheol sighed. I am not in medicine, so I do not know for sure. But I think it is almost impossible. Like the professor said, once you are infected, you are no longer human. And no one has ever proven that an infected will starve to death after months without eating. Of course, it would be amazing if a cure could be developed soon." Han Yana frowned and said, "Oh, right. But what happened back in the hallway?" Kang Hokcheol replied, "The infected did not attack Jung Minjun. The way I see it, Jung Minjun, you were like giving orders to the infected." Han Yana stared at Jung Minjun, shocked and confused. "Does that even make sense? You are saying Jung Minjun gave orders to the infected?" Jung Minjun shook his head. "No, that is not it. I was just overwhelmed with rage and shouted like that. There is no way the infected heard me and attacked Park Songbin because I said so, right? Maybe they just rushed at a non-infected because he was right in front of them." Kang Hokcheol said, So the infected only do not attack you when your symptoms flare up, right? Will the symptoms come back again? Jung Minjun said. Oh, seems like it. I do not know when it will happen again, though. Come to think of it, in the game Rage Z, there is a ruler of the zombie horde. They call it the only special infected in that world who is fully conscious. It thinks like a human and gives orders to the infected so they act more intelligently. Of course, I do not think I have become that undead king. My symptoms come and go. When the symptoms disappear, the infected attack me again. I do not know if I am fully infected or immune, but with side effects. Whether I can actually command the infected or not, I will have to test it next time the symptoms flare up. Han Yena sweated and said to herself, but if Jung Minjun stays infected like this, could I catch it from him too? Then would it be dangerous to get close to? No way. Oh, of course I would not do it, but then, for Jung Minjun, kissing or making out, sharing love, that kind of thing would be impossible. Obviously there is no way I would ever get involved with him. But what if Jung Minjun's body is infected so he cannot share love with anyone? I mean, obviously, seriously, clearly and absolutely, there is no way in heaven I would ever do that with this jerk. But is he doomed to go his whole life without even kissing anyone, a lifelong virgin? Then what do we do? As Han Yena came to the realization, her eyes grew wide, and she said to herself, seriously? He is freaking pitiful, Jung Minjun, to go your whole life without ever being with a girl. As she walked away, she said softly to herself, please, I hope, you are not in a fully infected state. Jung Minjun, confused, looked at Han Yena making a scene for herself on the rooftop. A few moments later, Kang Hachiel said, we are not forgetting anything, right? Moon Jiun said, yes. Kang Hachiel said, madam, I will just drive. I do not have a license, but in a world like this, that does not matter anymore. Yes, got it. Kang Hachiel glanced at Seo Hajun. Seo Hajun looked sad and silent. Kang Hachiel said to Jung Minjun, you sit in the back together with Yena, and I will put Hajun in the front seat. Jung Minjun, confused, said, okay. Kang Hachiel said, it is about 4 to 5 kilometers to Gunja Station. Getting isolated in a dangerous spot while driving would be the worst. We will go as carefully as possible. Kang Hachiel started the engine of the ambulance, and they drove off. Kang Hachiel said, Seo Hajun. Seo Hajun said, yes? Kang Hachiel said, I escaped from North Korea when I was about your age. My parents had already passed away before that, and when I escaped with my younger siblings, 7 and 9 years old, we went through so much. I lost my little brother in the process too. But back then, aside from accepting my situation, there was not anything I could do, other than desperately surviving and making it out. I did not even have time to grieve. I cannot give you fancy words of comfort, but what matters is this. If we find your sister, the only one who can protect your only family, your sister and your mother, is you, and you alone. So, keep your head straight. You are not just an ordinary kid anymore. Seo Hajun began sweating as the weight of reality sank in, and he said, yes. Suddenly, Kang Hachiel saw something on the road ahead and stopped the ambulance. Wait, there is something, he said, as the others grew confused. Kang Hachiel parked the ambulance. Ahead of them was a car covered in blood, reinforced with armor and spikes. A zombie stood in front of the car, snarling, Rah! Grana. Kang Hachiel was shocked and confused. He muttered to himself, What kind of vehicle is that? Is it coming this way? Then he shouted to the others, keep your heads down. Seo Hajun said, What is it? Jung Minjun, sweating, said, I do not know who it is, but whoever is in that vehicle, they are definitely dangerous. As the armored car with a zombie in front cruised down the street, Han Yena sweated in fear and said, What is that? Jung Minjun asked. Did it stop because the infected appeared? The zombie screeched, Kak! The armored car rolled forward in their direction. Kang Hachiel, shocked and confused, muttered to himself, It stopped? Did it notice us? If we have to fight, should we deal with them using close-range weapons? If there are more than 2, it will be dangerous. He gritted his teeth and pulled out his knife. A zombie staggered toward the armored vehicle, growling, Kak! Kya! Kang Hachiel thought nervously, is there another infected nearby? Suddenly, a small window on the armored vehicle slid open, and the barrel of a silenced rifle poked out. A muffled shot rang out, striking the zombie in the head. Kang Hachiel, still sweating, froze. Did that sound a gunshot? But somehow it didn't sound like one. Inside the vehicle, a man laughed. Darn, did you see that headshot? Keke, his friend scoffed. It was right in front of you anyway. Another voice chimed in, Ha, but are all the survivors gone? I don't see a single one. They must have hidden as soon as they saw the vehicle, the friend replied. Isn't that obvious? Forget it, the first said coldly. Just decide where to raid. We need to fill the quota, whether it's people or food. The armored vehicle rumbled past them. Kang Hakchiol breathed a sigh of relief and muttered, Luckily, it looks like they're passing by. He scanned the surroundings carefully. Phew, looks like they're gone for good now. Seo Hajun exhaled shakily. That's a relief, Kang Hakchiol replied. We need to move quickly. But inside, he thought grimly, I don't feel good about this. He started the engine of the ambulance. A few moments later, they reached the Korean telecom building. The parking entrance was blocked. As the ambulance crept forward, Kang Hakchiol said, At least the road isn't blocked anymore. Seo Hajun asked anxiously, What if we can't use the car anymore? Then we'll have to walk while avoiding the infected. Hakchiol answered, We should be within 1 to 2 kilometers of Gunja Station soon. I think we can walk after that. Suddenly, Kang Hakchiol frowned and glanced at the side mirror. Huh? His face drained of color. Darn, those bastards from earlier are following us. Seo Hajun blurted, Are you kidding me? Hakchiol slammed the gas pedal, forcing the ambulance to speed down the street. But the armored vehicle turned after them, staying close behind. Darn it! Hakchiol cursed. The road is blocked. His eyes darted to the side. A parking lot. There could be infected inside, but let's try to get in first. The ambulance smashed through the barrier and roared inside. Han Yena shouted, What is going on? A dangerous-looking vehicle has been chasing us since earlier. Hakchiol barked. What? Yena gasped. Hakchiol's face hardened as he looked forward. It's blocked? Darn it, he thought to himself. At this rate, we have no choice but to fight. He turned to the others and declared, It's a dead end, so we'll have to deal with them. Stay inside the car for now and be prepared. Something might happen soon, Moon Ji-yoon stammered. Just a moment. What do you mean? Hakchiol threw the door open and stepped out. They might not be bad people, Hakchiol, Moon Ji-yoon pleaded. You have to be careful. I also hope they're friendly, Hakchiol muttered under his breath. But if they're hostile, we'll have no choice but to fight. My weapon is just a hastily assembled bulletless K2 rifle with a makeshift dagger and a single emergency knife. We don't know how many opponents there are or what weapons they might have. If they carry guns, I'll be at a disadvantage no matter how skilled I am at close combat. Fighting with a knife is completely different from fighting with guns, especially if they're proficient. If it's truly dangerous, even if I'm alone. He broke into a nervous sweat as he scanned the street. A voice echoed from the armored vehicle. What's that? Are they not coming down? Another replied. Hakchiol peeked from the other direction. Kah! A zombie screeched. From the vehicle, a masked man cursed. Darn it! You're telling me to go by myself? Fine. Since we can't both be absent. Fine, I'll go. If they're not worth making into slaves, I'll just kill them. They can't possibly be more dangerous than me, right? Hakchiol's eyes widened in terror. That weapon. I need to run quickly. He dashed down the parking lot and flung open the ambulance door. Everyone get out quickly. We need to hide somewhere else. Jung Minjun blinked in confusion. Huh? Hakchiol grabbed him by the shoulder. Jung Minjun, how's your condition? Are your symptoms worsening, eh? Why all of a sudden? Minjun stammered. I'm fine right now. Hakchiol cursed under his breath. Darn it. Yena, what do you sense inside the parking lot? Can you feel anything? Yena hesitated. I think I can, but not many. Maybe 4 or 5 people. Hakchiol switched on his flashlight, scanning ahead. A zombie groaned nearby. Ugh! The group carefully sneaked past, avoiding the infected. Hakchiol spotted an open door leading into the building. This way, he hissed, motioning for the others. He saw the stairwell and let out a breath of relief. Luckily, it's open. Kang Hakchiol said to Jung Minjun, lead everyone upstairs and find a safe place. The enemy's companion might come into the building on the first floor, so be careful. Jung Minjun asked anxiously. What about you? Hakchiol answered firmly. I'll deal with that guy. Even if he has a gun, since he's alone, I can take him on. Jung Minjun protested. No. Even so, you don't have any bullets. Hakchiol replied. Then I'll try to lure him outside as much as possible. Take them and go inside the building somewhere. Lock the door and hide. Don't come out until I return. Jung Minjun bit his lip. Be careful. Hakchiol gave a small grin. Don't worry. He ran outside. Suddenly, the zombies charged toward the masked man, shrieking, Quack, Kra! The masked man cursed, darn it. Hakchiol thought grimly. He's been spotted by the infected. Even though he has a silencer, if he fires inside, all of them will gather here. Gunshots rang out. Ugh, cack! The zombies groaned in pain. Hakcheol narrowed his eyes. He seems to have plenty of bullets. Still, where on earth did he get an AR with a silencer from? He clenched his fists. Phew, if this situation turns truly dangerous, I'll have to flee by myself. Inside the building, young Minjun whispered, Is there no one? Hanyena nodded. Yeah, it seems okay. A few moments later, inside a small room, Hanyena, Jung Minjun, Moonjiun, and Seo Hajun entered quietly. Hanyena sat down with a sigh. Phew, I hope Hakcheol is safe. Jung Minjun, sweating nervously, declared, For now, everyone hide here. I'll go and help Hakcheol. Huh? Hanyena gasped. She suddenly grabbed Jung Minjun's hand tightly. Don't go. Jung Minjun froze, shocked and confused as he stared at Hanyena's flushed, trembling face. Clinging to him, Hanyena whispered, Stay close to me. Jung Minjun's eyes went wide, sweat trickling down his temple. Huh? Hanyena quickly let go of his hand, looking away in embarrassment. I'm worried about Hakcheol, but the enemy has a gun, so it's too dangerous. And Hakcheol told us not to come out until he returns. But Jung Minjun hesitated. Hanyena looked at him with conviction. I'm saying this because I trust Hakcheol. Let's stay here and wait for him. Jung Minjun stared at her, then finally nodded. All right. Time passed. When they checked the clock, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Hanyena muttered, Will Hakcheol be okay? He said he'd lure him outside, but suddenly, noises echoed from the fire exit. Jung Minjun slipped out of the room and looked around cautiously. The sound of a doorknob rattling made him tense. Sweating, he whispered, Hakcheol? Hanyena's face paled. No, there's probably an infected on the other side of the door. They held their breath, waiting. Then a voice came from the other side. What? Why won't it open? Another voice followed. Isn't there someone inside? Hanyena stiffened. 2 people. Aren't they infected? Or special infected? Jung Minjun's eyes widened as sweat dripped down his chin. It was definitely open a few days ago. The first voice complained. Darn, I hid my stuff inside. The second one groaned. The first voice lowered suspiciously. Don't tell me, there are really people in there. Jung Minjun whispered. Wait. Huh? Hanyena hissed, panicked. Ignoring her, Jung Minjun walked toward the door. Hey! Jung Minjun, don't get close. This is definitely infected. But Jung Minjun unlocked the door anyway. You're crazy. You're going to open it? Hanyena cried. The door creaked open. Jung Minjun froze in shock. What is this? Byungjun? Bae Sunho? Standing there were 2 boys. Byungjun, 18 years old, Songun High School, 2nd year, Class 5. Bae Sunho, 18 years old, Songun High School, 2nd year, Class 6. Jung Minjun demanded, Why are you here? Both of them blinked in surprise. Huh? Byungjun exclaimed. Jung Minjun? Hey, what are you doing here? No, that's what I should be asking. Jung Minjun retorted. Bae Sunho pointed. What? Isn't that Hanyena? Jung Minjun, your class? Hanyena covered her nose, grimacing. What? That smell. It definitely wasn't human. Byungjun frowned. Jung Minjun, how are you with Hanyena? That's such a weird combination. Jung Minjun stammered. Anyway, I'll explain slowly later. Just come in quickly. But Hanyena broke into a sweat, glaring at Byungjun. He's infected. That bastard is infected. Get him out quickly. Byungjun flinched. Huh, I'm not infected. Don't lie, Hanyena shouted. You smell like a loser, like a pig. Weird sour smell, rotten smell, corpse smell, all kinds of nasty smells. That's definitely not human. Jung Minjun sighed, leaned in, and sniffed Byungjun's neck. Then he quickly covered his nose. That's just his sweat. Byungjun's sweat has always smelled awful. Huh, that can't be right, Hanyena muttered, baffled. Byungjun rubbed the back of his head in shame. Darn. Sorry, I washed properly. A few moments later, Jung Minjun's eyes widened. You came from Gunja Station Shelter? But aren't you too young to be on patrol? Bae Sunho explained. Anyone 18 and older has to do patrol and security duty. And now, there are almost 300 to 400 people there. Bae Sunho explained. Gunja Station alone can't hold everyone, so we've occupied the surrounding buildings and spread out. We're gradually expanding our territory. Jung Minjun blinked. That's quite large in scale. Bae Sunho nodded. Anyway, this is about 2 kilometers from Gunja Station. It was a temporary base where we rest during patrols. I never imagined you'd be here, Jung Minjun. Moonjiun spoke up timidly. Excuse me. Bae Sunho turned, confused, as she showed him her phone. Have you perhaps, at Double Academy, seen a 20-year-old woman named Seo Ha-kyung? She's my daughter. The battery is low, but here's her photo. Bae Sunho squinted. Ah, Seo Ha-kyung? I think I've seen this girl before. Oh, Byung-jun suddenly said, isn't she the girl in the women's isolation area near Gunja Station, exit 1? Bae Sunho added, yes, I think I saw her at the shelter. Just from the photo, it seems like it could be her. Moon Ji-eun's eyes went wide. Really? Thank you. She's healthy and doing well, right? Bae Sunho raised his hands nervously. Yes. But just from the photo, I can't guarantee 100%. If you check in person, you'll know for sure. Should we head to the shelter right away then? Jung Minjun broke into a sweat. But there's a problem right now. Did you see anyone with weapons when you came in here? Like a strange vehicle with infected hanging from it? Huh? Oh, Byung-jun tilted his head. Hanyena, still covering her nose, said, what? While we were traveling by car, those people suddenly started chasing us. According to Hakcheol, they had guns and weapons. Byung-jun frowned. But aren't you being too obvious about covering your nose? Hanyena shot back. Your sweat smell is terrible, you bastard. Bae Sunho asked curiously, but who's this Hakcheol you just mentioned? Kang Hakcheol was traveling with us too, from our school, Jung Minjun explained. That kid who defected from North Korea, same class as you, right? Bae Sunho said. Yeah, that's right. Bae Sunho chuckled. What a unique combination. Anyway, Jung Minjun said, Hakcheol said he'd lure them outside, but it's been 30 minutes with no news, so I'm worried. Bae Sunho frowned thoughtfully. When we came in here, there was nobody. Want to go up to the rooftop and check? Sure. Suddenly, Hanyena tugged at Jung Minjun's hoodie. Wait. The three of them turned, and she said softly, Jung Minjun, stay with me. Can't we just send them to check? Bae Sunho froze, eyes widening. Hanyena stammered. Or take me along too. Byung-jun and Sunho both fell silent, shocked as they watched how close she was to Jung Minjun. Jung Minjun shook his head. Don't worry. I'll go up to this building's rooftop with my friends just to check the surroundings. Yena, you wait here with Hajun and his mom. Is that okay? Hanyena, sweating in beauty, nodded like a good girl. Yeah, you absolutely cannot go far, okay? Got it? Byung-jun and Sunho both exchanged a look, silent and seething with jealousy. A few moments later, up the stairs and onto the rooftop, the three boys looked around. Jung Minjun peered down the street. What? There really isn't anyone. You said that vehicle was waiting outside the building for sure. Hacheol is safe, right? If they had shot from their side, we would have heard gunshots. Maybe we couldn't hear because of the silencer? But even with a silencer, there should have been some sound. Hey, Jung Minjun, Byung-jun said suddenly. Before Minjun could react, Byung-jun grabbed his hoodie aggressively. Hey, you foolish bastard! What? Minjun's eyes widened in shock. Tell me the truth, you bastard, Byung-jun shouted. Are you dating Hanyena? Well, what? No, what kind of nonsense is that suddenly? Why would Hanyena and I, if you mess around, I'll drop you from the rooftop, Byung-jun roared. Tell me straight, Bae Sunho cut in, his voice cold. Hanyena is not that kind of girl. She openly despises losers like us, including you. Songun Hai's ultimate popular goddess. But to losers, she's Hanyena with a rotten personality. Still, she's so beautiful that even being despised by her doesn't feel bad. You're not even in the same class, but you thought of Hanyena like that? Right, Byung-jun agreed bitterly. I didn't even feel bad when she looked at me with disgust. Sunho added, honestly, if you're pretty, everything is forgiven. Cut it out, you crazy bastards, Minjun snapped. But Sunho pressed on. Besides, Hanyena hated you the most, Jung Minjun. But now what? She tells you to stay by her side? Byung-jun sneered. If this isn't dating, what is it? You're jumping to conclusions over something like that? Jung Minjun retorted. It just happened that I ended up traveling with Yi Na early in the crisis. That's how it turned out, Bae Sunho said. Look at this bastard calling her Yi Na instead of Hanyena. Byung-jun said, they are dating, this bastard. Jung Minjun looked away and said, and Yi Na has something like separation anxiety. Yi Na's parents are missing. Well, I am the only one she can rely on. She has changed a lot from before. Oh, Byung-jun slapped the truth in Jung Minjun's face, saying, that is called dating, you foolish bastard. How far have you two gone? Jung Minjun said, you foolish loser bastard. Oh, Byung-jun said, the world ended, so Hanyena went crazy and started acting affectionate toward Jung Minjun. I cannot believe it, Jung Minjun said. Stop that nonsense. Anyway, we are nothing to each other. That is not what is important. We need to find Kang Hakjeol first, Bae Sunho said. Actually, I heard there was a shootout outside the shelter a few days ago. I heard the other side had guns and weapons too, but we had so many people. I do not know if the guys who chased you are the same ones. Jung Minjun said, a shootout? Then it is so dangerous outside. Are you guys okay? Your weapons are just axes and pickaxes, such close-range weapons, that is too weak. Oh Byungjun said, that is why when dangerous situations happen, we immediately request an SOS by radio. Then armed support comes by vehicle to help right away so we do not worry much. Bae Sunho said, and since then we have not seen hide nor hair of them for days, so maybe they ran away. I do not really know if the people who chased you are those same people. Jung Minjun said, Bae Sunho continued. If you are really worried about Kang Hakjeol, how about waiting here longer before going to Gunja Station? That would be okay, right? Jung Minjun said, would that really be okay? Oh Byung-jun said, by the way, there are so many people at the shelter now that accepting survivors has become very strict. Since we know you, you will probably be accepted after just a few tests. Jung Minjun said, huh? That's the same radio Hakjeol had? Hakjeol should have a radio from people who came from your shelter. Can you try connecting to it? Oh Byung-jun said, oh really? You met people from our side? If he had one it would have connected already. But let me report to headquarters first. Jung Minjun said, come to think of it. We came out in such a hurry Hakjeol's bag was left in the ambulance. If the radio was also left in the ambulance, it might not connect at all. Oh Byung-jun used the radio and said, this is Oh Byung-jun. Arrived at Grand Plaza building on Cheongo-dero. Found 4 survivors. The survivors are friends from our school. Is it okay to bring them? Someone replied on the radio and said, even if they are acquaintances, you must take them to Hope Clinic and isolate them for at least 1 day. You know that, right? Jung Minjun, sweating in shock and confusion, said to himself, infection testing? Oh Byung-jun said, yes, I obviously know the rules, and of course they need to be tested. However, one member of our friends group is still missing. We need to find that friend first. If it is late, we might move tomorrow. The radio said, understood. Make sure to report if anything happens. Over. Jung Minjun said, to enter the shelter. Do you have to get infection testing? Oh Byung-jun said, yeah. It is mandatory. There is a hospital called Hope Clinic outside the shelter. There is a specialist doctor there, and they say they can determine infection status almost accurately. Jung Minjun stood frozen in shock. He then said, then, if you test positive for infection, what happens then? Bae Sunho said, infected people turn into infected soon, so naturally, immediate execution. Jung Minjun was completely shaken. Oh Byung-jun said, Jung Minjun, you are not infected, right? Same goes for the others. Jung Minjun said to himself, clutching his wound, darn. Do not tell me, if I get tested, I will come out as infected. In the distance, a man observed Jung Minjun, Oh Byung-jun, and Bae Sunho on the rooftop from another building. He raised his binoculars and spoke into his radio. This is Patrol Team 2. Found survivors on a building rooftop on Cheongo-dero. 3 men, judging by the green identification bands on their arms. They are definitely the Gunja Station guys we had a shootout with in this area a few days ago. The man on the radio asked, what about the one who escaped from the ambulance? The man with the skull mask said, our rifle-armed group went after him, but there is no news yet. We thought it was just 1 guy, but it seems like 4 or more. We cannot determine exactly how many. Plus, seeing that the guy who escaped from the ambulance had a K2 rifle, we do not know what weapons they might be armed with either. Right now, I only have close-range weapons, so by myself, the radio said. Back then, one of our people died because of those bastards. If they are definitely the Gunja Station guys, capture them alive by any means and kill them if they resist. Skull Mask Man said, all right. And he muttered to himself, darn it. We do not even know whether one of our team members is dead or alive after chasing the guy with the K2. How am I supposed to capture all of them by myself? On top of that, they are all men. Who knows how many more there are? He raised his binoculars and whispered, first, I need to check which floors of that building they are on. Let us just kill them all. Meanwhile, Oh Byung-jun, Bae Sunho, and Jung Minjun walked together. Jung Minjun thought to himself, Sunho and Byung-jun, they are definitely my closest and most trustworthy friends. About my infection, should I tell them about it? Will they believe that I am immune? More importantly, no, wait, what if I get tested and I am not actually immune? What if I am infected, just asymptomatic? Or worse, what if I am some kind of special case? Either way, if they start treating me like I am infected, things could get dangerous. Should I send everyone else to the Gunja station shelter without me? But we would still need a proper diagnosis from a medical expert to be sure. Is there another way? I do not know. I will just delay telling them for now. First, I need to find Hakshul. When Soro 7 in the afternoon, Oh Byung-jun looked down at his radio and frowned. Still no response. If Kang Hakshul had the radio or was not in trouble, he would have definitely responded. Young Min-jun, sweating, whispered to himself, I will wait just a bit longer. If that does not work, I will have to go find him myself. Suddenly, they heard a noise. Both Jung Min-jun and Oh Byung-jun turned toward the fire exit. Jung Min-jun narrowed his eyes and thought, As the sun went down, a window in a nearby building opened. Skull Mask Man whispered, "It should be around here." Double Academy. I heard voices coming from here, and I confirmed the door was locked. They are definitely all gathered inside. I even lured some infected people to trap them. Guess it is about time to get started. At Jung Min-jun's building, the halls were silent. Han Yena barked, "Hey, you two losers, stop hanging around and go keep watch outside." Oh Byung-jun blinked. Huh? No. I mean, what the heck? Why only us? Han Yena frowned. You guys know this place better than anyone. Just then, the sound of breaking glass echoed. Jung Min-jun froze, sweat dripping down his face. What was that? Was it the sound of glass breaking? Another crash followed. Again? Did someone throw something? He rushed toward the commotion, and flames lit up the corridor. "Fire!" he shouted. He spun toward Oh Byung-jun and Bae Sunho. "Get the fire extinguisher." He turned to another room and cursed. "Here too?" Someone threw a Molotov cocktail. Looking at Han Yena, he barked. "Looks like our location has been exposed to them. We need to move somewhere else." Han Yena broke into a nervous sweat. What? Oh Byung-jun grabbed his radio. "This is Oh Byung-jun. We are under attack by unknown individuals. We need backup. Everyone pack your things," Jung Min-jun commanded. Oh Byung-jun kept speaking into the radio. "We have not confirmed how many there are. Move as fast as possible." Han Yena froze, staring at Jung Min-jun. Jung Min-jun, wait!" she cried. Jung Min-jun yanked open the door. His body went cold as sweat poured down his face. Grah! Ugh! Zombies swarmed the stairwell. "What the heck?" he gasped. "Gar!" He slammed the door shut. Bae Sunho's voice cracked. "Why are they inside?" "The emergency exit. The infected people are swarming in." Jung Min-jun panted. "Someone purposely guided the infected people towards us." What? For real?" Bae Sunho shouted. Jung Min-jun clutched his wound and thought, darn it, are my symptoms not kicking in? Back when it was Park Song-bin, the symptoms activated and the infected did not attack me. Was something different back then? Park Song-bin, anger towards, what was it? Jung Min-jun screamed. Oh Byung-jun and Bae Sunho froze, confused and shocked. Park Song-bin, you bastard! Bae Sunho stammered. What are you doing? Oh Byung-jun asked. Why is he suddenly cursing Park Song-bin? Jung Min-jun's voice shook. By Byung-jun, how long until support gets here? Oh Byung-jun gritted his teeth. By vehicle at least 10 minutes, and if they are out somewhere it could take even longer. With this many infected ones inside the building, it will take even longer for them to reach us. Jung Min-jun growled. Oh Byung-jun said, you are right. As the fire spread quickly, Jung Min-jun said, Then let us do this. Han Yena, Moon Ji-eun, and Seo Jae-hoon broke into a sweat. Jung Min-jun continued, I will somehow lure the infected towards the stairs. In the meantime, all of you escape to somewhere else. We do not know how many of them are outside, so avoid open areas as much as possible. Han Yena said, Jung Min-jun, wait. Bae Sunho exclaimed, What? Hey, what if you get bitten and infected? Jung Min-jun said, we do not have any other choice right now. I will lure them no matter what. Sunho, take my bag for me. If we get separated and cannot regroup easily, I will head straight to the Gunja station shelter, so let us meet there. Please take care of Yena, Hajun, and Mom, you guys, Han Yena shouted. Jung Min-jun, wait! As she tried to grab Jung Min-jun, he ran too fast and she was not able to stop him. She stood silently, watching as he ran toward the fire exit, her eyes trembling. At the stairs, Jung Min-jun shouted at the zombies, Over here, you bastards! The zombies roared, Grah! They suddenly chased after him. Jung Min-jun ran fast, panting, Ha! Huff! He said to himself, Huff, huff, it is okay. If I really am immune, it is better for me to get bitten than my friends. As long as they do not tear me apart until death, even if I get bitten, it will not matter. A foreigner lady zombie rushed at him, shrieking, "Grah!" Jung Minjin gritted his teeth. Darn it, how many of them are there? He forced his way up to the rooftop, gasping, "Huff, huff. If I can shake them off on the rooftop and get back inside." He glanced at the ledge. The zombies growled, "Grah!" Jung Minjin looked back, then down over the edge, his forehead dripping with sweat. He thought to himself, on the first day of the zombie outbreak, I went up to the apartment where Han Yena lived, ready to jump and end it all. If I had not run into Yena that day, that would have been the last day of my life. Looking back, I am basically alive thanks to her. And now here I am struggling with everything I have to survive. Yeah, I promised Yena we would survive this together, so I am not dying until I see it through. He raised his middle finger at the incoming zombies and shouted, "You think I am going to die because of you bastards?" Inside his heart, he roared, "I am not scared at all." And then he leapt. Ah, darn it. At the stairs, Han Yena slowly walked down. Bae Sunho asked, "Is the lower floor okay?" Han Yena looked up toward the rooftop, her mind filled with the image of Jung Minjin. Oh Byungjun answered, "Yeah, all clear." Han Yena whispered to herself, "Jung Minjun." Bae Sunho called, "Han Yena, hurry, this way." As she followed, Han Yena silently prayed, "Please, come back alive." As Jung Minjun leapt toward the next building, he told himself, "I am not scared." Midair he shrieked like a frightened child, "Oh-wah!" Then he gasped, "Fudge!" He landed on the rooftop of the next building with a ragged cry, "Wah!" He tumbled through a scattering of tables and hit the ground, crying out in pain, "Gah! Ah! Ugh!" He tried to sit up, clutching himself. He whimpered, "D, did I overdo it? B, but I am glad I am alive." He stared at his legs and muttered, "Shoot, I think I landed wrong." A rasping chuckle came from nearby. The skull mask man said, "Kukuku, I was going to kill them all if I could not capture them, and they actually came to me on their own. What a stroke of luck." Jung Minjin groaned, "You guys are the ones." "What? Who the hell are you?" The skull mask man sneered. "You're from the Gunja station lot, right?" "And no, but wait," Jung Minjin stammered. The skull mask man kicked him in the gut. Jung Minjin gasped, "Gah!" The man spat, "I saw you with those Gunja station people earlier. Where are those bastards?" Jung Minjin clutched his wound. "Oh, of all places, at my injured spot," he thought. The skull mask man picked up his radio. "This is Patrol Team 2. We have captured one from the Gunja station group." A companion's voice crackled. "I will be there soon." "Good. I will hold him and try to get information," the skull mask man said. Jung Minjin tried to steady his breathing. "Gah! W, wait!" The man raised his foot as Jung Minjin's scream echoed. A few moments later, a voice called out, "Nobody's outside, right?" Bae Sunho answered, "Yeah, it's clear." Oh Byungjun's radio buzzed. "This is Kim Dongjun. I have just arrived in front of your building." Oh Byungjun exhaled, "Yes, we are moving out." He looked to the others and breathed, "Thank God. They said our team is here. Now we can—" Han Yena interrupted, "I'll stay here. You guys go first." Oh Byungjun went still. "What?" "We said to meet at Gunja Station Shelter if Jung Minjin's joining is uncertain. This place is dangerous. We should go to Gunja Station first," someone protested. "So you're saying we should just leave Jung Minjin behind?" Another snapped. "We still have not found Kang Hakchuol. I am not going until I find him." Bae Sunho wiped sweat from his brow. "What if Jung Minjin and Kang Hakchuol get to Gunja Station first while we're out looking?" Moonjian said, "Yeah, Yena, let's head to the shelter first and look for them with other people's help. It is too dangerous to stay here. Gunja Station is about 2 kilometers away. If Minjin or Hakchuol are okay, we will meet them quickly." Han Yena said nothing, only sweating. A few moments later, in the other building, Jung Minjun's blood had left a dark trail across the floor. Inside, the skull mask man, the one they called Toilet Man, muttered, "The Gunja Station people. Seeing the military uniforms, there might be soldiers mixed in. No wonder the ambulance escapee had a K2. We were outgunned." Jung Minjin protested, "Weak, we are not with them." "Lying comes easy to you," the skull mask man sneered. "We just met them on the way. We do not even know for sure if they are from Gunja Station," Jung Minjin said. "From what I saw, it did not look like you were meeting those guys for the first time. Look more like old friends," the man answered. Jung Minjin coughed. "More importantly, the next building is on fire, so we need to get out now." The skull mask man shrugged. "The fire will not reach this building too quickly, so do not worry. My teammate who chased your guys will meet us here. If they are alive, they should be here by midnight at the latest." If they do not show up by then, we will assume my teammate is dead, and then I will have to kill you too. You better pray that guy shows up. He noticed the mark at Jung Minjun's neck and froze. What the? This son of a biscuit. What's wrong with you? Could you be infected? Someone barked. Jung Minjun, sweating and terrified, said, "But what? Of all times," he thought. The skull mask man jeered. "This bastard's infected for sure, ha ha. You're dead meat anyway. Fudge, when the hell did you even get infected?" "I am not infected," Jung Minjun cried, fumbling to pull a zip tie from his wrist. Some of the men laughed cruelly. "I could let him turn into a zombie and play with him. Though nah, fudge it. Let's just kill him," one joked. "Wait," Jung Minjun begged. Then a loud knocking sounded at the door. The skull mask man froze, shocked and confused. He crept to the door and called out, "Dobong-san?" A moment of tense silence. He called again, louder, "Dobong-san." Jung Minjun's pulse hammered. "Dobong-san. Is that some kind of code?" he wondered. Voices answered from the other side. "Gangnangi?" The skull mask man tried to force a laugh, relief flooding him. "Ah, fudge, it's you." He opened the door and blurted, "Good to have you." Then he went silent, stunned. Kang Hakjiol stood in the doorway, rifle trained straight at him. "Huh?" the man managed. Kang Hakjiol made him go to sleep forever in an instant. Jung Minjun watched everything and broke out in cold sweat. Kang Hakjiol came inside. Jung Minjun gasped. "You!" Kang Hakjiol barked. "Jung Minjun! Kang Hakjiol, you made it!" Jung Minjun exclaimed. "I was in a building right nearby," Kang Hakjiol said. "What? You were in a nearby building? What the hell happened?" Jung Minjun demanded. "I was trying to catch the other bastard and squeeze information out of him, so I got delayed," Kang Hakjiol replied. "You're something else. You must not be a high schooler. Are you some kind of special forces?" Jung Minjun blurted. Kang Hakjiol untied him. "Do you think I am a spy or something? You have to put your life on the line to survive, too." "What about Yena and the others?" Jung Minjun asked. When that outsider looked through the window earlier, it seemed like the Gunja Station people had taken them, Jung Minjun said. "Gunja Station folks, can they be trusted?" Kang Hakjiol asked. "They're friends from our school, Bayongjun and Sunho, so if they came from there, they should be okay." "I also saw some soldiers mixed in over there," Jung Minjun answered. "Let's get out of here first," Kang Hakjiol said. "Ah, sorry, I think I hurt my leg landing from the neighboring roof," Jung Minjun winced. "Can you walk if I support you?" Kang Hakjiol asked. "Ah, yeah." Jung Minjun forced a smile. "Here, your glasses. I found them on the roof." Kang Hakjiol handed them over. "Wow. How do you always manage to find my glasses?" Jung Minjun muttered gratefully. "But my infection symptoms are flaring up again. If we go to the Gunja Station shelter now, won't they treat me like I am infected?" Jung Minjun fretted. "Those guys might come back, so at least let's move closer to Gunja Station," Kang Hakjiol said, already scanning exit routes. "So who the hell are those people? What are they really?" Jung Minjun asked. Kang Hakjiol fell silent, recalling what he had heard earlier. On the floor, a captured man, one of the Skull Mask group, had been babbling before Kang Hakjiol put him down. "I already told you everything I know, the meetup point, the password. We do not have a main base yet since we've been constantly on the move, but for now we're temporarily around the Yunnangshan area. We will likely move somewhere else tomorrow," the man had said. "Anyway, we're just ordinary people who came up from the provinces," he insisted. Kang Hakjiol had cut him off. "Lies. Ordinary? Yesterday one of my companions got stabbed by some low-life thug. The wound wasn't deep, but the knife was covered in infected blood. He ended up infected." The captured man had broken into a sweat. "Before he turned, he told us to come for him if a cure is ever developed. Honestly, I think that is impossible, don't you think?" the captive had added. "The knife. It's the same one I used earlier when I took out a few infected while I was running, so the blade's covered in infected blood too. If I gave you a few stabs with this knife, you'd turn, right? I'm not planning to kill you, but I do want to run an experiment to see how infected blood actually transmits," the man had confessed. "I mean, we're from Yongchon prison in the provinces. At the start of the outbreak, infected showed up in the prison unexpectedly, which triggered huge riots and many inmates, including me, escaped. A few of the inmates I met in that prison. As soon as we heard Seoul had fallen into chaos, we came here," he pleaded. Kang Hakjiol had looked him dead in the eye. "So you're the criminals who snuck into Seoul to steal from banks and department stores during the chaos?" I am not that kind of bad criminal," the captive stammered. "All criminals are the same," Kang Hakjiol said coldly. Please spare me," the man begged. Kang Hakjiol demanded. "Prison escapees, and you have weapons like this? Did you get them off a Special Forces corps or what? Give a real source." "I didn't personally obtain them. I heard those weapons were recently sourced. A few days ago, something fell from a helicopter. When they checked the drop site, there were 2 assault rifles and a grenade in the crate, like a supply drop, the captive muttered, and Kang Hakchiol's expression hardened. One rifle is with our leader, another was taken from a dead soldier by someone else. We've got a few grenades, the rest of the weapons are just melee. My guess is someone is supplying gear to special forces type groups, the man had added. Kang Hakchiol had said, someone seems to be deliberately spreading weapons around. Maybe it's to suppress the chaos. I don't know if it's the government or another country. Jung Minjin thought to himself, weapon supply drops. Don't tell me. Kang Hakchiol suddenly looked up and squinted ahead. Huh, he said in confusion. Jung Minjin followed his gaze and paled. Bodies were scattered on the floor ahead. A banner hung above the street, its letters blunt and threatening. Shoot on approach? As Jung Minjin and Kang Hakchiol looked at the burning car, they noticed a sign. Jung Minjin said, to Gunja Station. Shelter. Did we arrive? Kang Hakchiol looked ahead and said, wait. Then he looked upward and added, there's someone up there? A soldier pointed his rifle at them. Jung Minjin broke into a sweat and said, What? Kang Hakchiol shouted, get away! Suddenly, pain surged through Jung Minjin's body, and he shut his eyes. Zombies began chasing them, only to be shot by the soldier above. Jung Minjin gasped, they're infected! The zombies screamed in agony. Geek! Kang Hakchiol said, more will swarm after hearing the gunshots. Let's escape over there for now. Jung Minjin replied, yeah. They dashed into an alley. Moments later, as the sun began to set, Jung Minjin said, Hakchiol, since those guys won't attack me anyway, how about you run away first? Kang Hakchiol replied, since we've come this far, let's look for the shelter entrance together. A few moments later, Kang Hakchiol frowned and said, What? Is this a dead end? Don't tell me this is near the shelter entrance. The zombies rushed toward them, growling, Grah! Kang Hakchiol turned back, aimed his silenced rifle, and fired. The zombie screamed, Keek! Suddenly, a metal gate creaked open, and a man shouted, come in this way! It was Ha-do-hyun. Jung Minjin jumped inside, panting, huff! Ha-do-hyun quickly shut the door as another zombie outside roared, Grah! Keek! Kang Hakchiol said, thank you. But Ha-do-hyun's comrade shouted, drop your weapons and put your hands up. Kang Hakchiol stared at him, and another guard barked, drop your weapons and put your hands up, you scoundrels. Ha-do-hyun said, besides us, someone else is aiming from somewhere, so don't try anything. Kang Hakchiol slowly dropped his gun. Ha-do-hyun examined it and said, what's with this gun? Where did you get it? Kang Hakchiol replied, we happened to get it on the way here. Jung Minjin said, you're from Gunja Station Shelter, right? My friend should have come here first. Ha-do-hyun's comrade shouted, shut up, you rascal. Only answer what we ask. Jung Minjin stammered, sorry. The comrade demanded, where did you come from? Kang Hakchiol answered, we're just ordinary high school students. The comrade scoffed, ordinary high schoolers know how to handle that gun? Stop talking nonsense. Kang Hakchiol explained there was a shootout with some guys a few days ago, right? Those men were rejected when trying to enter here, and a conflict broke out. We were being chased by those same people too. The comrade shouted, you lying scoundrel, are you with those guys? How do you know about that? Ha-do-hyun interrupted, hey, that's enough. They're not those men. That was the first time we fought armed outsiders, so we've been on high alert since then. We're not people who kill just anyone, but we need verification as a procedure. Please understand. He continued, first, you'll move to the isolation building and get tested. You weren't bitten, right? Jung Minjin tensed and thought to himself, fortunately the symptoms are disappearing. Still, it'll be dangerous if I get tested. Then he said aloud, oh, Byung-jun, Bae-soon-ho, they're my friends. My group should have arrived with them a little while ago. I'd like to meet them first before testing. Can you check by radio? Ha-do-hyun's comrade said, no one can meet before being tested. Ha-do-hyun replied, those guys went out on patrol today, so it's fine. He took out his radio and said, this is West Gate 3, secured 2 unidentified survivors. They claim to be friends of Oh Byung-jun and Bae-soon-ho. Please confirm if those 2 have returned. A man's voice came through the radio, checking. Ha-do-hyun said, wait a moment, we'll get an answer soon. Jung Minjin sweated nervously. A few moments later, the radio crackled. This is the situation control room. Bae-soon-ho confirmed returned. Oh Byung-jun not returned. Additional survivors, 1 woman, 1 boy. Jung Minjin's eyes widened. Not returned? He shouted. What does that mean? Your people definitely came and all our group members got in a car together. And there should be 2 women among the additional survivors. The radio continued, according to the field report. One of the female survivors said she would stay behind to find her friends. Jung Minjin muttered, what? The radio added, Oh Byung-jun is said to be with that female survivor. First, take those people to the isolation building. Ha Do-hyun responded, Yes, understood. Jung Min-jun cried out, Wait a moment. The friend who stayed there, can you confirm if her name is Han Yina? Kang Ha-cheol said, It's definitely Yina. There's no other female survivor looking for us except her. It seems like Oh Byung-jun is with Yena there. Ha Do-hyun said, You can put your hands down now. Jung Min-jun muttered to himself while sweating, Darn. Then he said aloud, Excuse me, I think I need to go back there. The person that friend is waiting for is us. Ha Do-hyun replied, Oh really? Then you don't need to go. We'll send people to bring them back, so don't worry. It's already getting dark, and it's dangerous. According to our rules, except for patrol teams, no one goes out after 6 o'clock in the evening. Once you've entered our zone, you can't leave as you please. First, go to the hospital in our isolation building and get tested for infection. Then go through health checkups and several procedures. Jung Min-jun stood up, his voice trembling. Ah! Ha Do-hyun said, Your friend Bae Soon-ho will come here too, so let's go meet him. Kang Ha-cheol said, I'll support you. Jung Min-jun replied, It's okay. I can walk slowly. As they walked, Jung Min-jun asked, Then, Mr. Ha, where are the two from our group who came first? Ha Do-hyun said, One woman, one child, right? They should be in the isolation room now. Kang Ha-cheol looked around and said, This place is quite large. Ha Do-hyun nodded. It started at Gunja Station's main hall. As survivors gathered, we built a shelter. After that, even stragglers from military units joined, and the number of survivors increased dramatically, so we occupied surrounding buildings, and now we've expanded the zone several hundred meters around Gunja Station headquarters. Up to this outer gate where we are now is the shelter zone. As you can see, we've set up multiple barricades and fences inside for thorough security. Jung Min-jun glanced at the nearby walls and said, looking at those signs, There must be infected within this zone too? On the wall, a warning read, Beware of zombies, entry prohibited. Ha Do-hyun explained, We haven't occupied all the buildings in the zone, so infected still remain in the ones we couldn't secure. See that office building over there? We're working on occupying that one too. It would be difficult to eliminate all the infected inside, but even occupying just the safe floors could accommodate many more survivors. Kang Ha-cheol said, Amazing. When did you get this far? As Jung Min-jun wiped sweat from his forehead, he thought, Testing. I'm anxious. A few moments later, Han Yena looked at the burned area and said, Jung Min-jun's bat. Then he would have jumped here, from that building. He's definitely alive. The smoke Min-jun sent is coming and going, but why did he leave the bat behind? Did he forget? Oh Byung-jun said, Hey, the fire might spread to this building too. Let's hurry and escape. Han Yena turned and said sharply, Hey pig. Oh Byung-jun froze. Haha. Han Yena said, I told you to leave me behind. Why did you come back? I said I can find them alone. Oh Byung-jun stammered. Ah. Han Yena bent down to pick up the bat. Oh Byung-jun blushed and said nervously, But still, I can't leave you alone. Besides, I got a gun from that group earlier, so don't worry. Han Yena looked back and said, Really? Worried? Do you even know how to use a gun? Oh Byung-jun stuttered. That. Ha ha. I practiced shooting once or twice. Han Yena sighed. I see. But why is this guy stuttering so much? I don't need anyone except Jung Min-jun or Kang Ha-cheol. I can survive on my own. Oh Byung-jun muttered to himself. Fudge. Her personality is still awful. This Han Yena became favorable toward Jung Min-jun? What the heck happened between Jung Min-jun and her? Han Yena said, You're a disgusting, pig-smelling loser, but still, thanks for worrying about me. Oh Byung-jun froze, his eyes wide. Han Yena thanked me? This definitely means she has feelings for me. Han Yena smirked and said, Did you think I'd say that, you loser? I know you're trying to mess around just to be alone with me, right? Oh Byung-jun panicked. What? No way? Han Yena crossed her arms. Really, I say one nice thing and you lose your mind completely. Still, I'm glad to have someone like you next to me. I hate being alone. Oh Byung-jun blushed, steaming and sweating, thinking, This girl, what am I supposed to do? She knows I'm a loser who can't resist pretty girls, and she's totally playing with me. Suddenly, Han Yena's eyes widened. Huh? The doorknob rattled. Han Yena froze, shocked and confused. Oh Byung-jun whispered, Han Yena, hide. The doorknob turned again. They quickly hid behind some furniture. Han Yena thought to herself, Jung Min-jun? Or could it be Kang Ha-cheol? If it's not them, they both stared at the door as it slowly creaked open. Oh, and a few moments later, at the checking area, Jung Min-jun thought, wow, Even though this is an isolation building, there are lights and it looks peaceful. Mom should be in a safe place like this too. A voice called out, Jijun, Minjun. Jung Minjun turned. Sunho, what about Yena? You sent people, right? Bei Sunho hesitated. Well, we did send people back there, but we can't contact Oh Byung-jun. Jung Minjun froze. What? At the burning building, a voice came through the radio. Oh Byung-jun, please respond. The sun went down. In isolation room 2, Jung Minjun shouted, Please let me go. I said I'll go find my friends myself, so why are you stopping me? Ha Do-hyun replied firmly. The 2 people we sent there are also out of contact now. It's definitely those guys doing. Plus, it's too late and dangerous. After sunset, there are way more infected on the streets, Ha Do-hyun friend said. If he's determined to go even if it kills him, just let him go. He's a survivor who just came in today anyway, so he's not one of our people. Whether he gets bitten by zombies or taken by those guys, he'll take responsibility. Ha Do-hyun said, This is a bit confusing. He was Ha Do-hyun, 28 years old, Republic of Korea Army Sergeant, discharged GOP service experience. He continues to say among all the survivors who've entered this shelter, You're the first to want to leave on the first day. Kang Hak-cheol said, Jung Min-jun, even I think going out now in the evening is crazy. Let's wait until sunrise, and your leg condition isn't good either. Jung Min-jun said, Then Kang Hak-cheol, you stay here. I'll go find Yina and Byung-jun. You said this as a survival rule at first, right? Never sacrifice your own life for someone else. But I think I need to break that rule you mentioned. Ha Do-hyun said, When the sun rises tomorrow, a few of our people will go. If you really want to go now, I'll let you go, but I'll prepare some equipment for you. It would be better to go out through West Exit 1. Seo Ha-jun said, Min Jun-hyung. Ha Do-hyun said, Since your leg is injured, I'll lend you an electric scooter. It's fully charged, so there shouldn't be any problem moving. As you know, moving with loud engine vehicles or scooters in the dark is insane. An electric scooter would be much better than moving on foot while hiding. Then, equipment first, Jung Min-jun said, I'll pack it in my bag. As Kang Hak-cheol listened and looks down, Kang Hak-cheol said, Jung Min-jun, let's go together. As Jung Min-jun and Ha Do-hyun looks back at Kang Hak-cheol, Kang Hak-cheol said, Kang Hak-cheol, I'll go with Min-jun too. Can I get my gun back though? Jung Min-jun sweats and said, Kang Hak-cheol. As Ha Do-hyun and Ha Do-hyun friend looks back at Kang Hak-cheol and Ha Do-hyun friend said, Everyone's gone crazy. A few moments later, Ha Do-hyun said, Here. As the zombie said, Grew. Ha Do-hyun said, Go out, go straight right, then turn left and keep going. There will be quite a few infected over there too. We'll use gunshots to lure the infected elsewhere. Take this. If you've used a rifle before, you should be able to handle it well. This is all we can do for you. Jung Min-jun said thank you. Ha Do-hyun said to the radio, We're ready. Fire. As gunfires were shot, the zombies ran like crazy saying, Kak, geek. Ha Do-hyun said, They'll all be drawn that way, so you can move now. Ha Do-hyun opens the gate. Jung Min-jun said, Let's go. Ha Do-hyun, friend said, Guns are really hard to get. They definitely won't be safe. Ha Do-hyun said, Is it okay to just give it away? The people going to search must be as precious as family or someone they love. As Ha Do-hyun looks at the horizon, at the luxury room, Han-yena fell to the ground seductively and said, Kiak, as Han-yena sweats and looks at the men. Kwante-sik said, Nin. Our 2 colleagues died, but I never thought there'd be such a pretty girl here. Those 2 bastards were useless anyway, so it worked out. Haha, approximately Song Ji-hoo said, approximately refreshing. Kwante-sik looks back at Song Ji-hoo's 6-pack abs and said, Ji-hoo, you want to start first? Haha, Song Ji-hoo said. Start what? Get out of the way. Song Ji-hoo looks closer at Han-yena. As Han-yena was shocked and confused staring at Song Ji-hoo's body, Song Ji-hoo touched Han-yena's delicate chin, and he said, Pretty. How old? Han-yena was starstruck on how pretty Song Ji-hoo is, and she looks away and sweats. As Song Ji-hoo stares at Han-yena, and he said, You guys, don't do anything weird to her. Too young. Kwante-sik smiled and said, Nan. Hey fudge, the world ended and the legal system collapsed. Kwante-sik, 34 years old, life sentence. 15 previous convictions. Former organized crime boss, special assault, drugs, illegal weapons possession, attempted murder, robbery with injury, assault, threats, kidnapping, etc. Kwante-sik said, What ethics or morality is there to consider in this situation? What does it matter if she's young or old? Just freak. Ma Sang-cheo, 30 years old, 12 years imprisonment, violence, robbery with injury, special theft, and more. Ma Sang-cheo said, You know, are you crazy? Kwon Tae-sik said, Ji-hoo, you know, as Song Ji-hoo puts on his shirt, and he said, you know how I ended up in prison, right? Be careful, kid, if you don't want to die by my hands too. As he looks at Kwon Tae-sik. Kwon Tae-sik looks down sweating and said, sorry. Fudge, Song Ji-hoo said, and kill that pig bastard. Let's use this girl as bait. Oh, Byung-jun said, What, wait a minute, Song Ji-hoo said, if we use this girl well, we can definitely take over Gunja Station. It's quite large, so there must be lots of food and weapons. Han Yena said, wait a moment, you're going to kill that friend? Please spare him. Oh, Byung-jun was shocked and looks at Han Yena. Han Yena said, I'll do anything. As Oh Byung-jun was shocked and blushed, saying to himself, Yena called me her friend. And even begged to save me? Begging so sincerely to save me like that's not ordinary feelings. She definitely likes me. There's no other explanation. If we both survive here, I could even confess. Han Yena said he's a disgusting loser fatso, but being a loser isn't a crime. Of course, outside I wouldn't even glance at such a total loser. But he's a friend of my precious friend. If he dies, my precious friend will be sad. Oh, Byung-jun steams in embarrassment and said to himself, fudge, even in this situation, getting excited about her, I should just die. Kwon Tae-sik said, Nana, right Ji-hoo, that pig bastard would be a waste to just kill. He must have some use, or we can play with him and then kill him. Ha ha. Oh, Byung-jun said, play with him. Song Ji-hoo said, have you killed zombies? As Han Yena sweats in silence and beauty. Song Ji-hoo said, then how did you survive? As Han Yena remained silent, Song Ji-hoo said, take this girl. Let's start that. Kwon Tae-sik said, huh? What? Really? Hey, girls like that are hard to capture alive. Isn't it too wasteful? Ma Sang-cheo said, what, Young Nim? It'll be fun. Hey, hurry up and prepare. Kwon Tae-sik said, yes, approximately. Han Yena said, what? What is that? Kwon Tae-sik said, as expected, Ji-hoo is utterly ruthless, ha. I thought he was going easy because she's a girl, but I guess not. Song Ji-hoo said, you have to protect your own body, otherwise you'll easily fall victim to bastards like that. As he gave a fork to Han Yena holding her delicate soft hands, Song Ji-hoo said, it's nothing much. Don't worry, just use this. Just focus on the face and stab mercilessly. Think of them as guys trying to mess with you. While feeling survival instincts and anger throughout your body, do it with the determination to go insane. Han Yena said, wait a moment. What are you trying to do to me with a fork right now? Song Ji-hoo said, that's how you can survive. It's simple, right? He is Song Ji-hoo, 26 years old. As they opened the door, Han Yena was thrown inside, as she fell to the ground and said, Kyak! The door was closed. As Han Yena stood up and said, what the hell? Han Yena remained looking at the door, as a zombie said, Gak, kak, geek. Han Yena said, maybe, as she held the fork. Song Ji-hoo kicked the door open. As Han Yena was shocked and confused, a zombie without arms was thrown inside. As it said, geek. Song Ji-hoo said, I gave you a handicap to make fighting easier. I cut off both arms, so it should be doable, right? To survive in this harsh world with such weakness, you'll need to go half crazy. Now, let's see you survive. As he closed the door, the zombie said, grr, as Han Yena in fear opens her eyes wide and sweats. As she said, how am I supposed to, with this? No, I can't. As she holds her fork, the zombie shouts at Han Yena saying, Keek, kyak. As the zombie shouted at Han Yena, Rar! Han Yena screamed back, Kya! The zombie lunged forward, trying to bite her with its bare gums. Startled, Han Yena dropped her two-slotted cheese fork onto the floor. She raised her arms defensively, struggling to hold back the armless, toothless zombie. Kya! She cried again in fear, as the zombie roared once more. Please, someone, anyone, she shouted desperately. Suddenly, Song Ji-hoo appeared, grabbed the zombie, and threw it hard against the wall. Han Yena froze in shock. Kwon Tae-sik exclaimed, what the heck? Why are you helping, Ji-hoo? Is it getting too boring for you? Ha ha! Song Ji-hoo chuckled as he picked up the cheese fork. I told you, didn't I? You need to go half crazy to survive, right? He placed the cheese fork back into Han Yena's trembling hand. Just this once, I'll help you. Here, hold it like this. Wait. Han Yena stammered. The zombie suddenly charged again with a guttural "Kuak." Song Ji-hoo grabbed it by the neck. "Keek!" it screeched as he pinned it to the wall. "Grook! Kek! Keek!" the zombie rasped as it struggled. "Kyak! What are you doing?" Han Yena cried. "This is all for you," Song Ji-hoo said coldly. "Feel it carefully, what it feels like when you have to go half crazy to survive." Come on, wait," Han Yena whimpered, closing her eyes tightly. Together, they swung the fork down, striking the zombie. "Kak!" it howled in agony as blood splattered across Song Ji-hoo's face. The zombie collapsed to the floor. Han Yena dropped the bloody cheese fork, trembling. "You need to go this far to completely cut off the airway," Song Ji-hoo explained calmly. Han Yena fell weakly to the ground. "Since it's your first time, you might be shocked. Scared even," he continued. "It's supposed to change you gradually. This is all for you, so steel your heart. Without my help, we'll keep going until you can kill one by yourself. Let's rest for 30 minutes and practice again, got it?" He walked away, leaving Han Yena staring blankly at the fallen zombie. Outside, as the sun began to set, Young Min-jun and Kang Hak-cheol rode their electric scooter down the street. Behind them, several athletic zombies chased, screeching, "Grak! Quake!" "You're sure he said Gyeongdae Ipgu, right?" Kang Hak-cheol asked. "Yeah, I'm sure," Young Min-jun replied, sweating nervously as memories flashed in his mind. In the men's restroom, the skull-masked man had said, "We're still in the building next to Grand Plaza, and we're holding one of the Gunja station group." A voice on the radio had replied, "We're near Gyeongdae Ipgu station, about 1 to 2 kilometers away. We've secured a place to use as a hideout." "Please, come quickly, Hyung-nim," the skull-masked man said. "We're hiding because the Gunja station guys might come." "I'll be there soon," his friend had replied. "Just in case, tell me the hideout location. If there's a problem or we miss each other, I'll go there," the skull-masked man pressed. "Hey, you stupid fool," his friend retorted. "If the hideout location gets exposed, will you take responsibility? It's near Gyeongdae IPGU station. I can't tell you the exact place. Anyway, only 2 or 3 people including me will go there, so wait." "Darn it, a guy his age being Song Ji-hoo's lackey. If I ask, he should just tell me," the skull-masked man grumbled. Back in the present, Young Min-jun said, "If it's near Gyeongdae IPGU station, that's line 2, right? Is it okay not to go straight there?" "Let's check that building where they were last first," Kang Hak-yeol said. "They said Oh Byung-jun's last radio contact was from the rooftop of the next building. They might not have been caught by those guys." "Huh? The fire's gotten bigger than before. Will it be okay?" Young Min-jun asked. "The next building should still be fine," Kang Hak-cheol shouted back. "Grook, Keek!" the zombies screamed behind them. "Let's hurry," Young Min-jun urged. Moments later, inside the building, Young Min-jun sighed in relief. Fortunately, this side is still safe. Kang Hak-yeol pointed at a lifeless man lying nearby, looking at the armband. "They're from the Gunja station group." This can't be," Young Min-jun whispered. Kang Hak-cheol scanned the floor, spotting shell casings. Shell casings? They were attacked with the same rifle as mine. It's definitely those guys. How do you know?" Young Min-jun asked. "The position of the casings," Kang Hak-cheol said. "These people didn't even get a chance to fire back. They were ambushed and robbed. The rifle I have now belonged to the man I fought, and they said they had one more weapon like this." "Well, what if Yena and Byung-jun were attacked too?" Young Min-jun said in panic. Kang Hak-cheol looked up grimly. "Let's go up first." Moments later, the fire spread rapidly. On the rooftop, Young Min-jun spotted a radio. "A radio! I think it's Oh Byung-jun!" "No body, just dropped belongings," Kang Hak-cheol muttered. "There's a high chance they've been captured." He picked up the radio and spoke. "This is Kang Hak-cheol. We've arrived at the rooftop. Confirmed 2 of our people dead at the emergency stairs, but didn't find the bodies of Oh Byung-jun and our female companion. We secured Oh Byung-jun's radio. We'll head to Gyeongdae Ipgu station immediately." Ha Do-hyun's voice came through. "Understood. Be careful." Young Min-jun swallowed nervously as sweat dripped down his face. By sunrise, Kang Hak-yeol said, "Gyeongdae Ipgu station exit. The alley near here, right? From here we need to move quietly. Let's." "Yeah, but there are dozens of buildings in this alley. How are we supposed to find them?" Young Min-jun asked. Kang Hakil narrowed his eyes as he spotted a shadow on the rooftop. He muttered. Oh Sang-min, a 27-year-old serving a 6-year sentence for assault, theft, and illegal distribution, lit a cigarette. There is no one around except the infected anyway. The Gunja Station people will not find this place. Darn it, why am I even keeping watch? It is not like those zombie freaks will invade, he muttered. That Song Ji-hoo rascal, he is a year younger than me and acts like he is the boss. I am stuck doing lackey work. A flash of light struck his eyes from a distance. Huh? He barked, pointing his rifle toward the glow. What the? Who is there? He shouted. Suddenly, Kang Hak-chul appeared behind him. Who is it, you rascal? Oh, Sang-min began, then froze. That is what I want to ask, Kang Hak-chul replied. Oh, what? Oh, Sang-min stammered, confused. Are you a prison escapee? Kang Hak-chul asked. Huh? Wahoo! Oh, Sang-min spluttered. Only answer what I ask. How many are inside? You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Oh, Sang-min broke into a sweat and spat out, You fool! Then cried out in pain, Gah! Let us go in quickly, Jung Min-jun. No time, Kang Hak-chul ordered. Yeah, Jung Min-jun replied. They crept up the stairs. This way, Kang Hak-chul hissed, peering around a corner. Huh? The elevator door is open. He looked down and swallowed hard. I think I hear sounds from below the elevator. A few moments later, Oh Byung-jun, badly beaten, croaked, I really do not know. Been in there long, Kwon Tae-sik snapped. Stop messing around, fool. Jung Ji-hoon, a 30-year-old ex-Special Forces soldier serving a 10-year sentence for assault, grievous bodily harm, attempted murder, and other offenses, grinned. Should I cut off a finger? Hee. A noise from outside caught their attention. Ma Sang-chul noticed and looked back. Huh? He stepped into the corridor and saw the elevator opening. On the top floor, Jung Min-jun and Kang Hak-chul waited. Kang Hak-chul keyed the radio. It had been an alley bar building near Gyeongdae Ipchiyu Station Exit 1, and now they had finally found the prison escapees' hideout. I will go in then, Kang Hak-chul said. He turned to Jung Min-jun and added, I will head down first. Do not come unless something happens. Be careful, Jung Min-jun warned. A few moments later, Song Ji-hoo had come into Han Yena's room with the zombie, which hissed, Gwick. Song Ji-hoo muttered under his breath, You can handle yourself this time, right? The zombie snarled, Rawr. Han Yena sobbed and trembled. Please, why are you doing this to me? She begged. Song Ji-hoo threw the zombie, which yelped. Grow. Please let me go, Han Yena pleaded. This is not about tormenting you, Song Ji-hoo said. I am doing this because I think you are special, so do well this time. He stood, watching as the zombie staggered to its feet. Please, Han Yena whispered. Song Ji-hoo closed the door. The zombie rasped, Grarg, and Han Yena screamed, Kya! Song Ji-hoo heard a noise and glanced toward the elevator. Kang Hak-chul opened the service entrance and peered inside. He hopped down to the floor below, sweating as he emerged. Ma Sang-chul walked toward the elevator, muttering to himself. The sound came from the elevator. He came closer, then froze when he saw Kang Hak-chul. Huh? Who? He stammered. Kang Hak-chul, equally startled, reacted instantly and shot Ma Sang-chul in the leg. Ma Sang-chul howled in pain, letting out a high, surprised cry. Ak! Ooh! Flip! Someone cursed. Inside the room, Kwon Tae-sik heard the commotion and snarled, What? Jung Ji-hoon peered down the hallway, saw Ma Sang-chul collapsed on the floor and trembled. Ki-hun, he whispered. Kang Hak-chul leveled his rifle at Ma Sang-chul's face. Stay still if you do not want to die, he warned. He exhaled slowly. Whew. Even for me, I never enlisted in the military or learned close quarters combat. Is this operation even appropriate? He recalled the interrogation earlier. There had been 7 people in total back then, including the kidnapper and the lookout outside. 3 were already dead. Excluding the hostage they held now, at least 3 people remained inside. They were armed, assault rifles and even grenades. If the attackers had killed the Gunja Station members and taken more rifles, then at least 2 of them would still be armed. Using this man as a hostage to lure Ye-na and Oh Byung-jun out would be the most effective tactic. Jung Ji-hoon inhaled deeply. Sang-chil got shot, presumably by the Gunja station attackers. He is armed with a gun. Kwon Tae-sik spat. What? This? Flip. Hey, give me the gun. Give me the gun, Hyung-nem. Jung Ji-hoon barked, cocking the rifle. I am from Special Forces, you know. Kang Hak-chil shouted again. I came to find our two people. They are in there, right? No one answered. He called out, Oh Byung-jun, Anya na. If you are inside, answer. Oh Byung-jun's pained voice replied. Ah, both I and Hanya na are in here. Kwon Tae-sik broke into a sweat. This, Flip, one of the men snarled. Shut up, you bastard! Oh Byung-jun whimpered in pain. Gwek. Jung Min-jun froze. Oh Byung-jun's voice? At least it seemed both Yi-na and Byung-jun were still alive. Jung Ji-hoon shouted, Reveal your identity first, you scoundrels. So what are you going to do? One of the captors shot back. Kang Hak-chil paused, then said, I am Kang Hak-chil from the underwater demolition team, Gunja Station. Dozens of soldiers have surrounded this building from all sides. You will soon be suppressed by force. There are 3 of you inside, right? Kwon Tae-sik sweated and whispered nervously, You oot means Special Forces. Flip, are we screwed? Jung Ji-hoon said, He does not seem very professional. UDT could be a lie. If several people really infiltrated, they would have come in simultaneously, one of them muttered. But from what I see, he is alone. At most 2 or 3 people. Numerically, we do not seem to be at a disadvantage. Kwon Tae-sik cursed softly. Flip, but that rascal knows our numbers. Jung Ji-hoon said, seeing how he slipped in and started shooting right away. He definitely has guts. Either he is a crazy, reckless man, or a clumsy fellow pretending to be a professional. One of the two. Kang Hak-chol said, Let us make a deal. I am aiming at your comrade in my line of sight right now. 1 shot, and he is instantly dead. In exchange for saving this guy, let our 2 people go. Jung Ji-hoon asked, What should we do? Kwon Tae-sik said, Well, where is Song Ji-hoo? Is he on the side with that girl? Flip. Just throw the grenade. Jung Ji-hoon said, What? Kwon Tae-sik barked, I said throw the grenade, Flip. Jung Ji-hoon hesitated. But what about Sang-chil? Kwon Tae-sik snapped. That mess. He has just been causing trouble anyway. Throw it, you scoundrel, the boss snarled. If it is a trap, we might all die trying to save Ma Sang-chil. Ma Sang-chil stammered. Jik grenade! Flip, save me, Hyung-nim. Just let them go. Ji-hoo, please save me. Kang Hak-chol blinked in confusion. Huh? Song Ji-hoo stepped out from the shadows. You really are dragging this out over nothing. Kang Hak-chil thought to himself, Is he coming this way? Ma Sang-chil sweated and called out, Ji-hoo! Song Ji-hoo said calmly, Survival rule number 1. If your teammates are in danger because of you, just accept the sacrifice. And with that, he shot Ma Sang-chil instantly, ending him where he stood. Kang Hak-chol was shocked. This Flip, he thought. Song Ji-hoo suddenly grabbed Kang Hak-chol's rifle and kneed him in the stomach. Kang Hak-chol collapsed to the ground. But before Song Ji-hoo could react further, he froze. Jung Min-jun was pointing a pistol straight at him. Song Ji-hoo immediately swung the rifle back toward Jung Min-jun. Han Ye-na and Oh Byung-jun, just let them go, Jung Min-jun pleaded, his voice cracking. Song Ji-hoo muttered, Han Ye-na, so that girl's name is Han Ye-na, and lowered his rifle. Do not shoot, Ki-hun-hyung. Can we just let that fat friend go? Everyone except Han Ye-na. That girl, I feel something special about her, even though I have not known her long. Jung Min-jun's hand trembled as sweat dripped down his cheek. Let Yi-na go right now, before I shoot. Song Ji-hoo said coolly, Seeing that you are really ready to shoot, Han Ye-na must be your trigger button. Are you two in a relationship? A voice suddenly echoed from upstairs, through the elevator shaft. I think it is this way. Should we go in? Another voice shouted. The other 4, move to the back of the building and surround it. Song Ji-hoo's eyes widened. What? I did not think there would really be reinforcements. If you shoot me now, our people aiming at you from over there will shoot you. Does that not look disadvantageous? So lower your gun. Shut up, Jung Min-jun hissed, his finger trembling on the trigger. Song Ji-hoo sighed. Whew. He turned around and started walking away. Do as you please. I am leaving and you do not have time for this right now. You should hurry to Han Ye-na. What? Young Min-jun shouted. Song Ji-hoo smirked. She is playing with a zombie alone in a room. Jung Min-jun's eyes widened. What did you do to Yina? Song Ji-hoo said, let us meet again if we get the chance. Kwon Tae-sik called from the hallway. Ji-hoo, hurry, this way. Young Min-jun bolted toward the room. He saw Oh Byung-jun badly beaten on the floor. Byung-jun, Yana, is she here? Oh Byung-jun weakly lifted his head. Young Min-jun, you came to rescue me. Young Min-jun rushed off as Oh Byung-jun shouted after him. She is not here, she's in another room. Oh Byung-jun gritted his teeth, steam almost seeming to rise from his face in frustration. Those flipping bastards, they are definitely dating. In another room, Young Min-jun opened the door carefully and stepped inside. Yina. Prison escapee list. Song Ji-hoo, age 26, death row inmate. Criminal record unknown. Kwon Tae-sik, age 34, life sentence. Crimes, special assault, drug trafficking, illegal weapons possession, attempted murder, robbery with injury, assault, threats, kidnapping, and others. 15 previous convictions. Former organized crime boss. Jong Ki-hun, age 30, 10 years imprisonment. Crimes, special assault, attempted murder, and others. Former special forces. Ma Sang-cheol, crimes, violence, robbery with injury, special theft, and others. Shot and killed by Song Ji-hoo. Oh Sang-min, crimes, assault, theft, illegal distribution, and others. Stabbed and killed by Kang Hak-cho. Unidentified Korean man, crimes, assault, theft, drug possession, severely beaten and then shot dead by Kang Hak-cheol. Skeleton mask Korean boy, crimes, drug distribution, violent involvement, and others. Shot and killed by Kang Hak-cheol. Black Korean boy, crimes, theft, fraud, and others. Shot and killed in a gunfight near Gunja Station shelter. As the cheese fork of Hanyena fell to the ground, its sharp sound echoed through the silent room. Jung Min-jun saw Hanyena collapsing onto the floor. He hurried closer and said, Hanyena. He looked at her, sweating, and asked, Are you all right? Suddenly, Hanyena jumped forward and wrapped her arms around Jung Min-jun. He was shocked and confused as they both fell to the floor, feeling the warmth of a girl's body pressed against him for the very first time. Hanyena burst into tears and cried, Ah! Jung Min-jun, sweating even more, gently placed his hand on her head and said, I am all right. You do not need to worry anymore. Hanyena continued to sob softly in his arms. A few moments later, outside the room in the hallway, Mr. Ha Do-hyun held his walkie-talkie and listened to his teammate reporting. I chased them for about 300 meters, but I ended up losing them. Mr. Ha Do-hyun said, It is too dangerous if we split up, so come back. We will regroup here and return to Gunja Station, his teammate replied. Understood. Mr. Ha Do-hyun sighed and muttered, Ha, those scoundrels. Anyway, good work. I heard you are a high school student, but you are impressive. Mr. Kang Hak-cheol said, I killed too many of them. I am worried they might come for revenge. Mr. Ha Do-hyun answered, Do not worry. We will simply be more vigilant. Of course, their numbers decreased, but we cannot let our guard down. But where did you learn to use guns? Mr. Kang Hak-cheol replied, Well, I defected from North Korea when I was young. The first person I ever killed with a gun was a North Korean soldier who tormented me. I took advantage of the moment he let his guard down, snatched his gun, and shot him. Mr. Ha Do-hyun said quietly, So that happened to you. Mr. Kang Hak-cheol continued, After settling in Korea and graduating high school, I wanted to enlist in the army like you, Sergeant. Then he said, Sergeant Ha Do-hyun, I have something important to tell you separately. Mr. Ha Do-hyun looked confused. A few moments later in room 201, Jung Min-jun showed his infected wound. Mr. Ha Do-hyun said, This cannot be. Looking at the wound area, it definitely seems infected. When did this start? Jung Min-jun answered, Well, I think it has been over 1 week, but I might have been infected even earlier. Mr. Kang Hak-cheol said, It should not be known, right? Mr. Ha Do-hyun replied, Yes, let us keep it between us for now. But we will have to tell the shelter's doctor. I will explain it properly. Fortunately, that doctor is someone very close to me. Let us go get tested first. I will take responsibility, so do not worry. Jung Min-jun broke into a cold sweat and said in shock, Ah! He took out the pistol and handed it back to Mr. Ha Do-hyun. The gun, I used it well. Oh, of course I did not actually fire it. Mr. Ha Do-hyun shook his head. No, it is fine. Simply keep it. Jung Minjun blinked in confusion. What? Ah, thank you. A few moments later at night, Jung Minjun said to himself, we then had to undergo testing and about 1 full day of quarantine in isolation room 2 before we were allowed to stay at the Gunja Station shelter. But since our final destination was Gangnam shelter, we could not remain here for long. Mr. Kang Hakjeol asked Mr. Ha Do-hyun, my younger sister and Minjun's mother are at Gangnam shelter. Have you heard any news from Gangnam? Jung Minjun said to himself, according to Sergeant Ha Do-hyun. About 1 week ago, through radio emergency broadcasts, they learned various news in the current situation. He heard that Gangnam shelter really exists and is operating as the largest shelter in Seoul. However, except for short-range radios, all communication equipment is disabled, so they do not know the current situation inside Gangnam shelter. Whew, I hope that side is safe like here as well. Summarizing the situation, Sergeant Ha Do-hyun learned through radio broadcasts, right now South Korea, indeed the entire Korean peninsula, is enduring the worst possible disaster. The speed and spread of the infection are tremendous, engulfing the entire country, and the South Korean central government has essentially collapsed. From Seoul to Busan, there are no safe cities. However, various shelters from small to large appear to be operating in many places, maintaining order and peace. Some prisons are exposed to danger due to escaped inmates, but others are being used as sealed shelters with perfect lockdown from the outside. The situation in South Korea's neighboring countries is also severe. In North Korea's case, they sealed all borders and seas, but it is unknown whether infected individuals have appeared inside. Japan issued an immediate lockdown order as soon as South Korea's disaster began, so their initial response was good. But some Japanese people and Korean refugees attempting to escape by boat brought infection into Japan. A zombie schoolgirl wandered the streets and murmured, "Roa, ah." Jung Minjun said to himself, eventually infected individuals appeared inside Japan despite the strict lockdown. China failed in its initial response and became the second country after Korea to face a major outbreak. Due to infected individuals flowing in from Korea, the number of cases increased explosively nationwide. Infected have also been reported in Thailand, Taiwan, and Indonesia. In the case of America, they are making efforts by thoroughly sealing United States Forces Korea bases and embassies, and by sending planes and helicopters to evacuate their citizens. There is news that infected individuals appeared in some United States military units in Korea, but the later situation remains unclear. Amid this global danger, it seems certain that America was intervening more actively than any other country. But what would happen going forward remained unknown. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun speculated that the cause of this zombie crisis was not a natural phenomenon, but rather serial bioterrorism carried out according to someone's meticulous plan. Sudden, simultaneous infections nationwide. Communication becoming completely disabled in one day. Infected individuals appearing even inside military bases and prisons. It was far too abnormal to be a coincidence. Some people speculated that North Korea was behind it, but the exact cause remained unrevealed. However, the most likely cause, in Jung Minjun's opinion, was the game Rage Z, the day the crisis began. Bae Soon-ho said, "By the way, I think the Rage Z offline event is today." Jung Minjun said to himself, under circumstances where Rage Z held a large-scale offline event, infected individuals similar to the in-game zombies began appearing in reality. Existing Rage Z players like me, Byung-jun, and Soon-ho were already suspecting the same thing. Jung Minjun told his friends, "Hey, but anyway, this current situation is related to that game, right?" Bae Soon-ho replied, "Ah, you thought that too." Jung Minjun thought to himself, there was a theory that someone intentionally spread the virus across South Korea and dropped weapons and supplies to turn life into a survival game. Some believe the developer intentionally designed this disaster, or even that some overseas tycoon obsessed with the game planned all of this. The truth was still unknown. However, why Korea of all places? If they were going to do such a thing, they could have done it anywhere in the world. But one thing was certain. Someone was trying to turn that zombie game into reality. A few moments later, Seo Ha-kyung, 20 years old, a university freshman and the daughter of Professor Seo Jae-hun, said, "Ah, Mom." Madam Moon Ji-yoon cried out, "Ha-kyung." Seo Ha-jun shouted, "Sis." Jung Minjun said to himself, Ha-jun and his mother safely completed testing, and thanks to the sergeant's consideration, they were allowed to reunite with the professor's daughter during quarantine. However, since the professor had been infected during transit, it would have been wonderful if he could have come with her. We could not simply celebrate. A few moments later, Han Yena sat silently, almost statuesque in her stillness. Jung Minjun, puzzled, said, Yena? She continued staring into space. Jung Minjun raised his voice. Han Yena! Han Yena suddenly snapped out of it, looking at Jung Minjun with shock and confusion. Huh? Jung Minjun asked, Are you all right? Han Yena said, Yeah, Jung Minjun said softly. You are really all right, correct? You have been spacing out since earlier. Han Yena broke into a nervous sweat and said, Yes, I am fine. I am completely fine, haha. My mental state did break earlier, but I am all right now, haha. Jung Minjun said to himself, even though they were infected, even I would find it hard to kill someone by stabbing them like that with only a fork. He recalled Han Yena sitting helplessly on the floor. She must have been extremely shocked. Bae Sunho suddenly interrupted and said, Yena, you are next to go in. Han Yena, clearly annoyed, snapped, Hey shrimp, can you not call me Yena? Are you close to me? Bae Sunho blinked. Huh? Then how should I address you? Should I say, hey, Han Yena shot back, just do not call me at all. It is irritating being called by someone like you. Bae Sunho muttered, You are too harsh. This witch. Jung Minjun thought to himself, seems like the usual Han Yena. Both Yena and Hak Cheol's test results came out negative. However, Hak Cheol had many minor injuries, so he was diagnosed as needing hospitalization and several weeks of rest, even after quarantine. A few moments later, Jung Minjun thought to himself, finally, my turn. I felt anxious, but right now I could only trust Sergeant Ha Do-hyun and the doctor. Dr. Moon Seo Rin examined Jung Minjun's wound and said, It has really been over 1 week. This cannot be. You truly have no symptoms at all? Jung Minjun replied, Occasionally, the skin color all over my body changes like the infected, or I get an extremely high fever but then become fine again. Dr. Moon Seo Rin said, I can tell simply by looking with the naked eye. I am certain, and she began to sweat nervously. She was Moon Seo Rin, 27 years old, former internal medicine resident 2nd year, and the girlfriend of Sergeant Ha Do-hyun. She looked at him and said, You are infected. Jung Minjun froze in shock. Dr. Moon continued, Of course, I will draw blood for detailed testing, but if there is no major change, even though it has been over 1 full day since infection, immunity is most likely. Jung Minjun whispered, So I am immune. Dr. Moon nodded. You absolutely must be immune. It could be a decisive factor in developing a cure. Jung Minjun asked, Then what happens to me? Will I become a sacrifice for the cure? In games or movies, when they make vaccines, people die and all that. Dr. Moon said, That is just movies. Inside this shelter, we do not have the personnel to develop vaccines or cures. As you know, our country's situation right now, perhaps Japan or America can. She added, I did hear about it beforehand from my boyfriend, Sergeant Ha Do-hyun. For now, I will keep your infection a secret. Jung Minjun said, Thank you, Dr. Moon replied. But there is something you need to understand, a promise you absolutely must keep. Jung Minjun stared at her in confusion. A few moments later, Jung Minjun came out and told Han Yena, I am infected. Han Yena broke into a sweat. I see. So you are immune then? Jung Minjun nodded. The doctor will continue researching. But the doctor told me something. Han Yena suddenly widened her eyes. Right. Without warning, she sprinted toward Dr. Moon Seo Rin's office and shouted, Wait, move aside. Jung Minjun flinched, shocked and confused. Wah! Han Yena burst through the door and shouted, Doctor! Moon Seo Rin jumped. Oh, you startled me. Han Yena said, I have something extremely urgent to ask. Moon Seo Rin sighed. What? I need to get off work. Can we talk tomorrow? Han Yena insisted, I need to know right now. It is a really extremely important matter. Moon Seo Rin looked bewildered and started sweating. A few moments later, Han Yena and Dr. Moon sat down. Dr. Moon said, So what is it? You dragged me here and now you are hesitating. Han Yena swallowed hard, sweating. She turned red, looked away and whispered, Please do not tell anyone that I asked this. Moon Seo Rin frowned. What? Yes, what is it? Han Yena leaned forward and whispered almost silently, Jung Minjun, if I am infected with a woman, can I not do it? Dr. Moon Seo Rin's eyes went wide. She was shocked to her core. What? Moon Seo Rin looked at Han Yena in confusion and said, What? The hallway outside was completely silent. Moon Seo Rin asked again, Cannot do what? Han Yena blushed. Sweat rolled down her cheek as she stammered, I mean, if Jung Minjun really is infected with a woman, that Anyway, that kind of thing. Moon Seo Rin was shocked once more. Her eyes widened so much that she did not even need surgery to create double eyelids. Moon Seo Rin said, I am talking about that. Why suddenly that? Why are you asking such a silly question? Han Yena fell silent. Moon Seo Rin suddenly clapped and said, Ah, so Yena and Minjun are dating. Han Yena was stunned. What? She pretended to not know, then suddenly grew furious like a ghost about to explode. What do you mean? We are not dating. We are just like siblings. We are simply close like siblings. She stood up and barked. Anyway, if that guy cannot even date women, that is a huge problem. He would have to live as a lifelong single and could not even have gentle physical affection with women. He could not have children. That is such a terrible life, is it not? Moon Seo Rin said, Yes. First, please calm down. I understand what you are worried about. Let me ask you one thing. Yena, could you kiss a zombie walking on the street? Han Yena slowly calmed down and sat. Moon Seo Rin continued. Min Jun is the same type of infected as they are. I do not know if you heard the explanation we gave him. He is definitely infected. So unless curative treatment is developed, you absolutely must not get too close to him. Infection mainly spreads through wounds or blood, but we cannot rule out transmission through saliva or bodily fluids. Using the same utensils or having physical contact is also dangerous. Anyway, Minjun has a very dangerous body. Han Yena later stepped out of the room sadly. She remembered Moon Seo Rin's words. I will keep it secret for now at Sergeant Hado Hyun's request, but in truth, Minjun is in a condition where he cannot be allowed inside the shelter. Of course, right now he will not bite anyone, but if he has too much contact with others or shares water or food, it could become dangerous. I strictly ordered him to follow that. However, he could turn aggressive at any moment, so you must always be cautious. If he turns into a zombie, he might be shot immediately. You must accept that risk. Han Yena walked gracefully toward Jung Minjun. Jung Minjun stood up and asked, what did you two talk about? Han Yena replied, It is nothing. Jung Minjun, sweating nervously, said, It was about me. The doctor said that when we ate together before, it was actually dangerous. Because of me, other people could have been infected. So from now on, whenever I go outside, I must wear long clothes. There is no airborne infection, but I still have to be careful not to touch people directly. So, about that, if you continue traveling with me from now on, you will be exposed to infection risk too. Going to find my mom, I think I should go alone. Of course, it is your choice, but tears welled up in Han Yena's eyes. She suddenly ran, her huge, soft chest bouncing with each step. Jung Minjun stared, shocked and confused, sweat dripping down his forehead. A short while later, Han Yena sat alone in a corner. Jung Minjun found her and asked, still sweating, Are you angry? No, it is just... You have worked so hard coming this far with me. I am truly grateful. But I am really worried. I worry about you being infected too. And it is safe here. There are many people. You will feel less lonely without me. I said all that because I was thinking of you. Han Yena muttered to herself such foolish thoughts. Then she spoke aloud. Jung Minjun, I suddenly missed my mom in America, so I became a little gloomy. It is not because of you, so do not worry. Being with you is not exactly enjoyable, but I promise to help you find your mom. I simply want to keep that promise. That is why I want to go with you. Whether I get infected because of you or not, that is my problem to deal with. Jung Minjun said, sorry, Han Yena added. And thank you for coming to find me today. You must be tired. Go inside and rest. Jung Minjun replied, Okay. He walked out and closed the door. Han Yena, sweating, whispered to herself, because of Jung Minjun, I could get infected. She let out a frustrated sigh and sat alone. Silence filled the hallway. A few days later, Hakchul received a diagnosis. He needed a treatment period of 5 weeks. Kang Hakchul, leaning on crutches, said, That was what they said. Jung Minjun said, Wow, so you came all the way here in that condition? Jung Minjun thought to himself, so before going to the Gangnam shelter, we have no choice but to stay here for at least 5 weeks. When he first entered the Gunja station shelter, he expected strict discipline since soldiers ran the place, but it was surprisingly free and relaxed. Ha Do-hyun introduced, This is Chief An Hyung-ji, the director of the Gunja station shelter. Before the crisis, he was the battalion commander of the 82nd Mechanized Regiment. An Hyung-ji said, hello, you must have struggled a lot, surviving outside and avoiding the infected. Stay comfortably here. If you need anything, tell us anytime. He was An Hyung-ji, 50 years old. former Republic of Korea Army 82nd Mechanized Regiment Battalion Commander, and the current Gunja Station Shelter Director, Jung Min-jun thought to himself, Chief An seemed very kind. But I heard later, after his wife and children were attacked by the infected, he began to hate them extremely. An Hyungji roared, "Those scoundrels are infected. Execute them all." Jung Min-jun thought. After that, he no longer viewed the infected as people. He would order immediate execution even before someone fully turned, so my infection must never be discovered. Since Bae-yong-jun and Soon-ho already learned about my infection status. Bae-sun-ho stammered, Is that really true? Oh, Bae-yong-jun only stood silently, his large body trembling. Jung Min-jun continued thinking. Besides these two, Ye-na, Hak-cheol, and the professor's family, the only people who knew the truth were the sergeant and the doctor. And because I might turn into a zombie at any moment, one of the conditions for living in the shelter was that I had to be monitored by Sergeant Ha Do-hyun. To make that possible, I had to use the room next to his in the Goshi 1. Jung Min-jun said, this was practically heaven. Hak-cheol and Ye-na even came to stay in the same Goshi 1 building. The hallway was quiet. Water flowed from a working faucet, something precious beyond belief. Jung Min-jun thought, wow, there is even running water. This is unbelievable. If we have nowhere else to go, we could just live here. If the shelter zone gradually expands the way the sergeant hopes, it will become even more comfortable. But, to meet your mom, we will eventually have to leave. He fell silent as memories rose. Sleeping on the floor beside Hanyena a few days earlier, Hanyena had told him, I will definitely help you find your mother. And he remembered the words she repeated afterward. I made a promise to help you, and I want to keep that promise. That is why I want to go with you. Jung Min-jun thought, did I make a mistake in what I said? Since Ye-na was opening her heart to me more than before, I knew we had become closer and more comfortable with each other. But that also meant Ye-na had become someone precious to me. If she were to get infected because of me, or lose her life, I did not even want to imagine it. In another building, Ha Do-hyun explained, at first the shelter area began only at the Gunja Station platform, but now it has grown large enough to be divided by buildings. The number of survivors kept increasing over time, so securing additional zones was unavoidable. Jung Min-jun thought. Inside the shelter, there were only minimal rules, and the atmosphere was peaceful enough to feel like the world before the crisis. That peacefulness felt strangely unfamiliar. At the Monster MMA gym, Ha Do-hyun said, this is the physical training center. Various training and education programs are held here. Jung Min-jun thought. They operated everything systematically. Physical training, survival education, shooting practice, and more. All males 17 and older were required to undergo a certain period of training and were obligated to perform security or patrol duties. A few women volunteered as well. Bae-sun-ho said, oh right, there are a few more kids from our school among the survivors here. Jung Min-jun asked, really? Bae-sun-ho replied, they are right over there. Suddenly, one of Hanyena's friends shouted, Ye-na! Hanyena jumped in shock. Huh? You are here? Her friend screamed. Wow, unbelievable, what? Ye-na, you are alive? Another friend chimed in. You are the new survivor who came in this time? Hey, remember the day we went to karaoke? On the way home, we almost died. Another girl said, my parents came to pick me up, but I got separated from them in the car, so I ended up here. Hanyena sighed deeply. Seriously, I have so much to talk about. Jung Min-jun thought. They were girls from Ye-na's first-year class. Ye-na had been friends with all the girls evenly. One of the friends looked over and whispered, what? Is that Jung Min-jun? Jung Min-jun broke into a sweat. Huh? Hanyena's friend asked, did he come with you too, Ye-na? How come? Hanyena glanced back at Jung Min-jun and smiled softly. It just turned out that way. Jung Min-jun, you know them too, right? Jung Min-jun replied, yes. One friend leaned in and whispered, but Ye-na and Jung Min-jun, that is a really strange pairing. Another friend laughed. I am more surprised that Jung Min-jun is still alive. Hey, you are too harsh. Another friend scolded. Amal asked, but Ye-na, what about your parents? Hanyena began sweating. Anyway, there is too much to talk about. Let us talk later. We can see each other again, right? Yeah. We are staying in this building. Her friend answered. Okay, see you later, Hanyena said. Jung Min-jun listened quietly as the girls chatted. A little while later, a rice cooker and several eggs sat on the table. Ha Do-hyun asked, an underground tunnel? Kang Hak-cheol, balancing on crutches, replied, since all the Han River bridges are blocked, I was thinking of going to Gangnam through the Line 5 underground tunnel. That is why I came to Gunja Station on Line 5. Ha Do-hyun sighed. Of course, we thought about that too. The problem is, right now it is difficult, especially with our current situation and manpower. Unless a helicopter comes to pick us up, getting to Gangnam is nearly impossible. He added, if you stay here for a few days, you will not even think about going anywhere. Come on, let us go down to the station. I will show you what the platform looks like now. At Gunja Station, inside the dim station corridors, Ha Do-hyun gestured at a heavy fire shutter. Back then, this fire shutter helped block the infected. Now, except for patrol teams, entry is prohibited. But at first, several survivors lived down here. We even slept on the floor. Fortunately, there were convenience stores inside, so surviving for a few days was manageable. They continued walking down the Line 5 passage. A zombie groaned. Ooh. Ha Do-hyun continued. I went to the next station, Akasan Station, once before. That place was filled with infected. I do not know whether a screen door on Line 5 broke open or infected came from the trains, but eventually they flowed into this area too. There are quite a few infected in the tunnel as well. It is dangerous, but someday, like you said, I want to open a major route to cross the river through the Line 5 underground tunnel. But we do not have the capacity yet. All our manpower has gone into building wire fences and barricades around the shelter and expanding the safe zones. And even if we break through the tunnel and cross, if the government or Songpa and Gangdong districts have blocked the other side, then we truly have no solution. Jung Min-jun began sweating heavily. He spoke cautiously. I sometimes have infection symptoms flare up, and only then, strangely, infected do not attack me. My physical condition becomes the worst, like I am about to collapse. But during that moment, I am safe even among infected. So if the symptoms appear again, how about I cross that tunnel first? Ha Do-hyun stared at him, stunned and speechless. Ha Do-hyun said, so, when the infection symptoms appear, zombies do not attack you. Is that what you are saying? How long does it usually take for those symptoms to appear and fade again? Jung Min-jun said, well, it seems to be about 1 to 2 or even 3 hours. I do not know the criteria for when the symptoms show up either. But during that time, my physical condition is at its worst, like I am about to collapse. Ha Do-hyun said, that is unbelievable. But the problem is, let us say the symptoms appear and you personally cross the Line 5 Han River Tunnel. To check if the other side is blocked, you would have to go past Gwangnaru Station to Chinho Station. And the distance from here to there alone is about 4 kilometers. It is quite far. Assuming you walk, that is a 2-hour round trip. What if the symptoms disappear before then? Would you not get eaten by zombies? Jung Min-jun said, then how about riding an electric scooter? I think I could go and come back within 1 hour. Ha Do-hyun said, we would have to check if the subway tracks and floor are even in a condition for a scooter, and it is not clear when those symptoms appear or disappear. It looks far too dangerous. We are already continuously losing people just maintaining and operating this shelter. Last time, 2 people died. He added, of course that was because of those prison escapees. Those guys might come again, so we need to focus on security right now. Jung Min-jun said, can I not just go alone? I am infected anyway, and here I am practically an illegal resident. Han Yena, sounding like a strict girlfriend, said, absolutely not. If you risk your life again so recklessly, who is going to become a widow? Jung Min-jun, sweating as he looked at her, said, widow. Han Yena said, huh? Well, overload. If you strain your body, you will overload and it will be dangerous. Kang Hakcheo said, right, the sergeant is right. The symptom manifestation and duration are uncertain. It is far too reckless an idea. Ha Do-hyun said, let us observe more. Later, it would be better to break through with help from the soldiers here. Jung Min-jun said, A few moments later, at the city railroad entrance, a guard stood silently at the gate as Jung Min-jun, Han Yena, Kang Hak-shol, and Ha Do-hyun arrived. Han Yena looked to the side, confused. She froze in shock. She saw Choi Soo-jin standing with another man. Choi Soo-jin said, what? Han Yena. It was Choi Soo-jin, 36 years old, an influencer after retiring from acting. Han Yena's stepmother. Choi Soo-jin said, oh my goodness. Ha ha. You are still alive? Ha ha. Han Yena recalled a few days earlier, when she had been trapped in a room, calling her stepmother. Choi Soo-jin answered the phone and said, yeah, what is it? Han Yena, panicking in fear, said, hello? Choi Soo-jin snapped, what? I am busy right now. Han Yena said, I am trapped in the emergency stairs of a building on the main street right now. Help me. Even calling 119 or the police is not connecting. Choi Soo-jin said, What are you saying? Figure it out yourself. Han Yena, sweating, said, What? Choi Soo-jin said, Our apartment is also in chaos right now. I am busy trying to survive, so I am hanging up. Han Yena said, Wait a moment. You have a car. I am right near here at the FD building with Meow Pilates. Come pick me up here. Choi Soo-jin ended the call. Han Yena was left silent, back to the present. Han Yena's eyes were wide as she stared at Choi Soo-jin in disbelief. Jung Min-jun looked between the two women, confused. He said, Do you know that person, Yena? Han Yena said, Yeah. That person is the one I told you about. The wild famous woman who, my dad abandoned me during this whole disaster. Choi Soo-jin, shocked, said, Hey, did he abandon you because I wanted him to? Our apartment was also in chaos that day and I almost died. I ran because my life was in danger and now you make me out to be some villain? Choi Soo-jin's boy Toy said, Honey, let us just go. Choi Soo-jin in a witch-like voice said, To be blunt, you are not even my daughter. Why would I risk my life to save you? You and I are not blood-related at all. We are strangers. And that day, no, if you had not acted so annoyingly toward me even before all this, I would not have done that. It is all your karma, you personality girl. Jung Min-jun, sweating, quickly tried to shield Han Yena, saying, What is this wild woman? Let us go. Choi Soo-jin continued yelling, What? Wild woman? Hey, who are you? What are you, goodness? Hey, are you not stopping there? Ha Do-hyun said, There is such a troublemaker inside our shelter too. Kang Ha-cheol said, Who is that person? Ha Do-hyun said, A survivor couple who came in a few weeks ago. I do not like them. At the parking area, that man keeps opting out of support forces saying he is sick. Neither of them listens. They frequently break the rules, and they only cause trouble. That woman says she was some famous actress before or whatever. But whether she is an actress or even the president, what does it matter in this situation? If they keep muddying the shelter waters like that, we will have no choice but to expel them. Though I did not know she had that kind of relationship with Yena. Han Yena remained silent. Jung Min-jun sweated as he glanced at Han Yena. Ha Do-hyun suddenly stopped. His radio crackled with noise. The radio said, Discovered one United States soldier at South Gate 2. We'll disarm and let them in. Ha Do-hyun said, United States soldier. The radio continued. The officer said, If there are any survivors capable of English interpretation, please urgently send them this way. Ha Do-hyun said, A straggling United States Forces Korea soldier. Who among the survivors can interpret English? Han Yena said, Me. Ha Do-hyun looked at her, confused. Han Yena said, I can speak English. At the internal medicine reception, the United States soldier sat patiently. He said, I was out on patrol after setting up a base at a nearby school. That is when I found this place. It was David Briggs, Sergeant David Briggs, 27 years old, Camp Humphreys, 2nd Division, Pyeongtaek. David Briggs said, There are 5 men left in my unit. The other 4 are holding position at the base. Everyone else did not make it. Han Yena translated into Korean. He was on patrol after setting up a temporary base at a nearby school and then came here. He says there are currently 5 people remaining and the rest were wiped out. David Briggs said, A few weeks ago we managed to contact headquarters and the Okinawa Air Base. They said they would send a rescue bird, but then the connection suddenly went dead again, Kang Ha-cheol whispered. Han Yena looks different, Jung Min-jun said, as expected of someone who went to an English kindergarten. That rich kid level is shining through. David Briggs said, I am not entirely sure, but it feels like someone is deliberately jamming our communications. Han Yena translated. Okinawa Air Force Base said they would send rescue helicopters, but it seems there is communication interference. Ha Do-hyun said, Then, perhaps, would it be possible for all the survivors here to escape Korea with the United States military's help? There are about 500 people in total. Han Yena translated. David Briggs said, With that many people, it would be difficult for us too. The real problem is, we have also lost contact with headquarters. We will keep trying to reach them anyway. Just do not get your hopes up too much. Han Yena said in Korean, There are simply too many people here, so it seems impossible. And the connection with headquarters is cut. They will keep trying to make contact. Ha Do-hyun muttered to himself, Wait, if we could send Min-jun, through this soldier, someone who is immune, to the United States side, would cure or vaccine development be possible? He stared nervously at young Min-jun. A few moments later, at the vending machine, the sun was about to set outside. It was already 9:30 in the evening, inside the clinic of Moon Seo Rin. Moon Seo-rin opened the door, peeked into the hallway, then immediately closed it again. She sat down in her chair. She took out her phone and said, "Whew, please, quickly. So much time has passed. The drone still has not come. Could it be? I thought it might be, but..." She swallowed hard. Could it be? I discovered an immune person. I must report to Savior Jin quickly. But her phone had no signal. Suddenly, she received a Wi-Fi connection. 2 bars. She gasped. I got a signal. Finally, I can report to the Savior. Ha! Has it been a month? She called. A man's voice answered. Any problems? Moon Seo-rin said, "This is Gunja Station Shelter, Researcher 135. Among the survivors who entered here, I have discovered an immune person." The man said, "What?" "I will connect you to the Savior right away." Moon Seo-rin froze and began sweating. Then Jin's voice came through, cold and calm. "Go ahead." Moon Seo-rin said, "Savior, you might not believe it. They are 100% infected, but they are different from the other infected. If the normal level is 0 and the infection level is 100, they keep going back and forth between 0 and 100. I cannot fully figure it out myself. It is different from a special infected. What is certain is, they are a perfectly normal immune person. I cannot determine the reason myself. I was planning to send a blood sample through the drone, but for accurate and detailed testing, we will probably need to send the immune person themselves for physical experiments." "What should I do?" Jin said. "An immune person? That cannot be. There cannot be an immune person. I can only think of it as a fatal bug." Moon Seo-rin said. "Then what should I do? A bug? Should it be eliminated after all?" Jin said. "No. First send the blood sample. And, as you said, we will need to bring that immune person and experiment. The existence of an immune person means there is a defect in the currently spreading virus. If we research well and supplement it, we could evolve it into a more powerful form that is completely impossible to cure." Moon Seo-rin trembled in horror. She said, But, how can I send the immune person there by myself right now?" Suddenly, Ha Do-hyun knocked on the door. Moon Seo-rin jolted in fear. Ha Do-hyun said, "Are you inside, honey?" Then muttered to himself, "Why did you lock the door?" Moon Seo-rin opened the door and said quickly, Yeah, honey." Ha Do-hyun said, "Why did you lock the door?" Moon Seo-rin said, "Huh? I was changing clothes." But why are you here at this hour? It is roll call time." Ha Do-hyun said, I have something important to talk about. Just the 2 of us." Moon Seo-rin said, Can we talk about it later?" She looked terrified, sweat gathering at her temples. Ha Do-hyun said, "Why? It is really important. You know one United States soldier came in earlier, right?" Moon Seo-rin said, "Yeah, the infection test was normal." Ha Do-hyun continued, "And I had a good idea. That soldier keeps trying to contact headquarters." Moon Seo-rin said, So? Ha Do-hyun said, "So, if we send Min-jun, who is immune, or at least Min-jun's blood sample, through him to America, I think the United States side could develop a cure or vaccine. If the development succeeds, this hellish world will be over." Moon Seo-rin stared at him, her expression twisting with panic and dread. She said, "What did you say?" "No way. Wait, did you tell that soldier we have an immune person here?" Ha Do-hyun said, No, I have not talked about it yet." Moon Seo-rin exhaled in relief. Ha Do-hyun said, "But this is not a problem that can be solved with only us knowing. Somehow, we need someone's help. Whether it is a vaccine or a cure." Moon Seo-rin said, "Honey, can we really trust that soldier? He is someone who has not been properly verified. If we hand over blood samples to him, will he really send them safely to a laboratory? There is no guarantee a cure or vaccine will be made properly." Ha Do-hyun said, "That is..." Moon Seo-rin continued, "What if something happens after we hand over Min-jun, the only immune person? Unless a verified laboratory or a government agency comes directly, I absolutely cannot hand over blood sample." Ha Do-hyun broke into a nervous sweat. "Okay." Suddenly his radio burst to life. "Unidentified flying object detected in the airspace above the central building. It is nighttime, so accurate identification is difficult, but it is presumed to be a drone." Ha Do-hyun said in shock, "What?" Moon Seo-rin turned toward the window, trembling. The radio continued, "We are attempting to shoot it down, but it is not easy." Moon Seo-rin's breathing quickened. Ha Do-hyun said, "This is Sergeant Ha Do-hyun. I will head there right away." Moon Seo-rin said, "The drone? What is that?" Ha Do-hyun said, "Someone from outside must have sent it. Wait here until the situation ends, honey. Moon Seo-rin said. Be careful. Ha Do-hyun rushed out and closed the door behind him. Moon Seo-rin stood still for a moment, then whispered, Whew! She suddenly darted toward her phone. Darn it! Connect again! Please, please! But there was no Wi-Fi signal. Ha! It disconnected. She wiped her sweating brow. Darn it. The hallway remained silent. Outside, the midday sun hung high. Kang Hakcho brushed his teeth and said, A drone? Ha Do-hyun replied, We missed it. Could it be a drone sent by the United States military? They said their 4 colleagues nearby do not know anything about it. They said it is not their drone. It is highly likely to be other outsiders. Whether those prison escapees or someone else, we do not know for sure. If unexpected intruders keep increasing like this, eventually we will need more weapons. We can somehow resolve food supplies. But ammunition is the biggest problem. Guns are illegal in Korea, so ammunition resources are limited. I wish someone would drop more supplies like last time. Kang Hakcheol said, Are those supply drops also not related to the United States military? Ha Do-hyun said, Sergeant David said those supplies do not seem to be from the United States military either. Kang Hakcheol said, Then who is sending them? Kang Hakcheol said, I do not know. Anyway, someone must intend to help survivors. A few moments later, the 4 members of David's unit who had been waiting at the nearby school also entered the shelter. A black soldier said, This shelter is incredible. You could probably fit a few thousand people in here. A white soldier laughed. Ha ha ha, this is Korean power. They decided to attempt establishing contact with United States headquarters from inside the shelter. David Briggs said, Thanks to you guys, we finally have a safe place to stay. We really appreciate it. Ha Do-hyun thought to himself. Just the fact that Americans were now inside the shelter meant a high possibility of receiving support from America. The situation suddenly felt hopeful in a different corner of the shelter. A boy said to Han Yena, What is your name? I am from Junggok-dong, haha. What neighborhood were you from? I feel like I have seen you somewhere, haha. Han Yena thought to herself, even here, flies keep swarming. The boy continued, How old are you, by the way? Haha. Han Yena said, Sorry, but I am busy walking around and interpreting. She thought, even though the world ended, this girl's popularity never ends. The boy insisted, Weren't you just taking a break? Haha. Oh right, who is that guy who came in with you? A friend? Not a boyfriend, right? Han Yena sweated and looked around. Jung Min-jun, where is this rascal wandering? Suddenly she froze. She saw Jung Min-jun in the distance, with another girl. Jung Min-jun said, Oh really? Thanks, Nuna. Ha. Han Yena screamed internally. Jung Min-jun? She dashed between Jung Min-jun and Seo Ha-kyung. What? What are you talking about? Jung Min-jun blinked. Huh? Oh, just talking about the shelter facilities, he said. Han Yena immediately leaned into Seo Ha-kyung and grabbed her arm. Oh, Unnie, I was looking everywhere for you. Unnie, I need tint and blusher. Can you get some? I went to the store, but they did not have any sob. Seo Ha-kyung said, Ye nah, but Han Yena said, Unnie, why is your skin so good? I totally break out if the water does not suit me, but Unnie, the water here must suit you well. Han Yena said, What do you use when washing your face? Seo Ha-kyung replied, Ye nah. Han Yena immediately cut her off and said, Right. Ha-jun was looking for you earlier, Unnie. You should go quickly. From a distance, Oh Byung-jun began crying and said, as expected, Han Yena and Jung Min-jun, they are definitely dating. As expected. A loser like me should just fall over and cry. Bae Sun-ho, sobbing dramatically, said, No, they are not dating. I am Bae Sun-ho's solo career of 18 years. I am certain. With this intuition trained by countless imaginary idol dating experiences, Oh Byung-jun gasped with admiration. As expected, relationship expert. Bae Sun-ho lifted his chin proudly and declared, Han Ye-na likes Jung Min-jun. Oh Byung-jun shouted, shocked. What? Why? Bae Sun-ho said, Reason, unknown. The trigger that made Han Ye-na like Jung Min-jun is a mystery even to me. In the past, Han Ye-na, a rich girl from a wealthy family who grew up under a doctor father in Gangnam, must have been used to getting everything she wanted. In other words, we can speculate she is a woman with tremendous possessiveness. As time passes, we can logically deduce that the more anxious person will be Han Ye-na rather than that clueless Jung Min-jun. Oh Byung-jun whispered, devastated. How could that be? How is that possible? Jung Min-jun was a loser just like us. I was even overwhelmingly superior to him in face, in body, in every aspect. So what exactly does she like about him? Bae Sun-ho rubbed his chin. Hanyena had heard everything. Annoyed, she marched toward them and said, "Hey, you two losers!" Oh Byung-jun and Bae Sunho shrieked as if they had seen a ghost. "Hiek!" Bae Sunho broke out in a sweat. "Sorry, well, we were not secretly spying." Hanyena said, "You said something about Young Min-jun? You two were close with him before, right? Then you know him well. What do you usually talk about when the three of you are together? Like who you are interested in, or ideal types? Do you not talk about girls?" Bae Sunho answered, confused. "Huh? Girl talk? Hanyi, nah, you have no clue about losers' interests like us. We mainly talk about games, animation, manga, and being idol fans. Just stuff like that." "Idols?" she said. Suddenly she froze as a memory hit her. She remembered teasing Min-jun before. "Hey, Jung Min-jun, haha. Why are you staring so intently? Is she your ideal type?" And he had replied, "Ah, she is someone I knew when I was young. Yuji An." The realization made her heart stop. In the present, Hanyena asked tensely, "By any chance, are Lumina Jian and Jung Min-jun acquainted?" Bae Sunho scoffed. "Huh? Did he tell you the same strange story about how idol Lumina Jian was someone he knew or whatever? I guarantee you it is 100% my parents' acquaintance's friend, someone who somehow knows idol Jian type of thing. If Jung Min-jun really knows Jian, I will cut off my long stick." Hanyena laughed nervously. "Right? Ha ha. I thought so. Ha ha ha. Pfft. How dare Jung Min-jun? That does not make sense. Ha ha ha." Oh, Byung-jun fidgeted. "But, do you, by any chance, Jung Min-jun, like..." Hanyena narrowed her eyes. "What?" Oh, Byung-jun stammered. I mean, there is some rumor. Do you by any chance?" Hanyena said, "I am warning you for the last time. Speak properly." Oh, Byung-jun said, like, by any chance. That, Jung Min-jun, lick." Hanyena cut him off. "Just get beaten, you rascal." Meanwhile, inside an apartment, bottles of soju and cheap beer were scattered empty across the floor. Kwon Tae-sik grumbled, those fools. I need to get revenge somehow. Is there not a good way? Should I infiltrate like a guerrilla operation? Or lure zombies to attack the shelter and completely devastate their insides?" Song Ji-hoo remained silent before finally saying, "Let us just give up on that place." Kwon Tae-sik glared. "What? Hyung, 5 people from our side died because of them," Song Ji-hoo said quietly. "Now only 3 of us are left. And there is a huge difference in numbers." Kwon Tae-sik snapped, "We can recruit more people. Bring in survivors nearby." Song Ji-hoo shook his head. "Forget it. Just move to another place." Kwon Tae-sik clenched his jaw, then suddenly smirked. "You are thinking about that girl, are you not? Hey Ji-hoo, be honest. You liked her, right? Saying she was too young was just talk. You actually liked her, right? She had looks that would make any man go wild, right? Ha ha. Dude. Just honestly say you want to do." Before he could finish, Song Ji-hoo grabbed a pair of scissors. He pinned Kwon Tae-sik by the neck. Kwon Tae-sik choked. "Guk." Song Ji-hoo lifted the scissors calmly and said without blinking, "Should I chop you into pieces like the people who did that to my sister? Say it one more time." Kwon Tae-sik trembled. "Gik. It is just a joke. Hyung, spare me. Before Hyung saved my life once. I will never mention your sister again." Song Ji-hoo released him. Kwon Tae-sik gasped. "Gek." At that moment, Ma Sang-cheol burst in. "Ji-hoo, Tae-sik Hyung Nim, come out here for a moment." Kwon Tae-sik wiped his sweat. "What is it?" Ma Sang-cheol, also sweating, said, I discovered something incredible." A few moments later, the 3 of them stood outside. Below them, zombies growled, grew, cat. Kwon Tae-sik stared down the stairs and whispered, sweating, What is that?" Among the swarm, a massive zombie loomed over the others, snarling, "Keek, grew." The smaller zombies clustered around it, screeching, "Kok, grok, go." Back in the room, Ma Sang-cheol said, "That is actually a good idea. With that, we could probably gather a few dozen of them. If we lure a zombie horde near the shelter and force the people there to start shooting, the gunfire will just pull even more zombies toward the fence. I do not know exactly how strong that huge monster zombie is, but with a horde that size, I am pretty sure the shelter fence will give way. Most of their guards will rush over to that side, and we can use that opening to slip in from the opposite side," Kwon Tae-sik said with a scary face. "Then we just kill every last survivor in there. Bah-ha-ha, kukuku. This is good. Those sons of biscuits, we are going to wipe them all out. A shooting rampage, a full-on massacre that has been on my bucket list forever. Call it revenge on this crummy world that threw me into prison." He then looked back and said, Ji-hoo, you get me, right? Pooh ha ha ha. Song Ji-hoo said, so using zombies to throw the shelter into chaos means we are not planning to take over that shelter anymore, right? This is purely a revenge operation now. Kwon Tae-sik said, trying to look serious. That is right. Song Ji-hoo said, got it, but that girl, I have to find Han Yena. Everyone else can die for all I care. Kwon Tae-sik said, Han Yena? Ah, you mean that girl, Kukuku, sure. I honestly do not know what is going on in your head, but either way, you are agreeing to the plan, right? Then we need to figure out how to lure that many zombies over. It is not 4 or 5. We are talking about a whole horde. You cannot drag that with normal tricks, and we will have to identify the weakest spot in their fence beforehand. Ma Sang-cheol said, should we find a survivor to use as bait? Kwon Tae-sik said, there is no rush, so let us take our time and plan it out. In a different scene, Han Yena said, really? Hae-sang actually crossed the Han River. Karen said, yeah. The last time we heard from her, she said she was crossing with her parents. If she made it, she is probably at the Gangnam shelter. Han Yena said, ha, I see. Marie said, but honestly, I think we just need to get out of Korea. I do not see any other way. Karen said, would we not have to go somewhere like New Zealand, Hawaii, or some other island if we really want zero infection risk? Marie said, the airports are completely shut down though, so how are we supposed to fly anywhere? Han Yena wiped sweat from her brow and said, ha ha. Jung Minjun suddenly came inside and said, Yena, the sergeant is asking for you. He says to come quickly. Han Yena said, again? Okay. As Karen and Marie watched Han Yena and Jung Minjun walk away, a few moments passed. Marie then said, Kike. Back in school, she acted like she was hot stuff. Is it not hilarious seeing her like that now? Karen said, she was just born lucky with rich parents. Honestly, she is not that different from us. Marie said, exactly. Haha, the zombie apocalypse hits, and she is stuck in here with us like everyone else. Her life is not that special now. Karen said, ha. You really never know how life is going to turn out. As Kang Hakcheol walked inside, he looked confused after hearing Karen and Marie talking. Marie said, but what is really funny about Han Yena is how she completely ignored Jung Minjun at school, and now she is all friendly. So fudging hilarious. Karen said, seriously, it is something I never would have imagined. Marie said, still, I bet even if she acts nice on the surface, she totally hates Minjun inside. Karen said, yeah, given the situation, she is just playing along. Marie said, once things go back to normal, she will probably go right back to ignoring him. Fake people are seriously disgusting. Kang Hakcheol suddenly butted in and said, if you think about everything Yena and Minjun went through together before getting here, their bond must be something we cannot even imagine. Only the two of them would really understand it. Karen and Marie looked at Kang Hakcheol in confusion. Karen said, what the heck? Do you know that guy? Marie said, nope. Was he from our school or something? Ha ha ha. Karen said, why is he butting in anyway? Whatever. Let us go. Marie said, ah, freaking hilarious. Kang Hakcheol said quietly, A few moments later, at the tire store, Han Yena translated saying, they say they have managed to establish contact with a United States recon team from Okinawa that entered the Seoul area. Ha Do-hyun said, then are they coming to rescue us soon? Han Yena said, they have already shared our location with them, but they said they will only know for sure about any evacuation orders once word comes from the United States mainland. But realistically, it will be hard to evacuate everyone here. Depending on how things go, only these soldiers might be pulled out, or this whole area could be designated as a major United States base and used as a hub to analyze the outbreak and collect data in Korea. He said he is just a lowly sergeant, so it is not like he can decide anything, but he said he will try his best. Ha Do-hyun wiped sweat from his face and said, I see. Han Yena thought silently for a moment. Then she said to Sergeant David Briggs, if possible, could I also go to the United States with you? My friend Jung Minjun. He is immune to the virus. Ha Do-hyun looked shocked and confused as he caught fragments of what Han Yena was saying. Sergeant David Briggs was stunned and said, what? Han Yena continued to speak in English and said, and my mother is a medical researcher working in the United States. If I could bring Minjun to her, I am sure she could help. Please, take me with Minjun to the United States. Let us go with you. My mother-in-law. Sorry, I mean Minjun's mother. Maybe she is at the Gangnam shelter. If possible, it would be great if we could take her with us as well. Sergeant David Briggs was shocked and said, wait, he is immune? Can you explain that in detail? Ha Do-hyun was shocked and said to himself, just now. Yena told them Minjin is immune, did she not? In another scene, at the clinic of Yoon Seo Rin, it was 9 o'clock and 4 minutes in the evening. Yoon Seo Rin had been waiting for a Wi-Fi signal on her phone for a straight 8 hours. She wiped sweat from her face and muttered to herself, "They usually only contact us on preset days, but the Savior's side must know this is a serious matter too, so they might try to reach out again right away. If not, they will probably send support personnel soon enough. There is no way I can manage Young Minjun by myself." Suddenly, Ha Do-yeon knocked on the door. "Honey," he called out, "can I come in?" Yoon Seo Rin froze, sweat dripping down her face. Her eyes did not blink for a straight 5 minutes before she stammered, "Ah, yes, come in." A few moments later, with a microscope resting on her desk, Yoon Seo Rin said while still sweating, "What is it now, coming by at this hour?" Ha Do-yeon remained silent for a moment. He looked at Yoon Seo Rin and then said, "About Minjin being immune. I told that to the United States soldier." Yoon Seo Rin froze, her expression resembling that of a teenage girl who had just been told she was pregnant before graduation. Ha Do-yeon continued, "Just passing the information to Sergeant David will not cause any immediate problems. They have not even received evacuation orders yet, and I told them this has to be handled carefully after the United States rescue arrives." Yoon Seo Rin trembled, sweat pouring down her face as she said, I. Suddenly, she burst into anger and shouted, I told you not to tell them. Why will you not listen to me? Why do you never listen to what I say?" Ha Do-yeon was shocked. "Honey, Jay, just calm down." Yoon Seo Rin screamed, For fudge's sake, seriously." Ha Do-yeon's face turned red with anger as he exhaled sharply. Ha. Then he said quietly, "Honey, I have been thinking you have been acting really strange lately. Anyway, that is what I decided. Once the evacuation gets approved, after we talk things over, they will come to collect Minjin's blood sample. It is still not certain whether they will take Minjin himself." As Ha Do-yeon walked toward the door, he said, "For you, for me, and for humanity to get out of this hell, this is our best option." A few moments later, as Ha Do-yeon opened the door to leave, Yoon Seo Rin said coldly, "If something goes wrong, it will all be your fault. Every bit of it will be on you." Ha Do-yeon stepped out and closed the door behind him. Yoon Seo Rin suddenly turned toward her pedestal and muttered, "Now that it has come to this, we have no choice but to get rid of Jung Minjun." She pulled out a handgun. A few moments later, Yoon Seo Rin glanced at the room assignments. Her eyes widened, and she rushed toward Jung Minjun's room. As she ran, she muttered, "I, as a proud servant before our Savior, for the complete destruction of this corrupt, rotten Republic of Korea and its eternal downfall, I offer up my body and soul in loyalty." She stopped in front of room number 5. Yoon Seo Rin stared at the door, then slowly raised her hand and knocked. "Excuse me, Jung Minjun, yes?" Jung Minjun replied from inside. Yoon Seo Rin said softly, "I am your attending doctor, Yoon Seo Rin. Could you open the door for a moment? I found something in your blood, so there is something I urgently need to check." She smiled creepily as she pulled out her concealed weapon. The door creaked open slowly. Jung Minjun, sweating, said, "You could have just called me. Why come all the way here?" Yoon Seo Rin revealed her weapon and pointed it at him like a gangster. Jung Minjun wet himself slightly. Yoon Seo Rin said coldly, "You are a critical bug in the system." Jung Minjun trembled and said, "Doctor?" Yoon Seo Rin smiled like an old woman and said, "For Savior Jin, I am going to have to ask you to sacrifice yourself." Suddenly, Ha Do-yeon shouted, "Do not move!" He aimed his weapon at Yoon Seo Rin. Yoon Seo Rin slowly turned her head to look at him without blinking. "Appa?" she said. Ha Do-yeon replied, "No wonder. I kept thinking something was off. You have not been the same as before either." Yoon Seo Rin whispered, "Oppa, I found something huge. Minjin is a special infect. He can talk and act like a normal person, but his instincts are no different from the other zombies. He pretended to be normal and came in here to infect every last one of us. Minjin's main goal is to infect us all. We are all exposed to danger right now. If we let Minjin live like this, we are all going to die. He is basically a ticking time bomb. Someone in this shelter could get bitten today or tomorrow. I am doing this for everyone here. How could you do this to me, Oppa?" Ha Do-yeon froze, still pointing his weapon at Yoon Seo Rin. Sweat rolled down his face as he said, "You are not the Yoon Seo Rin I know. It is like some demon got inside your body. You are like a completely different person." Yoon Seo Rin stared at him again, her smile twisting. "A demon? Fudge. Ha ha. I never thought you would say that to me. Kukuku. If you are going to shoot, then shoot. Even if I die from your bullet, I have to kill Minjin before I go. Ha Do-hyun said, someone is forcing you to do this, right? Since when has it been like this? You were not like this before. Yoon Seo-rin still had not closed her eyes since she walked out of her room. Ha Do-hyun said again, since when? I am asking you. Yoon Seo-rin was drenched in sweat as she struggled to keep her eyes open even longer. Ha Do-hyun said quietly, I thought it over again. Even if you shoot Minjin dead right there, I still cannot kill you, the biscuit who turned you into this. I will find him. Yoon Seo-rin trembled violently, then suddenly screamed, Kya! Jung Minjin was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. Yoon Seo-rin suddenly snapped to attention like a soldier facing Ha Do-hyun directly. She shouted, before our proud savior, for the corrupt and rotten, the eternal downfall of South Korea, with my body and soul, I pledge my complete loyalty. Ha Do-hyun was sweating heavily as he called out, Yoon Seo-rin! Yoon Seo-rin screamed, I swear it with all my heart. She bit down on the barrel. Ha Do-hyun shouted desperately, Seo-rin, wait! They heard a sharp click. Yoon Seo-rin spat blood onto the ceiling. Ha Do-hyun lowered his weapon. His hands trembled violently as he stammered, Say, Seo-rin. Jung Minjin collapsed to the ground. Yoon Seo-rin finally relaxed, her eyes closing forever. The hallway fell completely silent. A few moments later, inside Yoon Seo-rin's room, Kang Hak-cheol asked quietly, Are you okay? Ha Do-hyun said, Up until last year, Seo-rin was going through a really rough time. Her parents were scammed, and their entire family fell apart. Then her father died in a drunk driving accident, and her mother took her own life, so she was struggling in every possible way. After that, there was a time when Seo-rin tried to jump off a Han River bridge, and I stopped her. After a shock that big, she must have been at her mental limit. I do not know if what she became started back then, but she definitely returned to being the Seo-rin I knew, at least when we first entered this shelter together. She was devoted to treating the injured and researching the infection, saying we had to save humanity. As the doctor in charge, she truly seemed to be doing her best. Right up until just recently. When did it all start to go wrong, I wonder? Jung Minjin said quietly, Savior Jin, that is what she said. Ha Do-hyun looked confused. Jung Minjin continued, that so-called savior, what is he really? Is it some kind of cult or something? Han Yena stared at Jung Minjin and said, now that you mention it last time, Ha-jun definitely said that the developer of that game was named Daniel Jin. Do you not think the two might be connected somehow? Jung Minjin looked at Han Yena in silence. Kang Hak-cheol said, I searched through her belongings, but aside from her phone, there was nothing useful. But it is locked, so I cannot even access it. If an iPhone is locked, is there really no way to unlock it unless you are the owner? And Yena replied, Bar, if it is locked, there is absolutely no way to open it. Brr. And with no internet, we cannot even look anything up. Jung Minjin muttered to himself. Zombie game. Daniel Jin, Korean-born, Korean-American, Korean-born. What in the world happened? The hallway remained eerily silent. Few days later, and Yena stood quietly outside Jung Minjin's room and muttered to herself, Why is he not coming out? He knocked and called out, Are you inside? Come out! Jung Minjin replied weakly from inside, I do not think I can go out. The symptoms are flaring up again. And Yena gasped, What? Few moments later, they brought cup noodles and rice to Jung Minjin. Han Yena and Ha Do-hyun watched him closely. Ha Do-hyun asked, Why all of a sudden? Jung Minjin replied, I have had a bit of a cold since yesterday. Maybe my immunity dropped and I caught some kind of cold virus from outside, so that might be why this is happening. I am not really sure, but it feels different from before. Ha Do-hyun frowned and asked, Different how? Jung Minjin shook his head slightly. It is hard to explain in words. It just feels different. Ha Do-hyun thought for a moment, then said, Anyway, do not come out no matter what. Stay inside your room only. If anyone sees you like this, it will be a disaster. Jung Minjin nodded faintly. Yes. Han Yena sat quietly beside him, still beautiful, her expression filled with worry. A few moments later, outside the shelter, soldiers patrolled the perimeter. Suddenly, loud sirens echoed through the area. Kang Hak-cheol reacted immediately. Huh? He raised his binoculars. What is with the sudden siren? His face went pale. Jae-young snapped to attention. Private First Class Park. Jae-young. Kang Hak-cheol cocked his rifle and shouted, Radio every guard in the shelter right now and tell them all. Grab every round and every weapon they have, and gather at West Outer Gate 1 immediately. Down the streets, the sirens continued to blare. A police car door burst open, and zombies poured out, "Rar! Rudar!" More followed, "Rar! Groar! Roar!" A massive zombie struggled to lift its head, layers of fat hanging from its neck. Inside room number 5, Jung Minjun struggled to sleep. Sweat soaked his clothes as he groaned. "Ha! My whole body feels like it is melting. I am going crazy." He sat up abruptly, panting. The virus spread through his body. "Something feels off," he muttered. He looked at his hand in shock. "What is this?" Suddenly, sirens echoed outside. He froze. What was that? A loud announcement rang out. "Emergency situation. Grenade explosion at West Outer Gate 1. A section of the fence has been destroyed, and there is a high risk of infected flooding in. All survivors outside, evacuate indoors immediately." Jung Minjun stared blankly, trembling. "What?" A few hours earlier, Ma Sangchel said, "The key is in, and the engine has started, so it is drivable." Kwante Sik replied, "Nice. Good job, Ki-hoon. We do not even need to go get that bulletproof car we made before, right?" Ma Sangchel said, "I think we can turn on the siren and lure those zombies. If we put it in drive at the right spot and let the car roll toward the fence, all the zombies will swarm there. Then, if we destroy the fence with a grenade, all the zombies will rush into the Gunja station shelter." Kwante Sik said, "Hurting the zombies seems like the hardest part. Can you handle it?" Ma Sangchel replied, "I already scoped out the spot to get out of the police car and where to throw the grenade." Kwante Sik said, "As expected, Ki-hoon." Ma Sangchel added, "Oh, and I also found a taser and handcuffs." Kwante Sik said, "Oh ho, I have not seen one since I got caught by the police back in the day. Ha ha ha. A taser, huh? Can we even use it on zombies?" Suddenly, Kwante Sik froze. He looked at the ground and said, "Those police uniforms." A few moments later, inside the room, Kwante Sik said, "Wearing prisoner clothes was good because survivors would not mess with us, but is this not better?" Ma Sangchel said, "Wow, young Nim, you look totally legit. Pretending to be police would make it easier to deceive survivors." Kwante Sik looked at Song Ji-hoo and said, "Can I use the taser, Ji-hoo?" Song Ji-hoo replied, "I will do whatever you want. It probably will not work on the infected anyway." Kwante Sik suddenly pulled out the taser and pointed it at Song Ji-hoo. Song Ji-hoo blinked in confusion and said, "Huh?" "The taser discharged." "Kuh-kuh," Song Ji-hoo cried out in pain. Kwante Sik burst into laughter and said, "Bwah ha ha ha. How is it, Ji-hoo? Ever been tasered before? You cannot even move. Feels like you are going to wet yourself, right?" Song Ji-hoo groaned weakly. "Kuh-kuh." Suddenly, Song Ji-hoo lunged forward. Kwante Sik was stunned. Song Ji-hoo shouted, "You worthless rat!" He tackled Kwante Sik to the ground. As Song Ji-hoo raised his fist, he cursed, "You humping mustard." His punch landed. Guk, cook. Ma Sangchel broke out in cold sweat and muttered, "Oh my fudge." He rushed forward and struck Song Ji-hoo on the head with the butt of his rifle. Song Ji-hoo collapsed to the ground. Kwante Sik staggered to his feet, drenched in sweat, and said, "Fudge, wow, this monster rat." "The taser does not even work?" Ma Sangchel asked anxiously. "What are you doing, Tae-sik Hyung-nim? Why are you suddenly doing this to Ji-hoo?" Kwante Sik sneered and said, "This rat was going to use us and then betray us anyway. I can tell from his attitude and the look in his eyes toward me. A sly rat." He continued coldly, "You know this guy is a psychopath serial killer, right? He will kill even his own side. If you killed that many people and chopped them up, are you not a psychopath?" He spat the words, "You worthless rat." Ma Sangchel hesitated and said, "Still, he probably was not officially diagnosed as a psychopath, right?" Kwante Sik scoffed, "This rat is talking back. He drove people to suicide one after another like that." He snapped, "Hey, this rat is talking back." Ma Sangchel lowered his head and said, "I am sorry, Hyung-nim," Kwante Sik said with a twisted smile. "I wanted to torture you a bit before killing you, but I will just take care of you right away," he shouted. "Die, you rat!" Ma Sangchel quickly interrupted. "Wait a moment, Hyung-nim. We need to save bullets, so let us use another method." A few moments later, Song Ji-hoo was cuffed beside the window. Kwante Sik said mockingly, "This brat kept looking down on me. This death row rat. Ha ha ha. I will not kill you right away. Instead, I will chop you up like you did to others. I will cut off your limbs." "Kia ha ha." Ma Sangchel said firmly, "We do not have time for that, Hyung-nim. I will take care of him." Ma Sang-chil picked up a megaphone, and he said quietly, "It cannot be helped, Ji-hoo. Like Tae-sik-hyung-nim said, I was kind of uncomfortable traveling with you too. I have spent more years with Tae-sik-hyung-nim, so what else can I do?" He dropped the megaphone, the alarm button still pressed. The siren wailed as it hit the ground. Ma Sang-chil added, "I feel bad about killing you, so at least become zombie food and live on as an infected." He then walked outside. A few moments later, Song Ji-hoo sat silently on the bed as the siren continued to wail. Then, the door opened. At the parking building, Kang Hak-cheol was scouting around the perimeter when he heard the siren. "Huh," he muttered in confusion. He raised his binoculars, searching for the source of the sound, and said, "Why is there a siren all of a sudden?" Suddenly, cold sweat ran down his face. "Huh?" Kang Hak-cheol shouted, "Park Jae-young!" Park replied sharply, "Private First Class Park Jae-young." Kang Hak-cheol said urgently, "Radio everyone inside the shelter right now. Tell them to gather all available ammunition and weapons and meet at West Outer Gate 1. A few moments later, a police car was struck, and its alarm suddenly blared even louder. The zombies rushed toward the sound. Kak, creak, gook. Among the normal zombies, a massive one lumbered forward. Cars crashed into one another, triggering more police alarms. Ma Sang-chil suddenly rushed ahead and peered behind the wall. He saw that nobody was guarding the other side. He pulled the pin from a grenade. A confused soldier muttered, "Huh." 2 grenades landed near him. An instant later, the explosion tore through the area, his body bursting apart like popcorn pushed far beyond its limit. Inside the shelter, an announcement echoed loudly. "Emergency situation. Grenade explosion at West Outer Gate 1. Presumed outside intruder." Karen shouted in shock. "What?" Han Ye-na broke into a sweat, yet she still looked strikingly beautiful. The announcement continued. Due to the explosion, part of the fence is destroyed, creating a risk of mass infected influx. All survivors outside must evacuate indoors immediately. Han Ye-na whispered, her expression changing. "Wait, this feeling." She remembered Lee Bong-yu's words. "Fire." Han Ye-na suddenly rushed toward the door and shouted, "Shooting with guns is useless. We need to use fire." Karen yelled after her, "Hey, Han Ye-na, where are you going?" People panicked. "Kya!" Wan screamed. "The fence is breached. Run away quickly." Han Ye-na grabbed a soldier and pleaded, Wait a moment, do you not have any Molotov cocktails?" The soldier barked, "What are you doing here? Get inside quickly. Just a moment, listen to me." Han Ye-na begged. The soldier shouted, "Concentrate fire on that monster rat." Gunfire erupted. Kruak, ka. Bullets rained down on the incoming zombies. Han Ye-na trembled and thought to herself, We need to evacuate right now. Sergeant, if I tell the sergeant, where in the world is he? She ran, searching for Ha Do-hyun. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Jung Min-jun, his infection symptoms must be flaring up. Maybe Min-jun has some solution. There might be a way. "Let us go to Jung Min-jun first," Carlos shouted. "Come this way, quickly. Now, let us close the door." Han Ye-na, Choi Soo-jin shouted. Han Ye-na turned around, sweat beading on her face in confusion and strained beauty. Choi Soo-jin rushed toward the gate with her boy toy and cried, Wait, do not close the door," Carlos shouted. "Hurry up and get in." Get out of the way," Choi Soo-jin screamed as they forced their way inside. Carlos slammed the gate shut. A girl screamed outside. "Kya!" Han Ye-na froze in shock. The girl ran with her eyes shut, crying, "Please save me!" Behind her, a zombie roared. "Kruak!" Choi Soo-jin shouted harshly. Do not open it." Han Ye-na yelled in disbelief. "What are you doing? Open the door quickly. There is a zombie right behind her." Choi Soo-jin snapped. "Do you want us all to die?" Han Ye-na shouted back. "Then go out and lure it away, or attack it to buy time and save her." The zombie tackled the girl to the ground. Kya, please, someone save me." Han Ye-na stood frozen, drenched in sweat and shock. Kruak. Suddenly, Han Ye-na shoved Choi Soo-jin aside and screamed, "Come out, you crazy witch!" Choi Soo-jin shrieked like an old woman. Ka! Han Ye-na rushed forward to help the girl. She pulled out Kang Hak-cheol's knife. In that instant, she remembered Song Ji-hoo handing her a cheese fork, teaching her how to defend herself. Song Ji-hoo's voice echoed in her mind. "Feel it carefully. What it feels like to survive. To survive, you have to go half crazy." She remembered his hands holding her soft fingers as he guided the fork. Han Ye-na whispered to herself, "To survive, you have to abandon yourself." She raised Kang Hak-cheol's knife and stared straight at the zombie. Han Ye-na suddenly stabbed the zombie in the neck as it attacked the girl on the ground. Blood splattered across her face as the creature collapsed. She looked down at the twitching body beneath her. The girl suddenly stood up, trembling. "Thank you, Annie." Han Ye-na grabbed her arm. "Are you okay?" Hurry, let us get out of here. She pulled the girl and ran toward the gate. Suddenly she stopped. The gate was closed. Locked. Hanyena froze, shock washing over her. Honey, the girl whispered. Before Hanyena could react, another zombie charged forward. It slammed into the little girl, knocking her to the ground. Hanyena turned around in horror. The girl was dragged down and devoured. Hanyena stared, frozen, as blood stained the pavement. More infected rushed in from all directions. She closed her eyes, hands shaking, and prayed desperately to her gods. A gunshot rang out. The charging zombie dropped to the ground. Hanyena gasped and turned toward the sound. Are you okay? Sergeant Ha Do-yun shouted. Right side clear, David called out. Sergeant! Hanyena cried. This way! Sergeant Ha Do-yun ordered. That little girl, Hanyena stammered. It is already too late, Sergeant Ha Do-yun said grimly. Hanyena glanced back at the child's lifeless body among the infected. Move, now, get over here, the sergeant barked. She forced her legs to move as chaos erupted across the street. Gunfire echoed. A wounded zombie screamed, "Roar!" Another infected, once a salaryman, charged at them. Get into the stairwell, Sergeant Ha Do-yun shouted. Hanyena sprinted forward and shoved the door open. Moments later, all of them collapsed inside the stairwell. Ha! Hanyena panted. Ha! Sergeant Ha Do-yun breathed heavily. Ha! David gasped. Sweat dripped down their faces. That woman locked the door, Hanyena said hoarsely. She clenched her fists and stood up. If she had not blocked it from the start. It is tragic what happened to the child, Sergeant Ha Do-yun said firmly. But right now, our priority is to fall back and stabilize the situation. That woman will be dealt with later. Sergeant, please listen to me, Hanyena pleaded. I have dealt with that huge monster before. It is weak to fire. We have to use fire. But nobody listened to me. We were already considering stopping gunfire and switching tactics, Sergeant Ha Do-yun replied. We have a few Molotovs and one flamethrower, but it will not be enough. Then what do we do now, Sergeant? Hanyena asked. Sergeant, do you have a plan or something? David pressed. Sergeant Ha Do-yun hesitated, sweat dripping from his brow. Sergeant! Hey, Sergeant! Hanyena shouted. Do you have a plan or not? The radio suddenly crackled. This is Sergeant Ko Young-hoon. The southern sector has been wiped out. Survivors inside the southern buildings are isolated. This is Shelter Director An Hyung-ji. No matter what, we must hold the northern sector. All units, rally at the northern plaza main gate and establish defense. Over. What an idiot. Sergeant Ha Do-yun muttered. Dang it. This is Sergeant Ha Do-yun. Cease fire immediately and have all units fall back indoors. Gunfire could rile the infected even more and draw all surrounding infected here. We will abandon the southern sector. If those large monsters and infected are weak to fire, move all gasoline, Molotovs and flamethrowers in the shelter to the northern fence. What matters most is holding the Gunja Station underground platform, where weapons and ammunition are stored. Make sure entrances 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Gunja Station are not breached. In case the fences near the station entrances are broken through, place gasoline and Molotov cocktails inside the entrances in advance. What does a reserve sergeant think he knows? Sergeant Ko Young-hoon snapped over the radio. The infected are swarming the northern fence right now. This is Sergeant Ko Young-hoon. Sergeant Ha is right, sir. Another voice interjected. We need to cease fire and stabilize the situation first. Over. Anyway, all units, cease fire immediately. However, if any infected survivors are spotted within the survivor zone, they are to be shot on sight. That is all. Sergeant Ha Do-yun exhaled sharply. Ha! At this rate, we might all get wiped out. But, where is Minjun? If what he said is true, then when his infection symptoms flare up, does that mean he can move around freely? I am not sure either, Hanyena replied. The symptoms might have already subsided again. Minjun, Sergeant Ha Do-yun murmured. We have to keep Jung Minjun alive and get him out of here. If his symptoms are gone, then he is probably trapped in the Goshiwon right now, unable to do anything. First, we need to bring Jung Minjun to the safe northern sector. Yena, it is too dangerous for you to try to reach the northern sector alone. Come with us to the Goshiwon and let us bring Minjun back together. He turned sharply toward David. You. How many bullets do you have left? I am running low, David replied. About 12 rounds. 12, Sergeant Ha Do-yun snapped. 12 shots? I have more than you. We are done for. This whole southern sector is going to be crawling with infected. On the way to the Goshiwon, I will draw them off. We need to pull them farther south anyway, so they do not keep swarming the northern sector. Yena, go into the Goshiwon with David and bring Minjun out. and make sure Minjin wears a mask and a hat so no one realizes he is infected. You mean? Han Yena hesitated. Sergeant, you are going to lure all those infected by yourself? Yeah, Sergeant Ha Do-yun said quietly. The others have stopped firing too. I will get to the rooftop of a building I picked and use gunfire to draw them. And before that, on the way to find Minjin, I will cover you properly. Han Yena turned to David and translated softly. He said he will lure the infected away. So I should go with you to bring Minjin out. David shouted. What? With infected all over the place, luring them out alone is way too dangerous. I will do it. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun's voice cut through the chaos. Han Yena turned to him. David says there are infected everywhere, so it is too dangerous. He will do the luring himself, she clarified. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun leaned closer. Hey, listen. I am not your commanding officer, but you have to stay alive and make sure Minjin gets to the United States. That kid might be humanity's only hope. Young Minjin sweated as the reality of the situation sank in. Move before it is too late, Sergeant Ha Do-hyun urged. Go down this way and head out. You will be fine. David called. Got it. Move out, Private Yin. Moments later, outside, the gunfire stopped. For a brief moment, the chaos seemed to pause. But the shelter's southern plaza had been completely devastated. Dozens of casualties littered the streets. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun's plan was simple but dangerous. He would provide cover while Yena and David safely extracted Young Minjin from the Goshiwon, simultaneously luring the infected south so the northern sector would remain isolated and protected, Han Yena asked, voice trembling. Do you think Kang Hakcheo might be at the Goshiwon too? Sergeant Ha Do-hyun shook his head. I ran into Hakcheo earlier and told him to take Hajin's family and evacuate north. He will be fine, a sudden roar echoed. A female office worker had been caught. Rar! She screamed. Sergeant Ha Do-hyun fired a few bullets, felling her, while David and Han Yena sprinted on. Moments later, they reached the building where Jung Minjin was staying. David said, I will hold the line here. Go check on Minjin. Move. Yes, sir. Han Yena called back, running up the stairwell. Minjin, please be inside. She arrived at his room, her heart pounding. Minjin, are you in? Her voice caught. She froze. Huh? Jung Minjin was standing there, groaning. Nich! Han Yena's eyes widened. Jung Minjin? She stepped closer. Are you okay? Suddenly, he grabbed her delicate wrist. She gasped. Ka! He pinned her against the wall, his breathing ragged. Ha, huff, ha, ha. His skin flushed, eyes glowing red as the infection spread across him. Han Yena's heart raced. This is just like that scene from my dream. She flushed, torn between fear and disbelief. Wait, Minjin, this is way too sudden, even if you're completely into me. But now, of all places, young Minjin's gaze dropped to her soft exposed collarbone. A heat surged through him, his voice low and strained. You look delicious. Han Yena froze, eyes wide in shock. What? She turned away, trying to stifle a laugh. Kia, you perverted rascal. She struggled lightly, her voice both defensive and teasing, not resisting at all. What do you mean by that? Ha! Let go of me. You think I'd fall for a loser like you that easily? Ha, infection or whatever. I get that you're in a hurry. But this is not the time for this. The shelter is in complete chaos right now. Jung Minjin's breathing faltered as pain lanced through his wound. Han Yena's eyes widened. Are you okay? He clutched his arm, gritting his teeth. It feels like I am actually controlling it, this infection symptom. I think I can suppress it on my own now. Han Yena stared at him, a mixture of shock, fear, and disbelief washing over her. Han Yena said, What do you mean? You can control the symptoms? Jung Minjin replied, his voice unsteady. I think I can control them to a certain extent. Sweat rolled down his face as he continued. But when I am in the infected state, my body feels like absolute heck. I do not know how long I can hold out. I am not fully used to it yet, but... He swallowed hard. I think I can switch back to normal whenever I want. Han Yena froze, then said breathlessly, Is that not an insane ability by itself? If you can trigger the symptoms at will, that means even among the infected, they would not attack you. Minjin shook his head. But it freaks me out. It feels like I am shaving years off my life. Han Yena hesitated before speaking again. Then, like what we discussed before, do you think you could communicate with them too? Minjin blinked. Communicate? I mean what we talked about previously, she clarified. Whether you could give the infected order. She added quietly. You said you would test it the next time your symptoms flared up. Right, Minjin said. I did say that. But right now, we do not have the luxury to do that, so I think we will have to see how things play out. Han Yena nodded firmly. Anyway, we do not have time. Let us go, now. Yeah, Minjin replied. A few moments later, outside, Minjin pulled on a hoodie, a cap, and a mask, covering himself completely. He cocked the pistol and muttered to himself, "The handgun Sergeant Ha Do-yeon gave me, just in case I should load it." Sergeant David Briggs asked grimly, "Do you really think this is possible?" "Controlling the zombies. That is why we are testing it only in an emergency," Han Yena replied. Suddenly, gunfire echoed in the distance. Han Yena gasped. The sergeant's gunfire. The infected immediately began sprinting toward the sound, shrieking wildly, "Kra! Rar!" Minjin's eyes widened. "The infected are moving. Now!" He stepped forward and gave a thumbs up to Han Yena and Sergeant Briggs. Han Yena moved closer to Minjin, then suddenly stopped, staring ahead in shock as sweat broke out on her face. A zombie burst toward her. "Rar! Kya!" Han Yena screamed. "Now!" Minjin thought desperately. He stepped in front of her and shouted, "Stop right there!" The infected did not slow down. "Kapa!" Han Yena stared blankly. "Eh? I said stop!" Minjin shouted again. "What the heck, Minjin?" she cried. "It is still charging at me. Ta the pistol!" Minjin panicked. "Crud!" Gunfire erupted. Ratatatatat. Sergeant Briggs shouted, "Move! Move!" The infected roared as they surged forward. Roar! Rah! Minjin and Han Yena turned and ran. Another infected lunged, screaming wildly. The sky above them remained clear. The weather was almost peaceful. They finally reached the gates. "Ha! Ha!" Han Yena gasped. "I am a survivor. Open the door, please." A guard shouted, "You were not bitten anywhere." Yes," she answered quickly. "I was not bitten. You there," the guard barked. "Take off your hat." "Excuse me," Han Yena pleaded. "It is urgent, so please just open the door first." "Stay still." Minjin slowly removed his hat and mask, sweat dripping down his face. "As you can see," he said quietly. "I am fine." The guard nodded. "All right. Things are critical, so we will let you in for now. But if you show even the slightest infection symptoms inside, you know what happens, right?" Han Yena exhaled shakily and glanced at Minjin, thinking, please let the sergeant make it back safely too. A few moments later, they entered the shelter. "You guys are all okay," Kang Hakchiol exclaimed. "So you were all here," Han Yena said with relief. "Thank goodness. Looks like all of us need to arm ourselves," Kang Hakchiol said grimly. "And prepare for an emergency?" "Oh, really?" Minjin asked. Han Yena suddenly stiffened, staring into the distance. She saw Choi Soo-jin standing with her boy toy. Without hesitation, Han Yena rushed forward. "Huh?" Choi Soo-jin said, confused. "Smack." Han Yena slapped her across the face. "You flipping witch," Han Yena shouted. "If you had not locked the door, we could have saved that little girl. She died because of you." Her voice broke. She was just an elementary school kid. "You crazy little," Choi Soo-jin screamed as she grabbed Han Yena's hair. Han Yena grabbed her hair back. "Witch, what did you just say?" Choi Soo-jin yelled. "You want to die, you crazy witch?" Excuse me," Kang Hakchiol shouted. "What do you think you are doing right now?" "Stop her," Minjin cried. "You have proof?" Choi Soo-jin sneered. "Proof that I locked the door, huh?" "Fudge, you crazy witch," Han Yena hissed. She suddenly turned. "Oppa, you were there earlier. You saw it too, right? You saw her lock it." The older man avoided her gaze, sweating. I do not know. Everything was so frantic. I was not thinking straight." Han Yena froze in stunned silence. "Huh." Choi Soo-jin laughed. "So this witch killed her then? She messed up and got that kid killed, and now she is trying to pin it on me. Is this witch for real?" She shouted loudly. "Everyone, look over here. This witch got someone killed because of her mistake, and now she is dumping it on me. She is trying to completely ruin me." "What?" a woman in white murmured. "What happened?" Another woman in green asked. Choi Soo-jin pointed accusingly. "If we go by the shelter rules, you deserve to be punished. You are getting executed on the spot. You hear me?" Ha Do-yeon arrived and said firmly, "Stop it." Han Yena turned toward the voice, eyes wide. "Say, Sergeant," Ha Do-yeon continued calmly. "Gunja Station Shelter Emergency Regulation, Article 2, Clause 1. If you deliberately abandon a survivor who could be rescued or prevent them from escaping, you will be punished for gross negligence. Article 4, Clause 5. If you cause confusion in the shelter through false statements or tell a serious lie that results in harm to another person, disciplinary procedures will be initiated." He paused, then added coldly, "If both apply, it may not end with mere expulsion." Choi Soo-jin began to sweat. Ha Do-yeon looked directly at her. "Just like what you said earlier, Punishment on the level of execution. He narrowed his eyes. What you just declared, can you take responsibility for it? Ninksh. Choi Soo-jin clenched her fists. You are really making me say this again, she snapped. I am telling you, I did not lock the door. Show proof. Proof. Her boy toy stepped forward nervously. I saw it too. We only closed the door. We did not lock it. Choi Soo-jin swallowed and forced a calmer tone. Earlier, everything was so chaotic. We just ran to safety. If it was locked, or why it was locked, I do not. You have already violated multiple shelter regulations, Ha Do-yeon interrupted. The only person nobody can trust here right now is you. When things calm down, we will hold an internal review meeting and thoroughly examine everything you did. As soon as the facts are confirmed, you will be held accountable accordingly. Do you understand? Choi Soo-jin ground her teeth, sweat dripping down her face. You think you can speak to me like that, you blasted soldier? She shouted. Do you even know who I am? If I post this on social media, I will ruin you. Got it? Jung Minjun, Hanyena, and the others listened in silence. A few moments later, at the underground station, I managed to lure most of them toward the southern intersection, Ha Do-yeon reported, but dealing with that many infected is beyond what we can handle. We will also run out of ammunition. Blast it, another soldier muttered. Do we just keep drawing them away with noise and pushing them back? There is also a chance the infected will flow back in this direction. We need to secure as much gasoline as possible, Ha Do-yeon said, and prepare Molotov cocktails. Have a flamethrower on standby at the North Plaza main gate. What? An Hyungi shouted. You said you lured them south. Then why are they coming back here? The problem is, Ha Do-yeon said gravely, this entire situation was deliberately caused by someone, which means those scoundrels could drag the infected back here again at any time. Outside, Ma Sang-sheol scouted the area, rifle raised. He spotted a guard at the gate. A single shot rang out. The guard collapsed, never waking again. A massive infected creature lifted its head atop a building. Rar, gra, ah. Gunfire at the north outer gate, a soldier shouted. We have external intruders. I knew it, Ha Do-yeon muttered. It is those people. The infected are going to swarm back this way. What did you say? An Hyungi shouted. All personnel, an officer yelled. Prepare for a mass infected assault. At the same time, our priority is to locate the escaped convicts, but, Sergeant Ha Do-yeon, can you handle it? I will track those convicts down, Ha Do-yeon replied immediately. Everyone else focus on defending against the infected. David, he called. Where are your other teammates? 3 of our people are either trapped down south or already killed in action, David Briggs reported. Right now, it is just me and one other. Then stay glued to Minjin, Ha Do-yeon ordered. No matter what. Your mission is to protect Minjin. Understood. Got it, David replied. What about you? Ha Do-yeon cocked his rifle. I am going to find those escaped convict scoundrels first, he said calmly. Then I will eliminate them. They are definitely somewhere nearby. Those sons of witches, David muttered. Can I go with you too, Sergeant? Kang Hakcheol asked. Kang Hakcheol, Ha Do-yeon said sharply. You are not fully recovered yet. Are you sure you can handle it? We are probably facing 2 or 3 of them, Kang Hakcheol replied. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Young Minjun listened quietly, eyes drifting toward the station gates, the underground tunnel. Suno, Minjun asked suddenly, do you know how many survivors are in here right now? There have been massive casualties in the South Zone, Bae Suno replied grimly. And too many survivors are still trapped, so it is hard to estimate. But just on the Gunja station platform alone, there should be over 100 people taking shelter. If they break through, all the way to here, he hesitated. Then we are really in trouble, right? Yeah, Minjin replied softly. You could say that. Sweat dripped down his face as he stared at the signs overhead. He gripped the whistle in his hand. What? Bae Sunho gasped. The sergeant told you to stay hidden and not move. If the worst happens, Minjin said quietly, and this place turns into a full-blown massacre, what then? Either way. His grip tightened. Someday I'm going to have to cross it myself. So this is our chance. Right now, I can cross the Han River through the underground tunnel. Light beams swept across the rail tracks, revealing infected loitering in the darkness. Bae Sunho said, so you are saying you will open the platform, screen door, and go inside. Then, blow a whistle to lure the infected into the tunnel. From Gunja Station, across the Han River, to the next stop, Chinho Station? All right, let us assume you really do lure all the infected away, like the Pied Piper, just as you said. Then what about the massive swarm that will line up and chase after you? Do you have any way to trap them somewhere? Oh Byung-jun spoke next. That is right. We do not even know how many infected are inside Line 5's tunnel, and it is about a 10-kilometer round trip to Cheonho Station. This would take forever. Young Minjin answered calmly. The most realistic option is herding them into a middle station. Gwangnaru Station. Well, there are other stations too. The real issue is how long I can keep the infection symptoms active. But I think I can last at least 4 to 5 hours, so maybe I can finish within that time. Bae Sunho frowned. But at some point, communications will be cut off, and the infected routes could get tangled as well. The risk is enormous. Sergeant David Briggs, who could not understand Korean, asked in confusion, "What in the world are you all talking about?" Oh Byung-jun hesitated. But are you even going to get Yena's permission before you go? Jung Minjun blinked. Huh, permission? What are you talking about? Oh Byung-jun replied quietly. Yena is not going to let this slide. At that moment, Han Yena walked down toward them. What? She said. So you were all here? Sergeant Briggs gestured, urgently. Yena, get over here. I need you to translate. It looks like Minjun is planning something completely unhinged. Han Yena stared at them in disbelief. What the fox? Young Minjun, visibly infected and faintly flushed, muttered, Shh! Busted! A few moments later, What? Han Yena shouted. No! Absolutely not. You are going to go alone and clear Line 5's tunnel by luring infected. Why now of all times? Have you lost your mind? And why are you flipping your infection switch whenever you want? What if you get exposed? Jung Minjun said firmly. Yena, your voice is the problem. You are going to get all of us caught. Yena, I know you are worried. But if we are going to cross the Han River, there is no other way, and using my infection symptoms is the most reliable method we have. If we want to reach Gangnam, we have to cross the river eventually anyway. Sergeant David Briggs added, Sergeant Ha told me to protect Minjun. And if the infected really do not attack him, this might actually work. If we can get through Line 5's tunnel, this could mean we can move across all of Seoul. Han Yena wiped sweat from her brow. Her thoughts tangled around Jung Minjun. Jung Minjun continued, Then what if we test it and only go as far as the next stop, Akasan Station? Bae Sunho's eyes widened. Oh, that is not a bad idea. Han Yena snapped. No, why are you all agreeing with this? You are really going to send Minjun alone into a tunnel crawling with infected. What if his symptoms shut off halfway through? He will get attacked. Jung Minjun placed his hand gently on Han Yena's shoulder. I am saying this because I am confident I will be safe, Yena. I will come back alive, so do not worry so much. Just wait here, okay? Han Yena froze, then turned away, flustered and sweating. Ha! Wow, seriously? Ha ha ha. Anyone would think we are engaged the way you are sending me off to war. You thought if you said it all calmly like that, I would get flustered and say, oh my husband, come back safely, and let you go just like that? Ha ha ha. I mean, it is not like you are actually cool. Heh. Good grief. This is ridiculous. Fine. Do whatever you want. Whether you live or die, what does that have to do with me? Bae Sunho whispered to Oh Byung-jun. Have you ever seen Yena laugh while she is this angry? No, Oh Byung-jun replied. Minjun is a clueless idiot. He probably will not even notice. A few moments later, Jung Minjun jumped down onto the rails. As he looked ahead, the infected growled, Grr, rar. The platform doors closed behind him. Jung Minjun gave him a thumbs up. Close the door. Oh Byung-jun returned the gesture. Okay. Jung Minjun raised the whistle to his lips and blew with all his strength. The infected jolted. Bar. Grr. Bae Sunho murmured, Wow. Is that guy not scared at all? Han Yena clenched her fists. Ha! This is seriously insane. The infected shuffled closer to Jung Minjun. Bar. Roar. Jung Minjun thought to himself, just like I thought. They come toward me when they hear the whistle, but they are not attacking. Sergeant Briggs whispered in awe. I cannot believe this. They really are not attacking him. Han Yena exhaled shakily. Phew. Please be safe, Minjun. Good luck. Jung Minjun smiled faintly to himself. All right, let us go, everyone. He walked forward and the infected followed him like a procession. Rar, grar, to the next station. Elsewhere. Outside, Ma Sang-chel carried a chain cutter over his shoulder. Kuku. As expected, there is nobody on the south entrance side. Everyone must have been drawn toward Ji-hoon's position. If things go according to plan, once the infected break through Gunja Station's platform, more than half of those maniacs will be wiped out. After that, we sweep the remaining buildings on the south side and seize all the weapons and supplies. You people got 5 of ours killed, he said coldly. So it is only fair that you pay for it, right? As he spoke, he began cutting through the fence. The lock snapped open with a sharp metallic crack. Ma Sang-cheol pushed the door open and muttered to himself, "These loudspeakers are even more useful than I expected. Good thing I grabbed a few of them." He tossed one onto the floor. The siren immediately blared. The infected stirred at once, their heads snapping toward the noise. Cray, gurk, ray. Ma Sang-cheol's eyes widened slightly. I should hide before the infected starts swarming in another area. An Yongji froze. What is that noise? Kang Hakshio frowned. Sirens? From the distance, infected screams echoed through the station. Rar, grar. Kang Hakshio cursed under his breath. What the fox? Do not tell me entrance number 2 has been breached. Do we have Molotov cocktails? Gasoline? The infected suddenly burst onto the platform. They are over by entrance number 4. An Hyung-ji shouted. I will go get Fox it, Kang Hakshio roared. I told you to bring them here already. The infected charged. Ramar. F Fox. Kang Hakshio gasped. Wait, An Hyung-ji shouted. Bah. Han Yena spun around. What is that noise? Hurry, Bae Sun-ho said urgently. Let us check it out. Outside, more infected surged toward the sound. Krana, stop shooting. An Hyung-ji shouted. Cease fire. If this breaks through, we are finished. Entrance number 2 has been breached. Close all inner fire doors. The heavy shutters slammed down. Han Yena, Bae Sun-ho, Oh Byung-jun, and Sergeant David Briggs broke into a cold sweat. What is happening? Bae Sun-ho shouted to a civilian. The infected broke through entrance number 2. The man yelled back. The fire doors are closing. Evacuate to the north entrance immediately. They ran. Suddenly, the shutters dropped. Han Yena was left behind. Yena, Bae Sun-ho shouted. What? Oh Byung-jun cried. The fire shutter. Someone did not make it inside, Bae Sun-ho yelled. Please open it. Han Yena froze, her mouth falling open in shock. Open it now, Sergeant Briggs shouted. Last warning. I cannot open it right now, the man cried. Hurry, Oh Byung-jun shouted. Run! Yena, Bae Sun-ho yelled. Go back down to the platform and come up the stairs on the other side. The other stairs, Han Yena gasped. The infected charged toward her. Ramar. Sergeant Briggs raised his rifle. Good grief. Do not shoot, Han Yena shouted. You will draw them in. I will run. She turned and sprinted. If I want to go the other way like Bae Sun-ho said, she thought desperately, I have to go down to the platform and come back up from the opposite side. That fire shutter cannot close. Please. From a distance. Han Yena, a man shouted. This way. She froze in confusion, then ran toward them. Ha! Ha! The man slammed the shutter shut. Bear! Girl! An Yena collapsed, panting. Ha! Ha! Phew! This is south exit number 3, right? She asked shakily. That is the opposite direction from the north sector. I checked above exit number 3. The man said, the outer fence is still locked. We should be safe. There is no way the infected have broken through this far. Let us stay quiet for now. Once things calm down, we can move. Ha! Choi Soo-jin muttered. Fox, I seriously almost died. Han Yena stared at them in disbelief. But why are my stepmother and this man here? And in a situation like this? Anyway, Han Yena said shakily. Thank you. You saved me. Suddenly, Choi Soo-jin grabbed her from behind and threw her to the ground. Kya! Ah! Choi Soo-jin stepped forward. Ha, Fox. I just wanted to rest for a moment. Hey, do you know why we saved you? Because of you. Do you have any idea how furious you made me? You arrogant little witch. She pressed her heel down on Han Yena. Honey, the man said uneasily. Do you really have to do this right now? Let her catch her breath first. Kya! Han Yena cried. Ah! Oh wow, Choi Soo-jin said lightly. I completely forgot I was wearing heels. Oops, does that hurt? Our pretty, precious nuisance. You really surprised me. Saving some foolish little child like that. Ha ha ha! She sat down heavily on Han Yena, pinning her. The Yena I know was raised like a flower in a greenhouse. Selfish, spoiled, rotten to the core. So who changed you like this, Honestly, if you had any sense at all, you would have locked the door and run. People like you, who cannot read the situation, are the reason this place turned into such a mess. But really, more than anyone else. You are the one I have wanted to kill the most. My useless stepdaughter, with my own hands. Do you know why? Because your smug little face irritates me, and if your father dies, all his money goes to you instead of me, though I suppose that does not even matter anymore in this world. Ha ha ha. Her smile twitched. That door, she said softly. I was the one who locked it, Yina. She smiled without flinching, her eyes closed as she finished speaking. The zombies swarmed Han Yina's location. Kurg, Kuar. Choi Soo-jin was still sitting on top of Han Yina as she spoke calmly. Oh, that is right. And as for your idiotic, spineless biological older brother, shall I tell you what happened to him? Whether he is dead or alive? Are you not curious? Han Yina began to sweat as she stared at Choi Soo-jin. A few days earlier, at Han Yina's apartment building, Choi Soo-jin began recounting her story. Your biological father, Han Sang-chil, from the very beginning. The reason Han Sang-chil divorced your biological mother was because of his affair with me. Even after I remarried him, I continued having affairs with other men, and your father was vaguely aware of it. One day, he informed me of his intention to divorce. Your father seemed to be meticulously planning, collecting evidence of my... But I tried to stop the divorce by using your father's weaknesses against him. Choi Soo-jin continued. He said he would eventually file for divorce. How much are his assets worth? He can never divorce. Ha ha. Park Do-hyun replied. No, Fluff. How much are that fool's assets anyway? Choi Soo-jin answered. 100 billion won. She lit her cigarette as she spoke. Park Do-hyun was stunned, his jaw dropping. Oh, 100 billion won. Is it even possible for a doctor to earn that much? Park Do-hyun, age 41, businessman. Choi Soo-jin's lover. Choi Soo-jin said. Of course, it is not 100 billion won in cash. It is mostly land. His father-in-law was a real estate magnate who used to lease land to tenant farmers. He also owned several buildings in Gangnam, so in terms of current market value, it all adds up to around 100 billion won. Park Do-hyun said, Fluff, then tell him to divorce immediately and split the assets. If you divorce, would you not get a huge share of the assets too? Choi Soo-jin replied, I looked into it. I will not get much, far less than you think. From his perspective, they are assets acquired before remarriage, so in principle they are not even subject to division. Realistically, I cannot even guarantee a few billion won. She continued, I only gain inheritance rights if that fool dies before the divorce. But, as long as his biological daughter, Han Yi-na, is alive, I cannot get all of it either. Realistically, for me to get all of his assets, both him and his biological daughter, Han Yi-na, have to die. Park Do-hyun began sweating in shock. But it looks like he is preparing for divorce now. What are you going to do? There is tons of evidence of your affair with me. Choi Soo-jin laughed. Ha ha ha. He can never file for divorce anyway. I spoke to a lawyer I know. If he gets implicated in issues like illegal funds or nominee accounts, his assets could completely evaporate. Meaning, I have a firm grip on his weaknesses. She leaned closer. Oppa, I want to take all of his assets, you know. Let us make a plan together. A way to get rid of both him and Han Yi-na. And on the very first day the zombie apocalypse broke out, Han Yi-na suddenly shoved Choi Soo-jin and said, Crazy witch, Choi Soo-jin shrieked. Ah, what? Crazy witch? Does she want to die? Park Do-hyun grabbed her and said nervously, Honey, she is too drunk. Choi Soo-jin sneered. Ha, seriously. Keheha. She is exactly like her blasted mother, I tell you. Even that vulgar way of speaking is just like that woman's. Ha ha ha. What is the point of being good at studying when she is a complete piece of trash with a thoroughly rotten personality? Ha 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 ha. If you are going to leave, hurry up and get out, you fluffin' witch. Han Yi-na left the apartment, Choi Soo-jin said coldly. That was the very day you left home. After kicking you out of the house and rolling around in bed with Appa again, she groaned softly. Ah. Park Do-hyun replied, Henk, it feels so good. Choi Soo-jin gasped. Oppa. She continued her story. Suddenly, your father burst in. Han Sang-chil shouted, What in the world are you doing? Kyak, get out of my house right now. What is wrong with him? Choi Soo-jin continued, and a struggle broke out between Han Sang-chil and me. I am telling you, go ahead and file for divorce if you want to. I will bury you too, Han Sang-chil snarled. This crazy witch. Fine, there will not be any difference whether we divorce now or not. Choi Soo-jin scoffed. What? Han Sang-chil said calmly. Because even if I die, not a single penny of my assets will go to you. Choi Soo-jin sneered. You and I are still legally married, you know. Do you not know that if you die, inheritance rights come to me too? Han Sang-cheo replied. I prepared in advance for such a case. So that all my assets go to Yina. Choi Soo-jin froze. What? She realized the truth. Han Sang-cheo had already designed everything so that all his assets would go to Han Yina, even accounting for his own death as a variable. Choi Soo-jin whispered, Then if you die, and Han Yina dies too. Han Sang-cheo began sweating. Then it is true that I will get all of your assets, right? Han Sang-cheo. Did this crazy witch? Suddenly, Choi Soo-jin froze in shock. Park Do-hyun was standing behind Han Sang-cheo, holding a knife. Blood spilled from Han Sang-cheo's back. Ah, kyak. Choi Soo-jin said, It was an unforeseen, spontaneous situation, but in the end, Park Do-hyun killed your father. She turned toward Park Do-hyun, her voice trembling. What are you doing, Oppa? Why now? Are you insane? Park Do-hyun replied nervously. We were going to kill him anyway, Choi Soo-jin shouted. This is insane. How could you stab him to death, you fool? We agreed to make it look like he and Han Yina died together naturally. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the building. This is an announcement from the management office. A severe emergency has occurred within the complex. Please do not come outside and remain indoors. We repeat. Choi Soo-jin froze. Emergency? She muttered to herself, as realization dawned. And just then, the zombie apocalypse began. Her voice shook. I am so scared, Oppa. What should we do? Should we take the car and leave Seoul right now? Park Do-hyun's eyes lit up. But, is this not actually the perfect timing? There are so many deaths happening in this apartment complex right now. Would it not be possible to fake it as an accident related to that? Since there are already bodies scattered around, if we throw his body out the window, we could make it look like those countless murderers killed him. Choi Soo-jin hesitated. The country is in an emergency right now. What is the use of assets or anything else? We have to save ourselves first, Park Do-hyun muttered. Well, who knows? Later, when this situation calms down. Choi Soo-jin clenched her teeth. Then let us first drop that man's body out the window and quickly get ready to escape. Back to the present. Choi Soo-jin laughed softly. Well, that is what happened. Kua, darn it. The more I think about it, the funnier it gets. Ha ha! Your biological mother abandoned you and ran off to America. Your foolish biological father was completely manipulated by me after remarrying me. He could not even divorce because I held his weaknesses. In the end, he was tragically killed by Park Do-hyun, my lover, our Yina, an orphan, Oh, how pitiful. Our parentless Yina. Kya ha ha ha. She tightened her grip around Han Yina's neck. Now, just die. Han Yina gagged. Kyuk. Choi Soo-jin whispered, After killing you, who knows? Maybe peace will return to this world. Han Yina struggled weakly. Kia, Kieg. Choi Soo-jin continued, If that happens, the value of that Gangnam land your father owned will skyrocket again, right? If you die too, all that land will be mine. Suddenly, Han Yina pulled out the knife Kang Hakcheol had given her. Park Do-hyun shouted, Honey, be careful. Choi Soo-jin gasped in shock as Han Yina slashed her arm. Kiek, ah, darn it. Park Do-hyun snarled, This crazy witch. Han Yina gripped the knife with both hands. Sweat streamed down her face as she warned, Do not come any closer, or I will kill you. Do not come near me. Park Do-hyun laughed darkly. Ha, fudge, seriously. You blasted witch. He kicked Han Yina. Cook, you filthy rotten witch. Do you want to die, you wretched witch? He stepped on her chest. Ah, he sneered. Even if you foolishly swing that knife, it will not even reach me, you know. Nearby, Choi Soo-jin whimpered like a frightened child. Ah, forsaken hell. I am bleeding. Ah, I am bleeding. Kill that witch, Appa, Park Do-hyun snapped. What did you say? Where is her knife? Fudge, Suddenly, the shutters shattered. A zombie lunged forward and grabbed Park Do-hyun's head. Young, 40, got it. Choi Soo-jin screamed. Oh, Appa, awag, kua. A sickening popping sound echoed as liquid splattered across the wall. Ah, kakia. Park Do-hyun Oppa. Han Yina and Choi Soo-jin fled as zombies swarmed behind them. Crack, ha. They burst out of the station. Han Yina reached the door and froze. Blast it. It is locked. She kept running, forcing herself onward and climbed onto the roof. She barely managed to pull herself up. I have to run. She stood, leaped over the fence and fell hard to the ground. Kiak! Behind her, Choi Soo-jin gasped, "This is insane." She looked back and saw the zombies closing in. Krah! Crack! Fudge! She jumped, crashing to the floor. Kyak! She stood up and saw Han Yi-na running ahead. Krah! I have to hide. She chased after her, panting. Ha! Ha! My legs hurt so much. Suddenly, Choi Soo-jin grabbed Han Yi-na from behind, yanking her down. Ah! Han Yi-na sat up and froze. A child stood before her. Her memories flooded back. A little girl running toward the gate, chased by a zombie. Han Yi-na charging forward, knife raised. Another zombie tackling the girl to the ground. The child lying motionless, back in the present. The girl tilted her head and croaked, "Krr." They stared at each other in silence. The little girl zombie growled at Han Yi-na. Grr. She tilted her head, thinking, then growled again. Grr. As she stared closely at Han Yi-na, her mouth twisting strangely, Han Yi-na began to sweat and froze in place. Ah. They stared at each other in silence. Suddenly, the little girl zombie turned her head and looked behind Han Yi-na. Choi Soo-jin, who was standing there, broke into a cold sweat and glanced back, confused. Then, without warning, the little girl zombie sprinted straight toward Choi Soo-jin. Kya! Choi Soo-jin screamed in shock. Kra! What is this? She turned and ran, screaming, Kya! Do not come closer. The little girl zombie chased after her, snarling, Kra! Han Yi-na stared, stunned. It did not attack me? Suddenly, another zombie came charging toward Han Yi-na. Kra! Another zombie followed behind it, gasping as they ran. They chased after Han Yi-na relentlessly. Kra! Han Yi-na ran as fast as she could. Huff, huff. A sharp pain shot through her ankle. I cannot run any faster. She tripped and fell hard onto the ground. Ah! Groaning, she lifted her head and looked ahead. An electric scooter. The zombies continued charging toward her. Kra! She scrambled up, grabbed the electric scooter, and prayed silently. Please have at least a little battery left. She turned it on. The display flickered, then lit up. 2 bars of battery. The zombies roared. Kra! Han Yi-na jumped onto the scooter and took off. One zombie tried to grab her silky soft hair, but lost its balance and stumbled. Kra! Keek! Han Yi-na glanced back, sweating, then sped away. A few moments later, the scooter suddenly slowed, then stopped. The battery had run out. She froze and stared at the screen. No bars left. No, the battery is already. She stepped off the scooter and walked forward weakly. Ha! Where am I? I ran in such a panic that I do not even know the way anymore. Suddenly, zombies poured out of a nearby alley. Kra! Han Yi-na's eyes widened in shock. She turned and ran again. I am going crazy. Seriously. Kra! She forced herself to move faster. Huff, huff. I cannot just die like this. I cannot die like thee. Pain exploded through her ankle. Kra! A zombie tackled her to the ground. Ka! Kak! Han Yi-na struggled desperately, pushing against its chest to keep its jaws away. Ah! Sweat poured down her face as she thought hazily, so this is the end. She squeezed her eyes shut. Jung Min-jun. Suddenly, the pressure vanished. The zombie was lifted into the air. Song Ji-hoo grabbed it as if it were a small child and slammed it into the ground with brutal force. Han Yi-na pushed herself up and stared at him. Her eyes caught on the bracelet around Song Ji-hoo's wrist. Another zombie lunged forward. Kak! Kra! Song Ji-hoo stepped in front of her. Hide behind me. Han Yi-na scrambled behind him. A few moments later, inside Song Ji-hoo's hideout, Han Yi-na lay curled up on the bed, wrapped tightly in the blanket. She sniffed the air. It smells like air freshener. Kind of like Jung Min-jun's place. She suddenly looked at Song Ji-hoo, shocked and confused. What? He asked. You did not run away. She pulled the blanket up higher, hiding. Song Ji-hoo set a medical kit down beside the bed. Han Yi-na's heart pounded. What is it? What are you trying to do to me? Move the blanket, Song Ji-hoo said calmly. Her feet were exposed. Kya! She screamed. If you touch even a single hair on my body, I will not let you gi. Song Ji-hoo cut her off. It feels like your ligament is stretched. You should ice it, and you will need some rest as well. Song Ji-hoo gently placed an ice pack against Han Yi-na's ankle. Han Yi-na stiffened in shock and looked up at him. Song Ji-hoo spoke again. Why? Why did you save me? Han Yi-na clenched the blanket. Last time you threw me into a room with infected, and you tormented me, Song Ji-hoo replied calmly, even if I am a death row escapee. I do not just kill anyone. You need to get a little dirtier than that. Huh? Kanyena blurted out. Annoyed, she snapped. Get dirtier? What does that even mean? I knew it. All men are the same. You pervert. There is only one person in this world who is allowed to dirty me, and that is LKSDFJLSDF. Her voice trailed off into embarrassed mumbling. Song Ji-hoo stared at her, confused. Just from looking at you, he said slowly. You seem like you lived a very protected princess-like life. I told you last time too, about what you need to do to survive. He glanced at her ankle. Anyway, with that leg, it will be hard to move right away, so you will need to rest here for a few days and recover. Huh? Kanyena exclaimed. No way. The shelter is in chaos right now. I have to find my friend. Ah, Song Ji-hoo muttered. Those people from earlier, well, if you really insist on going, I will not stop you, but if you move around with that foot, you will be attacked by zombies immediately. If you really want to know what is happening, I will go there, check it out, and tell you what it is like. There are some troublemakers I need to find anyway. He stood up. Kanyena frowned. Just a while ago, you even tried to kill my friends. How am I supposed to trust you? The target has changed now, Song Ji-hoo replied. Anyway, I am going to look for them and check the situation. If I am not back by 6 p.m., assume I am dead and survive on your own. If you do not trust me, you can run away right now too. I put some food in the fridge, so if you are hungry, eat whatever you want. Kanyena sat there in silence, sweating. Song Ji-hoo turned and left the room. What the heck is he? Really? She muttered. Elsewhere, inside another building, kya, kra! Zombies shrieked in the distance. Kang Hak-cheol and Ha Do-hyun moved cautiously down the corridor, searching for the other inmates. They are definitely on this floor, Kang Hak-cheol said. Just how much ammunition do they have? Ha Do-hyun muttered. It feels like it should be running out by now. Suddenly, he stopped at a corner. Peeking carefully, he whispered to himself, there they are. He stared at a nearby door. No talking at all. Judging from the shooting pattern, it looks like just one person. Every second counts. I have to stop this as fast as possible. He kicked the door open. The moment he rushed inside, he froze. Staring back at him was his own reflection in a mirror. The noise was coming from a Marshall Bluetooth speaker placed on the floor. At the same time, Ma Sang-cheol stepped out from the side, pointing his rifle at Ha Do-hyun. Ma Sang-cheol was drenched in sweat. As Ha Do-hyun stood frozen in shock, Ma Sang-cheol raised his gun and aimed straight at him. Suddenly, multiple gunshots rang out. A bullet struck the wall. Ha Do-hyun staggered as one shot tore into his shoulder, blood spraying across his uniform. At that very moment, Kang Hak-cheol fired back without hesitation. Ma Sang-cheol collapsed into the corner, his body going completely still. Kang Hak-cheol slowly rose to his feet. I cannot believe I almost got dragged into such a ridiculous diversion. I suppose you truly have to experience the real thing firsthand. A Do-hyun groaned in pain. Urgh. Kang Hak-cheol turned sharply. Sergeant, are you all right? Blood seeped through Ha Do-hyun's fingers as he clutched his shoulder. It only grazed me. I am fine, Ha Do-hyun replied through clenched teeth. I can still move. That was not just a graze, Kang Hak-cheol protested. You need treatment first. I can hold out using pressure points, Ha Do-hyun said steadily. Check that man's condition first. Kang Hak-cheol glanced toward the fallen attacker. It looks like that was his last round, so he really was out of ammunition, Ha Do-hyun muttered. He tore off part of his jacket and tightly wrapped it around his wound. Anyway, thank you, he added quietly. You saved my life. No, Kang Hak-cheol replied. I should have covered you better. I will search for the other escaped convicts. Stand by for a moment. There cannot be more than 2 of them. If there truly are 2, it could be dangerous for you alone, Ha Do-hyun countered. I can still use one arm. Let us move together. Are you certain you will be all right? With that speaker blaring, the infected are probably swarming this way, Ha Do-hyun said grimly. We need to leave first. Those scoundrels are one problem, but there are far too many infected around here now. It is dangerous. If you see any protective gear, put it on immediately. Understood. A voice crackled through the radio. This is Bae Sunho. The North Concourse at Gunja Station has been breached as well. It is practically wiped out. Blasted, Ha Do-hyun muttered. Byungjun, David and I made it down to the underground platform, Bae Sunho continued. There was no way out, so we forced open the screen doors and moved onto the tracks. What? Ha Do-hyun exclaimed. The tracks should be crawling, with infected. Where is Jung Minjun? Minjin went ahead, Baesunho replied hesitantly. He lured the infected toward Akasan station. Yena got separated while running. We do not know whether she is alive or dead. Ha Do-hyun exhaled sharply. We will search for Yena, but you must protect Minjin, no matter what. Yes, sir, Baesunho answered quickly. Do not worry about Minjin, Sergeant. Keep the radio open at all times, Ha Do-hyun ordered. Report immediately if anything happens. Understood. Blast it, Oh Byung-jun whispered. Is Yena all right? I do not know, Baesunho admitted. The odds may be slim. There is no way back to the concourse. For now, we follow the tracks and find Minjin. A distant snarl echoed ahead. Rar, Groar. Minjin had better still be alive, Oh Byung-jun muttered. He talks boldly, Baesunho said. He will probably be fine, Sergeant David Briggs spoke firmly in English. Keep it as quiet as possible. Let us move. Please, stay alive, Minjin, Baesunho whispered. They advanced carefully along the rails. After a few tense minutes, Oh Byung-jun murmured, There truly are no infected on the tracks. As expected, Baesunho replied. Perhaps we should have evacuated the survivors this way. He pressed the radio again. This is Baesunho. We are almost at the next station, Akasan Station. Sergeant, he is not responding. He will be all right, correct? Sniff. Oh Byung-jun struggled to hold back tears. We are going to make it, right? Do not speak such weak nonsense, Baesunho snapped, though his own voice trembled. You are making me nervous too. Now, the only person we can trust is David. I never imagined we would rely on the United States Army in a situation like this, he added. If David rescues us, he said we would go to the Okinawa base, correct? Okinawa? Japan? Oh Byung-jun said faintly. Then perhaps I could even visit Akihabara in Tokyo. Be quiet, Sergeant David Briggs ordered sharply. Do not make a sound. I think I can see it, Baesunho said. Akasan Station. I still do not see any infected on the tracks, Oh Byung-jun observed. They approached the platform. Sergeant David Briggs peered toward a room near the entrance. What the? Baesunho whispered. The screen doors are closed. Did Minjin trap the infected inside? Or maybe those inside were already there. No way. Oh Byung-jun said uneasily. Did he move on to the next station? Elsewhere, outside the ruined shelter. Kang Hakcheol wiped sweat from his brow. So it finally spread this far. The shelter, Ha Do-hyun said quietly. It has been completely devastated. Do you think it can ever be restored? Kang Hakcheol asked. Why would they go this far? Their comrades died because of us, Ha Do-hyun answered grimly. This is likely revenge. He listened to the eerie silence. And since we no longer hear gunfire, do you believe the rest are hiding or have fled? I think so as well, Kang Hakcheol replied grimly. Then what do we do now? The survivors are probably scattered throughout the buildings. A zombie suddenly growled, Grar! Kang Hakcheol looked into the distance. Huh? A massive zombie appeared. Ha Do-hyun turned and shouted, This way! Kang Hakcheol followed. Yes! Their footsteps echoed loudly. An office lady zombie screeched, Bah! Kang Hakcheol stammered. What in the world? Ha Do-hyun said, There was definitely nothing blocking this path earlier. Do not shoot. Run to external gate number 10 and do not look back. Kang Hakcheol asked, Should I support you? Ha Do-hyun replied, Both my legs still work, so just run. They sprinted away. Huff, huff, Kang Hakcheol panted, sweat pouring down his face. A few moments later, memories from his childhood flooded his mind. North Korean soldiers had chased them when he was young, alongside his little brother and sister. Huff, huff, he gasped as he ran faster. Suddenly his younger brother tripped. Hyung. Kang Hakcheol looked back. The soldiers were closing in. His brother lay helpless on the ground. If only I had made a different choice back then, he thought. Could I have saved my little brother too? Bar! A zombie roared. Ha Do-hyun fell. Cuck! Sergeant! Kang Hakcheol shouted. Ha Do-hyun shot the office lady zombie in the face. Sweating on the ground, he pointed at the others and continued firing. Then he dropped the rifle. Go on ahead, Hakcheol. What? Kang Hakcheol exclaimed. What are you saying? I will draw them away, so run. Multiple zombies howled Groar and rushed toward them. Those things, Ha Do-hyun said, they are chasing me because they smell my blood. Take care of Jung Minjin. No matter what happens, make sure he survives and gets to the United States. Run, now. Kang Hakcheol clenched his teeth. The only family I have left is my little sister. He remembered Minjin running from a zombie. Did I change because of that man? Other than my sister, I swore I would never risk my life for anyone else. Instead of fleeing, Kang Hakchio pulled Ha Do-hyun up. Get up. What are you doing? I will support you while we move, so hurry. You cannot just die meaninglessly here. A zombie lunged closer. Kang Hakchio raised his rifle, switched it to automatic, and fired. He stopped shooting and helped Ha Do-hyun again. Ha Do-hyun groaned in pain. Do not give up, Sergeant. Another zombie roared, Armar! And tackled Kang Hakchio. His knife slipped from his hand as they crashed to the ground. Surrounded by the approaching undead, Kang Hakchio shut his eyes, sweat dripping down his face. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. This way, sir! A soldier shouted. They climbed into a jeep and sped away. Behind them, the athletic zombie girl shrieked, Buar! Krar! Inside the jeep, Ha Do-hyun held his wound. Huff, huff. That was far too close. Thank you, Hakchio. You have saved my life twice now. Huff, huff. Kang Hakchio breathed heavily. Sergeant, please put me down. What? Ha Do-hyun stared at him in shock. Wait. Blood dripped onto the bed of the jeep. Kang Hakchio, you, do not tell me you were bitten. Kang Hakchio looked down. The jeep continued down the street. He gripped his wrist tightly. A soldier turned around. What? You were bitten? Put him down right now. Wait, Ha Do-hyun protested. Maybe it only grazed you, or your skin was torn. There is no way you were actually bitten. I am sure, Kang Hakchio said quietly. I am certain. I will be infected soon. I am sorry, Sergeant. May I ask one last favor? Shoot me, please. Shoot me. I really do not want to become infected. I think I would rather die. Ha Do-hyun lowered his head, sweat running down his face. He closed his eyes, clutching his hair in disbelief. A few moments later, at Yongvia new construction site, Kang Hakchio, the soldier, and Ha Do-hyun stood in silence. The soldier asked, Are you really sure you want to do this yourself? Yes, Ha Do-hyun answered. The pistol. Here you go. The soldier handed it to him and walked away. Ha Do-hyun cocks the pistol. And he said, I am sorry, Kang Hakchio. Kang Hakchio said, It is okay, Sergeant. On the way here, I met a certain professor. Ha Do-hyun said, You mean the wife, Ha-jun and Hak-young who came to the shelter with him? Kang Hakchio said, That family, right? Yes, that is right. I hope they are still safe. Ha Do-hyun said they evacuated to another building back then, so they should be fine. Kang Hakchio said anyway, that professor, he got infected just like me, as he remembers Seo Jae-hoon on the bed. And he said, Everyone dies when their time comes. The only difference is whether it comes early or late. Kang Hakchio said, The professor probably said it that way to comfort Ha-jun. Those words resonated with me too. If the moment comes when I have to die, with that mindset, I think I could go more peacefully. Now that it has come to this, I want to end it well, remembering the professor's words, because everyone dies someday. Getting infected is not the sergeant's fault, and shooting me is not your responsibility either. So please do not blame yourself. As Ha Do-hyun like a little girl cried. Ha Do-hyun, Sadam Minjun and Yena. If I ever meet them again, I do not know what I should say about you. But more than anything, I will stake everything I have. I will definitely find your younger sister. So, Kang Hakchio said, Sergeant, you do not have to do that. You do not need to live for others anymore. As Ha Do-hyun opens his eyes full of tears in shock, Kang Hakchio said, I want you to survive until the end. For the rest of your life, please live only for yourself. So please, do not make my death meaningless. Ha Do-hyun points the gun at Kang Hakchio. As they were both silent, Kang Hakchio closed his eyes. As Ha Do-hyun sweats and cry, Ha Do-hyun stopped aiming at Kang Hakchio and said, I cannot do it. I just cannot shoot you. As he cries even more. Kang Hakchio said, I understand. Then, give me the pistol. As Ha Do-hyun hands over the pistol, and he tries to stop crying, suddenly he hugs Kang Hakchio and cried again on his shoulder. As Kang Hakchio looks far, as they stand there silently. A few moments later, Kang Hakchio went inside the office container, and he sat beside the door. Kang Hakchio said to himself, Professor, in the end, I too became infected like you. After you turned into an infected, are you still there? What does it feel like to live as one? I do not have the confidence to live like that. Nor do I want to. Like you said, Professor, everyone dies someday. So I will give up now. He points the gun at his temple and closed his eyes. As he sweats even heavier, Kang Hakchio said to himself, my life, as he remembers his past. His brother said, Hyung, what happened? Kang Hakchio said, that guy betrayed us. He is trying to sell us out. I am scared. His brother said, but what if one of us gets caught? Kang Hakjiao said, what do you mean? You will not get caught. I will protect you, even if I have to throw my life away, so do not worry. But if I am the only one who gets caught, do not look back. Just run. Got it? If I am not there, Daechul, you must take care of our youngest. As Daechul looks at Kang Hakjiao silently. A few moments later at the back alley, the North Koreans chase after Kang Hakjiao and his siblings saying, catch those people, as Kang Hakjiao runs and sweats saying huff, huff. Suddenly Daechul drops to the ground and said, Hyung. Kang Hakjiao looks back. As the North Koreans closes in and Daechul is on the floor, Daechul shouted, do not look back and run. Hyung, do not give up. As Kang Hakjiao was shocked, and he ran away. As Kang Hakjiao holds the hands of his sister and started to cry and run, Daechul still on the ground, and he shouted, never give up. In the present, Kang Hakjiao tears up, and he removes the gun from his temple, and he said to himself, Professor, like you said, everyone dies when their time comes. The only difference is whether it comes early or late. That means, if I give up now, it comes early. But if I do not give up, it comes late. As he stood up, at the construction site, Kang Hakjiao looks at the belt strap and said to himself, Professor, I will not give up. For my remaining family, for my younger sister. As he used the strap as a tourniquet and pulls it tighter, he looks at the circular saw, and he said to himself, I will never give up on my life. As the sun sets, Hanyena rests in the room. Suddenly, something moves. She wakes up and opens her eyes, looking around. She sweats and says to herself, he's still, not back yet. She sweats silently, remembering her first encounter with Song Ji-hoo. She fell to the ground and said in pain, eek. She looks at Kwon Tae-sik and is shocked. Kwon Tae-sik says, hey, two of our guys are dead, but who would have thought we'd find such a pretty girl here? Those two losers were useless anyway, so this worked out great, lol. Song Ji-hoo says, this feels refreshing. Kwon Tae-sik looks back and says, hey, Ji-hoo, you gonna start first? Haha. Song Ji-hoo says, start what? Move aside. As he comes closer to Hanyena, he shows off his muscular body. Hanyena is starstruck as she stares at Song Ji-hoo. She says to herself, wait, weren't they all in league with those people? Then that man must be one of them too. Where did everyone else go? Suddenly the door opens. Hanyena is shocked and confused as Song Ji-hoo enters the room. He says, shoo. Hanyena covers herself with a mattress and says, what happened? Ah, the shelter. Song Ji-hoo says, that shelter was completely overrun and is beyond saving. I'm not sure what happened to your friends. Hanyena sweats and says, that's impossible. Why would you go that far? The people at the shelter had nothing to do with you guys. Song Ji-hoo says, nothing to do with us. We tried to enter that shelter through official procedures at first. There were less than 10 of us, while that place was run by the military and had a lot of people. Naturally, we had no reason to pick a fight with them first. But during the screening process, one of us mentioned that we came from a prison. Well, it's not like we were trying to hide it. At that moment, we were immediately denied entry, and though we asked to just be sent on our way, they wouldn't let us go. Suddenly, the shelter manager branded us as intruders and ordered them to fire. A gunfight broke out in the process, and one of our people died. That was the start of the conflict. Hanyena says, I see. But since you're a group of criminals, it's only natural to be denied entry, though the order to shoot. I'm not so sure about that. And you too. I'm grateful that you helped me, but you're a criminal regardless, so it's only natural for me to feel uncomfortable. Song Ji-hoo is silent, then says, well, that's fair. After what you went through because of us last time, it wouldn't be strange for you to hate me. And while it's a shame about the shelter, I was part of that group, so I have nothing to say for myself. Though as of now, I've become enemies with them too. I had a younger sister. She was a victim of gang rape. Hanyena is shocked and confused. Song Ji-hoo continues, she took her own life, and I lost my entire family. So I got my revenge. It was so brutal that I basically gave up on being human. Looking at you, it reminds me of my sister. Like a flower in a greenhouse, she didn't know the ways of the world. She couldn't do anything unless someone protected her. Making you fight that zombie alone was because I wanted to make sure you could survive on your own, even if there's no one to protect you. I don't know about the others, but you feel special to me, so you don't have to worry about those things around me. Hanyena sweats and hides half of her face in the comforter. Song Song Ji-hoo says, "You're Han Yena, right?" "I'm Song Ji-hoo." Han Yena blushes and says, "Song Ji-hoo." She stares at Song Ji-hoo and says to herself, "Dang, he is really handsome." She hides under the comforter and says to herself, "No, I already have Jung Min-jun, but what is this feeling of guilt? But, no matter what, I can't look at another man. No matter how much he flirts with me, I will never." Song Ji-hoo says, "That guy with the glasses from before. Are you two friends? It seemed like you two were quite close." Han Yena says, "We're just friends." "No, he's my boyfriend. He's my boyfriend, okay. Not officially, but he's going to be my boyfriend." "Wait, is that just my wishful thinking? What's wrong with me?" Song Ji-hoo is confused. Han Yena continues, I mean nothing has happened yet." Song Ji-hoo smirks, stands up and says, "You're cute." Han Yena is shocked and confused. Song Ji-hoo takes out a radio and says, "Here, take this. You seem a bit uncomfortable staying with me. I'll find another empty house to rest in, so contact me with this if anything happens." Han Yena takes the radio and says, Song Ji-hoo walks out and says, "Rest up, then." "Hey." As Song Ji-hoo closes the door, Han Yena rolls on the bed and says, "I'm really going crazy. I can't give my heart to a guy like that." A few hours later, at night, the room is silent. Han Yena sleeps beautifully on the bed as her dream starts. In her dream, since the zombie outbreak, 2 years have passed. "I thought the world was ending, but a cure was developed and peace returned to the world." Han Yena, in her dolled-up self, says to herself, "This is such a drag. I can't believe I'm on a date with that loser Jung Min-jun. I wonder if he is going to fall for me when he sees me all dressed up. I should keep my distance and play hard to get. Anyway, since we're adults now, isn't it about time we did something rated R? I bet that jerk Jung Min-jun is having perverted thoughts right now. Should I prepare myself just in case? What if we have a drink and he asks to go to his place? He really is such a pervert. Wait, he lives with his mom, so that won't work? Darn it, then where should we go? Is my house the only option?" Jung Min-jun says, Han Yena." Han Yena is shocked and looks in the direction of Jung Min-jun. She says, "Huh? Jung Min-jun? Hey, you loser. Do you wear that same hoodie 365 days a year?" He waves and says, "Huh? Oh, I thought I dressed up PR Eddie well." Han Yena says, "No way, how can someone be such a loser?" She says to herself, "I spent over 2 hours getting all dolled up. This is so demoralizing." Han Yena says, "Hurry up, you idiot." Jung Min-jun says, "Oh, sorry." A few moments later, a slice of cake is put on the table. Han Yena says, "So, what are we doing after we eat?" Jung Min-jun says, I don't know. Is there anything you want to do?" Han Yena says, Well, should we get a drink and go to my place?" Jung Min-jun says, "Drinks? This early in the day? I've never even had a drink before." "Well, we're adults now, so it's fine, right?" "Oh, right. Hak Cheol ended up applying for the UDT. Being a soldier really suits him." Han Yena says to herself, this is so annoying. Jung Min-jun is just talking about himself. He hasn't even said I look pretty, even though I worked so hard on my look. Whatever, forget it. If this guy doesn't care, I'll just go meet another man. There isn't a man in this world I couldn't seduce if I put my mind to it. Han Yena, annoyed, says, "Oh, by the way, I'm debating whether I should go or not." Jung Min-jun says, "Oh, really? Is he handsome?" Han Yena says, "He's 6 feet 2 inches and has a great body." Jung Min-jun says, "Whoa, you really are amazing, Yena." Jian from Lumina suddenly says, "Min-jun oppa?" Jung Min-jun, confused, says, "Huh?" Han Yena looks behind and says, "What? Oppa?" She says to herself, "Wait, what did that witch just—" The crowd around says, "Oh my gosh." His friend says, "Isn't that Jian from the group Lumina?" Her friend says, "Wow, she's gorgeous." A boy with a crossed eye says, "She looks insane in person." Jian from Lumina says, "I can't believe I ran into you here. Oppa, what are you doing here?" Jung Min-jun says, "Oh, it's you, Jian. What brings you here?" Han Yena is shocked and sweats as she says to herself, Jung Min-jun, did you really know Lumina and J.N.?" Jian from Lumina says, We recently got back in touch. Jung Min-jun says, "Jian, what are you doing here?" Jian says, "I didn't have any schedules today, so I just stepped out, and I happened to see you. Can I hang out with you guys?" Han Yena sweats in shock listening to Jung Min-jun and John from Lumina talking like old friends. She says to herself, that can't be Jung Min-jun." John from Lumina says, "Let's go see a movie together, oppa." Jung Min-jun says, "Should we?" Han Yena says to herself, "There's no way that freaking loser knows the most popular idol in Korea." Back in reality, Han sweats as she doesn't like her dream and says, Jae Min-jun, you son of a witch, don't leave me behind. Suddenly she wakes up and shouts, Ha, Jong Min-jun, ha, huff. She sweats in shock, then becomes silent and says to herself, I regret it. If only I had changed my mind sooner. I would have become closer to Jong Min-jun before this nightmare of a world began, back in that peaceful world where we could go anywhere and do anything we wanted. I could have gone on dates with him, watched movies, grabbed drinks, gone on trips. We could have done all the things I wanted to do. As tears flow uncontrollably, she says, Jong Min-jun, where on earth are you? She takes the radio and presses it. Song Ji-hoo immediately says, what is it? Han Yena says, Gunja Station. As tears continue to flow from her eyes, she continues, we have to go to the next station and cross the Han River. Even if it's tomorrow, please come with me to find my friend. As the radio was quiet, Song Ji-hoo said, I have my own plans. Get some sleep for now. We'll talk when you wake up. I'll think about it, Han Yena replied, crying. Okay. She put down the radio. Han Yena sweated and said to herself, if only I hadn't injured my leg, I would have gone on my own. She sighed, staring at the wall. A few moments later at night at Gwangnaru Station, a few hours earlier, Bae Sun-ho, Oh Byung-jun, and Sergeant David Briggs walked on the rails. This is Gwangnaru Station, Bae Sun-ho said, and the next one is Cheonho Station across the Han River. Oh Byung-jun asked. Yeah, I can see zombies outside the doors too. Could Min-jun have drawn them away and headed to Cheonho? Yeah, but why? He was only planning to go as far as Akasan Station. Wait, is this an express? Suddenly he was shocked and sweating. As he stared at an office lady zombie, Oh Byung-jun said, that female zombie, she looks creepy. Don't they usually rush the doors when they see living people? Then why is she just staring at us like that? It's like she can actually think. Bae Sun-ho sweated and said, hey, no way. He looked at Sergeant David Briggs and said, David, we have to hurry. What? Sergeant David Briggs replied. As the zombie office lady creepily looked at them, she suddenly opened her mouth and screamed, Screech! What the actual fudge? Oh Byung-jun exclaimed. It's a screaming banshee, Bae Sun-ho shouted. Suddenly the office zombie lady pounded on the glass wall and continued to scream, Screech! Creating too much noise. Every zombie nearby will swarm towards that scream. Screamers are highly intelligent. We need to get out of here now, Bae Sun-ho said. But which way do we run? We won't make it to Gunja Station in time. Oh Byung-jun panicked. What do you mean which way? Min-jun went toward Cheonho Station, so that's our only option. As they ran on the tracks, Oh Byung-jun panted. Pant, huff, huff, pant. Bae Sun-ho sweated, shocked and confused, as he saw the whistle of Jong Min-jun. Jong Min-jun stood alone on the tracks. Jong Min-jun? Hey, are you okay? What are you doing here? Why are you just standing there? Bae Sun-ho called out. Hey, dang it, don't scare me. As he held Jong Min-jun's shoulder, he said, Jong Min-jun? Jong Min-jun suddenly slouched, and Bae Sun-ho said in shock, Ah. As Jong Min-jun dropped to the ground, Bae Sun-ho shouted, Hey, Min-jun, he's burning up. Hey, wake up, fiddlesticks, I'm going bananas. We have no choice. Someone has to carry him. Biggie, you carry Min-jun, I'll cover you, Sergeant David Briggs ordered. No, he's already slow. If he carries Min-jun, he won't be able to move properly. Bae Sun-ho objected. Dang it, can you handle the weapon then? I'll carry Min-jun. Sergeant David Briggs asked. I can do it. Suddenly, zombies rushed toward them. Bae Sun-ho sweated and said, Shoot, looks like they're about to break through. The zombies roared, Screech, grar, gra, hurry to Cheonho Station. The screamer is leading the horde right to us. She's getting close. What in the cinnamon toast crunch? Bae Sun-ho shouted. As Oh Byung-jun tried to block the tracks with his huge body, Bae Sun-ho called out, Oh Byung-jun, leave this to me and hurry. I'm the great Oh Byung-jun. I've lived long enough anyway. I'll sacrifice myself here, Oh Byung-jun declared. Bae Sun-ho grabbed and pulled the hair of Oh Byung-jun and said, Shut up and move your legs, you fluffy penguin. Kehi! Oh Byung-jun cried in pain. As Sergeant David Briggs carried Jong Min-jun, Oh Byung-jun panted, Huff, huff, huff. Wow, are we really crossing the Han River right now? But what if there's a horde at Cheonho Station too? Oh Byung-jun worried. Do you think we have time to worry about that? Bae Sun-ho snapped. The zombies roared, Grar, gra, gra, grar. As Bae Sun-ho and Oh Byung-jun looked back, Bae Sun-ho said, We need to push through. Huff, 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 I see it, Cheonho Station. Oh Byung-jun gasped. Man, thank goodness the tracks are clear, Bae Sun-ho said. This is our chance, if we can just get inside, quickly. Huff, huff, Oh Byung-jun panted. Shh, there might be infected inside, so keep it down, Bae Sun-ho warned. As they opened the door, Oh Byung-jun panted, Huff, 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 Darn, I can't even bray, ate loudly. The zombies growled, grr. There's a zombie on the platform. Shoot, careful, don't make a sound. Bae Sunho whispered. Gra, gra. The zombie snarled. They're coming. Oh Byung-jun panicked. Before the screamer catches us, this way, hurry. Bae Sunho directed. At Cheonho Station, Bae Sunho looked around and said to himself, thankfully there aren't as many infected in the station as I thought. The zombies at a distance groaned, grrrr. As Bae Sunho stopped and raised his flashlight, he saw the shutters closed. Is it locked? Darn it, we need to find another exit. Darn it, Oh Byung-jun cursed. As the zombies groaned, grah. Mother Hubbard, they got through the doors, Sergeant David Briggs exclaimed. Screamers are smarter than normal zombies. She figured out how to use the emergency override, and that girl is going to keep hunting us. Her intelligence is on a completely different level from the others, Bae Sunho explained. To that entrance. Okay. A few moments later, the shutters were also closed. No way. Is this one closed too? Bae Sunho despaired. I see. It looks like all the entrances to Cheonho Station were locked from the outside. As Sergeant David Briggs put Jung Minjun on the ground, the zombies growled, grah. Sergeant David Briggs looked into the distance as another zombie snarled, grah. He took out his combat knife and walked toward the zombie. With a single stab, he ended it. Die! Just die already! Sergeant David Briggs shouted. The zombie dropped to the ground, gurgling, cack, ca-a. The office lady zombie shrieked, screech, as another zombie growled, grah. They're slowly closing in on us, Oh Byung-jun warned. Our only option is to break down the door, Bae Sunho decided. We have to open the shutters first, but they won't move. How are we supposed to open them? Oh Byung-jun asked. Sergeant David Briggs aimed his rifle and said, get back, as he shot at the lock of the shutters. The gunfire echoed. Are you coconuts? Every zombie will swarm to that noise, Bae Sunho cried. We don't have a choice, kid. I think this is enough to crawl through. Get through there and find a way to open it from the other side, Sergeant David Briggs ordered. What? Bae Sunho exclaimed. As Sergeant David Briggs cocked the rifle, Bae Sunho said, David, all I have to do is kill that screamer meanie, right? I'll buy us some time. You guys get Minjun out and hide. If I'm lucky, I'll make it out too. Sergeant David Briggs said. What are you talking about? Get Minjun out, hide somewhere. I'll buy you time. If I'm lucky, I'll make it out too. What are you saying? As they looked at the small opening in the shutter, Bae Sunho said, wait, we need you. You are U.S. Army, right? But I can't walk away from this, Sergeant David Briggs replied. But still, buying time is just an excuse. You're planning to die. Even for you, surviving a screamer and a horde in an enclosed space is impossible. A screamer is a freaking monster. You alone? Your survival rate is 0%, Bae Sunho argued. Sergeant David Briggs thought silently, then said, so many soldiers have died in so many wars. Some did it for peace, some for greed, others because they were ordered to. It's been that way for a long time, and it hasn't changed. But at least I knew why I picked up a gun. That sense of duty, that's what carried me this far. The moment I became a soldier, I was already prepared, long before this zombie outbreak ever began. Oh, one more thing. As Sergeant David Briggs took something from his pocket, he said, if I don't make it, give this to my fiancée, Sarah. I wrote it a while ago. Of course, that's only if you survive and manage to find our people. No, dang it for real, Bae Sunho cried. If you have someone you love back home, then you should try to survive no matter what. The zombies closed in, shrieking, Kya! It's coming! Take Minjun and run! Glasses and big guy, go! Sergeant David Briggs commanded. As Sergeant David Briggs saluted them, Bae Sunho and Oh Byung-jun watched Sergeant David Briggs run toward the horde, sweating in fear. Oh Byung-jun started to pull the barricade away, sniffling. Sniff. Dang. Fudge. Fudge. These gosh darn zombie rascals. This stupid zombie virus. A few moments later at the exit, Oh Byung-jun and Bae Sunho managed to block the small opening again. Oh Byung-jun sighed. Ha. We finally made it out. But, just in case David Hyung manages to get out, shouldn't we clear some more space for him? You've played that game too. David Hyung, surviving that space with just one rifle is impossible. Even if he kills the screamer, every zombie in the station will swarm him. And if the screamer finds the broken fence while looking for us, it'll come out this way. Definitely, Bae Sunho explained. Oh Byung-jun sweated and said, shoot. Anyway, we need to get away and hide at least 500 meters from here. But, Oh Byung-jun, can you carry Minjun on your back? My ankles are a bit weak, but I'll try. Oh Byung-jun carried Jung Minjun and said, okay, like this, ho ho, gua, as he struggled to stand up. Bae Sunho just patiently watched Oh Byung-jun. As Oh Byung-jun and Jung Minjun dropped to the ground, Bae Sunho said, "Hey, you silly goose. You can't even carry one person. You try it, you scrawny string bean. Do you know how hard it is to carry someone who's unconscious?" Oh Byung-jun retorted. Suddenly, multiple gunshots echoed. Gunshots! That's David Hyung's rifle. Dang it, we have to hurry. Let's move Min-jun even if we have to drag him, Bae Sunho urged. Okay. Bae Sunho looked to the side and sweated as he said, Huh? Hey, hold on. These construction materials, they must have used a cart or something to move them. I'll go look for a wheelie, boy, so you just drag him a bit further. There should be a construction site or tools nearby. Got it, but guruma is a Japanese loanword. You should say cart or dolly, Oh Byung-jun corrected. Oh, shut the front door. A few moments later, Oh Byung-jun pulled Jung Min-jun and said in exhaustion, Neh. Huff, huff. Oh, dang it. Jung Min-jun, you're heavy as a hippo. As Jung Min-jun's gun slid from his pants, Oh Byung-jun sweated, confused. As Jung Min-jun's gun dropped to the ground, Oh Byung-jun said, Huh? What the? This guy, he had a handgun? He must have gotten it back at Gunja Station. Bae Sunho arrived and said, Hey, Oh Byung-jun, I found something better than a cart. Hey, Bae Sunho, I found something really good too. Jung Min-jun was carrying a pistol this whole time. What? Why are you only finding that now? Whatever, hurry over here. A few moments later, a cart was near the exit. A rickshaw? Oh Byung-jun asked. Why don't you just call it a handcart? Anyway, luckily there are no zombies around here, Bae Sunho said. Do you think there are other survivors nearby? At Cheonho-dong Rodeo Street, Oh Byung-jun put Jung Min-jun on the cart and pulled it while Bae Sunho walked ahead. Bae Sunho looked back and said, Over here, this way. As Oh Byung-jun sweated like a pig, he panted, Huff, huff, ha, huff, huff, Jung Min-jun, you silly sausage. He still hasn't woken up. Is he dead? Bae Sunho asked. Huff. As a zombie growled, Krah. Bae Sunho was shocked and confused as another zombie continued to groan, Grah. Beside him was his zombie girlfriend. Whoa, fudge, Bae Sunho exclaimed as he pointed his gun and said, Dang it. The zombie charged at Bae Sunho, and he shot with precision, hitting the two zombies in the head. Bae Sunho looked back at Oh Byung-jun and said, This is too slow. Let's push it together. Right. A few moments later, Bae Sunho and Oh Byung-jun pushed the cart panting, huff, huff, huff. As they saw a barricade ahead, Oh Byung-jun said, Shoot, it's a dead end. A zombie behind growled, Krah! Eek! Oh Byung-jun yelped, Let's hide over there. Bae Sunho directed, Okay. Oh Byung-jun pushed the cart near the door. It's a dead end. Will we be okay? We have to find somewhere to get inside and hide. At the end of the alley, Bae Sunho tried to open the gate and said, Ha, it's locked. Should I climb over the wall and open it? There's barbed wire on the wall. I'll climb over and open it even if I get shredded, Bae Sunho decided. A zombie came near and snarled, Krah! As the zombie closed in, Oh Byung-jun and Bae Sunho hid behind a wall. The zombies walked past the alley, groaning, gurgle. Let's just stay here until they leave. A few moments later, the streets were silent. It feels like a lot of time has passed. They should be gone by now. I don't hear anything. As they heard footsteps nearby, Bae Sunho sweated in fear and confusion. The footsteps closed in. Footsteps? I don't hear that sound unique to the infected. I don't think those are infected footsteps. Could it be David Hyung? As he tried to peek, Bae Sunho was shocked. He saw the crazy office lady zombie. She smiled and held up Sergeant David Briggs's head, showing it to Bae Sunho, then dropped it. Bae Sunho sweated in fear as he said, Shh, sugar. Bae Sunho stood up and pointed the gun at the crazy office lady zombie. He pulled the trigger. Bae Sunho froze in shock, sweating as he said, Of all times, why now? I'm out of ammo. The crazy office lady zombie shrieked, Kya-ah, we're toast, Bae Sunho whispered to himself. As Bae Sunho sweated and looked at the office lady screamer zombie charging at him, Oh Byung-jun suddenly tackled the office lady screamer zombie. The office lady screamer zombie fell to the ground and said in pain, Grea. Oh Byung-jun said in pain, Ka. Bae Sunho shouted, Oh Byung-jun. The office lady screamer zombie suddenly stood up and charged at Bae Sunho as he was shocked and confused. The office lady screamer zombie grabbed Bae Sunho and shouted, Gra! Bae Sunho sweated and peed a little in his pants, saying, Fudge nuggets, why is she so freaking strong? Oh Byung-jun suddenly appeared behind the office lady screamer zombie with hollow blocks made from the Philippines raised as he sweated, and he slammed the hollow blocks at the head of the office lady screamer zombie. They easily crumbled, making no damage. The office lady screamer zombie said, Grah! Oh Byung-jun said, She didn't even flinch. Bae Sunho said, At least you should run, Oh Byung-jun. Oh Byung-jun said, what? Bae Sunho said, hurry, the zombies will swarm here any second. Oh Byung-jun said, fiddlesticks. And he looked to the side, confused, saying, huh? As Jung Minjun slowly stood up, the office lady screamer zombie and Oh Byung-jun looked at Jung Minjun. The office lady screamer zombie stared at Jung Minjun as he silently stood on the side. His eyes became red as he looked at the office lady screamer zombie. The office lady screamer zombie suddenly became aggressive and said, Grea. Jung Minjun suddenly shoved his hand into the office lady screamer zombie's mouth, grabbing the inside of her. The office lady screamer zombie said in pain, Grea, kak ki. As her undead life flashed before her eyes, she said Grea as Jung Minjun pulled her tongue out. The office lady screamer zombie knelt to the ground. As Bae Sunho and Oh Byung-jun sweated in shock and silence, Oh Byung-jun suddenly fainted from the shock. Bae Sunho said, Hyo Jung Minjun, you. Suddenly zombies arrived and said gra. As Bae Sunho was shocked and confused, the zombies rushed towards them as Bae Sunho froze in shock. Suddenly the zombies walked slowly as Jung Minjun looked at the horde. Bae Sunho sweated and said, he's not. No way, this can't be. He said to himself, Jung Minjun, is he the leader of the horde? A few hours later, as the sun sets, the zombies around said, you grew inside a house. Bae Sunho said, did you lock the door properly? Oh Byung-jun said, yeah. Bae Sunho said, thank God at least one house was still open. As long as we ignore the infected downstairs, we can rest here a bit. Oh Byung-jun said, but the problem is, maybe because of that screamer. There are so many zombies outside we can't do anything. As the zombies outside said, Gru, Ka, Kya, Bae Sunho said, by the way, Jung Minjun, he's on the verge of death. This is bad. He's even worse than last time he blacked out. Back then his whole body was burning up like a furnace, but now he's cold as ice. Oh Byung-jun said, he's not actually going to die this time, is he? Bae Sunho said, we're not doctors either. All we can do now is wait for him to wake up. Oh Byung-jun said, yeah, the dishes in the sink were still dirty. The next day, the sun rises. As Jung Minjun sat up and gulped water, he sweated and said, who? Bae Sunho said, you really don't remember anything? Jung Minjun scratched his neck and said, I clearly remember coming to. I remember coming into Akasan Station. I think I opened the doors and drove the infected in behind them. After that, it's all blank. I must have overdone it pushing my symptoms. My health is in the gutter. Oh Byung-jun said, do you have any idea how hard it was to haul you around? Start taking care of that body of yours. Jung Minjun said, what about Chi-na? Where did she and Hak-chil go? Bae Sunho sweated and said, Han-yi-na. Right after you left for Akasan Station, Gunja Station fell into chaos because of the infected, and we don't know what happened after that. They said survivors were hiding in different parts of the buildings. I just hope she made it out. Her nose is amazing, like a dog's. She can sniff out zombies better than anyone. As for what happened after Kang Hak-chil and the sergeant went after the escaped convicts, we've got no idea. Jung Minjun said, then we have to find her right now. Let's go back to Gunja Station first. As he tried to stand up, he said in pain, oof. Bae Sunho said, where do you think you're going in that condition? Hey, take it easy. Oh Byung-jun said, you didn't even make it to Akasan Station last time because you passed out, and you want to walk that whole path again? Bae Sunho said, oh, and also, David Hyung. On the way here, he had to sacrifice himself. Jung Minjun, shocked and confused, said, what? Bae Sunho said, he asked us to deliver a letter to his fiancée. I figured it would be safer with you than with me. Since David Hyung gave his life for you, you're the one who should deliver it. As Jung Minjun looked at the letter in silence, he held his breath and said to himself, because of me, if only I hadn't gone into the tunnel alone, if only I hadn't pushed myself so hard, none of this would have happened. Oh Byung-jun said, Yena Hak-chil, if they survived, wouldn't they head to Chunho to look for you? Of course, if too much time passes, we'll have to go searching for them. Bae Sunho said, maybe we should leave some kind of sign at Chunho Station? Like a note saying Jung Minjun is alive and a meeting point. Jung Minjun said, no, it's not just Hak-chil and Yena who'll come looking for me. The doctor tried to kill me, remember? Bae Sunho said, there are probably other followers too. Jung Minjun said, I have to go back there again. It would be much harder for Hak-chil and Yena to get all the way out here. Bae Sunho said, well, yeah, you're right, but even David had to sacrifice himself. Oh Byung-jun said, let's stay put for now and figure something out first. As the sun rose, Jung Minjun said to himself, a few days passed. My body fully recovered. Jung Minjun looked back at Bae Sunho and Oh Byung-jun saying, okay, I'll be back soon. Bae Sunho said, be careful. Oh Byungjun said, drones and weapons are important, but don't forget food either. Baesunho said, there's a reason they call you a piggly wiggly, haha. As Jung Minjun walked out of the house and closed the gate, the zombie said, grr, gra. Jung Minjun said to himself, after talking it over with my friends, we decided I should find the drone first. Because we figured the drone would be the best way to locate Yina and Hak Cheol. I don't think Hak Cheol or Yina would die that easily. But I have to find them no matter what. Back in the house, Oh Byungjun said, isn't Jung Minjun's ability basically cheating? If we stick with him, maybe we'll actually live to old age. Baesunho said, but he can only use it for about an hour. Sure, he might be able to reach that zombie leader state like before. Oh Byungjun said, but afterward he was at death's door. Baesunho said, if using it burns through his health, there are limits. In the end, it's not like he's invincible. Oh Byungjun said, if he could use his ability whenever he wanted, he'd be the MC of a Manhwa, some busted OP high schooler. Suddenly a drone came close to them. Baesunho was shocked and said, huh? As he looked up and saw a DJ drone in the sky. Oh Byungjun said, a D drone. Baesunho said, no way. We looked everywhere and couldn't find it and he just spots one? Oh Byungjun stood up and said, hey, wasn't there a drone at Gunja Station too? Maybe some survivors launched it to scout around. Baesunho said, and what if it wasn't them? As a note was taped to the drone, the zombies on the street said, grr, grew. Eugene said, oh, survivors. Gria, grew, but where are they? Her friend said in Japanese, what are you doing? Manager Oppa is looking for you. Are you flying that drone? What if it crashes? Eugene said, relax, I've already got the controls down. Her friend said in joy, ooh, nice. So, did you find? As Eugene was silent, her friend, confused, said, Jian-chan? As the drone lands on the rooftop, Baesunho and Oh Byungjun look at it. There is a note strapped to it. Oh Byungjun said, there isn't a bomb attached to this, is there? Baesunho said, at first glance it doesn't look like it. Oh Byungjun said, well, is this a note? Baesunho said, there's a package. As Baesunho opens the note, Baesunho said, the note said, hello, we are survivors trapped inside a building. The nearest safe zone is several kilometers away, and we can't go outside. If you can help us reach safety, we will reward you. Please write a brief description of yourselves and attach this note to the drone. Once you've checked everything, we'll write our location and send it back to you. Baesunho said, oh, other survivors? Oh Byungjun said, wait. Baesunho, startled, said, what? Oh Byungjun said, this handwriting, it's a woman's. Baesunho said, the handwriting is cute and neat. This is definitely from... Oh Byungjun said, what does write a brief description of yourselves even mean? They're obviously trying to weed out dangerous guys. Baesunho said, but they definitely saw us through the drone's camera. Oh Byungjun said, which means we've already passed the first round of interviews. Baesunho said, exactly. Nerds like us definitely don't look dangerous. We have to save them. Oh Byungjun said, with Jung Minjun, it'll be a piece of cake. Baesunho said, woo-ah, we need to write a reply and send it immediately. In another scene, Hanyena, beautiful and sexy, points the revolver at a target, and she pulls the trigger. As she hits the target, the zombies on the street gather from the sound of the revolver. Song Ji-hoo said, your arms are too relaxed. Suddenly he holds the delicate, soft hands of Hanyena and said, don't drop your left hand, place it over your right. Hanyena was shocked, and she moves away, saying, wait, why are you touching? Song Ji-hoo was confused. Hanyena said, you can just explain it. Why are you groping me? Why are you trying to feel me up? Song Ji-hoo said, sorry, but could you lower the gun? Hanyena puts on her hoodie and zips it up, and in anger she said to herself, I won't fall for that. Even if he tries to seduce me with just his looks, I won't give in. Song Ji-hoo was confused, and he said, so should we try some practice? Hanyena said, huh? Practice? As Song Ji-hoo looks at a zombie on the other rooftop, the zombie said, gra, gra. Song Ji-hoo said, aim at the zombie and shoot. Hanyena sweats and said, ah, and she aims. As she steadies her breath, Song Ji-hoo said, why aren't you shooting? Are you trying to save ammo? I came across the gun by chance. We can grab more ammo if needed. Getting practice is what matters most for you. Hanyena said, I don't know. If an infected were running at me right now, I would shoot. Seeing them so defenseless, it reminds me of the people I've met before. As Song Ji-hoo looks at her closely, and he said, but in the end that zombie will charge at you and try to eat you. So why feel sorry for it? You shouldn't think of them as humans. If you can't be tougher, Then forget about your friends. As Hanyena closed her eyes, she suddenly opens them and became serious as she aims the revolver. And she shoots. The gunfire echoes in the area. In another scene, Jung Minjun said, "Survivors?" Bae Sunho shows the note and said, "Yep, we sent a reply and this is what came back. They even told us where they are." Oh Byung-jun said, "Let's head over there right now and save them," as Jung Minjun looks at the note, and he said, "I don't want to. Do you even know who they are? What if they're dangerous?" Bae Sunho and Oh Byung-jun get frustrated, saying, "Eek!" Bae Sunho smells the note, and he said, "The note smells like a woman on it. Pleasant, too. A female definitely wrote this." Oh Byung-jun said, "Exactly, so there's nothing dangerous about it. What if there are 3 women there? Wouldn't that be amazing?" Bae Sunho said, "We could have a triple blind date and you're hesitating?" Jung Minjun said, "I see you've completely lost your mind. Guess you'll be dying soon." And he sweats and said to himself, "Ugh, fiddlesticks, I don't like this." Jung Minjun said, "Well, if we need a drone, I guess it wouldn't hurt to meet them." Oh Byung-jun said, "Exactly, we could get the drone as a reward for saving them." Bae Sunho said, "And then we can find both Hakchol and Yena." Jung Minjun said, "You said they're in Sinam-dong, and where exactly do these people want to go?" Bae Sunho said, "They said they want to go to the art school in Oyun-dong. There seems to be a large shelter there, like at Gunja Station." Jung Minjun said, "Judging by the location, it's halfway between Sinam-dong and Oyun-dong. You guys stay here, and I'll go to them tomorrow." Bae Sunho said, "What? We're coming too." Jung Minjun said, "It's too dangerous for all 3 of us. If I drive them to Oyun-dong, I'll pass through here anyway. I can pick you guys up on the way and take you to the shelter. Since I'll be coming back here regardless, you don't have to come with me." Bae Sunho said, "That makes sense. If we had a walkie-talkie, we could at least report back on what's happening." Oh Byung-jun said, You aren't going to abandon us, right?" Jung Minjun said, "Don't worry." The next day, Jung Minjun casually walks through the street, and he took out his gun and said to himself, "Even though I'm out of ammo, if trouble comes up, just threatening them should do, and I've got a knife. I just don't know how many people are inside. All right, stop overthinking it." As the zombies outside said, "Gra, Griu." A few moments later, Jung Minjun said to himself, "Is that the house? There are especially many infected in this area, and a ton of corpses. This isn't a trap, is it? Ugh, I'm overthinking this." As he sweats and looks down and said to himself, "Well, I got here easily by keeping my infection symptoms under control, but how am I supposed to explain that to the survivors?" Jung Minjun said, "I don't know. I'll just have to hide it for now and meet them," as he blows on his whistle, and it echoes across the street. The zombies react and said, "Gra!" as they chase the sound and said, "Gra! Gra!" A few moments later, the house is cleared of the zombies. As Jung Minjun walks towards the house, Jung Minjun looks above the gate and said, "A camera? I wonder if they have electricity. How do I get inside? Should I yell for them to open the door?" A voice said, "Cheonho?" Jung Minjun said, "Ah, yes, I'm the one who contacted you using the drone." The door slowly opens as he saw a huge man looking at him. Jung Minjun, shocked and sweating, said to himself, "Fiddlesticks. Of course. Shoot, he looks intimidating. Maybe I should just run?" Lim Dae-jian said, "But you look different from the 2 we saw through the camera." Jung Minjun said, Those are my friends. There are 3 of us, but moving as a large group is too risky, so I came alone." Lim Dae-jian said, "There are so many zombies here that even we couldn't do anything, and you got here unscathed, in that battered state without a weapon and only a whistle." Jung Minjun said, Well, I have a gun and the food supply you asked for." Jung Minjun said to himself, "And why the heck is he speaking to me so informally?" Lim Dae-jian said, "I see. You're only coming inside after you hand over your weapon." Jung Minjun said, "Huh? That won't work. Well, why should I trust you and just hand over my gun?" Jung Minjun sweats and said to himself, "What kind of attitude is this from someone asking for help? I'd better leave," as Lim Dae-jian looked, and he said, "All right, come in." Jung Minjun said, "Huh? Okay." Jung Minjun said to himself, "Even though I have a bad feeling about this, I'm going in." As Lim Dae-jian closed the gate, the house number is 24. Jung Minjun and Lim Dae-jian walk inside the house as Lim Dae-jian said, "The survivor from Chinho is here," as Jung Minjun was shocked, and he said, "Huh?" as he saw Yu Jian sitting on the couch. Yu Jian, 17 years old, member of the group Lumina, debuted 3 years ago, currently a first year at St. Arte International Arts Academy. And she looks at Jung Minjun. As Jung Minjun was silent and looking at Yu Jian, and his heart stopped. In the year 2020, tech idea, Jung Min-jun, 10 years old, Songun Elementary School, 3rd grade. Jung Min-jun froze as he saw Yu-jian. Yu-jian's mother said, "Hello, sir, we just moved in this week." Jung Min-jun's mother said, "Oh my, you brought all this." As Yu-jian stares at Jung Min-jun, Yu-jian smiled. She is Yu-jian, 9 years old, Songun Elementary School, 2nd grade. A few days later, as Jung Min-jun walks to school, Yu-jian's mother said, I'm sorry, but this is Songun Elementary, right? Could you maybe walk with our daughter to school? It's right in front, but I'm a bit worried." As Jung Min-jun looks behind and Yu-jian looks at him, Jung Min-jun walks forward. As Yu-jian followed, a few days later, Jung Min-jun played Sim City on his computer. As Jung Min-jun was seriously playing, suddenly someone knocked on his door. Yu-jian said, "Is Min-jun Oppa home?" "Hello." Jung Min-jun's mother said, "Min-jun, John is here." A few moments later, Yu-jian sat beside Jung Min-jun while he played. Jung Min-jun looks at Yu-jian and he said, "Want to play too?" Yu-jian was shocked and opens her mouth big, saying, "Really?" Yu-jian played with Jung Min-jun on his computer. A few months later in the winter, the snow falls. Jung Min-jun looks at the apartment of Yu-jian and his mother said, "I heard Jian moved away. You two got close while she was here. Must be tough, son." A few years later at Songun Middle School, Jung Min-jun looks at his phone in shock and said, "Huh?" As he reads the article, Psy Entertainment girl group Lumina confirmed to debut July 1st. Foreign media also paying attention 1:34 p.m. Updated 1:35 p.m. or full article. As he stares at the face of Yu-jian, the article said, "First mini-album, Excellent Jealousy. It was announced. Youngest member Yu-jian said, 'We won't fall behind L. Like our name, will spread all over the world.'" Oh Byung-jun suddenly hits the head of Jung Min-jun and said, "What are you doing, Jung Min-jun?" Bae Sunho said, "Wow, this silly Billy's looking at idol pics?" Oh Byung-jun said, "You were secretly jerking it, weren't you, you silly Billy? Ha ha ha." Bae Sunho said, "Ha ha!" While in another scene at high school, Jung Min-jun continues to look at his phone. The article said, Lumina hits 3rd million seller just 2 years after debut, sports and entertainment. Lumina coming back in October, first world tour announced. Start of global expansion, current affairs all articles, Japan going crazy. Lumina sells out Tokyo Dome, begins 5-dome Japan tour, Tokyo Dome, showing their power as an all-time great idol group with 10 weeks on US Billboard's S chart. Jung Min-jun said to himself, "A being I could never reach." Oh, in the present. Jung Min-jun continues to freeze while staring at Yu-jian. Jung Min-jun said, "Yu-jian." Yu-jian looks at him, and she smiled, saying, "Hello," as Jung Min-jun was silent, and he said to himself, "Ah, I see," as Yu-jian looks away. Jung Min-jun said to himself, "She doesn't remember me. Well, we were so young back then." Hoshino Koharu suddenly walks into the living room and said, "Hello, you must have had a hard time getting all the way here. It must have been dangerous." She was Hoshino Koharu, 19 years old, member of girl group Lumina from Yokosuka, Japan. Jung Min-jun said, "Ah, I'm okay. You're Lumina members, right?" Seo Jin-hyuk said, "John and Koharu, go back inside. I'll talk to him." Hoshino Koharu said, "Ah, okay." Jung Min-jun, shocked, looks at Seo Jin-hyuk, and he said to himself, "An assault rifle." Jung Min-jun said to himself, "Manager and bodyguard? Must be DGY Entertainment staff." As Yu-jian and Hoshino Koharu walk up the stairs, Yu-jian said, "I'll say this up front. If you pull anything funny, I'll shoot on sight." And he was Seo Jin-hyuk, 31 years old, manager in charge of Lumina, DGY Entertainment. As Jung Min-jun sweats, and he said, "I do have a handgun too, but you seem trustworthy enough that I didn't even bother taking it out. Isn't this a bit much for someone who came here to help? Forget it, I'll just go." As he walks away, and he said to himself, "Still, I can't help worrying about Jian." Yu-jian said, "Jian and I have been surviving together, just the two of us, since the start of this whole thing. When we first came back here to the dorm to look for the other members with Jian, some Sasaeng fan had already taken over the place. I'm the one who killed that Sasaeng." As Jung Min-jun was shocked in sweats, Seo Jin-hyuk said, "He tried to kill me so he could do something to John. And not just him. After the zombie outbreak turned the world into a wasteland, all kinds of people tried to get close to our members. Of course, they were good fans too. Even after we settled in this dorm, a few people came here just to try and see the Lumina members. Just a week ago, some weirdo came by, and we just sent him away." Jung Minjun said to himself, so that's why he was so cold at first. Seo Jin-hyuk said, let me introduce myself properly. I'm Seo Jin-hyuk, Lumina's manager at DGY Entertainment. And he hands over his calling card. Jung Minjun said, ah, right. Seo Jin-hyuk said, and this is Lim Dae-gyeon, Lumina security guard, and those two girls from before. Jung Minjun said, yes, I know. Lumina members Koharu and Jian, right? I'm Jung Minjun. I'm a second year at Songun High School, and the two idiots with me go to the same school. We have more friends too, but we got separated crossing the Han River. Seo Jin-hyuk said, ah, I see. Jung Minjun said, so this is Lumina's dorm then? Come to think of it, you said you were surviving with just John at first. How did you meet Koharu and the guard here? Seo Jin-hyuk said, before the outbreak, John had a solo schedule, separate from the other members. The outbreak started while I was on the move with her. At first, we survived with other people in a shopping mall somewhere. When that fell, we snuck into this dorm and have been living here since. From my perspective, this felt like the most likely place for the other members to come, so I brought her here. Jung Minjun said, so Koharu and the guard. Seo Jin-hyuk said, about a month ago, I think. Koharu and the guard risked their lives to come find us here. Lim Dae-gyeon said, from the beginning of the outbreak, I and the rest of Lumina, Koharu included, were at a school in Oyundong. A survivor shelter has been formed there now, with a lot of people gathered. He is Lim Dae-gyeon, 29 years old, external security contractor for DGY Entertainment, bodyguard in charge of Lumina. Jung Minjun said, ah, that's shelter zone. Lim Dae-gyeon said, Koharu broke shelter rules and went out alone to find her fellow member Jian, and came here to the dorm first. I followed after Koharu. Jung Minjun said to himself, Koharu, she's gutsy. Seo Jin-hyuk said, each of us came thinking our members might be at their dorms, but thankfully, our paths lined up, and we found each other. So it's been the four of us, me, the guard, Jian, and Koharu, holding out here together. Jung Minjun said, I see. Then the rest of the members are at that school shelter, right? Seo Jin-hyuk said, the guard used to sneak out and somehow get food for us. But recently the number of zombies around here suddenly spiked, so we've been trapped for 2 weeks. We've nearly died more times than I can count, so I honestly don't know how long we can keep hanging on here. Anyway, we need to get to that school shelter to reunite with the other members, but the problem is the outside situation, and we need a vehicle with at least 4 seats. The road right out front is blocked, so there's a stretch all 4 of us have to cover on foot, and that's the really hard part. If it were just me and the guard, maybe. But we can't keep exposing Jian and Koharu to that level of danger. It's too difficult to move everyone at once. Jung Minjun said to himself, their sense of duty is something else. I'm glad they seem like people we can trust. They really do seem like they'd risk their lives for the Lumina members. If I can just manage my infection symptoms and get a vehicle, it shouldn't be too hard to move all 4 of them. But do I tell these people I'm infected or not? Jung Minjun said, so all we really need is a vehicle that can take everyone from here, right? I'll go find one. As Seo Jin-hyuk was shocked, Jung Minjun said, if possible, I'll also try to clear the road out front enough to bring the car right up to the building. I do have a favor to ask though. I have friends over in Chunho, so I should pick them up on the way. It's along the same route anyway, so it shouldn't be too big a deal. And, could I use the drone? Seo Jin-hyuk said, the drone? Yes, of course. Then we'll need at least a 6-seater. Jung Minjun said, big SUVs or trucks are too large and hard to move, so I'll look for something suitable. I'll head out to find a vehicle right now. Seo Jin-hyuk said, huh? Already. As Jung Minjun walks away, Seo Jin-hyuk said, I mean, shouldn't we at least prepare something? Jung Minjun said, don't worry, I can't afford to stay out too long either. I'll be back as soon as I can. As Seo Jin-hyuk and Lim Dae-gyeon look at Jung Minjun walking away. Seo Jin-hyuk said, he's going out like he's just stepping out to the corner store. Mr. Lim, this is your first time seeing someone like that too, right? Lim Dae-gyeon said, A few hours later, Yoo Jian said to Seo Jin-hyuk, hey, Oppa. Seo Jin-hyuk said, yeah? Yoo Jian said, that guy from before, where did he go? Seo Jin-hyuk said, he went out to find a car, but it's already been 4 hours. I think something must have happened. Can't be helped. As Seo Jin-hyuk was shocked. Or the next day, Lim Dae-gyeon said, Mr. Seo Jin-hyuk. As Seo Jin-hyuk sat up in confusion, Lim Dae-gyeon said, that student, he's back. Seo Jin-hyuk said, huh? Really? Outside, the street was blocked as the zombie said, Kra, Guk. Jung Minjun said, I blocked off the alley, so it should be fine. As Jung Minjun took a delivery van near the house, Jung Minjun said, this should be good enough, right? Seo Jin-hyuk sweats and said, This is... what even? Jung Min-jun said nonchalantly, We're short on time, let's get everyone aboard. Seo Jin-hyuk, shocked and confused, said, How did you drag this here by yourself? As Jung Min-jun brought a delivery van with boxes inside. Jung Min-jun said, It took some time to find a vehicle that could start, so I was late. Seo Jin-hyuk said, How did you drive? Jung Min-jun said, I learned it from a friend of mine. Ms. Jian, Ms. Koharu, you two can safely come out of the house too. As Yu Jian and Hoshino Koharu peek, Yu Jian said, Ah. A few moments later, Seo Jin-hyuk said, Are you all right back there? As Yu Jian, Hoshino Koharu, and Lim Dae-jian right in the back, Yu Jian said, Yes. Seo Jin-hyuk said, Mr. Daegan, please take care of them if anything happens while we're on the move. Lim Dae-jian said, Yes. As Seo Jin-hyuk shuts the back closed, Seo Jin-hyuk enters the van and said to Jung Min-jun, Well, let's get going, as they started to drive away. A few moments later, Jung Min-jun said, Just keep going down this road. Seo Jin-hyuk sweats and said, Should be okay, right? Jung Min-jun said, Yes, well, there shouldn't be many infected in the path. Jung Min-jun said to himself, Is what I say, but, this is nerve-wracking. Truly, if by any chance we encounter a fat zombie or get swarmed by a horde of zombies while moving, then even I wouldn't be able to do anything. According to Bae Sunho, I took care of a screamer and dozens of zombies, but that was something that required risking my life to try. The risk is really high. Seo Jin-hyuk said, Is this the right way? Jung Min-jun said, We're almost there. You need to turn down that alley. Seo Jin-hyuk said, Yes, but those friends of yours, are they trustworthy? Jung Min-jun said, Yes, they're also luminous, but they're not diehard fans, so you don't have to worry. Seo Jin-hyuk said, Oh, really? Jung Min-jun said, They're trustworthy, my friends, but if they see the Lumina members, they might be a bit surprised. As Seo Jin-hyuk silently sweats, a few moments later, on the rooftop, Oh Byung-jun said, Sunho-kun. Bae Sunho said, Oh Byung-jun said, Are we going to die without even meeting a girl in the end? Should have just confessed to someone. Bae Sunho said, Stop whining, you pig. It's pathetic. We're going to survive no matter what. As they heard a car outside, Bae Sunho said, Who could it be? Jung Min-jun? A few moments later, Seo Jin-hyuk enters inside the building. Oh Byung-jun was shocked as he sweats buckets, and he can't close his mouth from the shock. Jung Min-jun said, I'm a bit late, right? I brought everyone. As Yu Jian and the others came inside, Jung Min-jun said, Let's send the drone up first. As Oh Byung-jun moves the head of Jung Min-jun away to see Yu Jian and Hoshino Koharu, and he stutters, saying, Lumi. Why are the Lumina members here? Hoshino Koharu said, Hello. Oh Byung-jun suddenly feels pain in his chest and said, Cough. I can't breathe. Bae Sunho helps Oh Byung-jun and said, Hey, Oh Byung-jun, are you okay? Jung Min-jun said, Stop joking, man. This guy is actually having trouble breathing. Bae Sunho said, Hey, Bae Sunho, try giving him mouth to mouth. You do it, you jerk. As Yu Jian and Hoshino Koharu watched the commotion, Jung Min-jun said, Hey, he's about to die. Is now the time to nitpick about that? Bae Sunho said, Then you try giving Oh Byung-jun CPR. A few moments later, Seo Jin-hyuk said, Here's the drone. Jung Min-jun said, Thank you. Is it okay if we fly it in the direction of Gunja Station across the Hangang from here? Seo Jin-hyuk said, I think the range might be just barely enough here, but flying it from the Hangang riverbank would be too open and there are too many infected. Have you ever flown a drone before? Jung Min-jun said, No. Seo Jin-hyuk said, Then either Mr. Daegan or I should. Yu Jian said, Can I try? I know how to control a drone too. Seo Jin-hyuk looks back and said, Come to think of it, Jian is better at controlling drones than I thought. Will it be all right? Yu Jian said, Please don't worry, the only issue is the range might be a bit tight. Let's give it a shot. A few moments later, they put the drone down on the ground. As Yu Jian reads the note saying, Hanyena, Kang Hachio, if you or someone knows these people, find this. Please write down their status and attach it to the drone. From Chaunho MJ, Yu Jian said, I also attached a note. Setup complete. Yu Jian stood up and said to Jung Min-jun, But if you want to fly it several times, it will need charging. Jung Min-jun said, We have a small generator, so it's possible. As Jung Min-jun sweats and said, Excuse me, but do you, by any chance, remember me? Yu Jian sweats. And she said, Oh, Jung Minjun said to himself, did she remember? Yu Jian said, ooh, but by any chance, were you at a fan meeting? I'm sorry. I've met so many fans that. Jung Minjun said to himself, I knew it. She doesn't remember at all. Jung Minjun sweats and said, that back then at Munjung apartment. Bae Sunho said, Kikekek. This little. Oh Byungjun said, so you were just lying about being close friends with Lady Jian? Bae Sunho said, you little fraud, ha ha ha. Jung Minjun looks back and said, huh? Ah, that. Oh Byungjun said, Lady Jian, this guy said he was a super close friend of yours. Bae Sunho said, there's no way you would be friends with someone like this pathetic loser, right? Ha ha ha. Yu Jian sweats and said, ah. Jung Minjun said in shock, you believe that? Ha ha ha. And he said to himself, yeah, so what if it's her or not? Maybe. The Jian I knew isn't the same as Lumina's Yu Jian, or maybe I was just dreaming for a moment. Yu Jian sweats. After the conversations, Yu Jian started to fly the drone. Oh Byungjun said, ooh, amazing. Yu Jian said, all right, then I'll take off approximately. Oh Byungjun said, wow, this is insane, as expected of Lumina's Jian. Bae Sunho said, flying a drone too, what can't she do? Oh Byungjun said, she's pretty, dances well, sings well, and flies drones well. This is crazy. Jung Minjun said, shut up, you jerks. You're making it hard to concentrate. As Yu Jian said, since this way is north, we'll cross the Hangang soon. But they must be really important people, seeing how much effort you're putting into finding them. Jung Minjun said, ah, they're my friends. Bae Sunho said, that jerk has a girlfriend. Oh Byungjun said, even though he looks pathetic, he has a girlfriend. What a jerk. Bae Sunho said, stop pestering Lady Jian. Jung Minjun said, what? Hey, what girlfriend? Bae Sunho said, you call Han Yena casually, so you're dating. Jung Minjun said, I'm telling you there's nothing between us. As Yu Jian listened, a few moments later the sun sets as the drone flew back to them, and it landed safely. Yu Jian said, ha, it's already the 5th time, and we still haven't found them. Bae Sunho said, let's give up, Minjun. The search area is so vast, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Oh Byungjun said, the distance to Gunja station is also quite close. What if we mess up and the drone signal cuts off, causing it to crash? Above all, we can't keep putting Lady Jian, who's an idol with top-tier looks, through this hardship. Should a global K-pop super idol be flying the drone until sunset? Yu Jian smiled and sweats, saying, ah, I'm fine with it. Jung Minjun sweats and said, ha, it's been hard on you, Miss Jian. From now on, I'll practice flying the drone myself. It seems the distance is a problem. I'll have to go alone tomorrow to the Hangang riverbank and try flying it. Oh, Byungjun said, hey, we need to head towards the survivor area tomorrow. Jung Minjun said, I have to find them. Oh, Byungjun said, yeah, we definitely have to find Yena and Hakshio. Jung Minjun said, or would it be difficult to move ahead without me? I can't leave until I find Yena and Hakshio, as Yu Jian silently listens to them as the night came. The next day, the drone started to fly. Suddenly the motor stopped as it lost charge in its battery and fell, and it drops to the ground. Song Ji-hoo in a distance looks with his Temu binoculars and said in confusion, huh? Han Yena, confused, looks back at him and said, did you find something? Song Ji-hoo said, it looks like something resembling a drone has fallen about 400 meters ahead. Song Ji-hoo said, before, there was a time when weapons and supplies were dropped. Let's go check it out. A few moments later, Han Yena and Song Ji-hoo ran outside. Song Ji-hoo said, there it is, as he saw the drone on the road. He picked it up and said, is there something attached to the drone? Han Yena said, what is it? Suddenly, Kwantai Sik said, I'm sure it fell around here. Han Yena and Song Ji-hoo were shocked. Han Yena said to herself, who's that? Song Ji-hoo ran away and said, this way, as they hid. Choi Soo-jin said, are you sure it fell this way? Kwantai Sik said, ah, fiddlesticks, where did it go? It was definitely this way. Han Yena and Song Ji-hoo peeked. Suddenly, Song Ji-hoo's eyes widened as he saw Kwantai Sik and Choi Soo-jin. He said to himself, Kwantai Sik, found him, that son of a biscuit. Song Ji-hoo smiled like a maniac and said, but who's that woman next to him? Song Ji-hoo looked at Han Yena, confused. Han Yena pointed her revolver at Choi Soo-jin. Song Ji-hoo said, Han Yena. As Han Yena gently pulled the trigger, suddenly zombies said, Kinnick, Quack. Song Ji-hoo said, wait, don't shoot. Another zombie said, quack. Choi Soo-jin said, that they're coming this way, what do we do? Kwante 6 said, what do you mean? Fudge nuggets, dodge. Song Ji-hoo looked at Hanyena, and Hanyena rested against the wall. In another scene, inside a building, Hanyena said, why the heck did you stop me? I could have killed him right then and there. Song Ji-hoo said, obviously the range was too awkward to incapacitate him instantly with his pistol, and if there are zombies nearby, the noise would give away our position. Also, that rascal Kwante 6, he's got a rifle. Even if we have handguns, going up against a rifle is practically suicide. We need to wait for a better opening. But that woman who was next to him, who is she? Hanyena said, she used to be my stepmother. She and her lover murdered my dad, and she's the woman who tried to kill me too. I don't know how she ended up with that guy, but... Song Ji-hoo said, should I kill them both? Hanyena was shocked and sweating. Song Ji-hoo said, I was planning to kill that scoundrel Kwante 6 anyway. He's my immediate target after all. If you want, I'll kill that biatch for you too. Song Ji-hoo smiled and said, and I'll make it incredibly painful and brutal. Because revenge should be cruel and ruthless. Just finishing them off with a single bullet is a little boring too, isn't it? As he touched Hanyena's delicate, soft chin. He said, finding your friend, Jong Min-jun, or killing the stepmother who murdered your dad. Just choose what your priority is. Hanyena sweated as Song Ji-hoo continued to stare at her. Song Ji-hoo looked back and said, come to think of it, that paper attached to the drone. What on earth is it? In a different scene, Jong Min-jun walked alone as he said, ha, I ended up dropping the drone because of a bad signal. I shouldn't have acted so cocky, insisting I fly it myself. Jung Min-jun stopped. 2 hours ago, Jung Min-jun said, I'll try my best to control the drone so it doesn't crash. Seo Jin-hyuk said, aside from piloting the drone, it's going to be extremely dangerous for you to go out and fly it yourself from the Han River banks again. Will you be okay? Jung Min-jun said, well, I know a route, so it should be safe if I go that way. If anything happens, I'll head back immediately. He said to himself, honestly, I'm just going in blind though. Then he said, I'm actually more worried about you all moving to the shelter without me. Lim Dae-jeon said, I know the route I took when I came here with Koharu before, so as long as the path hasn't been blocked since then, there shouldn't be any major issues. Yu Jian worried silently. Bae Sun-ho said, we'll handle it, so don't worry. See you at the shelter, Min-jun. In the present, Jung Min-jun said to himself, I never thought I'd be heading back this quickly. Should I have listened to the manager? I feel like I'm just being a nuisance to everyone for no reason. Just as I thought I'll have to cross the Han River myself again after stopping by the shelter. If I drag this out any longer, my infection levels will bottom out again. I need to hurry. It'd be great if I could find a bicycle or an electric scooter. Jung Min-jun started to run. A few moments later, Jung Min-jun gasped, huff, huff, and he said to himself, I think I need to take a quick break. Suddenly, he was shocked and said, huh? As he saw skid marks of a car, and the zombies on the floor said in pain, oh, Kiyak. Jung Min-jun investigated the scene as he heard noises from a distance. He started to run and stopped in shock. He said to himself, the vehicle is overturned. The zombies said, ah, Kiyak. He said to himself, we're screwed inside the building. Seo Jin-hyuk said, darn it, we're out of ammo. Dae-gyeong, come inside. Lim Dae-jeon said, dang it. The zombie said, keek. Suddenly the zombie was stabbed in the neck. Jung Min-jun shouted at Seo Jin-hyuk and Lim Dae-jeon, get inside quickly. Lim Dae-jeon, shocked, said, Min-jun, your face, hit, how on earth? Jung Min-jun said, I'm perfectly fine, so I'll explain everything later. Seo Jin-hyuk and Lim Dae-jeon shut the door closed. A few moments later, Jung Min-jun entered the room and closed the door. He looked behind and said, gasp, huff, what the heck happened? Where are John and my friends? Seo Jin-hyuk, sweating, said, while we were moving in the car, we were chased by zombies and drove too recklessly. The car ended up flipping over. More importantly, Jian. Jung Min-jun, shocked and confused, said, what's wrong with Jian? Seo Jin-hyuk said, she's being chased by a specific zombie. Jung Min-jun, shocked and confused, said, what? What do you mean? No way. Seo Jin-hyuk said, while we were frantically trying to evacuate and avoid the zombies, there was one particular zombie that targeted and tried to attack only John. Jung Min-jun was shocked. Seo Jin-hyuk said, we managed to get Koharu to safety, but Min-jun, your friends chased after them, saying they would save John. Hoshino Koharu cried and said with a trembling voice. John. In a different scene at the Meow Comic Cafe, the zombie said, Kei, ki, kyok, ki, che, ning, na, lu, mi, na, no, chi. She. Ning, na, lu, mi, na. Keg. I love you, G, and ki. At a distance in a bunk, Yu Jian hid and heard the zombie saying, Goddess, Fei, male idol, Yu, Jian, Keg, Ki. At the Hera Spa, Young Minjun said in exhaustion, Huff, huff, damn it, where the heck did she go? Suddenly, Jung Minjun feels something bad as his vision changed and he said, Ah, no. Jung Minjun sweated and said to himself, I've been wandering outside for too long. My infection level has passed the threshold. Ever since I came out to launch the drone, has it been about 2 hours, 3 hours, or 4? Suddenly, an old zombie looks at Jung Minjun and said, Cook, cook. Jung Minjun suddenly stabs him in the chin. I have to find her. I have to find her before it's too late. And he continues to walk. In the distance, at a building, Bae Sunho and Oh Byung-jun followed Yu Jian. Oh Byung-jun said, Hey, she went into that building, right? Bae Sunho said, I'm telling you, she did. Why else would the zombies be swarming that place? Oh Byung-jun said, is it really not a screamer? Bae Sunho said, It's not a screamer, but it looks like a stalker. Anyway, it's definitely an intelligent zombie. Oh Byung-jun said, Fudge, this sucks. Why are there so many tough zombies in this neighborhood? Bae Sunho said, I think it was wearing a t-shirt that said Lumina. It must have been a Lumina fan before turning, so it's instinctively chasing Jian Nim. Oh Byung-jun said, That's why I said we should wait for Jung Min-jun instead of leaving for the shelter. What difference does one day make? Bae Sunho said, Hey, was that my decision? Anyway, keep your voice down. I'm going in, as Oh Byung-jun was shocked and confused. Bae Sunho sweats and said, If you're a Lumina, then you must risk your life to protect Jian Nim. That is what a true fan of Lumina, a Luminous does. Oh Byung-jun said, Fine, I'm going too. Even if I turn into a zombie, I'll give my life. Bae Sunho said, Then we charge in on the count of 3, okay? Oh Byung-jun said, Hey, but what's the plan? You lure the zombies and I'll go in and get Jian Nim out, right? Jung Minjun suddenly arrived and said, You'll get yourselves killed making that much noise outside, you biscuits. Is she really in that building? Bae Sunho said, Jung Minjun. Oh Byung-jun said, Yi, you're back. Young Minjun said, There's no time. I'm at my limit too, so we have to hurry. Bae Sunho said, But be careful. It's an intelligent zombie, so it might recognize you and attack. Jung Minjun said with his red eyes, It's fine. If I time my approach, I can take it out in one shot. You guys know the most essential skill to unlocking the Rage Z tree, right? Bae Sunho shocked and sweat saying, You don't tell me. You mastered assassin in another building. Inside the building, Song Ji-hoo holds the chin of Hanyena and said, Finding your friend, your Jung Minjun, or killing the stepmother who murdered your father. You choose which one comes first. As Hanyena sweats and stares at Song Ji-hoo, Song Ji-hoo looks at Hanyena silently, and he looks at a distance and said, Now that I think about it, that piece of paper attached to the drone. Hanyena said, What could it be? As Song Ji-hoo looks at the broken drone, and he took the paper. As Hanyena silently watched, Hanyena said, My friend. As Song Ji-hoo stopped and turns around confused, Hanyena said, I really want to find Jung Minjun. My family has been very well off since I was young, so I could have anything I wanted. My looks that no one could match, my confidence to seduce anyone, the things I wanted, the clothes I wanted, whether it was luxury goods or makeup, I had it all. Until the zombie outbreak happened, I lived thinking the whole world was mine. But my friend, Jung Minjun, he was different. I only realized it after losing everything. What I truly needed wasn't those flashy, superficial things, but sincerity from someone like Minjun who could see me for who I am. So, even if it cost me my life, I have to see Jung Minjun again. As Song Ji-hoo smiled at Hanyena, and he said, I see. Song Ji-hoo continues to open the paper, and he said in confusion, Huh? I think you should read this. As Hanyena was shocked and confused, as Song Ji-hoo hands over the paper. Hanyena was shocked, and she said, This, The paper that Young Minjun wrote said, Hanyena, Kang Hakcheol. If you or anyone you know finds this, please write down if you're alive and send it back on the drone. From MJ in Chenho. Hanyena said, this, as tears well up in her eyes as she said, Jung Minjun sent this. In a different scene at the cat cafe, a zombie walks and said, Ka, quack. Suddenly it stopped as he hears rustling noise, as Yuji and scared stopped her breath, as she breathed slowly and silently. Suddenly she was shocked to her bones as she sweats cold. The zombie opens the curtain and smiled at her and said slowly, I love you, Jian. Suddenly it grabs the ankles of Yu Jian as she shouted, Ah! The zombie said, You, Jian, I love you. Scree! Yu Jian said, Let go of me. The zombie smiled and said, Mil, Ki, white skin, you, Jian. Jung Minjun said, You were a stalker even before you turned, weren't you? Stop bothering Jian and just get lost already. As he raised his knife, and he ends the remaining life of the zombie and blood splatters on the wall. The zombie drops to the ground. Jung Minjun looks at Bae Sunho and said, I found Jian. How are things over there? Bae Sunho said, I cleared this side too. The door is locked, so we're safe for now. Jung Minjun was shocked and said, Ah, as he remembers Yu Jian, and he looks back at Yu Jian. As she looks back at Jung Minjun suddenly grabs the delicate shoulders of Yu Jian. Suddenly memories rush to her as she sweats. Back when she was in elementary, she cried on the playground as she hurt her knee and cried on the ground. The young Jung Minjun holds the delicate shoulder of Yu Jian as she remembers Jung Minjun worried about her saying, Are you okay, Jian? Yu Jian suddenly remembers Jung Minjun as her heart stopped, and she said, Minjun, Oppa. Suddenly Yu Jian hugs Jung Minjun tightly, as Jung Minjun feels the warm body of Yu Jian pressing onto him, and reads the letter of Jung Minjun as tears well up in her beautiful eyes, and she said, I'm sure of it. I can smell Minjun's scent. As she sniffles, Song Ji-hoo stares at her in confusion. Hanyena drops the letter and said to herself, In my life, I've never felt something like this before. Hanyena said in disbelief, There is someone next to Jung Minjun. As Yu Jian savors the moment hugging Jung Minjun. As the halls were silent, Song Ji-hoo said, What do you mean? How do you know that? Hanyena said, The paper has a faint scent of makeup powder. Song Ji-hoo said, confused, Makeup powder? Hanyena said, and more importantly, the handwriting. Jung Minjun has terrible handwriting, but this is obviously a girl's handwriting. It looks like it was written by a really pretty girl. Someone next to Jung Minjun definitely wrote this for him. We need to cross the Han River and head to Chenho right now. As Song Ji-hoo silently didn't understand how Hanyena knew this, and he said, Will you be okay? The person you want revenge on is right nearby. Your stepmother who murdered your dad is right here. If you turn back now, you might never get another chance to bring that woman to justice. As Hanyena was silent, and she closed her eyes, and she said, That woman isn't my goal. Rather than dwelling on the past, I want to chase after my future that hasn't arrived yet. To me, rather than revenge tied to the past, living a new life is much more important. As Song Ji-hoo tried to remember her younger sister. In the past, Song Ji-hoo waited for her sister to get out of school, as his sister ran towards him in joy and they walked towards his motorbike. As Song Ji-hoo said, Right, compared to revenge, the future is far more important. Let's go. I'll help you find Jung Minjun, the guy you've been so desperately looking for. As Hanyena was shocked, and she said, Are you really sure we don't need to catch that creepy escaped convict? Song Ji-hoo said, It doesn't matter. He's a complete stranger to me anyway. Regardless, the drone Jung Minjun sent crashed, so we have no way to reply. Hanyena said, Then what do we do? Song Ji-hoo said, We just have to cross over to Cheonho right away. At the cat cafe, Bae Sun-ho and Oh Byung-jun froze in shock as they sweated. Bae Sun-ho said with a trembling voice, Jung Minjun, what are you doing right now? As Yu-ji and hugged Jung Minjun turned to them and said, Oh Byung-jun said, Look at this mother-flippin' jerk. How dare you touch Jian? Jung Minjun stood up and said, No, it's not like that. Bae Sun-ho said, This jerk is the real stalker. Oh Byung-jun said, Let's kill this punk. As Yu Jian sweated and opened her mouth wide, saying, I think there's a misunderstanding. Minjun Oppa actually. Bae Sun-ho almost fainted and said in shock, What? Minjun Oppa? Oh Byung-jun said, You son of a biscuit. What kind of threats did you make to Jian? Jung Min-jun tried to scream, but nothing came out as he sweated, and the infection continued to make him heat up, and he said, What are you talking about? Jian is just terrified, that's why she said that. She just had a near-death experience. Jung Min-jun turned to Yu Jian and said, right? And he winked with a twitching eye as he said to himself, just play along for now. Yu Jian froze in shock as she sweated and said, yes. Min-jun oppa. No, Mr. Min-jun. He saved me, and I was so shocked that I accidentally. I'm sorry if I startled everyone. Oh Byung-jun said, Well, if you say so, Jen. Bae Sun-ho said, Yeah. Jung Min-jun said to himself, Phew. Let's just gloss over it for now. Suddenly, Jung Min-jun felt something bad in his body. As he ducked and said in pain, Ugh. Oh Byung-jun said, Hey, are you okay, Jung Min-jun? Jung Min-jun said, I feel like I could collapse at any second if I push myself any further. We should rest a bit before moving on. Anyway, I'm relieved that everyone is safe. A few moments later, Bae Sun-ho said, We'll go check out the situation outside, so get some rest. Oh Byung-jun said, If possible, we'll try to pass on the message to the manager that Jian is safe. Jung Min-jun said, Make sure you don't overdo it and be careful, as Jung Min-jun and Yu Ji-an were left behind. Jung Min-jun said, Phew, those guys, seriously, being around them is so draining. Yu Ji-an said, Thank you, Oppa, for saving me. Jung Min-jun said, Just speak comfortably like you used to. Yu Ji-an said, It's been so long since we last saw each other. Then I'll drop the formalities, Oppa, but are you really okay? Earlier, your face looked. Jung Min-jun said, Well, I'm only telling you since I've already been caught. It's been a while since I was infected, but fortunately I'm immune. So when I'm in an infected state, zombies don't attack me. I can control the symptoms myself to some extent, but there's a limit. Even if you don't want to believe it, you saw it yourself, so I believe you'll trust me. Yu Ji-an said, Of course, I trust you, Oppa. As she smiled at Jung Min-jun, Jung Min-jun sweated as he couldn't control himself from blushing, and the air went silent and they looked at the coffee shop in front of them, and time passed by slowly. EA outside at the construction vehicle access 30 meters ahead. Ha Do-hyun and Mr. Park drove a jeep. Mr. Park said, You ended up coming back here after all. Ha Do-hyun said, Whether he's wandering around as a zombie, or he ended things himself and became a corpse. I felt like I couldn't leave for good until I confirmed it with my own eyes. And you never know. Maybe. Mr. Park said, He's definitely dead. You said he was definitely bitten. At the container van, Ha Do-hyun and Mr. Park looked around. Ha Do-hyun said, I don't see Hak-cheol's body. Suddenly he stopped and was confused, saying, as he was shocked and saw bodies on the ground. Ha Do-hyun said, Someone might be here. Prepare for combat. Mr. Park said, What? As Ha Do-hyun cocked his gun, Mr. Park sweated and said, Sergeant, there weren't any corpses here originally, right? Ha Do-hyun said, Right. It seems someone has been here since we parted ways with Hak-cheol. As they investigated the body, Ha Do-hyun said, In pairs of two, it's similar to those guys who came looking a few days ago. It's that unidentified group of jerks. Mr. Park said, Just who the heck are they? Isn't it strange how guys like these seem to be multiplying around Gunja Station? When we try to uncover their identities, they just kill themselves. They're definitely a bizarre bunch. Let's get out of here for now, Sergeant. The gunshot wound on your shoulder hasn't even healed yet. Ha Do-hyun said, I'm fine. The fact that these guys are dead means there's a high chance whoever is here isn't hostile to us. Check the upper floors of the building and look for any traces of Hak-cheol. Mr. Park said, Understood. A few moments later, Ha Do-hyun walked around the construction site and he noticed something and said, as he saw a drum with still embers on the woods and looked at the table saw with fresh blood on it. Ha Do-hyun sweated in fear as he said, Kong Hak-cheol, don't tell me you. On the ground floor outside of the construction site. Mr. Park walked down the building and said, There's no one upstairs either, but there are signs that someone stayed here for a few days. Ha Do-hyun said, It's him. Mr. Park said, confused, Sergeant? Ha Do-hyun said, Kong Hak-cheol, he's alive. Mr. Park said, What? But he was definitely bitten. How on earth? Ha Do-hyun said, "It looks like he amputated his arm." Mr. Park was shocked and said, "What?" Ha Do-hyun said, "Come to think of it, the bite was on the back of his hand. Depending on the infected area, it usually takes anywhere from a few minutes to several hours at most. He must have cut it off before the infection spread." Mr. Park said, "Is that even possible?" Ha Do-hyun said, "I'm certain." Outside, Kang Hak-chol sweated as he walked slowly in the street with a new bag. Ha Do-hyun said, "Kang Hak-chol is alive," as Han Ye-na imagined herself training Jung Min-jun to build up some muscles. Each 18 years ago, Pennsylvania, USA, as the fortified house was silent and the windows were shut closed from the outside. Weeks of food and alcohol were all over the coffee table. Elliot Jin followed Robert Bob Miller inside the house. Elliot Jin said, "But you've been going on about zombies for a while now. What exactly is that?" Robert Bob Miller said, "Ha ha, you really don't know a single thing, do you? When people sin and die, do you know where they go? Straight to hell. But what do you think happens when hell runs out of room because too many people have sinned over the past thousands of years?" As vandalism was written on the wall saying, "The end is near," Robert Bob Miller said, "In the end, God will pass judgment, a merciless and cruel judgment. When hell becomes full and overflowing with sinners, the dead who couldn't enter hell will end up wandering the earth." As Elliot Jin was shocked. Robert Bob Miller said, "God's divine punishment is coming. The apocalypse is near. If you don't prepare in advance like I have, you won't stand a chance at surviving. I'll show you something incredible." A few moments later, at the basement, stacks of supplies were on the shelves. Multiple guns and ammo were ready on the wall. As Elliot Jin and Robert Bob Miller entered, Elliot Jin sweated and said, "Whoa, what on earth is that?" Robert Bob Miller said, "The end will surely come one day, without a doubt." As a Korean car was fully armored by scrap metal, Elliot Jin and Robert Bob Miller admired the car, and Elliot Jin looked at the shelves and said, "Wow, what is all of this? You've prepared as if the world is going to end tomorrow. I've heard the rumors that you're a doomsdayer who believes the world is ending soon. But about what you said earlier, that the dead will roam the earth because there's no more room in hell. Why do you believe that? Honestly, it's unrealistic, the idea of the dead returning to this world." Robert Bob Miller said, "People call them zombies." As Elliot Jin was silent, and he said to himself, "He really is a crazy old man. I have no idea what he means about zombies roaming around, and how can a dead person even come back to life? I need to get out of here." As Elliot Jin turned around and walked back, Robert Bob Miller said, 18 years from now, that is when the real apocalypse will arrive." Elliot Jin turned back and said, "Why exactly 18 years? Robert Bob Miller said, "Because I decided it." As Elliot Jin was silent and he said, "The end, the apocalypse, huh? To be honest, sometimes I think about that too. That if possible this world needs to end once. There are just too many pieces of trash in this world, like how you have to wash a bowl when it gets dirty. This world needs a deep clean once in a while." As Robert Bob Miller was shocked and said, "Those are quite the chilling words coming from someone so young. You said both your parents passed away, right? You must have gone through a lot of hardships in your short life. Actually, what I wanted to show you isn't any of this." Elliot Jin said, confused, "Huh? Is there still more to show me?" Robert Bob Miller said, "What I'm about to show you now. Will you promise not to tell a single soul? Not even your twin brother?" Elliot Jin was shocked and he said, "Yes, I won't tell anyone." As Robert Bob Miller held his shotgun tight, a few moments later, they went down even deeper into the basement. As their steps echoed on the steel stairs, Elliot Jin said, "There was another secret basement?" Robert Bob Miller said, "It's not in a perfect condition yet, but it should be finished in a few years. As long as its head isn't blown off, it will never die. A monster consumed by ruin and rage." As Robert Bob Miller slowly opened the door, Elliot Jin was shocked and he sweated in fear as he said, What on earth is?" Body bags filled with bodies and medical items were on the table, as biohazard materials were in the bins. Robert Bob Miller smiled and said, "I knew you weren't an ordinary kid, to not even scream after seeing a sight like this." As the zombie said, "Gee, grr." Robert Bob Miller said, "This right here is," the zombie said, "Grar." Robert Bob Miller said, "The grand beginning that will bring about the end of the world. AE in a different scene. 18 years later, present day, Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, Maryland, USA, at the office of Arthur Vance, MD, Distinguished Professor, Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine. Aidan Brooks said, "As you may have heard, the situation has passed the breaking point." He was Aidan Brooks, age 47, Chief Director of Operations, CIA SAC, former U.S. Marine Corps MARSOC Commander, CIA SAC, Special Activities Center, United States Central Intelligence Agency, formerly SAD. Aidan Brooks said, "Professor Vance," he was Arthur Vance, age 47, Distinguished Professor, Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, former Chief Advisory Committee member, CIA Directorate of Science and Technology, DSNT. Aidan Brooks said, "South Korea, the initial epicenter of the virus, has already been classified as an ultra-high-risk nation. From there, the infection is spreading uncontrollably throughout all of East Asia, including Japan and China. Our biggest concern is China, because if China falls, it's only a matter of time before it spreads to India, Western Asia, and Europe. As for the origins of this virus, I believe you know better than anyone else, Professor." As he handed a picture with a name, Robert Bob Miller, born in 1942, he was formerly a lead researcher at the U.S. Army Biological Defense Center, USBDC. Recognized for his genius in biochemistry, he was scouted by the CIA's Directorate of Science and Technology, DSWT, Robert Bob Miller, 1969, and was appointed as the head director of Project Rage Z. "And you, Professor Vance, were the youngest researcher in that team." Arthur Vance said, "Yes, but at some point Miller completely lost it. He started showing signs of unknown psychosis, and the project was eventually scrapped. That hellscape currently swallowing East Asia? The seed of undeniably the legacy of Robert Miller. The seed of the devil that he could never perfect back then. But why did the outbreak start in South Korea instead of the U.S.? Wasn't Miller reported missing a long time ago? Don't tell me Miller was abducted by North Korea and the virus was developed there." Aidan Brooks said, "No, Robert Miller already died 14 years ago. Miller may have designed the virus, but the real culprit who unleashed it upon the world is someone else." Arthur Vance said, "The real culprit? Who are you talking about?" Aidan Brooks said, "Daniel Jin and Elliot Jin, the Jin brothers. Daniel Jin, Red Mind Studio CEO, Elliot Jin, Helix Code Biosystems." Aidan Brooks said, "Between the two of them, we've identified Elliot Jin as the primary mastermind behind this outbreak. Elliot Jin, Helix Code Biosystems." Arthur Vance said, "Elliot Jin? Isn't he the founder of the global biotech corporation, Helix Code Biosystems?" "Helix Code Biosystems." Aidan Brooks said, "That is correct. We suspect that it is the corporation directly involved in the development of the virus, though we haven't secured any conclusive physical evidence yet." Arthur Vance said, "But what possible connection could there be between Robert Miller and Elliot Jin?" Aidan Brooks said, "There was a brief window where the CIA's surveillance grew lax on Miller, who was living in seclusion in Pennsylvania after his psychiatric treatment. Entering the 2000s, the war on terror and other urgent issues took priority, causing surveillance to slip. 18 years ago, in the mid to late 2000s, the Jin brothers were living in the same neighborhood as Robert Miller. And out of the twins, it's highly likely that Elliot Jin made contact with him. It appears Elliot learned the truth about the zombie virus through Miller. Miller must have also recognized Elliot's genius and passed down his medical knowledge and the Rage Z project to him over the course of several years. It's certain that their encounter back then sowed the seeds for this entire catastrophe. We presume Robert Miller died shortly afterward for some unknown reason. Though the location has burned to the ground in a fire, destroying all the evidence," Arthur Vance said, "even so, it doesn't make sense. Why would Elliot specifically target his own homeland, South Korea? Furthermore, no matter how massive the corporation is, it's impossible for a single civilian organization to collapse an entire nation's system so spontaneously." Aidan Brooks said, "The Seongdo Ark Society, commonly known as the Ark Cult, a group that has been expanding its scale for quite a long time. It is the largest pseudo-religious cult in South Korea. It was a religious group that caused several social controversies and appeared in the news many times in the past, but in recent years, their congregation has skyrocketed and their influence has rapidly expanded. Politicians, high-ranking officials, military generals, police executives. They have infiltrated the deepest roots of South Korean society. Their network is so extensive that it already stretches across all of East Asia. And the leader of the Ark cult, Cheon Song-bae, vanished from the public eye a few years ago. Among the believers, there's a bizarre rumor going around that he has resurrected from the dead. Arthur Vance sweated and said, "Don't tell me, resurrected," Aiden Brooks said, "and just a few years ago, we found evidence that Elliot Jin made contact with the Ark cult. We suspect Elliot Jin seized real power over the Ark cult, using their nationwide network, massive capital, and manpower to unleash a terror attack across all of South Korea." Arthur Vance said, "Surely he didn't use the virus to deceive the believers, did he?" Aiden Brooks said, "That is precisely what we suspect." Arthur Vance said, For what possible purpose would he do such a thing?" Aiden Brooks said, "Who knows? Elliot's true intentions are likely beyond the realm of human comprehension. However, Professor, I came to see you for a different reason. We have discovered the sole immune survivor in Seoul, South Korea." Arthur Vance said, "What? Is that true?" Aiden Brooks said, "We received a report from U.S. forces operating in Seoul, and we have identified a young man as the immunity carrier. Unfortunately, we have currently lost contact with those specific forces, and we no longer know the immunity carrier's location, or if he is even still alive. The CIA has dispatched our most elite agents to South Korea to secure the immunity carrier by any means necessary. However, with the entire nation devastated by the outbreak and interference from the cult's believers, it will not be an easy fight. Also, in this university's research facility, there is a researcher named Elena Ahn, correct?" Arthur Vance said, "Elena? She should be in Lab 4 right now." Aiden Brooks said, "Please call her here immediately." A few moments later, at the office of Arthur Vance, Arthur Vance said, "Come in." Elena Ahn said, "You called for me, Professor Vance?" Aiden Brooks looked at her and said, "Elena Ahn, I hear you're the most promising researcher at this university. This is for the sake of global peace. I need you to come to South Korea with me. Of course, we won't be heading straight into the heart of hell in Korea just yet. We will be going to the temporary lab at the Okinawa U.S. military base, which is still relatively safe." As Elena was confused and said, "Who are you?" Arthur Vance said, "He's a CIA agent." Elena Ahn said, "South Korea, over there." Aiden Brooks said, "You have a biological daughter, don't you? Among the group traveling with the only immune survivor we discovered. We have confirmed intelligence that your daughter, Han Ye-na, is alive." As Elena Ahn sweated in shock and she said, "My daughter, Ye-na, is alive." She is Elena Ahn, age 40, Associate Professor of Genetic Engineering, Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. At the cult of Sung-bae, the candles were lit. A cultist said, "We failed to capture the immune survivor alive. It's been confirmed that the believer who initially discovered the bug ended up taking their own life. The vicinity of Gunja Station was the last known location of the immune survivor, but due to a certain group, Gunja Station fell into chaos from the waste meat. Currently it is unclear whether the immune survivor is even dead or alive." Elliot Jin said, "So what you're saying is, you lost the target?" The cultist said, "I apologize." Elliot Jin said, "You must find him and bring him to me, no matter what it takes." The cultist said, "I will keep that in mind." Elliot Jin walked forward and said, "An anomaly like an immune survivor is something that simply shouldn't exist. You agree, don't you?" A cult leader, Cheon Sung-bae, said, Elliot Jin said, "If we can just find that sole immune survivor, only then will the one I have chosen. Only in this apocalyptic world." Cult leader Cheon Sung-bae said, "Grarg." Elliot Jin said, "Be able to become a true god." In the present, the streets were silent as zombies lurked. The sister of the Ark cult said to the lurking zombies, Excuse me, you have such a nice aura. Could we talk for a moment?" The zombies turned around and said, "Gurk, Croc." The sister of the Ark cult said, "Your energy feels so clear, but your face looks a bit shadowed. It seems your ancestors have blessed you greatly, but you don't realize it. It's a shame you're not using all that fortune." As the zombies charged at them, the sister of the Ark cult stabbed the neck of the incoming zombie. Krah! A few moments later, the brother of the Ark cult said, "As expected, waste meat are hard to evangelize. Their souls are already rotten, so we can't communicate at all." The Ark Church believers called zombies waste meat. The sister of the Ark cult said, "Brother, you must always be careful. You have to be cautious whenever 3 or more waste meat gather. The Savior does not want reckless sacrifices." The brother of the Ark cult said, "Understood. Sister, I have a question. Go ahead. The brother of the Ark cult sweated and said, It's just, our leader, I mean. Strictly speaking, isn't the leader in a leader state kind of similar to the waste meat? If the leader has been resurrected, then aren't those waste meat basically resurrected once as well, just like the leader? Then why is it okay to execute the waste meat? The sister of the Ark cult smiled at him like a crazy woman without even blinking. The brother of the Ark cult, terrified, said, Eek! Brother, have you forgotten who I am? Ah. No. You're one of the few witnesses who personally beheld Ark Church's glorious miracle. The sister of the Ark cult said, That's right. I am one of the thousands of witnesses who clearly saw that historic scene with my own eyes. The holy moment when the leader received a blessed resurrection from the Savior Jin. In the past, the leader Sung Bae said, Let us pray, everyone. After this flesh of mine meets its end here today, if I awaken again and stand resurrected before you, then you must all follow this brother here and call him Savior. Only Savior Jin can deliver us from this rotten world and lead us into the eternal paradise as the one true prophet. As Elliot Jin pointed his desert eagle at Sung Bae and shot the reality out of him, the crowd was shocked. The sister of the Ark cult sat on the bench, shocked, without even blinking. In front of the Ark Church sanctuary, watched by thousands of brothers, the Savior Jin clearly executed our leader. As security carried Sung Bae and hung him up in the air, the sister of the Ark cult said to herself, and at that very moment, Sung Bae twitched and said, Guk. I saw it with my own eyes. As Sung Bae said, Juk, Gurk. Elliot Jin watched him. Sung Bae opened his eyes in shock and said, Kra! The holy moment when the leader surpassed the limits of mortal flesh. As the crowd praised Sung Bae, the sister of the Ark cult said, and resurrected as an immortal being. Blessed resurrection is granted only to those resurrected by the choice of Savior Jin. There is only one person in this world who has received that grace, our leader. So those discarded flesh, the waste meat, must be removed unless they can be converted. As a zombie knocked on a door and said, Go, girl. Without blessing, the revived waste meat are nothing but shells possessed by evil spirits. Oh, of course, as the Savior said. That one person, the only waste meat that can be converted, we must turn that one into our brother, because that is the Savior's will. Kang Hakcheol said, What the hell are you idiots babbling about? The sister and brother of the Ark cult were shocked and looked at Kang Hakcheol. What are you, some kind of cult? I heard there were a ton of cults in Korea. Even in the middle of all this, you're still out recruiting. So what religion are you supposed to be? And you are? Your face is full of worry. Your spiritual energy looks good, though. Could we have a quick chat? It looks like your ancestors blessed you with a lot of fortune, but you are not using it properly. Kang Hakcheol looked away. The sister of the Ark cult said, I've been seeing a lot more of your type around here lately. Looks like you're searching for someone. You have two options. Come with us and hear about true salvation, or else. As she tried to stab Kang Hakcheol, he managed to evade. With his new blade arm, he held his position and stabbed the reality out of the sister of the Ark cult's gut, twisting it with more reality. The sister of the Ark cult said in pain, Guk, ga. The brother of the Ark cult sweated all the fat out of his face in shock and said, What the? As he unholstered his gun so slowly, he said, Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He pointed it at Kang Hakcheol. Don't move. As the zombies nearby said, Kuhek, Guk. Anyone who kills an Ark Church believer will fall into eternal flames. In the name of the Savior Jin, I will judge you. I will stand proudly before the Savior, to be the eternal ruin of corrupt, rotten Korea. As Kang Hakcheol held the gun away, he said, Yeah, I'll kill you right here and go to hell. Shots were fired. Kang Hakcheol looked at the brother of the Ark cult on the ground, sleeping forever, and said, You idiots. Oh ho, lucky me, same K5 pistol as mine. Guess these guys raided an army base too? I was down to my last bullet and needed to conserve it anyway. Oh, there's a bunch of spare magazines in the bag. How many mags did you have, rich boy? Creepy bastards, but they're basically gold goblins. This holster's decent too. I'll take that as well. As the zombies said, Kra. Kang Hakcheol was shocked. The zombies charged and said, Kra. Damn. 5. How many are there? As he pointed his pistol at them, he said to himself, I've got plenty of ammo. Might as well use this as some live fire practice and take them all out. A zombie was shot in the head, another was shot in the neck, another was shot again in the head. Damn it, one-handed shooting with a K5 really is tough. Suddenly, Kang Hakcheol's gun ran out of bullets. He released the magazine and said to himself, "Don't panic. Even with one hand, just reload calmly." He held the gun in between the back of his knee, took a magazine from inside his jacket, and reloaded the handgun. Two left in front. As he ended a zombie, another zombie lady charged at Kang Hakcheol, saying, "Crack! Gotta make sure of the last one." As Kang Hakcheol, without flinching from his position, point-blank hit the head of the zombie lady, he holstered his new gun and said to himself, "Let's get out of here before more swarm in. Either way, to find my little sister, I've got to get to the Gangnam shelter, so I have to cross the Han River. There's no reason to stay here any longer. Minjun and Yina, if they're alive, we're bound to meet along the way. Our destination's the same after all." As the zombies said, "Gru, Kra," Kang Hakcheol ran into an alley. A few moments later, Kang Hakcheol said to himself, "Somehow I've made it close to the river. Cheonho Bridge will be blocked. Line 5's tunnel will be packed with infected. Maybe I should still check out Gwangnaru Station, just in case." Suddenly he noticed something and said, "Huh?" A poster was found on a pole. It said, "Unconditionally, we will get you across the Han River. Success, 99% full compensation if failed. Route, confirmed shortest distance secret route. Fee, reasonable negotiation after consultation. Cash, gold bars, food, weapons, etc. are okay. Location, look for Daeshik's place on the 3rd floor of the 000 building in front of Gwangnaru Station, exit 1. Thanks for tuning in. I truly appreciate each and every one of you who took the time to watch this video. Don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider sharing my videos or channel with your friends who might also enjoy it. Your support means the world to me and helps my channel grow. Let's keep this community thriving together. Until next time, see you in the next video.